Hey everybody, today we're debating whether or not veganism devalues human life, and we are starting right now with our omnivore team, Maarten and Justus. Thanks so much for being with us. The floor is all yours.
Hey there, everyone. Glad to be here. Thank you very much, James. Thank you to Modern Day Debate and to the Annoying Vegans for doing this with us today. It's going to be great. Thank you also, Maarten, my teammate, for making the choice to do this thing with me. As we agreed, Maarten, I'm going to jump in here. My name is Justus Walker. I am a missionary, farmer, father of three, home educator, husband, and generally the vegan's worst nightmare. I have a farm with 60 milk goats, 100 sheep, 3 horses. So I use all kinds of every form of animal exploitation known to man. I am vehemently and radically opposed to veganism as an ideology. And I have a little statement here that I'll read and try to give those reasons for that. My reasons for affirming that veganism devalues human life and is in fact a noxious and pernicious philosophy are myriad. However, for the sake of time and convenience, I have organized my main objections into 4 basic categories. They are moral, practical, philosophical or logical, and personal. First, moral. The biblical worldview provides us with a framework in which to view questions of morality. When we abandon this framework, we end up not only supporting positions that are emotionally driven, inconsistent, and logically unsupportable, but are harmful to human well-being and even threaten our existence. I am not against veganism as a diet choice or even as a protest against the abuses of animals in factory farms, but I am strongly, even radically against veganism as a moral position. Humans are unique. Extending moral considerations which are unique to humans by including in the moral cohort non-human animals on the logical foundation that they share some specific traits with us does nothing by way of ennobling them, but does great harm to the dignity of humans. Humans are unique because we were made in the image of God. Humans were set over nature to subdue, that is to harness it for our use, and to care for it, that is to improve upon it. By abusing animals or driving species into extinction, by eroding topsoils or poisoning groundwater, we not only demonstrate a lack of care for the earth and her non-human inhabitants, but we also preach heresy through our actions. Professing to be the image of God, we destroy what God called good. However, on the other hand, by mislabeling the killing of animals for food murder, we also devalue human life and dignity by making humans have equal value with animals. How many chickens is one human life worth? How many dogs? How many cats? My opponents will undoubtedly rebuff that they do not claim humans or animals to have equal value per se. I hope to demonstrate that they actually do equate humans with animals. Arguing for veganism from the basis of animal rights or promoting veganism as the new abolitionist movement is a case in point. They would have us believe that the fight to free animals from their abuse as a prime human food source is equatable to the fight for freeing slaves. Some will point out that certain early abolitionists were also animals' rights activists, again, in air quotes. In fact, they misread history by reading into the record their own modern humanist biases. William Wilberforce, one of the great champions of the abolitionist cause, also fought for laws guaranteeing the humane treatment of animals, but not because these animals had rights, but because, as I laid out earlier, mistreating the creation is a dishonor to the creator and thus belittles the dignity of the image of God. The early abolitionists sought to free the slaves because they too were human. They sought to guarantee the humane treatment of animals as a reminder for humans to act in a human way. Extending imaginary rights to animals devalues the very concept of rights and is a dishonor to the memory of the great men and women who fought to extend those rights to all humans, as well as devaluing and cheapening the suffering of that humans underwent when those rights were denied. My second category is practical. Modern farming is an unsustainable is unsustainable largely because of the bifurcation of animal and plant husbandry. The modern drive for a fully chemically based farming practice is not only destroying groundwater and eroding topsoil, but is driving us to a completely unsustainable form of food production. The last 10,000 years of human existence, ever since the agrarian revolution, animal and plant husbandry together have been the basis for all human thriving and for sustainable practices of agriculture. This will have to be something that we return to in the future and not something that we move away from. When vegans advocate for an entirely plant-based diet, they are also advocating for the destruction of nature. They also do this based on what is called a weird, Western, educated, industrialized, rich and democratic perspective, otherwise known as white Western European, because they, excuse me, I'm sorry, I lost my place, because they have a diet that is allowed to them due to mechanized industrialized farming practices, which are not available to most of the rest of the world. Inconsistency, this is my third point. Vegans have yet to demonstrate that the burden of the moral burden applies to people who buy animal products. The example that I'd like to show here is if you were to, back in the 1830s, again with the example of slavery, if you were to say that someone who bought a cotton shirt was 100% at fault or was responsible for the propagation of slavery, you'd have to show that the buying of the cotton shirt was absolutely inherently connected to slavery. We would know that you can totally produce cotton slavery. Therefore, even though the majority of shirts were produced at that time with slavery, it still doesn't follow that cotton shirt procuration is necessarily evil. This is a point that we'll have to revisit. And then the final point, I actually had my first whole big section written out, and the rest I'm ad-libbing, so sorry about if this is coming off a little bit hitchy. Is personal. When I moved to my current farm 5 years ago from the far north of Siberia down to the south of Siberia, I was bitten in the very early first spring of the first year by 4 different ticks, and I somehow was so lucky as to attract 3 different diseases, tick-borne diseases: Lyme's, meningitis, and encephalitis. The results of these tick bites were absolutely devastating to my health. I spent almost 3 years completely on my back, 16 hours a day, 18 hours a day. I had to sleep. I had the shakes. I was vomiting, even from small stress or small work, small amounts of stress or work, until I finally found a diet that helped cure my disease. The diet was the carnivore diet. I didn't jump on it because it was a fad, but because other survivors of Lyme's disease had promoted it to me or had advocated it to me. And so I decided to check it out. After 6 months of eating nothing but hamburgers, actually mostly goat and sheep burgers, because that's the kind of farmer I am, I completely got rid of all of the Lyme's and encephalitis symptoms, which had been haunting me for 3 years. I've been able to regain my health and my life, and I'm glad to say that this is due to my good friends, the animals that gave their lives to help me regain my health. So this is my fourth reason, is personal. I also see that people like me who live in less privileged parts of the world, like Siberia, Russia, or all of Southeast Asia that's just below the border here, do not have the privilege as Western people do to even have this idea of a full vegan diet. They live a more natural dietary life, like our ancestors have for the last at least 10,000 years, with both mixed animal and plant diets, as we were intended to have. So those are my 4 things. Maarten, if I want to kick it over to you, and you can bring up
Thanks,
the
Justus.
rest of the stuff.
I'm just gonna put this beautiful dog on you so that the vegans don't get angry at me. because I'm probably going to offend them. So James just fixed that so that they can see me, the little doggy. Okay. What I want to say is I think veganism can be dangerous if you take it to the extremes. If you take it to extreme, then you would care so much about animals that you would kill yourself, because that's the least amount of pain you can give animals. Because everything gives animals pain. Even vegan foods causes massive amounts of suffering and pain to animals. So they say that if you rebuke a wise man, they will love you. So hopefully the vegans will love me after this debate, me and Justus. So what I also want to say, how many minutes do I have still left? Like, James, are you still there?
It's about 3
I can't
minutes.
hear you, James.
It's about 3 minutes. About 3 minutes left.
Okay. I think if you show a person enough videos of animals suffering, then they would, I think, join vegans. The same way you can brainwash a person into if you watch enough people suffering, you show the person how much people suffer and how many times they cry and how many people kill themselves. So then that person would also think it's like evil to bring a child into this world, that it's like child abuse to bring a child into this world. So I think veganism is also like to that extreme. I think luckily most vegans are not super extreme, obsessed with animal suffering. Now, English is not my first language, so Afrikaans is actually my first language. So hopefully I don't say something wrong. So the other point I wanted to make, that just existing already causes animal suffering. And I don't agree that animals are worth one human being, like one animal is worth one human being. And I also don't agree that killing an animal is murder. I don't think that follows logically. I think humans are like much more valuable than animals, many times more valuable. Like I would kill many lions to protect Anna and Brian, many. So I don't think they are like worth one bug or one chicken. And thus I don't agree that veganism increases human health, or I think it decreases human value. So that's what I want to say, and I give the rest of my time to the vegans.
You got it. Thank you very much from our omnivore team. And want to let you know, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. And we hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you are from. Vegan, omnivore, black, white, gay, straight, you name it, folks. We're glad you're here. And we also want to let you know our guests are linked in the description. We really do appreciate our guests, so we want to encourage you to attack the argument, not the person. And so with that, Anna and Brian, thanks for being with us. The floor is all yours.
Thank you, James. Thank you to Justus and Maarten for challenging us to this debate and having us here today to kick off the debate again. Our response to the debate proposition is fairly simple. This will be pretty short. Veganism is most currently defined as simply a way of life that seeks to exclude all animal exploitation and cruelty towards animals as far as what is possible and practicable. An older definition of veganism is simply the doctrine that man should live without exploiting animals. And we were honestly surprised to be challenged to this debate with this particular debate proposition, given that veganism does not concern itself with the valuing or devaluing of humans in any way. If you just look at the word value, Merriam-Webster defines the word value in its verb form as to consider or rate highly, or to rate or scale in usefulness, importance, or general worth. So by devaluing, we assume our interlocutors to mean that would be to consider or rate humans poorly, or to consider humans unuseful, unimportant, or worth less. But simply standing up for the rights of cows, pigs, and chickens, for example, it's not inherent that one would have to devalue Homo sapiens to do that. Just as when someone stands up for the rights of women, for example, it is not entailed that one would have to devalue men.
Veganism, by definition, is a non-human animal rights movement. Its focus is on the exploitation of non-human, living sentient beings for mere taste pleasure. It is the belief that for all of the same reasons that we believe that our fellow human beings deserve not to be exploited, our fellow non-human earthlings also deserve not to be exploited.
Right. And for those unfamiliar, veganism stands firmly against speciesism, which is simply discrimination based on species. And it's really no different than racism, sexism, homophobia, transphobia, or any other type of discrimination based on morally irrelevant factors. Just as treating someone differently because they have different amounts of melanin in their skin, it's equally wrong to treat someone differently because they have feathers instead of hair or hooves instead of feet. In all of the ways that matter ethically, like the ability to feel joy, to feel pain, the ability to suffer, sentient animals and humans are very much alike. Veganism in no way devalues human life or the human experience. On the contrary, veganism empowers and encourages our fellow humans to live in alignment with our own values rather than blindly accept the indoctrinated societal hypocrisy of speciesism. And that's it.
You got it. Thank you very much to our vegan team. And also, folks, I want to let you know we are absolutely thrilled for this upcoming juicy debate at the bottom right of your screen. Folks, you don't want to miss this one. Lance from the Serfs and JF will be debating socialism versus capitalism this upcoming Wednesday. So be sure to hit that subscribe button so you don't miss out on that epic debate. It's going to be a blast. And so with that, we're going to jump into the open conversation. Thanks to our guests, who once again, folks, are linked in the description. And with that, the floor is all yours.
Okay, can I go first?
Sure.
I want to ask Anna and Brian, how many animals is James worth? Like, I want to know James's life. How many animals is he worth?
I don't know that can really be answered. That would be like saying how many other humans is James' life worth?
One. Easy.
So you would kill one person to save James?
If that person tried to kill James, yes. But I'm talking about,
But
say,
what if two people tried to kill James? What if three people were trying to kill James?
I'm talking about, say, say James is drowning and there's a lot of animals on the other side. You can only save one side. Which would you save? How many animals before you start saving the animals instead of James?
That's not the situation that we're faced with when we go to the grocery store and buy meat. It's kind of moot. It's like you're creating a false dichotomy. The choice isn't, do I save James or do I save this cow? It's, do I just go pay to kill this cow? But
it's not a false dichotomy because but it's not a false dichotomy because the veganist position in general on, for instance, experimentation with animals for medical research is that we shouldn't experiment with animals for medical research. But that is a direct save the animals or save the person issue. It's not a false dichotomy. It's a thought experiment that has actually played out in everyday life.
There are many things we do to animals that are horrible, and we hope to move away from those things, just like we've moved away from horse-drawn carriages in some parts of the world to cars, or we've done away with pagers and we have cell phones now. We hope to evolve past that point, and we know that many medical research companies, many schools including, who used to force children to dissect fetal pigs and frogs, for example, are now moving to software or other modes of research. So, I mean, there is still room for evolution in that area. We are aware that many of our modern medical achievements have been because of animal research, because that's all we had, that's all we knew. But, we want to move away from that.
I mean, that's where the words possible and practical come into effect in the definition of veganism. as Maarten was saying, if you take veganism to its extreme, you would just end up taking your own life so that you cause zero harm. That's not veganism, because that's not possible. It's possible. It's not practicable. It's not a practicable message to be spreading. Obviously, simply by existing, you're going to cause some harm. Mm-hmm. Veganism is about reducing that harm as best as you can, as far as what's possible and practicable. And for the majority of people, especially people living in Western countries who buy their food at a grocery store or go to restaurants, they're totally able to just move their right hand a little bit to the right and grab the oat milk instead of the cow milk. They're capable of doing that. It's possible. It's practical. They can do it. So that's what we're advocating.
Is killing an animal murder, in your opinion?
Well, by definition, it's murder. Murder has many definitions.
Should they go to jail for killing an animal?
A lot of people actually, animal abuse in the U.S. Is now a felony.
Yeah, it is illegal to abuse and kill a dog.
Certain animals, that's the thing,
Okay, so people should go to jail for killing animals.
I think that right now, if you were to implement a law that says if you kill a pig and eat the pig, you go to jail, I don't think people would agree to that law. I don't think it would make it into the legal system. I don't think it's an effective way to try to force people to change their behavior through law. What we're trying to do is get people to change their hearts and their minds about the behaviors that they're engaging in. And as our hearts and minds and our opinions change, our laws will reflect the opinions of the society. But the word murder does have many definitions. One definition being to wantonly slay or to wantonly kill. Wantonly just means intentionally. So to intentionally kill is one definition of murder. So by definition, yes, killing an animal to eat the animal is murder.
Okay, if you are on an island and you have to stay alive, you have to kill animals to stay alive, would you do that?
We're not on an island, Maarten.
No, but I'm asking how much are you worth? Like, I would say you're worth thousands of animals because you can stay alive on that island as long as you want. You can kill as many animals as you want.
We're not on an island. Rarely are people in a position of being stuck on an island and having to. That's actually a reality show. We create those situations, but most people are dealing with the decision of what to pick out at the grocery store.
I mean, you're baking the answer into the question itself.
The only reason I'm asking this is I want to realize how much you're worth
here, Maarten,
as a human.
Maarten, just real quick to interject again, to bring this back from a thought experiment down to something real. I was stranded on an island called Lyme's disease. And it was a very real island, and I was on it for three plus years, and I couldn't get up out of my bed for 16 to 18 hours a day. And anytime I tried to do any kind of physical work, I was shaking and vomiting and having all kinds of other symptoms. I tried all kinds of various kinds of medicines. And the only answer for me was 6 months of animal protein. And that is not a thought experiment of if you were on an island. That is my life. I was on that island. And I did get off via, eating animals. So this is not something that's, again, Maarten's bringing
our
up
point
a
is
point
that most people Sorry. I was just saying our point is that most people don't have that situation. So you're using a fringe situation to justify the norm. The norm is everyday people go to McDonald's or they go to the grocery store or they go wherever to a restaurant and they buy animal products that were factory farmed. That's the norm. Now, if you're telling me that you tried everything, you consulted with plant-based physicians, you consulted with non-plant-based physicians, you tried various medications, you tried this and that, and the only possible way somehow was that eating nothing but red meat, like a carnivore, like a lion, that was the only possible, like in a universe where that's the only possible way to fix your health issue, then I'm sure you did everything that you could. And that's, again, possible and practicable. But we're not talking about people that were in your condition. We're talking about average shoppers.
Just like, people bring up, like, what about that's not what we're talking about. So we're talking about people who have the choice, who can make that choice.
And again, and again, I'm coming back to that this is not just a fringe case. According to the CDC in the United States alone, over 30,000 people are infected with Lyme's disease every year. And carnivore diet has been demonstrated. Again, we don't have control group studies to show this, but anecdotally, my own life experience and a lot of people who I know who I've reached out to who also have Lyme's disease shows that a 3 to 6 month carnivore diet will relieve you not only of symptoms, but of the disease altogether. This is 30,000 cases a year. So I don't know how long you guys have been vegan, 5, 6, 7 years. It's anywhere between 150 to 210,000 people in only the time that you guys, have been promoting veganism who have a disease that has been demonstrated to be cured by the use of animal products. And again, the question that I'm here is that in previous debates, I've, heard you guys advocate for a moral position on veganism. Is this just a harm reduction? We can talk about that. But as far as a moral position, we don't eat people or kill people because it's, practicable. And that's why the loose use of the term murder is devaluing to human life. We kill animals, we murder people. And that's the kind of thing I'm talking about.
Killing an animal
demonstrating
is murder. It's just the definition.
By definition,
let me clarify because there were
in the English language, like
Justice,
in the English language.
Well, I'll give you another 10 seconds to wrap up, and then we got to kick it over just to hear from Anna and Brian as well.
Absolutely, Anna, and I did not mean to interrupt, but I just wanted to finish this thing. But about the murder, but in the English language, like in a lot of ancient languages, unlike, for instance, in Russian, we have two different words for a reason. Murder means the killing of one human by another human. That is its basic definition, and that's what defines it from killing.
All right, let's give a few minutes. Go ahead, Anna and Brian.
Well, we wanted to touch on your initial point about the 30,000 people who are diagnosed with Lyme disease every year.
That's in the U.S., right?
In the U.S.
Okay. I mean, there's
only in the U.S.
So 30,000, there's 320 or 350 million people in the United States. 30,000 is less than 1%, 0.0
per year.
So we're not
right.
saying
So that's not a common
a
thing. That's not a normal thing. That's a fringe example.
Not saying that
it's not valid.
It's any less important. We're
Right.
just saying that as it would, the norm, the majority would be what we would consider a norm.
But for those 30,000 people, would you say that they were doing something wrong by treating their disease through a carnivore diet?
It's like we said. I mean, if you've exhausted every single other plant-based method that you can think of, and the only possible thing that works for you is this, then that is what it is. It's the same. You're basically doing the same thing as Maarten, which is you're baking the answer into the question, which is, if you had no other choice but to harm this animal to survive, would you do it? It's well, yes, you've just baked it into the question. I have no other choice. I mean,
yeah, but the difference is that if you were put me into a lifeboat scenario where the only other choice I had was to sacrifice my own life or to murder another human being, I would say I'll willingly die for that other human. And that's the difference between murder and killing. And that's the difference between the leaving animals in their proper position on the value scale. And when you don't do that, it devalues human life.
What's the proper position?
Okay, so moving on to that, because I think you did touch on the biblical aspect and the moral framework. Animals' proper position is what to be less than, in your opinion?
Animals have less value than humans. That's
According to
axiomatic in my worldview. Yes, of course. And even according to you. Because, again, like what I said, with a lifeboat scenario, you are not going to give me, I mean, because you guys are decent human beings, you're not going to give me a situation in a lifeboat scenario where oh, it's okay to murder people. It's just as practicable. At least I hope you wouldn't. But in the scenario with animals, you're willing to do that. But you kind of talk both sides out of both sides of your mouth in that, oh no, humans are animals. We wouldn't want to harm them. We wouldn't want to cause them any harm or use them as food because that would be murder. And that's what I'm saying is that by having that fuzziness of terms is devaluing to human life.
It is not, because we simply advocate for the unnecessary killing of animals. I mean, animals
against it, or
against
advocate against it.
Yeah, didn't say against. We advocate against the unnecessary killing of animals, murder, what have you.
And you're using scenarios where it's needed to justify situations where it's needless.
Right. Most people here in this neighborhood, in the city, and in many parts of the world, the choices that they make 3 times a day as to like what to put on their plates or who to put on their plates is a choice that they can make, a choice that they can choose plant-based, or they can choose a victim. I mean, animals by nature, any animal in the wild fights for their life. That's just the biological necessity of survival is to survive. So extend that to all species. No animal wants to die. We are forcing them to die for personal, whatever, taste, pleasure, or imagined necessity. So, I mean, that's all we're saying.
But the vast majority of the population of the planet Earth, more than 50%, don't eat animal protein for simple taste pleasure. It's a necessary part of their diet. So what you're saying is that your position is no longer a moral position, but simply a very tentative harm reduction position for the inhabitants of the golden billion.
It's the same. I mean, we can just move it over into the human context. We have no need to kill human beings on a daily basis, right? But if a human being were trying to kill you, I would imagine if you had no other choice, you might kill that person before they get a chance to kill you. That doesn't mean you can just go killing human beings day to day, because in these fringe examples, it's a matter of life and death. You're bringing up life and death and fringe examples to justify non-life and death and non-fringe day-to-day life.
No, 50% of the planet, 50% of the planet isn't a fringe example. 50% of the planet you have.
The planet consumes meat because how do you define, where's that number coming from?
Because 50% of the planet still live in rural contexts, in non-industrialized countries. And mixed animal and plant husbandry is the foundation for all their basic dietary needs. This is just a simple reality. When you try to, when you try to raise,
like to know where the number
as a farmer,
yeah, because
well, you can look at the urbanization rates on the planet. We're just barely tipping 50%.
I come from a country where most of the country is rural, and it's always been, until the westernized, fast food stuff started to appear, it was mostly plant-based. That's what's more affordable to grow. I mean, I still have cousins who say that going to buy meat in the city is very expensive. They never do it because they're growing.
Don't get me wrong.
They're growing.
Yeah, don't get me wrong, Anna. When I talk about animal protein, I'm not talking about hamburgers or steak. That, of course, is a vestige of, big, high range Texas, Australia. That's not the way normal people eat. But having a chicken who lays you eggs, having a goat who gives you milk, having a sheep who gives you a couple lambs a year that you use very, very sparingly in soups to feed your children, make sure they get the right amount of protein that they need, is not the same thing as a hamburger in McDonald's. And that is the experience of a large percentage of the population of the earth. That's outside of the golden billion, outside of those who live in Europe and the United States and the few other non-European centric, industrialized, highly industrialized countries. And so, for instance, the villages that surround me here in Russia, almost everyone in the village has a mixed animal and plant-based, subsistence farm that is necessary for their survival. Almost all of them have chickens, all of them have goats or sheep, cows. This is a normal part of the human condition. And it's normal because raising a 100% plant-based diet by the sweat of your brow is almost impossible. And it's not only impossible, it's impracticable for soil erosion, for the depletion of groundwater, for the chemical poisoning of the earth. And this is something that Western people are going to have to fess up to if you don't want to run out of topsoil in the next 20 years.
Right. Just on that, because I know you brought up environment, like animal agriculture is responsible for about 80 to 90% of water consumption in the US.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, growing and then growing the feed for that livestock, it's almost 60% of water that is used for growing feed for livestock. That could be used for humans. Speaking of devaluing humans, we could be using that land to feed humans, not to feed animals, to then feed humans, because that's, the environmental impact that is having. They tell us here in California, when every single year when we have a drought, take shorter showers, don't water your gardens. All while along the I-5, you have miles and miles and miles of factory farms where these cows are consuming gallons, hundreds of thousands of gallons every single year of water.
Yeah, I am in no way in any case or in any shape here to defend the practices of factory farming as practiced in the West. Like, that is absolutely, you're not finding a friend of them in me.
The problem is that's what we need. That's what people, the demand for animal products is such that there is no other way to fulfill that demand if not through factory farming. The demand
it's actually not true. The switch from the mixed animal and plant-based production of the human diet in the United States, in particular, specifically the United States, that happened in the 1960s due to the McGovern lobby and the change from small farms to the get bigger, get out syndrome that happened in the 1960s. The big switch happened largely due to government subsidies. It had nothing to do with the demand. There was no great demand for the local milkmen to go out of business. But when we started subsidizing massive corn production, it drove down the price of corn, which made containment and factory farming, the big what are they called, the feedlots, possible. And it wasn't the demand for hamburgers. It was the subsidization of corn specifically that makes that possible. So this is again, you're putting the onus on the consumer when the onus is not on should not be on the consumer. You're confusing cause with effect here when it goes from that. And again, I'm not here to defend factory farming. The bifurcation or the splitting of animal husbandry and plant husbandry in the modern Western food production system is an abomination. Like, it is a huge problem. But what I'm saying is that the position the vegans say is, oh, look at the sins of factory farming, and they're myriad, lots of sins, and so we should just get rid of animal food altogether. That doesn't follow, because to stop soil erosion, to use less water, we need to bring those systems back together, because they are symbiotic and they always have been.
I mean, you're advocating for more farmers to farm smaller farms rather than the factory farms. The problem with that is, as you were saying earlier, like, some people don't want to be farmers for a living. Like, people want to go to the grocery store and just buy their meat and cheese for cheap. And when you were talking about subsidies, I thought you were going to talk about the government, the billions spent on meat and dairy subsidies, which also artificially lowers the price of meat and dairy, which then creates this idea that meat and dairy are cheap. And as Anna said, the demand is
absolutely
that's the only way to fulfill that demand.
And as a
One
And
sec,
as a
just to be
dairy
sure
farmer,
that,
I
Brian,
totally agree
just
with
to be
you.
sure that,
Get rid of
listen, Justice,
the dairy
Justice,
subsidies.
stop for a second. Just to be sure that, Brian, maybe there's a lag on your side. That is so pardon my being so candid. Were you done with your point, Brian? Just wanted to be sure just before we.
No, thanks, James. We're pretty much done with the point. The point was just that demand for these products is what drives their production. And so 99% of all animal foods in the United States are factory farmed. And when you tell the average consumer, when you go to the grocery store and you buy a gallon of milk, guaranteed, there was a baby cow that died and a mother cow that died, just so you could have this milk that was intended for the baby cow. Would you maybe consider changing your buying habits? If people can't understand that their demand is what causes that to happen, I mean, that's what I don't understand about your argument. You're saying that the consumers have no responsibility for buying a product, even when they know where the product comes from. I think there is responsibility on the consumer side.
Go ahead, Justice. Thanks for your patience.
Yeah, James, and I was just getting a little bit heated here. I was just interjecting with vegans that I I agree with them. Like, kill the subsidies for milk. Sure, absolutely. Kill the subsidies for beef. Like, food should be more expensive across the board. Like, that is an absolute thing. We'd all be healthier and better served if food is more expensive, without question. Like, but as far as the consumers go and everything, it's again, you artificially decrease the price of food, and then you blame the consumer for consuming things that are artificially cheaper. Like, that doesn't follow. Again, the people bear responsibility who artificially lower the cost of food. Also, another thing is, again, going back to the little example that I tried to put in about the cotton shirt. Like, cotton shirts are not immoral just because they're cotton shirts. Yes, if you were in 1830, the big chance that your cotton shirt was made using slave labor was pretty high, but it doesn't mean that cotton shirts in any case in all the world are immoral. Like, it just means that we should get rid of slavery, not we should get rid of cotton shirts. And the same thing here is we should get rid of factory farming. We should get rid of the amazing abuses that happen in the factory farming context. We should get back to more mixed animal plant husbandry style farms that are modern, and no, they would not require everyone to be a farmer. That's not the requirement there.
I think your example is a little,
but again,
sorry, I wanted to jump in there and say, I think that example is not a great comparison, because a cotton shirt is an inanimate object made out of a non-sentient plant. So the product is a plant-based product. The way that it was produced in the 1800s was via slave labor. We fast forward to today, a hamburger is made from a victim, a living sentient being who was killed in order to make this product. And yes, this victim was also probably abused and tortured and mistreated throughout his very short life, and then murdered at the age of 1 or 2 for a hamburger that someone doesn't need. They just like the taste of it. So you're comparing a non-sentient plant-based product to a sentient animal product. It's not a great comparison.
The reason why I bring up that comparison is because I'm trying to demonstrate the difference between a practical consideration of trying to advance kind of humane treatment of slaves or humane treatment of animals, and the position that I think you're taking, which is a moral position. And again, like you've already demonstrated in this conversation, you don't necessarily believe that eating animals is immoral.
We do when it's needless.
Then
yes,
again, but as like I said, we're still living on a planet where around 50% of the population of the planet, not of the West, not of your weird context, Western educated, industrialized, and democratic, that the rich and democratic, not that context. The context of the majority of the world are, still the large majority of the world is not a context where that's an option.
A large portion of people who live in third world countries eat plant-based by necessity because animal products are so expensive. But plant-based diets are pretty abundant in many countries.
They're outside of strict Buddhists, they're almost non-existent in non-Western countries. you'll be hard pressed to find a native diet that is strictly plant-based. Hard pressed.
Why couldn't you have a diet that's plant-based if you lived in a rural area? Why can't you eat vegetables and fruit and grains and legumes and all these other foods, nuts and seeds? Like, why do you have to choose the animal product?
Because outside of a highly industrialized,
why does it need to be industrialized?
System,
how hard? I mean, because it doesn't need to be a processed vegan product. It's just
how hard is raising, the necessary 2,500 calories per day necessary for, a human to live, multiplied by 365. It's a lot of work. Like, I've done it. Like, we raise all of our food, like 90% of our food we raise on the farm. 50% of that is animal products. 50% of that is vegetable based. And the time that I spend on the overall time that we spend on producing food, the vegetable products are overwhelmingly the amount of time that we spend. Like, and if you,
but you yourself just said that most people don't need to farm, and most people don't want to farm. Most people don't want to be their own farmers. So most people will be buying foods from farmers. They won't be farming it themselves. It won't be like this huge undertaking for them. They're just going to be buying potatoes and rice and beans.
Right. And so if you had more farms like mine, for instance, or like Polyface Farms by Joel Salatin in the United States, or permaculture farms like Geoff Lawton, the Australian, god of permaculture, then what you'll see is, even in the context of, even in a weird context, in a Western industrialized, educated, rich, and democratic country, you'll have the farms that can actually be sustainable, both economically and from a natural standpoint, are farms that will be mixed. They'll be animal, plant-based farms, because that's how the cycle of nature works. And it allows for you to spend less time, produce more calories, but also to maintain a balance. And this is another thing. This is the impracticability of veganism. If you want to go 100% vegan, you have to go. If you want to go 100% vegan, you have to go for chemical-based farming, which is destructive.
That's not
because
the case, but you're talking about impractical when here you are, proposing an idea. Like, how do we even, that's what that documentary Eating Animals proposed too, is that we return to the old ways of farming, which is how would we even do that with the
population that we have now?
Well,
that's not very practical. That's
keeping in mind most people don't want to be small scale farmers.
Yeah.
They just want to go buy cheap meat and cheese.
It's very practical. Like, for instance, me and the 4 families that live on my farm, we produce enough food for our little collective to work, and we also produce enough food for another 40 families. So yeah, you wouldn't have the percentage of farmers to non-farmers that we have today, but it's not like every other person has to be a farmer. One out of 40 people would have to be a farmer.
How would you advocate?
And the way you get there is simply by reducing subsidies. You reduce corn subsidies to begin with, and then you reduce say what?
How do we reduce subsidies?
How do we reduce subsidies? We try to educate people, not on a fanciful idea that veganism is going to change the world, but an idea that we stop pumping money into the depletion of the aquifer in Kansas and the erosion of topsoil in Wyoming and Nebraska, and start paying for what we actually eat.
The thing is, just based on the activism that we tend to do, it is very difficult to convince people to do something that is so out of their realm of concreteness, which is why veganism is so empowering, because we are literally telling people you can make a difference simply by what you eat. But if we tell people about the water, the erosion in this state, like there's no direct connect. Most people don't have that interest, that ability to connect with something that is so distant from their immediate realm, their immediate reality in life.
And as I was saying, the power is in the hands of the consumer. So if you tell someone, hey, we got to get rid of these government subsidies, I don't know what people think they can do about that. But if you tell someone, hey, next time you go to buy some creamer for your coffee, try the oat creamer instead. It tastes the same. That's something someone can do.
So eventually the government's
And-
not going to, like, subsidies are not going to make sense anymore. Why would you farmers are going to start wasting, product. That's why we advocate for veganism, because as the demand falls, farmers are not going to find the need to raise as many animals or produce as much milk, because it's just going to all go to waste.
Yeah, and the main destruction to nature that's happening, for instance, in the context again in the United States, is due to corn and soy.
Do you have evidence for that?
On a chemical basis.
Do you have evidence for that?
Yeah, I don't have it right here.
The majority of the destruction of the United States is being caused by the crops of corn. You're saying corn is destroying the United States.
Who are we feeding the corn?
When we talk about the ecology, when we talk about soil erosion and the depletion of the aquifers, then yes, we're talking about corn. And
why are we growing so much corn?
The two main things.
Why are we growing so much corn and soy and wheat?
The reason why we're growing so much corn and soy and wheat is because back in the 1960s, we started to subsidize corn because it was unprofitable to grow it due to the massive amount of water that it needed to take. And that lower price of corn due to subsidies.
So human beings are consuming a large amount of corn?
One sec, just hear the rest of that sentence from Justus.
Yeah, human beings are actually consuming a large amount of corn, but the low price of corn is what pushed the feedlots to begin with. It's not the other way around. And so you say, I mean, and I do understand that the draw of veganism as an empowering thing. Like I understand the pull that it has on that. But what I say is, what's the end? The end is a sustainable agriculture that will not destroy the planet and that won't devalue human life. And that has to be mixed animal and vegetable production. Just it's the way it is in our or we go down the route of the chemical based agriculture, where you have a dead zone in the Gulf of Mexico half the size of Texas. Like that's not what we want. And so when you advocate for 100% animal based products, that's what you're advocating for. And what I'm saying is there are let's educate people on mixed agriculture and something that's actually sustainable. That's number one. Number two, like Joel Salatin always says, shake the hand that feeds you, right? Find local sourced food. Start supporting those people who are in your territory, in your area, who are producing food. Like that's something that we can do. That's very concrete.
I'll give you a chance to respond, Anna and Brian, but then I also, after that, Maarten, if you are still there and willing,
I'm still here. I'm waiting. I'm waiting.
Yeah, I mean,
I wanna. Okay, respond.
Very, very anecdotally, as someone who has tried to find corn-free chicken feed, it's pretty difficult because a lot of chicken feed is filled with corn. A lot of animal feed is filled with corn. That was my point. We're growing these fields and fields and fields of corn and soy and wheat to feed animals, to kill the animals, to eat the animals. That's vegans are not eating corn on the cob all the time. Like,
they have these spurts.
Yeah, we're having a competition of crowing going on. But I mean, if I could, I would like to bring it back to the actual debate challenge. The actual debate challenge that Justus challenged us with, which is the idea that animals should be treated with respect somehow devalues human beings. I would like to bring it back around to the debate proposition if we could.
All right, Maarten, hit him.
Okay,
hit him.
So I think veganism still devalues human life. So I want to know, is it evil for a human to eat honey? Because I know you don't eat honey, so is it evil?
Evil for a human to eat honey?
Honey.
Yes.
I mean, honey is
honey from bees.
Animal exploitation. So
yeah, so it's evil in your opinion.
When you don't need to.
Is it evil?
Let me see if I can
grab somebody.
Yeah.
Sorry, say that again.
Is it evil?
I mean, I don't know if it's evil. If you have the choice not to exploit honeybees and you choose to do it anyway, I would say that's unethical.
No.
So it's evil. Whoa.
Oh, sorry.
So it's evil in your opinion.
Okay.
I didn't say it was evil. I said it was unethical.
Okay, so bad.
It's bad. Yes, it's morally bad.
Okay, so when does it become evil? When
But why does it need to be
I mean,
evil?
why does it need to be evil in order for it to
is
be
killing
wrong?
an animal evil?
Is killing an animal evil?
Yeah,
Do you need to kill the animal?
for food. I want to eat some food. I kill
Do
an
you
animal.
need
Is
to,
that evil?
Martin? Do you
No,
need
I don't need to.
Well,
What?
then
I don't need-
why would you kill
I
the
need
evil?
to. No, I'm asking, is it evil?
I think needlessly killing a living sentient being is wrong. Yeah, and
For
that is
food.
yes, needless, right? You could buy
Okay.
something else, but you're choosing to buy the animal product.
Okay, so God says everything that lives and moves about will be food for you. Just as I gave you the green plants, I now give you everything. So is God evil for allowing us to eat animals?
What? So you're saying you eat animals because God told you to eat animals?
God gives us the right to eat animals and it's not evil. So I'm asking, is God evil for allowing humans to eat animals?
He
And
said-
what's your evidence for God?
I mean, but everyone gets
There's
that.
lots of evidence for it, massive amounts of evidence.
Can you
everyone gets-
provide us with?
Hold on. Everyone gets that quote wrong, first of all. And I grew up Catholic, so I know. Genesis 1:29. I give you every seed-bearing plant that is upon all the earth, and every tree that has seed-bearing fruit, they shall be yours for food.
Yeah, and if you just read on, then it
After the
says,
fall of man,
Go ahead,
Yeah.
go ahead and finish on. We'll give you a chance to, and then we'll come back to Maarten.
okay, go.
Yeah, I mean, I just think in order to claim that you're performing an act and it's morally correct because God allows you to do that, then you would need to prove God's existence.
Yeah, that can be a debate as well. But I
that's-
first want to say, let's
then
assume God is
you're-
there. Is
Well,
God
no, we're
evil?
not going to assume God exists and tells us we can eat animals. You're providing an argument with no evidence, so we can dismiss your argument without evidence.
Okay, Jesus existed. He ate animals. Is he evil for eating animals?
I don't know that Jesus ever ate animals. All I have is a book that was written by not Jesus and not God to go off of.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't know what
documented
Jesus
that he
did in
ate
his everyday life.
animals. He ate
I don't
animals.
know
So I
for a
don't.
fact what Jesus did in his everyday life. I haven't talked to the man. I didn't know him personally. There was a book written about him by other people. So we have
Okay,
their
so-
word to go off of.
So say Jesus existed and he ate
You're-
animals.
dude,
Is he?
You're providing arguments with no evidence, and thus they will be dismissed without evidence.
Okay, let's turn it back. How much is a human's taste buds worth? How much is it worth?
How much is a human
Human's
what?
taste bud. Taste buds. A human's taste buds. Say vegan food tastes like poop.
but it doesn't.
How?
But it doesn't.
Yeah, but say I'm trying to figure out how much you put the value on humans. Like if you view humans' taste buds as nothing compared, then you would say yes, it's a moral obligation to eat poop and not kill an animal.
Yes, you're weighing taste pleasure over another human, over another living being's existence. So I would say another living being's sentient existence is more important than your taste buds.
Yeah, 100%.
Okay, so our taste buds is not worth that. I think our taste buds is worth much more. I think we are worth much more than many animals. I think we are made in the image of God, and I think vegans makes the image of God into a chicken, equal to a chicken or
What
something.
does that mean? Because
what's-
God made animals
Yeah,
and
can
God create. I mean, like if you're talking about God again, we don't have proof or evidence, but say
I can give you lots of evidence for God.
Well, you haven't yet, but honest point is
This-
that God created humans and animals, and you're saying that God created humans in his image. What is the image
Yeah.
of God? What is the image of God?
We are able to create just like him. We are able to program animals just like him. We can take away their pain.
We're
if
able
we
to
want.
create just like him.
That's a
You
pretty-
can,
No, we
actually very presumptuous to think that we can have power over animals like God. Like what? I mean, what's the word I'm
he
looking-
can take our life without being murder, just like we can take an animal's life without it being murder. There's no murder in that.
Forcefully
What?
killing
Yes.
an animal is murder.
I mean,
An animal
I don't
does not
agree
want
with
to
that.
die.
it doesn't
You can
matter
program
if you
them
agree
to-
with it, Martin, because it's a definition of a word. So you can disagree with definitions, and we know that people colloquially use murder to mean human beings, but by definition, it does include animals, whether you like that or whether you accept it or believe it or not. It's just a fact. And I mean, you're saying that God created human beings. You have no evidence for God. You said Jesus
I have
ate
lots
meat.
of
You have no
evidence for
evidence
God.
that Jesus
I
ate
said
meat.
I have lots of evidence for God.
Okay, so
Just-
what's your evidence for God, Martin?
What we have to do is we have to turn it back into the veganism debate, because Martin, to be fair, you had mentioned that you have evidence, but then it's like we haven't really talked about it, and if we're not going to do it,
Yeah, but
in
then
that
it's going to
time-
turn into a different debate.
Yeah.
But you're
Right.
bringing up an
So-
argument about the devaluing of human life using a being that we don't know exists or not. That's not great evidence for the debate proposition itself. So how does veganism devalue human life, in your opinion?
I think it makes a human worth a chicken. It
Why?
devalues a human to a
Vegans don't
chicken
believe that.
because
We don't.
so how much more valuable is a human than a chicken?
I don't.
But
wh-
again, we don't have to make that decision on an like.
Which chicken and which human? That's such a vague. That's
That
such
chicken
a vague
next to you.
statement. Like, are we talking about Adolf Hitler versus our chicken Antonio? Or are you talking about like two random beings? One is a chicken, one is a human. When in life are we ever going to have to make this choice? Either kill this human or kill this chicken. That's not a choice we have to make in everyday life.
No.
Yeah, but I'm using thought processes to figure out how much you
You're
value a
using
human
a
life.
fallacious
Because
process and creating false dichotomies that don't exist in consumers' everyday life.
Let's
But
hear. We'll give you a
just
few
real
minutes,
quick to interject
Martin.
here.
Martin, we'll give you a few minutes to
What?
try to make your case. Like, maybe give us something like almost like a syllogism, like a kind of a more the broad structure of the argument that you have. We'll give you just a couple of minutes to spell that out.
Justus can go first, and then I'll go again. I've talked too
Yeah.
much now.
Just again,
No, you-
just again interject. Just again interjecting to what Martin says, and again, kind of just giving a little bit of pushback to what our interlocutors are saying, is that again, like making the choice between an animal and a human is not an isolated thought experiment. We do it every single day with experimentation on animals for medical purposes. This is not an isolated thing. And so if we're take the veganism position to, humans and animals are equally valuable, or that we should extend the moral cohort to animals as we do to people, then yeah, you are devaluing human life. But then I'll kick it back to Martin, and maybe you can, like James asked, formulate your thought a little bit more.
If I may quickly respond to what Justus just said, where once again, you're saying some human beings in an everyday setting work in research labs where they have to decide what animal experiments to perform on animals in order to legalize drugs or medication or do animal testing, that sort of thing. So once again, you are using a fringe example, and then somehow that moves over to, so it's okay if everyone just goes to McDonald's every day and buys hamburgers because these researchers in this one lab or in every lab across the world need to make decisions, then needless decisions are somehow justified.
Well, that's why possible and practicable are so important in the definition. It's like we know that we cannot delete animal exploitation overnight right now, but we are trying to move away from it by showing people that there is a different way to live. I mean, I grew up eating meat just like everyone else, and I actually, I learned that, I loved animals growing up, and then I was like, well, that doesn't make sense. If I love animals, why am I causing their suffering, intentionally causing their suffering? Because I knew that chickens needed to die for me to have chicken. It's so, the value I get out of having a relationship with a chicken, by the way, is so much more than 5 minutes of taste pleasure that I would have gotten from eating a corpse of a chicken.
And right, again, I'm going to kick this back to Martin because that's what James had asked for. But just to just put a final touch on what you're saying there, is that I will grant you. I will even grant you. Let's stop going to McDonald's. It's like I'll grant you. Let's stop buying factory farmed meats. If veganism is as a protest against factory farming, I'm on board. I'll volunteer for that. But veganism as a moral position, as an ethical position, doesn't follow, because they're of non-fringe situations. We have the situation with limes, the situation with animal testing for medication. These are not fringe. These are things that touch all of our lives every day. And I get a huge amount of value out of my horses. I get a huge amount of value out of my goats, both from relationship and from traction power and from food. And I'm sorry for my camera feed dying. I accidentally bumped my camera and I can't get the feedback. So, but anyway, Maarten.
Okay, what I just want to say is that I think a person can be too obsessed with animal suffering, just like a person can be not care about animal suffering, and both is wrong in my opinion. Just like if you eat too much, then you'll die, and just if you eat nothing, you'll die. There's a middle point. And I think a person can make a channel and call it the super annoying vegans, and then tell vegans they don't care enough about animals because they have to eat less. It's going to cause less animal suffering. They have to make their houses smaller because it's going to cause less animal suffering. And they have to research about each vegan food because each vegan food causes animal suffering. So we have to go with a food that causes the least amount of animal suffering, and you are forced to eat that if you really care about animals, and you have to feel bad if you don't eat that. It doesn't matter how bad it tastes, you have to eat that. Do you agree that being too obsessed with animal suffering is bad?
No. How can you be? Can you be too obsessed with human suffering? Can you be too obsessed with it?
If you are too obsessed with animal suffering, then you will just
do you think
not
it's
kill
possible
yourself.
to be too obsessed with the suffering of humans?
Yes.
You do?
Yes. I told you at the beginning, you can brainwash a person into caring so much about human suffering that they think it's child abuse to bring a human into the world because they don't want the child to suffer or a person to suffer. They almost guaranteed to suffer.
So you'd be okay with someone knowingly buying products, of like buying human products instead of animal products, knowing that humans suffered to produce those products, because we just can't care that much about human suffering.
No, that's not what I said. I said
that's what people are doing in the animal context. So you have to put it in the same context. People are buying the products of animal suffering. They're buying the corpses of animals. Murder victims that have been chopped up and served in grocery stores. That's what people are buying. If they were doing that in the human context, you would be appalled. You wouldn't be saying, hey, guys, we can't be concerned with human suffering all the time. Like a little bit of human suffering.
I'm just saying extremes are bad. You can be so obsessed with
veganism
suffering.
Veganism is not extreme. Veganism is simply
some vegans are extreme.
With the same,
just to hear the rest. Just to hear the rest from Maarten. Go ahead, Maarten.
Some vegans are super extreme. They want to kill humans that kill other animals. They want to call humans that murderers that kill other animals. They get angry and put hate on people for killing animals. That's crazy talk, in my opinion.
I think it's okay to feel angry. It's okay to feel angry and frustrated, and it feels hopeless sometimes, because what I see today in the world that I live in is people putting themselves on this pedestal where we think we can just insert ourselves, put our hands in everything that has to do with this planet and its beautiful nature, and we're destroying it. Like, if we continue doing what we're doing right now, this planet the planet's not going to die. We are going to die. But, I just see people not caring enough is the problem.
Mm-hmm.
I wish people cared more. I wish people could live in harmony with the animals on this planet. And I consider them my brothers and sisters. Why do I not owe them respect? Mm-hmm. It's easy to respect an animal while still respecting, because people say that a lot. Oh, you can't care about multiple. If you care about animals, why don't you care about this or that? Yeah. Why aren't you fighting for children in Syria? Syria. Sorry. Yeah. It is possible to care for multiple issues at once. There's room in my heart for all.
So is your argument that because some vegans care too much about animals that devalues human life? Like, is that the reason why veganism devalues human life?
That's one of the reasons.
But not all vegans think that you should just end your life to cause zero suffering. That's actually not the vegan position at all. The vegan
Yeah,
society,
that's not what I said. I said vegans. I've seen lots of vegans hate people for killing animals and
I've seen
putting
lots of
hate
meat
on
eaters
people.
hate people too. It's not a product of eating meat. It's a product of the human being, the individual having a personality. The veganism itself is simply the doctrine that man should live without exploiting animals. That's it. We want to treat cows, pigs, chickens, goats, sheep the same as we treat cats and dogs. That's what we want to do.
Yeah, I agree that it's good to care about animals. I'm just saying that you can go to extreme with caring too much about animals and then hating humans for it and devaluing humans and putting the
But
image of
hating
God
humans
into a
is
chicken.
not
And
essential to veganism. Hating humans is not entailed in veganism.
no, I agree,
Okay,
but it
okay,
can
then.
cause
All
it.
right,
It can.
debate conceded.
No, I agreed. It's like, but it causes that. If you are super obsessed with animal suffering, then it causes hate towards humans, and you classify them as murderers, and you would want them to go to jail for killing an animal for food, stuff like that. And you also cause animal suffering.
Said no to that.
Yeah.
I mean, you're talking to two vegans who don't hate humans. So, I mean, it's anecdotal, clearly, but we're going by the definition of veganism. Veganism does not entail hating humans. You can love animals and you can love humans simultaneously. One does not devalue the other.
No, and not forgetting that most vegans were meat eaters. It's very rare that someone grew up vegan these days. I mean, we were there too, and we just changed our minds. And now we're trying to inform people, hey, listen, there's this different way of living. If you hadn't thought about it before, if you love animals, if you care about animals, it is possible to live. You know, we're what, 6 years in? We're not ghosts. We're alive. I think at one point you said vegans are early die. I don't know what it was, but I was like, we're here. We're doing well, and it is possible. There are. I mean, we don't touch on the medical stuff because that's not our field. We refer to the health-based stuff. Yeah, that's not our field. We refer to the professionals for that. And but we have. It is. What is the study that a plant-based diet? It is possible to live a healthy lifestyle on a plant-based diet.
Yeah, that's according to the Academy of Nutrition and Dietetics, but those are non-vegan health professionals, and we're not health professionals.
Yeah, and what another point is, veganism food still causes massive amounts of suffering. So if you want to reduce suffering, eat less, okay? And so
but
you can go crazy like that and eat less.
Veganism is about not exploiting living beings. So we know crop deaths occur. We know the majority of crop deaths occur in animal products. So the way to get rid of the majority of crop deaths is to not eat animal products. So we're doing what we can, but it's not, veganism is not a mentality that seeks to reduce harm, because like you said, if it were, everyone would just not exist, because that would reduce the most amount of harm. Veganism is against animal exploitation. That's what we're against.
Justus?
Yeah, and again, like I was saying, veganism devalues human life because it extends moral rights that by their very nature are exclusive to humans, and humans being unique.
Like which rights?
And veganism, just 1 second, is a, even if you were to extend those rights, veganism as a goal is self-contradictory, because you want to do the planet a good, you like save the planet, ecology and all that, but by dividing animal husbandry from plant agriculture or plant husbandry, you actually make this whole food system unsustainable. So even as an end goal, it's devalues human life.
Justus, do you think it is? Do you disagree? Okay, so I would imagine that the animals you keep, you treat them well. Right.
We try to make every day of their life the best day until the last day.
Right. So why is it that we draw the line at people seem to consider animal welfare, people take animal welfare seriously, even people who consume meat. Animal welfare is important to them up until the day of killing them against their will. I mean, you talked about rights.
Why
do you think animals should be allowed their basic right to life, the right to live a life free of suffering? Isn't that everyone's
how we treat
right?
Again, like with the example that I was showing from William Wilberforce and his drive for the humane treatment of animals at the same time as he was working for the abolition of slavery, the old or appropriate contextualized understanding of the humane treatment of animals has human interests in the center. So I treat my animals well because it reflects well on who I am as a person. And it has less to do with them as it has to do with the person. We want to
treat your animals well for them.
We don't treat the animals well for them. No, because we eat them eventually. So it's not a consideration. It's not a consideration for them. It's a consideration for me. I don't want to torture animals because that damages my soul.
Animals willy-nilly, and you wouldn't see a moral issue just like beating the crap out of your animals on a daily basis.
No, it's the same thing. Same reason why I wouldn't beat the crap out of my car or beat the crap out of my house, because it reflects poorly on my soul. It does damage to me as an individual.
But does
your car's not alive?
Well, you're right. And
I agree. My car's not alive, but anger and rage and those kinds of emotions that I express damage my soul just as much as if I kicked a dog. And so you work for the humane treatment of animals because it reflects either properly or poorly on your soul. Just like it says in Proverbs, the righteous man takes care of his animals.
That just seems wildly.
Then forget all that when it comes time to kill them against their will.
Yeah, that just seems wildly egotistical. Like you don't harm others because you don't want to look bad.
I don't beat Brian because it reflects poorly on me, not because it hurts Brian.
Right. The reason I don't punch other humans is because they wouldn't like it. It's not about me.
The relationship between humans and humans. The relationship between humans and humans is always human-centric. The relationship between humans and animals also, to not devolve into a quagmire of irreconcilable logical fallacies, also has to be human-centric.
Why?
And that's why.
Why?
Because.
Why can't we care about animals for animals' sake?
Because of the things that you guys already admitted, that, for instance, someone who has Lyme's disease who can't get it cured another way is not condemned for eating animals for 6 months, or the people who use
condemn someone for
testing
someone in self-defense.
I don't kill for killing someone.
Okay,
in
then.
No,
so that's the fringe example.
But I would condemn someone who, for instance, needed a kidney transplant and went and killed someone for a kidney transplant. I would condemn him for that. So it's a false equivalency when you try to bring that into self-defense into the question. The question would be, if I was sick, do I kill animals to help myself get better? If I'm sick, can I kill people to help me get better? And the answer in the one is yes, and the answer in the second is no.
And our question to you is, why is it okay to kill the animals and not the humans?
Because animals do not have the same value as humans.
According to who?
Humans are more valuable, according to my worldview, according to the Bible, according to the Judeo-Christian.
Well, the Bible is irrelevant. The Bible is just a book written back by someone. The Bible is irrelevant. We're asking.
And that's part of what I wish to demonstrate today, is that when we abandon the moral framework that we have in the Bible, then we get into these strange humanistic but actually non-human centered philosophies like veganism, like communism, like fascism.
Be vegan? Can't you be both?
You can be vegan and Christian as a form of protest against animal
form of protest?
farming,
What do you mean?
or for dietary reasons, but not for moral reasons. No.
You can't just choose to respect God's creation as a Christian. You can't just choose to treat his creation with respect as a Christian. You can't be vegan and Christian.
Being a vegan is a burden.
Okay,
sorry.
Go for it, Maarten.
Okay,
Jump in.
Okay, what I want to say is being a vegan is a burden. God has put no such moral obligation on people. They have absolute freedom to eat whatever they want, any animal that they want. No such burden is put on them by God.
But you can choose to be vegan and Christian, right? You can choose to do that?
Sure, and the Bible says that if a person is vegan, then his faith is weak. I can.
God says that
the Bible says a person.
Is weak?
Yes, if one person
Where
only
is
eats
that written? Vegans have weak faith. That's in the Bible.
Oh, your faith is weak, so obviously that's why you're vegan. No, I'm joking.
No, Maarten, we're asking for the biblical quote that says anything about veganism. I was unaware that the Bible said anything about veganism.
It says thou shalt not kill, but
yeah.
Okay, here it says Romans 14.
Footnote or an asterisk. So in a sense, we are following God's.
Yeah, the thou shalt not kill rule is a pretty big one.
Romans 14, verse 2. One person's faith allows them to eat anything, but another whose faith is weak eats only vegetables.
Vegans don't eat only vegetables.
Yeah, well, I'm just giving an example here.
Well, you're giving
I'm just giving an example.
That's a poor example. The vegans eat many more foods than vegetables.
Yeah, I'm
confused.
Perhaps I made a mistake there. Sorry, but
the word in Romans that's used as vegetables is actually better translated as food that is grown. So grown food, but like food that's plant-based, not animal-based. So that Maarten is actually bringing up a good verse.
And so God has put no such commandment on people, and I think if someone commands people to not enjoy the gifts that God gave them, which is animals' foods, I think it can turn into a doctrine of demons, in my opinion, because it's not a command from God at all.
Sorry,
I just what's that?
No, I'm just go ahead.
Oh, I still don't understand. I haven't been presented with great arguments or evidence as to why simply treating a non-human with respect means that you're devaluing a human. I don't know why you can't do both. Mm-hmm. You can value both. I don't see the contradiction.
If you place the value on a non-human that it should be exclusively reserved for humans, then you are by definition devaluing that human.
But we're not placing human value on non-humans. We're just treating them. It's like saying
to Henry Ford about his Model T that no, I'm not going to drive in this car because that would be exploitative to the car. I'm just going to pet it and wash it every day and wax it. But I'm
the
never
car is not sentient.
Exploiting
the car cannot experience life subjectively. The car does not have feelings. The car does not feel joy or pain. That's why we care about
what I'm saying
for their ability to experience.
And what I'm saying,
pain is made for our good. Sorry, Justus, do you want to go?
No, go for it, Maarten.
Okay, pain is made for our good, to protect us. There are children that can't feel pain, and then they destroy themselves. They scratch out their eyes, and the parents cry and wish their child could feel pain. So it not only protects us, it's used for our good, it also protects animals. Now we can program animals to not feel pain. We can put the same error that there's in some children and put it in animals, and then they will also just destroy themselves. So if we want to play God and think animal suffering is such a bad thing, we can program them not to feel suffering.
Well, then by that logic, then a human child who doesn't feel any pain, you can just beat them and hit them and do whatever you want because they don't feel anything. So what's the problem?
No, I didn't say that.
No, your logic said that. Logic.
No. I think animals feeling pain is a good thing.
I do
protects
too.
them.
It helps them just like it helps
Yeah.
us. Pain is a
Yes,
helpful
100%.
evolutionary trait that we all share. I agree. That's why plants don't feel pain, because they can't move out of the way. So there was no reason for them to evolve the sensation of pain. But yes, animals do feel pain. And it is wrong to cause them needless pain, just like it is wrong to cause a human needless pain.
Justus, you got?
And again,
We may,
like
in the
and
next few
again,
minutes, we may
like-
go into the Q&A. Just want to let you guys know that. And folks, if you have a question, feel free to fire it into the old live chat. Our guests are linked in the description. We'll give you guys several more minutes just to draw together some of the threads from the discussion.
Yep. And again, like what I was saying about is from the beginning, that veganism as a philosophy, as a worldview, as a moral position, devalues human life because it extends to non-humans rights and considerations that should be exclusive to humans, just like with the analogy with Henry Ford and the Model T. So animals should be treated, but sentience is not. I mean, so what? So it is sentient. That's, if we make a computer sentient, then do we have to, value it as much as a horse, or as much as a child, or as much as me, or as much as you? No, of course not. And because we're talking about non-human animals, the demarcation is human or non-human. And yes, that is speciest, and absolutely, that's an absolute speciest position, because we need to work on at least getting our human brothers and sisters up to a level of dignity. And for 50% of the planet, that means eating, animal products as a necessity of life.
Go ahead.
Okay. I mean, I guess if we're wrapping up. I mean, the debate proposition was, does veganism devalue human life? Veganism is simply the belief that non-human animals should not be exploited needlessly. So the only arguments we've heard during this debate is that veganism extends rights that should be reserved for humans to non-human animals, but I haven't heard an argument as to why those rights should only be reserved for animals, other than vaguely God said so, sort of, or God made us in his image, and we never defined what God's image was.
It is possible to extend rights to both humans and animals alike, without taking anything away from the humans. Just because, I respect animals doesn't mean I don't respect the Black Lives Matter movement, or I don't support feeding hungry children in parts of the world where they don't have where there's food insecurity, things like that. It's possible to care about multiple issues at once, and not one takes anything away from the other. In fact, if anything, it informs the other. It encourages compassion and empathy and understanding, things that we really need right now.
You got it. We are going to jump into the Q&A, folks. We want to say thank you so much for your questions. Thanks for hanging out with us. And if you haven't heard, if you've been living in a cave on Mars with your fingers in your ears, today is our 12-hour debate stream. No joke. We have 4 debates within this 12-hour stream that we're doing today. So if you just got here, hey, we're going to be here all day. In particular, me, it is going to be a blast. And so let's jump into those questions. I want to remind you, our guests are linked in the description. We really do appreciate them, as they are the lifeblood of the channel, folks. And so, as always, want to encourage you to attack the arguments, not the person. And Pancake of Destiny, thanks for your question, says language filter is bad. I don't remember what that would refer to in what came up.
Language filter?
Yeah, I'm confused. Anybody else get it? Okay. Prince Vegeta, thanks for your question, said just showing some support for the show. Thank you, Prince.
They're probably saying that I speak bad English.
Maybe, I don't know. But
English.
Silver Harlow, thanks for your question as well, says, James, you are a crazy person, but a good kind of crazy. Good luck with this crazy debate marathon. Thank you, Silver. We are pumped for this debate marathon. I've got the coffee made. I'm excited. And Pancake of Destiny says, if we stop eating meat, what do you do with animals? So namely, like all the kind of cows that might be at factory farms, things like that.
Yeah, so obviously,
What's the question? Sorry.
If we stop eating meat, what are we going to do with all the animals?
Right.
So as veganism, the world is not going to go vegan overnight, unfortunately. But as the demand for animal products keeps going down, and it will keep going down, then fewer and fewer animals will be bred into existence, fewer and fewer animal products will be produced. We don't have like 70 billion land animals floating around because they just breed a lot. We forcibly breed them into existence. We forcibly breed animals and take their children from them and kill them so that we can eat them. So as demand goes down, the animal population will go down. Doesn't mean that they'll go extinct. Obviously, we have cats, dogs, rabbits, other animals that we don't exploit, we don't eat, and they still exist. So yes, if we Thanos snap our fingers and everyone goes vegan overnight, we'd have a problem. But unfortunately, it's not going to happen that way.
Gotcha. And thanks for your question, Dado Papanda. Appreciate you asking, as I didn't really mention this. Want to let you know the schedule, the debate card for today's 12-hour stream. And I want to quick mention these. Black Lives Matter is, in fact, the next topic coming up. And so that's in 45 minutes. That'll start. And then at 5 p.m. Eastern, whether or not there's evidence for intelligent design should be juicy. And then at 8 p.m., yes, Nathan Thompson and TJump are squaring off on the shape of the earth. This time, we might finally get our answer. So that will be a lot of fun. We'll get to the bottom of that one. But Reverend Elation, thanks for your question, says, omnivores, the Bible says, quote, forbidding to eat certain foods, unquote, is demonic because God made them good and to be received with thanksgiving. In 1 Timothy 4, 1 through 4. Should Christians follow doctrines of demons? So I'm not
it
sure
says there that it says there that it's doctrine of demons to command people to not receive and eat food that God gave us to be received with thanksgiving. God gave no command for us to not eat animal foods.
This is interesting.
Yeah, and I would also say that is another reason why Christians cannot be vegans as a moral position. They can be for dietary reasons or for protest, but not for moral reasons. Otherwise, they fall into doctrines of demons.
Super interesting. So I'll give you, Anna and Brian, if you want a chance to respond, you can. But because basically, this almost seemed like a softball in favor of Maarten and Justus. Like they're agreeing with you guys. I've never heard this idea, namely the, for example, like in Acts 10, when God says, according to Acts 10, it says that you can eat anything. I've heard that in the context of relative to the Old Testament. I've never heard it be used against vegans. But anyway, so Anna and Ryan, if you want to respond, we'll give you a chance to respond because, like I said, that one was kind of a softball in favor of Maarten and Justus.
Assuming that an all-knowing, all-loving creator created us and these animals with the ability to feel pain and joy and suffering, and if we are to believe that what he wants us to do is he wants us to forcibly breed them into existence.
Like
and then,
literally act like gods.
And then
like a god.
Kill them as babies against their will to eat their corpses. If he's mad at me for not doing that, I think that's okay.
Gotcha. Now this one is Pancake of Destiny. Sorry, they said language filter is bad. The reason they said that wasn't to make fun of your English, Justus. It was instead because they were trying to put in a question, but there are certain words YouTube won't allow in the super chats. So, Bocage, thank you for your question. So you guys think that if I eat tofu instead of a steak, human value just magically decreases like that, just like that. This is ridiculous.
Now let's get some justice on that one. The just and righteous answer to that question is that no, of course not. Eat tofu as much as you want. The problem is when you say that it is immoral to eat meat, and when you begin to raise the status of animals into the level of humans, then you devalue. You make less valuable human value because chickens and babies are not equally valuable.
Gotcha. And this one coming in from Silver Harlow, appreciate it, said, Brian, Definitions are not facts written in stone. A dictionary can only describe how people use words and can do so incompletely. It is reasonable to argue that someone is using a word too broadly.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I agree with the Matt Dillahunty belief that language is our bitch, and so we can change and modify language as we see fit because we invented it, so we can change it. But as it exists right now, there is a definition of the word murder that means to wantonly kill, to intentionally kill. I mean,
it's there.
That is a definition of murder. Now, I know that makes people feel uncomfortable, just like forcefully impregnating an animal. That's called rape, but people don't like that word because it makes them feel bad. So it doesn't really matter how it makes you feel. The act is the same. We're talking about the act meaning you're intentionally killing an animal against their will. So we can phrase it like that. Is it moral to intentionally kill an animal against his or her will just so you can eat their corpse? I mean, that's just a much longer version.
Gotcha, and thank you very much for your question. This one coming in from Mark Reed says, vegans, do you value humans over animals in any aspect? Would you choose an animal to die so a human could live? For example, production of insulin.
Well, I think we've already answered that.
Yeah.
I mean, that was one of the first things I answered in the debate. But again, to reiterate, we are trying to move away from methods that are used currently that exploit animals, that cause animals great suffering. We're trying to move away from that. And I think it is possible, not overnight, but people are getting smarter every day, every decade. Mm-hmm. And we are already moving away from some of those. I mean, humans, I guess I won't bring that up. Just to touch on the second point really quickly. We don't have to make those choices every day in terms of like what people put at the end of their forks. That's what we're trying to focus on mainly is what people choose to consume when they go to the grocery store. You don't know if you want to add something.
No, I just mean, I think forcing this choice that doesn't exist, like, well, would you kill an animal or a human? It's a false dichotomy. I've said it the whole debate. Are there instances where we are forced to make those decisions? Yes.
I mean, we live in a house where the drywall is made from animals. Like again, the words possible and practicable are very important because there animal exploitation, and that's what's disappointing. Animal exploitation is everywhere. It's in things that we wouldn't even have expected.
Yeah.
So we try our best within what we can do. It's not possible or practicable for us to live in a mud hut. Granted, we have one in our backyard, but it's not for living. It's a small one, but it's not possible and practicable. We do what we can.
Yeah.
Within.
The problem that we have is when people go, hey, this person over here needs a medication for this medical condition that was tested on animals. And then they go, therefore, I can eat eggs. It's not equal. It's not a great comparison.
Gotcha. And this question coming in from Medusa NCO says, for the vegans, how can you keep using the word quote unquote murder when the definition means killing a human? Changing definitions.
Let me look it up because I don't think people believe us.
It doesn't. There is a definition of murder that means to slay wantonly. You can Google it right now. There are multiple definitions for the word murder. Yes, some include the human context. Some include the legal context. Some instances it's only murder.
Merriam-Webster, transitive verb, 1, to kill a human being unlawfully and with premeditated malice. 2, to slaughter wantonly. 3, to put an end to. Tease or torment. I mean, it goes on, but that's one of the definitions. It's right here.
Merriam-Webster.
We're not making it up. And again, we could replace, if it makes you feel better about the choices you make every day, we're happy to replace murder with kill by force or against their will.
You got it.
It comes down to the word, then it's more the meaning that we're trying to convey.
You got it. And Jeremy Martin, thanks for your ice cream cone super sticker, along with the Legend Rivs. Appreciate your question, saying, humans are important for our survival, not an animal's morals. We eat animals, feed the humans, and teach them how to breed more animals. Human rights.
We agree. Humans should have rights and non-humans should have rights. That doesn't mean you give non-humans rights. It doesn't mean, oh, humans don't have rights anymore. It's not a hot potato.
Gotcha. And Ryan, Phoenix, Arizona says
extending rights to non-humans dilutes the value of the rights the humans hold.
How?
Dogs have rights. Again, like killing and certain forms of animal abuse in the U.S. are a felony. They were written into the law. If anyone is caught beating a dog on the street, don't you think people would have something to say about it? Does that mean that the person committing the act of abuse, oh no, it's their right to abuse the dog because it's a dog. You know,
when women were granted the right to vote, did that devalue men's rights to vote?
No, because women are also humans. I think that women are humans.
Oh, that's convenient.
Once upon a time, we were not considered humans.
Once upon a time, they were considered equal.
People of color were not considered equal. This is the thing. When you look at it from the point of view of the oppressor, it is easy now with confirmation bias to be like, oh, well, women were always human. But there were people who didn't think we were deserving of those rights once long ago. Just like we're hoping to evolve past the, oh, well, animals are not human, so we don't owe them anything.
Gotcha, and thank you very much for this question. This one coming in from male user says, how can vegans make a moral argument as moral relativists? They may not like a religious justification for morality, but they cannot offer any non-subjective justification and hence lose by default.
Well, moral relativity and moral subjectivity are two different things, but by all evidence that we can observe, all morality is subjective because morality is simply a thing that exists in the minds of Homo sapiens. So if Homo sapiens all went extinct, human morality would also go extinct. So even religious morality, even if you believe things are right or wrong because a God says so, then that's basically just God's subjective opinion of what's right and wrong. It's still subjective. God is a subject. So you're either doing what you believe to be right, like you're doing good things because you believe them to be good, or you're doing good things because you believe this other guy told you to do them because they're good because he subjectively thinks they're good. It's always subjective. It like saying that if God doesn't exist, then objective morality can't exist. That's not actually an argument for objective morality.
Gotcha. And this one coming in from Ryan, Phoenix, Arizona says, sentience is just a man-made measure, just as the Bible is. Does Brian have proof that plants aren't sentient? Many believe they are.
Yes.
Some plants eat flies and react to touch.
Going to demonstrate?
You can speak on something.
Yes, sentience is the ability to experience life subjectively. So basically what that means is that it feels like something to be someone. So anyone who has a subjective experience has a point of view. They have their own reality, their own way of viewing the world. Plants, on the other hand, and to the best of our knowledge, according to the Cambridge Declaration on Consciousness, which was written in 2012, non-human animals also have the same substrates in their brain to produce consciousness. So we know for a fact that animals with a brain and a nervous system do experience sentience. To the best of our knowledge, sentience comes from having a brain and central nervous system. And this celery here has no brain, has no nervous system.
However, I can chop it in half, and guess what? New celery starts to grow. I can do that as many times as I want, and new leaves will always pop up.
You can do that with some animals as well. So, but yeah,
maybe a like what were the starfish?
A
lizard's tail. but not most.
I mean,
We have a lemon tree outside. Every single season, it drops lemons on the ground that we eat. The tree doesn't. That's what a tree is meant to do. It's meant to spread its seed. So we consume the lemons, and the tree doesn't scream.
I mean, I would argue that if someone thinks that it's possible for a plant to feel pain, then I would also ask them, is it possible for a plant to have a stomach ulcer? And if the answer is, well, no, because they don't have a stomach, well, then the answer is, well, no, they can't feel pain because they don't have a brain.
If
Like
plants could feel pain, I mean, I don't see people protesting on the street when the neighbor mows the lawn. You know, that's just not a very genuine concern that people have. I mean, if you're driving a car and there's a patch of flowers on the curb, and, you know, would you avoid the dog and drive into the patch of flowers, or, you know?
Yeah.
This one.
And if the person asking this question is a plants rights activist, they should still eat a plant-based diet, because eating plant-based kills far fewer plants as well.
Gotcha. And thank you very much for this question coming in from, you guessed it, male user again says, is it objectively true that it's always subjective?
What is it?
Namely, that morality is subjective.
Is it objectively true that morality is subjective? To the best of our knowledge, yes. I mean, we can't prove it to be objective, yes.
Gotcha. And next up, Alex Davenport asks, do you think my wife is less of a vegan for marrying me, who is a meat eater?
Does your wife, if your wife doesn't exploit animals needlessly, then she's vegan. I mean, that's the definition.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
She condones meat eating because she condones your behavior, but she's vegan.
Gotcha. And this one coming on from Bocage says, we kill animals for nothing more taste buds. Is a little bit of taste really worth more than an entire animal's life? I think that's for you, Justus and Maarten.
Look, you can
And
say the
here
same
I would
with
just like to
vegans.
right away, again.
Go, Justus.
Go ahead, Maarten.
Go, Justus.
Sorry, my internet lags, so yeah. But the thing I like to say right away is that the killing of animals, eating of animals, is not just about taste pleasure. This is a myth propagated by vegan activists. It has to do with ecology. It has to do with sustainable agricultural practices, and it has to do with sustainable food diet for the vast majority of the people that dwell on this planet. That doesn't happen to be you and your neighbors because you live in the golden billion, but it happens to be the vast majority of all other people who live on the planet. So no, it's not for just taste pleasure. It's for survival, and for survival not only of humans, but also of the planet, if we want to have a stable agricultural system.
Gotcha. And
Yeah, and I just want to add to that. I think you can turn that around against the vegans, because their foods also cause animal suffering. So you can go and research which food causes the least amount of animal suffering. It doesn't matter how bad it tastes, you need to eat it. That's the same kind of flow logic.
this one coming in from Top Dog Shattuck says, hey, Maarten, what if veganism is the balance that you want?
If God, let me say this, né? If God commanded us to be vegans, I would join them 100%. I think in heaven, everyone's going to be a vegan, but that's not now. And pain, there's going to be no pain, but that's not now. Pain is not evil here, and eating animals is not evil here.
Can I just say, if you believe that in heaven everyone will be vegan, you don't want to bring heaven to earth. You're choosing not to bring heaven to earth while you're here. That's such a bizarre choice to make. Like,
no, that's like saying no one's gonna have children in heaven. Definitely, no one's gonna have children. So don't you want to bring that to earth and take away all people's ability to have children? Because bringing a child into the world, it's gonna feel pain. So if you're obsessed enough about a child's pain, you would say it's child abuse. It's the same kind of craziness.
You would need to provide evidence that people aren't going to have kids in heaven.
This one coming in.
They're not going to marry or anything.
I can't argue
This
that
one.
because it's like kind of imaginary. I don't know what heaven is like.
Yeah.
I don't know what there is on the other side.
This
I mean,
one
how can we
coming.
argue that?
This one coming in from Buck O'Haram, thank you, says, most vegans I've met are very Malthusian. I was vegan for 3 years. What does that mean, by the way? Malthusian. I should have looked that up.
Hold on, let me look it up.
Malthusian.
They said I was vegan for 3
Having,
years, so
being
met
like
plenty.
Malthus, wanting to kill humans.
Are you not able to hear me,
Malthusian.
Justice?
I am sorry.
Okay, gotcha. So they said I was vegan for 3 years, so met plenty. Could you ask these guys if the lowering of human population is a worthy goal? Oh, I think that Malthusian might mean kind of a philosophy of reducing the world's population.
Antinatalism.
Yeah, it says a person who supports the theory about population proposed by.
Yeah, James, I can hear you. I was just trying to interject. Malthusian has to do with being anti-human and decreasing the population because of the cycles of starvation and so forth and so on.
Yeah. I don't know why
Malthus was the guy
why that
who-
would ever be tied to veganism, because again, veganism is an animal rights movement. So vegan. Are there vegans who are antinatalist? Sure. Are there meat eaters who are antinatalist? Yes. It has nothing to do with veganism itself.
I'm just reading, it says the idea that population growth is potentially exponential while the growth of the food supply or other resources is linear, which eventually reduces living standards to the point of triggering a population die-off.
Yes.
So I don't know if it's something that naturally happens in that theoretical view or is something that should be forced to happen. That would be a big distinction.
Yeah.
But
Okay.
we're not.
Malthus advocated population control, but yeah.
Well, I
don't
don't know what that has to do with veganism.
By killing humans or by not having babies?
Different branches of Malthusianism have different things. Some of them would say they'd be anti-natalist, and some of them would say like kill the lower classes. But again, what that has to do with veganisms, I don't quite know.
Yeah, and this was 1798. What was the population in 1798 that he was so concerned? I mean, this might have had political. I would have to read up on this because I've never heard of this term or this viewpoint, but it could have had political under. What do you call it? Interests.
Gotcha. And this one coming in from Brad Burr says, Brian and Anna, why don't the Venus fly traps make more morally responsible food choices? I think they're asking, like, is it unethical from your view that they eat flies?
Venus flytraps are not sentient. They're intelligent. If you put, I don't know, I feel like this is cruel, but there are people who I've seen videos of people putting cigarettes in Venus flytraps, and they still close their mouths on cigarettes. They'll close they have sensors, just like the dormilonas that we have in Costa Rica. You touch them and they close. So
Like iPhones.
they don't have the ability to make conscious moral choices.
Gotcha.
But plants are intelligent.
And
that
this-
I concede.
You got it. And last one, this one coming in from, do appreciate your question, Augmented Space asks, oh gotcha, it says, Brian, have you ever heard of a tree scream in pain when a large limb is torn off of it? I think it's supposed to be a joke from when you hear the wood splitting. Gotcha. And want to say, folks, so like, yeah, when the wood splits, it makes that squeaky sound. But basically, they're joking. But I hope. But want to let you know, folks, our guests are linked in the description. Highly encourage you to check out their links. We're extremely thankful for them. And you guys, if you didn't know it, if you just came into the stream late, we're going 12 hours today. This is the first of 4 debates. The other one's in about 22 minutes. So I'm going to be back with a post-credit scene, or you could say in this case, an intermission scene where I'll share about stuff with the channel, as well as this juicy debate that you can see on the right side of your screen, as we're pumped to have made the 78% mark for that crowd fund. And if you, for example, want to see Peter Sanger on the channel someday, like very famous vegan in the philosophy world, if you'd like to see him, for example, debate on this channel, no joke, this crowdfund strategy that I'll talk about in the intermission is a very practical strategy. So, and one cool thing is, if you didn't know, I had heard, because our department hosted him a long time ago, Peter Sanger at that time, he would have an honorarium that he would receive and require to speak, but he would give it all to charity. And so that's something that's cool. I was like, hey, maybe someday we'll get there. But that depends on this crowdfund strategy working for us. And so I'll share more about that in a moment. But thanks so much to our guests, Anna, Brian, and Maarten and Justus. It's been a true pleasure to have you guys here.
Thank you, as always.
Thank you.
Thank you guys
Always,
for the
it
good
is always a
conversation.
pleasure.
Yeah. And thank you, Justus and Maarten, for hitting us up and actually making the debate happen, because so frequently people will do the debate me bro thing and then never actually follow through or make it happen. So we always appreciate the chance to have the debate. And we really appreciate you, James, for providing this neutral platform. It's an amazing channel. We watch it all the time. And you're one of the more handsome debate moderators on YouTube, I will also say.
Thank you, Brian. Seriously, I encourage that. This is the first time I blushed on stream for a while. So thank you. And so, folks, we are thrilled. We appreciate our guests. And as always, we want to let you know we hope you feel welcome here no matter what walk of life you're from. I'll be right back with that post-credit scene in just a moment. Whoa, ladies and gentlemen, that was epic. I am so pumped. So want to let you know, oh man, you guys, it is just such a joy to be here. I want to let you know about upcoming events. First, I want to say thank you everybody for being with us. I want to say hello to you in the old chat, as well as want to say thank you so much to the moderators. The moderators do a phenomenal job, and I do want to start by, in our intermission time, I've got about 10 minutes, and then we're going to start the next debate, actually. But I want to take, during this break, a moment to say to the moderators, I am super thankful for you. We are all thankful for you. And I think it was on Friday, was it Wednesday? I think it was Wednesday, I had spoken with broad, what's the word I'm looking for? With broad brush strokes, such that I had said, I didn't mean to say that it wasn't meant to be an insult, and it wasn't mean to be unqualified. When I had said that, I had said the moderators do have biases. I want to make sure that everybody knows that I will admit that I have a bias. I think that everybody has a bias, and I know that, I'm getting my doctorate in psychology. I can tell you everybody has some sort of confirmation bias. Pretty much, it's everybody has it, and in pretty much in almost every domain. Like, it's so prevalent and widespread that I don't like it when once in a while I saw, like, on a news program, one of the news anchors was accused of being biased, and he's like, "No, I'm not biased. We have no bias here." And it's like, well, you do. The first thing to being able to keep it in check is admitting it. And so I will admit I have a bias. And when I had said that the moderators on, I think it was Wednesday, when with broad brushstrokes said the moderators are biased, I'm not trying to throw you under the bus if you're a moderator. I am so sorry. I want to make sure that I do mention that I am thankful for you moderators, seriously. And I did not mean to throw you under the bus. And I also know that there was a little bit of confusion I want to quick straighten out in terms of what is allowed to be said as well as what's not allowed to be said during the stream. And so moderators, if you're here, just to clarify, anything that's purposely trying to get under the skin of a guest, that's where we're like, hey, so-and-so in the chat, you want to play nice because we don't like that. And you can, if it's especially mean, like if they're like, oh, that person's a fat loser or something, go ahead and time them out and say, hey, one more time and you're gone for good. If it's hate speech, we don't even give a warning. So for example, obviously if somebody used the N-word, we're just going to ban them immediately. We're not even going to play around with it. And so want to let you know those things. Now, we've talked about if someone purposely misgenders, that is against the rule. So like if somebody's like, oh, that's so-and-so, that person is really just a dude in a dress. They're not really, that's where it's like, well, you're clearly trying to get under their skin. You're trying to be malevolent. However, I do want to point out though that if someone has if people differ on their definition of what a woman is. So some people, they might say, I think that trans women do fall under the umbrella of the broader definition of woman. That's fine. Don't ban them for that. Don't time them out for that. Likewise, if someone says, well, I actually differ. I don't think that trans women fit under the umbrella of the broader word or definition of woman, then again, we don't want to ban them for disagreeing on definitions or categories. Like, that's where it's like, no, we're not trying to like carry out any sort of philosophy here. My thing is, the reason that I don't like the purposeful misgendering is because that's when people are doing that, there's a malevolence behind it where they're trying to purposely target somebody. And I'm like, we're not going to allow that. But if they disagree on like what all fits under the definition of the term or the word woman, like I'm not going to say that they have to go this way or that way. That's not where I'm wanting to go with the channel. So and I think the moderators, I think you guys probably were on the same page, but let me know if there's any sort of confusion, and I'm happy to answer questions while I'm here. And there's going to be gray areas too, and that's normal. Like we're always going to have something where we're kind of like moving through as new words come up, new ideas come up. This channel was designed to be flexible with the current events. Like it's a modern day debate. I purposely didn't name it a specific name of a specific type of debate or topic of debate, because I always wanted to have this be open so we can have new ideas debated. And that's why it's broadly just modern day debate. And so anyway, we do have 3 debates to go. Folks, if you are just getting here, it's like, oh baby, it is absolutely exciting. We have 3 more debates to go. Folks, 3. It's going to be amazing. So let me show you a couple of things though. And you might be like, hey, I heard about this crowdfund. What's that about, James? Is that something you just made up? I mean, it sounds made up. No, it's not made up. This is the real thing. Let me show you this. June 5th. We only have about 7 days to go. You guys, this debate with Matt Dillahunty and Dr. Kenny Rhodes, which is on screen at the moment, boy, you don't want to miss it. I'm telling you, it is going to be epic. And so please, folks, keep in mind, June 5th, that is going to be a dynamite debate. And we have a crowdfund, basically, where we are using this new strategy to where, like I said, if we want to get Peter Sanger or other top level speakers, as this one's going to be a main event, no doubt. I mean, we've got Matt Dillahunty, juggernaut debater, as well as Dr. Kenny Rhodes, Christian apologist, scholar, and pastor. They're going to debate. It's going to be awesome. But in terms of other debates as well, we're using this crowdfund strategy. And you might be like, well, James, I don't know if that even works. I mean, you make promises, because that's the thing. For this debate to happen, we need to make it to our goal. I've promised already that all the, you could say, like, deals are made such that we have to, I am determined. I don't care if I have to do a car wash with TJump in May. We are going to make this happen. And so want to let you know about that. It's going to be epic. And so we're determined it's going to happen. We're going to reach our goal to make this event happen. But we do want to invite you, if you've ever found the channel useful, if you're like, hey, it's cool, like I'm open to it. But James, how do you know you guys can make the goal? Well, let me show you. Bottom right of the screen, this is our Kickstarter, a similar crowdfunding platform that we did back in January. 143 backers pledged 3,100. You guys, this is absolutely epic. We have already done it successfully, and we're going to do it again. Like I said, I don't care if me and TJump got to do a car wash in May in Colorado where it's chilly here. We're going to make it, and this is the platform we're using. Indiegogo, as you see on the top left of your screen, and you can sign in with Facebook. So I want to let you know about that. We're pumped. You don't even have to create an email account. You don't even have to create an account on Indiegogo. You can sign in just with your Facebook. It is so easy, and you can even sign in. There's multiple ways to sign in, so it's really easy. I want to let you know that. And then also, last but not least, the perks, because you might, somebody just asked me during the stream, they're like, hey, how can I get some of the modern day debate merchandise, like a t-shirt? Well, let me show you some of the perks, and there are a lot of perk levels. So some of them are like $3, the price of a cup of coffee. I mean, if this channel's been useful to you and you're like, yeah, like, sure. Because that motivates us about this strategy of the crowdfund to where we're like, hey, let's shoot for bigger, better, more high-profile debates. Is that motivates me to take risks with this crowdfund strategy, because it is a little risky. Sometimes I look at the crowdfund and I'm like, oh boy, this is a big goal. But believe me, we're already at 78% and we're going to make it. So Modern Day Debate coffee mug, you can see that at the very top of the page. And again, these are some of the higher level perks. So it really helps us make this event happen, as well as you get one of these perks. So an embossed postcard for $39, $50, Modern Day Debate t-shirt, and you're, again, helping make this event happen. But I also want to mention, for all of these perks, you not only get the perk you signed up for. So for example, theoretically, let's say you signed up for the Modern Day Debate hoodie. You get not only the hoodie, but all of the perks from the tiers below that perk. So for example, you would get the Modern Day Debate hoodie, plus the Modern Day Debate t-shirt, plus the embossed postcard, which is a thumbnail of the event with the embossed Modern Day Debate logo, plus the coffee mug, plus your name on screen, plus your name read out loud at the end of the screen. It's amazing. So there's a lot of stuff here. And so I want to encourage you, if you're like, hey, James, this crowdfund idea, I want to let you know, even if you are like, James, like times are tight, I don't blame you. Like even $1, you can actually even just throw in $1, and that actually helps as well. And then want to let you know some of these perks are limited. So meet and greet with a guest, I think we have 2 of those left, and that's where you get to meet and talk with Matt Dillahunty and Dr. Kenny Rhodes before the debate. We'll come kind of welcome you into the Zoom call with a link, and you can come in and say hi to him, get to chat, and then that. I think we've got 2 left of it because we wanted to limit the number so we don't have too many people in the Zoom chat. And that, as well as the Zoom chat one-on-one with James, which if you want, you could record it, put it on your own channel, whatever. If you want to like a friendly, short, it's only an hour, like abbreviated debate, mini debate, or also maybe you're just like, hey, James, teach me in an hour how to use OBS and all the streaming stuff that you use. Let me know. And so again, if you signed up for that, for example, you get not only the perk that you sign up for, but all of the stuff below it. You guys, that's crazy. That's huge. So we're excited about that. And we are absolutely pumped. 100% pumped. As I want to show you this on screen, you guys. So it's going to look a little bit funky right now because there's like multiple Zoom. There you can see me. Okay. So as you see on the far right of your screen, folks, check that out. As I'm not Brian, obviously. The Zoom windows are scrambled. Brian, terrific guy, tremendous. I'm not as handsome as Brian. That's why I have to go clarify. They look, they're like, oh, he's not. So far right of your screen. We're at 78% for this crowdfund. And you might be like, well, James, how does the crowdfund work? Where is that? Like, how do I sign up? Well, it is linked in the description right under the debate card. So that's one way you can sign up. But let me send you another right now. I'll put the link for the crowdfund in the old live chat. And fund, there it is. Let me know if that crowdfund link works. I just threw it into the old live chat, and then I'm going to link it at the very top. And then want to say hi to you, though, before I let the new debaters come in. And this stream will still be going. So at this link that you're at right now, we're still going to be continuing with our new debate. We're going to host in just a second, so I've got to change up the thumbnail and the title and all that. So it'll take a few minutes. We'll start a few minutes late, but it's supposed to start in 6 minutes. But want to say hi to you and thanks for being here. Kalub, good to see you. Kalub, I know that you said you didn't like Kickstarter. You said Indiegogo, or maybe you at least said you were like, is there another platform? So we're excited about that. Want to encourage you to join us in the vision of providing a neutral, level playing field for everybody to make their case. And so we can have bigger risks, bigger headline events that we want to host in the future. And I'm serious. I'm talking to people like Dinesh D'Souza, if we want to reach out to, or maybe even someday like Richard Dawkins. Like we really do want to shoot for the stars. And I think that's the trick. Many hands make light work. Like if there are many people that are joining in on the crowdfund, and like I said, even if, think about this, you guys, I mean, it's less than 10%. If less than 10% of the channel threw in $1, boom, crowdfund is finished. It's already completed. So we are pumped, though, and want to say thank you guys so much. So I'm in a quick setup for the next debate, but want to say hello, Pancake of Destiny. Good to see you, as well as Andrew Kroll, Bo Smith, Brady D, Rev Elation. Thank you all for being with us. Riley S., Bond, and Brooke. And we are pumped, though, you guys. I'm going to be right back. So thank you so much for all of your support. And I'm going to set up for the next debate. It's going to be amazing. So thanks, everybody. Oh, you know what? Let me do this. This is my favorite screen. Do I have the car wash? It's really important to me that there it is. Okay. So I'm going to, next debate loading. Imagine it says that. All right, I'll be right back. TJump in his pirate costume. That's what TJump is wearing. But you guys, Tom and Nathan Thompson are dating tonight. Oh, baby. You don't want to. It is honestly going to knock your socks off. Hold on to your butts, as Samuel L. Jackson says in Jurassic Park. I'm really big on old movies. I know some of you guys like to I am pumped. I tell you, I'm pumped for it. Oh, amazing! I'm not trying to brag, but I have these blueberries. I'm eating tremendous blueberries. Nobody likes blueberries more than me. see here. I'm almost there. I don't know if you guys know it. Almost everything great came out in the 90s or earlier.
Yeah.
I mean, except modern day today.
I'm not dying.
We're all right. But yes, I am so excited. But thank you to the person who just made a new contribution. We are pumped. I just saw that come in. Thank you so much for your support. Seriously, it really does mean a lot. Like, we're excited. And that's the thing. It's like, oh, what have you got to lose? Like, if you throw in like, even if you're like, I can maybe spare $1. Like, that's like, that lets us know that people are into the crowdfund idea, like the strategy. You're like, yeah. Because like I said, if everybody throws in $1, I respect. Like, that's it's like my brother. But yeah, I do really seriously want to say that. Like, I can't thank the moderators enough. Thank you guys so much for all the work you do. Thanks, Bob, for taking the lead. Bob has put in a lot of work in terms of like, making documents and stuff like that. And then, and I just appreciate that so much. That's the kind of stuff that a lot of people work. So he is Yernaz, can you hear me? Am I pronouncing? Stoked to have you with me and with us. And all right, folks, I'm going to be right back. I'm going to set up, and we'll be back with the next debate on Black Lives Matter in just a moment. It's going to be juicy, controversial. Hold on to your butts. Hey everybody, today we're debating whether or not Black Lives Matter does more harm than good, and we are starting right now with Yernaz's opening statement. Thanks so much for being with us, Yernaz. The floor is all yours.
Thank you so much, James. Thanks for having me on the channel, and thanks for hosting the debate. We're going to be talking about if BLM has done more harm than good. In my view, they have done more harm than good, and I'll tell you from my perspective as a political scientist. So, let's say I was someone who was convinced there was institutionalized racism. Let's say I believe that black men were shot in the streets for no reason by racist white cops. Let's say I wanted to get people to believe me and go along with me to change policy in order to end these terrible practices. What would I do if I had 2 brain cells? I would look for instances where this happened, and then I would use the media to amplify that sound and make people see that I am right. Well, the thing is that BLM has done all of the opposites of what I just described. So that makes me very skeptical of their intentions and of the truth behind their so-called convictions. They present themselves as a Marxist organization. They don't seek to look for any common ground. And most of the instances they've used to amplify their sound have been proven to be led by a false narrative. You can go from the Ferguson case to Bryant case. There are so many cases where they lied about a lot of the instances. They lied about how the police operated. They lie about their statistics. That makes me very skeptical about this organization. I'm myself mixed race from Suriname. I am black. I would not want black people to be shot for no reason. Obviously, you don't need to be black to think that. I'm just giving you my perspective. I actually feel really bad because I'm a right-winger. I'm a capitalist. I like Ayn Rand. But I would actually support BLM if they were correct. If they could show me the numbers, if they would use cases that were truthful, I would still support them, even though I'm a capitalist and they say they are Marxist. If they would have been right on the policy, I would have defended them. But now it's impossible for me to do that. And that puts me in a very difficult spot because I don't want black people to be shot. And this is just one example. I'm just one person. But imagine this for black people all over the world. They have done no more harm than good. They have made the message not reliable. They have put shame on the name of what black people say. Like, if black people now talk about someone got shot for no reason, I'm going to be skeptical, let alone white people who have more reason to be skeptical. So that's why they've done so much more harm than good. And I'm not even talking about the riots and the lighting up parts of cities. I don't even want to talk about that. I'm just talking about how they want to change policy and what they did to achieve that goal. They were technically wrong, and that makes their whole case very unreliable. And that's a shame if you believe that what they say is the truth. So I would say that even if you're a left-winger or whatever and you fully support their goals, you should be disappointed by what BLM has done because they have used the wrong instances to amplify this sound. So either they are stupid or they have another agenda. Doesn't matter. It's not good for black people. It's not good for all of society. That goes for America and it goes for Europe because, believe me, we have some of these same trends popping up here. The George Floyd thing was also a big media cycle over here. So it affects the whole world if they lie about black people being shot in the streets for no reason in America. So that's why I oppose them. They poison the debate, which is a debate we should be having because there are cores of truth in some of the things they say, like maybe we should be using body cams, maybe the police should be trained better, things I'm open to. But they poison the debate by making it about race and then being wrong about the instances. I think I've made myself clear.
You got it. Thank you very much, Yernaz. We are thrilled to have you here. And want to let you know, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Debate, we are thrilled you are here, no matter what walk of life you are from, Christian, atheist, politically left, politically right, gay, straight, black, white, you name it. We're thrilled to have you here as we are a neutral debate platform hosting debates. And if you haven't heard, we are doing a 12-hour debate stream today, folks. This is going to be epic. So we are absolutely thrilled for this, and we are thankful for our guests. We are going to kick it over to Brenton for his opening statement as well. Thanks so much for being with us. The floor is all yours.
You want to know what this is really all about? The Nixon campaign in 1968 and the Nixon White House after that had two enemies, the anti-war left and black people. We knew we couldn't make it be illegal to be either against the war or to be black, but by getting the public to associate hippies with marijuana and blacks with heroin, and then criminalizing both heavily, we could disrupt those communities. We could arrest their leaders, raid their homes, break up their meetings, and vilify them night after night on the evening news. Did we know we were lying about the drugs? Of course we did. Those are the words of John Ehrlichman, President Nixon's top aide on domestic affairs. Now, you may wonder why I'm quoting him, being that the Nixon administration ended 46 to 47 years ago. However, as we're all learning, the cruel, capricious, and downright malicious actions of our government have serious repercussions on our society and endure long after the evil men who first carried them out are long gone. According to the Drug Policy Alliance, the United States today spends an estimated $51 billion on the exact same war on drugs. Things got worse under President Ronald Reagan, who massively expanded Nixon's war on black people and shifted the focus on criminal punishment to criminal punishment over treatment. This led to a massive increase in incarcerations fueled by the crack epidemic that arose in the early 1980s. Congress quickly established a series of mandatory minimum prison sentences for various drug offenses, a notable feature of which was the massive gap between the amounts of crack cocaine, which is associated with black users, and powder cocaine, which is associated with whites. Possession of 5 grams of crack led to an automatic 5-year sentence, while it took the possession of 500 grams of powder cocaine to trigger the same sentence. It is important to note that these are the exact same drug and do exactly the same thing. And to this day, there is an unproven but still nonetheless strong suspicion among many in the black community that crack was first introduced to them by the CIA, an accusation which is at least somewhat credible, as the CIA has been proven to have been involved in international trafficking and sale of cocaine during the same period. So in short, we may not have proof, but we have motive, we have opportunity, and we have means. Whatever the cause, these policies led directly to the rise of private for-profit prison systems, which Reagan, as a true believer in neoliberal capitalism and the privatization of government services, was only too happy to fill at a guaranteed 90% occupancy rate. Things only got worse when a Democrat got into power. Under the Clinton crime bill of the 90s, incarceration rates soared, cheered on by the likes of Hillary Clinton, who famously referred to young black men as psychotic super predators. Today, similar occupancy guarantees continue in virtually every state in the union, which means if they can't find criminals to fill that 90% occupancy rate, they find criminals to fill the 90% occupancy rate. As the number of prisoners exploded, the black community in the United States soon found that nearly 1/3 of their entire male population would spend some of their lifetime in these new for-profit beds, whether they were innocent or guilty. When combined with the fact that whites are as likely, if not more likely, to commit drug crimes than people of color, the issue becomes very clear. And I can only echo the words of Michelle Alexander, author of The New Jim Crow: Mass Incarceration in an Era of Colorblindness, when I say the primary targets of the penal system's control can largely be defined by race. And I might add, not just any race, but one specific race, bringing about a state of affairs today that she described as, quote, a racial caste system strikingly similar to the Jim Crow South. Americans, despite making up 4.4% of the world's population, have roughly 22% of the world's prisoners. That's more than were held in Stalin's gulags. And for all of our talk about China's creeping authoritarianism and lack of respect for human rights, we imprison our own people at nearly 6 times the rate of the People's Republic of China. And despite blacks making up only 13% of our population, they make up the largest chunk, 34%, of our male prison population, where they are, of course, put to work, earning literal pennies a day, staffing call centers and manufacturing thousands of consumer products, from stereo equipment to military flak jackets. If you see "Made in America" on a product, odds are that product was made by a prisoner, and odds are that prisoner was black. Now, you may say, but Brent, they deserve it. They broke the law. Blacks commit the most crime. And if you have been affected, like so many have, by literal neo-Nazi propaganda based on a complete inability to read or understand statistics, you might quote to me some version of 1350. They're 13% of the population, but they commit 50% of the violent crime. And if you are particularly ignorant of the scientific consensus on this issue, you might even say that when blacks are killed by law enforcement, they are killed in proper proportion to the violent crime that they commit. But this is simply not the case. To quote Nature Journal, the most cited and respected scientific journal in the Western world, quote, Black people fatally shot by police were twice as likely as white people to be unarmed. These findings align with many studies published since 2015, suggesting that racial biases do influence police shootings. And in a study conducted by economists at Texas A&M, evaluating 200 million 911 calls, white officers dispatched to Black neighborhoods fired their guns 5 times as often as Black officers dispatched for similar calls to these same neighborhoods. Now, you could say that this is not a race issue, that this is a class issue, because of course, when you control for poverty, poor whites and poor Blacks commit violent crime at roughly the same rate, which is of course true. And there is a 350% increase in the likelihood of police killings in areas that suffer from high poverty. According to the Bureau of Justice and Statistics, poor urban Blacks have rates of violence similar to poor urban whites. And there is no significant change in the crime rate when you move from rural to urban. Which of course makes sense. Poor people live in a pressure cooker. And when you put people in a pressure cooker, they are going to act out. You can be mad about that and you can wag your finger and say that shouldn't be, but that's reality and you need to deal with it. People who do not feel represented by the system that governs them feel no need to follow the laws or customs of that system, nor should they. What's in it for them? However, when controlling for poverty, class differences account for more than 100% of the difference between white and Latino police killing rates, meaning that after adjusting for socioeconomic differences, Latinos actually have a lower rate of police killing than whites. On the other hand, class differences account for only 28% of the differences between Black and white police killing rates. So we objectively cannot chalk the increased police killing rates up to poverty alone, nor can we chalk them up to an increased crime rate because, again, these rates in their proper context are roughly equal. Oftentimes, when people don't think very deeply about race, they imagine that the race itself prompts the behavior, which is to say, the state views people of color as inherently unruly because they are inherently unruly, but this is simply not the case. We usually think about race in terms of skin color and facial features, but this is to miss the forest for the trees. In her book, Towards a Political Philosophy of Race, Dr. Falguni Sheth of Emory University puts forth the idea that race, as we currently understand and practice it, is a construct of sovereign power, which is to say those who are in charge in a given society are the ones who create race. These are the people whose property the state is primarily interested in protecting. And protecting from who? Well, from you and me, and especially those populations that are perceived to be unruly. In the words of Cersei Lannister, anyone who isn't us. Now, you'll note that I've said perceived, and that's an important word, so pay attention. Populations that are perceived to be unruly by the state are targeted by the state. The state cannot definitively know who is unruly and who is not until they act, just like the state cannot distinguish from someone who's white and someone who's Black but looks white enough to pass. It's not about what you really are, it's about what a cop or a judge thinks you are. So if sovereign power thinks that you are unruly, well, mister, you better watch your step and stop being so unruly. So when you assign a behavior or a propensity for a behavior to a race, you are putting the cart before the horse. The reason the state views them as unruly is because it is extremely convenient to view this particular group as unruly because they look different. And since oftentimes people who look different come from very far away or have been subject to intense institutional abuse in the past, they tend to not have access to valuable property and tend to be underrepresented within the elite ruling class for whom the state deploys its violence. In short, this misperception becomes a vicious cycle. It becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. It becomes racism. And it leads us to moments like we had last summer. Now, this is a disturbing thought. It is much more comforting to imagine that our social institutions are, on average, functional, that important distinctions and decisions like who should be let into the country, who should live where, how much they should be paid for their work, and whether or not they should go to jail or be deprived of their possessions or their life are being made for good and sensible reasons. But you heard John Ehrlichman on the position of the Nixon administration. Obviously, humanity, America, and human culture is a work in progress. So what's the answer here? How do we solve this problem? How do we fix the society that from its very inception was in part purposefully designed by stupid, cruel, and downright evil men like Richard Nixon, Ronald Reagan, and Bill Clinton, stretching all the way back to the founding of us as a nation? A nation that I might remind everyone here was built on the purposeful extermination of one race and the enslavement of another. That's certainly something I asked myself after the police killed Eric Garner, prompting the very first Black Lives Matter march in NYC. I asked it as I watched Bloomberg stop and frisk harass more Black and Latino men in New York City than the total population of all Black and Latino men in New York City. I asked it as I listened to a recording of cops threatening to break a Black teenager's arm for, quote, being an effing mutt. And I'm the one censoring there. The cop said the full word. Just a short distance from my own doorstep in Harlem. I asked it last summer as riots swept the nation, a powder keg ignited by the murder of George Floyd by thankfully former police officer Derek Chauvin, and I'm asking it now. The first step to recovery is admitting that you have a problem. We cannot afford to be cowardly. We must admit that this society does indeed undervalue Black lives, and we must take steps to remedy that situation. No justice, no peace can also be read as no justice, no peace, KNOW, as in when true justice is brought about, then and only then will peace reign. And that is why I support Black Lives Matter and have put my body and freedom on the line for them more than once. And that's why you should too. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brenton, for that opening statement. Folks, want to let you know we are absolutely pumped. This is a 12-hour stream, and tonight, oh baby, you don't want to miss it. TJump and Nathan Thompson will be debating the shape of the Earth. So we're finally going to get our answer on that topic. And also want to remind you that our guests for each debate are linked in the description. That includes both Brenton and Yernaz. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for being with us. And oh, folks, if you're listening to the Modern Day Debate podcast, you can also find our links of our guests in the description box for that podcast episode as well. And so, gentlemen, thanks so much. The floor is all yours.
Yeah, I want to respond, but a lot of it didn't really address BLM. So, like, I can pick out some things that might relate to BLM. But
so it didn't seem to address BLM directly, because what I'm dealing with here is I'm dealing with a history that people are ignorant of. The fact of the matter is that BLM is just the latest in a number of movements that have been created in the United States by the Black community and by people interested in protecting the Black community, specifically to respond to a malicious government targeting of Black people for the purposes of profit.
Can I ask you one question?
Sure.
Okay. Let's say I go along with you. I believe all the things you just said.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't it make sense that you would pick out cases that are really strong, like cases that could really convert someone? That if someone was like, police are not killing Black people, if you showed them this case, they'd be like, wow, the police just ran up and shot this Black guy out of nowhere. Like, you would pick that case, right? You wouldn't pick a case where there's no real evidence of racism.
Well, hang on. But like, they do. What the thing is that every one of the major cases is like that. A great example would be, Freddie Gray, for instance. Freddie Gray was completely harmless. He was put into a freaking police paddy wagon, and they did donuts in the parking lot, like, until they severed his spine, and he died as a direct result of his encounter with the police.
But first, I don't think there was evidence of racism. There was obviously evidence of police brutality, and I think the officers were punished, right? Like, I don't remember.
No, the officers were not punished. They got off scot-free. Okay, and then you've also got Eric Garner. Eric Garner in New York.
Better one.
Once again, no, not better, because his spine wasn't severed like Freddie Gray's. Freddie Gray's is
not better, but yeah.
But like Eric Garner in New York, which prompted the very first Black Lives Matter march, which I attended. Again, he was choked to death for selling cigarettes.
No, this is a wild exaggeration of how things went down.
Dude, I've seen the video.
No, listen, video doesn't tell you everything, my man. This is what happened.
Nothing tells you everything. So what's your version of it?
We might have to break it into 3-minute intervals if we don't have a little bit more.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll.
Okay, so what happened with Eric Gardner is he did something illegal. Like, we both agree it probably shouldn't be illegal, but it is illegal what he did. The police came up to him. He resisted arrest, taking a big risk. He had a condition, and the chokehold they put on him, they have put on hundreds of people, and this has never happened before. So you can still say it's police brutality. You can still make the case the police shouldn't use that chokehold. But to say this is evidence of racism, it just doesn't fly, my guy. Like, please, just give me an example where it's really racism and I support you. Why does it always have to be people who resist arrest, who do illegal stuff, who have like
what do you define as
diseases
racism?
that make them die? Come on, man. Give me a good case.
What do you define as racism? I want to hear this, because I'm very...
In this context, in the context of police versus citizen, I would say it's racist if a police officer treats a citizen differently, i.e. worse, because of the color of their skin.
And you don't think that the police officers put him in a chokehold because he was black?
He was black.
They saw him as inherently more violent. Because we know that they do that because, again, I had in my opening statement, they are 5 times more likely to deploy their guns in neighborhoods if it's a white officer. So statistically speaking, objectively speaking, they will treat black people worse than white people who commit the same crime. They do it. Judges do it.
But you say that has to do with their environment. You have to say it has to do with the area it's in, so not their color.
Well, it has to do with both the area. No, it has to do with both the area they're in and their color. And they're in that area a lot of time because of their color. Because first in the United States, black people were here as a captive, enslaved workforce. Then after they were freed by the Civil War, they were left without property, without backing. And then they were subjected to like decades and decades of Jim Crow abuse. And then they were subjected to, even after the passage of the Civil Rights Bill of 1968, continued implicit abuse. And then one third of their men were put in prison specifically at 90% guaranteed occupancy rates to exploit their labor yet again.
Can we get back to the Eric Garner case?
Sure, but the thing is that we can't see the Eric Garner case as a single isolated incident with no other factors leading up to it. The very fact that he was there selling loose cigarettes, breaking the law, you know, the fact that he was there is because of these past economic and political abuses by the state. He might have been this would be worse than selling raw cigarettes. He might have been a Wall Street banker.
Can I ask another question?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Do you think the officer, who I think he was black actually, who choked out Eric Garner, and the police officer who was black, do you think that officer was racist? Yes or no? Do you have any evidence for that? Any reason to believe it?
It doesn't matter. Because I don't care about what a person is deep down in their heart. No, look, think about it like this. If someone steals your wallet, do you care if deep down in their heart they consider themselves a thief? Or do you just want your wallet back?
Well, I obviously want my wallet back. But
okay,
so in any case,
so I don't care if deep down in that officer's heart he is a racist or not. He's not going to be my best man at my wedding. He's not coming in and he's not going to rent an apartment with me. I'm not going to have to deal with him on that. What I care about is, did he do a racist action? And choking Eric Garner to death was a racist action. Just like putting Freddie Gray in the back of the frickin' paddy wagon and running donuts until his spine severed, that was a racist action. Just like Derek Chauvin putting his knee on the neck of George Floyd until he freaking died. That is a racist action. And this is a racist. All of this stuff comes from a long line of awful police history and awful police policy towards community of colors that is buoyed by the fact that laws are written and enforced by the state specifically to target them.
Gentlemen,
if I could talk now for
hold on a
second.
I'm jumping in here to mention that it's not clear, given how much time we've used already, that we're addressing whether or not Black Lives Matter in particular has done more harm than good.
Yeah.
So we might want to gravitate in that direction.
So, yeah.
Right, but I will point out, James, this is really important because what I'm hearing from Yernaz is that Black Lives Matter is responding to incidents that are not racist. And the major incidents of Black Lives Matter...
They can't prove it. They can't prove it as racism.
Hold on a second.
If you are...
Gentlemen, but regardless of like whether or not like there is actual... Like the debate nonetheless has been about whether or not there is this type of racism versus police brutality or both. And like even granting that there is, whether or not Black Lives Matter is like done good or bad in regards to that, like that's like more of what we're looking for.
Sure.
So if I could have the floor, like the thing I'm getting at is if you want to convince me of something, you have to give me the evidence. If you're telling me it's very hard to prove racism because we can't look into people's hearts, okay, maybe BLM should have focused on the police brutality side, because that seems to be way easier to prove.
But that's
So
like
why-
BLM's whole thing. That was their primary thing from the very beginning.
Their point is specifically that Black people are targeted more proportionally than other people. So
Because
that's why
they are.
I'm looking at the claim, and the claim is weak. So if the claim that the police do bad things is a better claim, run with that claim.
Okay.
Like don't trouble the well, don't poison the well with claiming that officers are racist while we both don't even know if they are, and you don't seem to care if they are. Just talk about the brutality, and I probably agree if you have evidence.
So first off, what's really important here is to understand that there are two kinds of racism. There is the kind of racism that a lot of us were raised being taught about, which is having negative feelings towards another human being because of their race. And usually that's even,
Obviously.
that type of personal racism is not the most dangerous. And that's not even necessarily what Black Lives Matter is dealing with. The issues that Black Lives Matter is dealing with first is police killings. And I want to make that very clear. Police killings of Black men. That was their primary thing from the very beginning. That's what set off the whole thing. But also just the system itself and how the inhuman system, the machine of people that is the state, that is the justice system in the United States, is set up even if the person is not racist, if they are acting as a police officer and enforcing racist laws created by racists, they are in effect doing racism. And that type is much more insidious and more pernicious. Now, a good example of this that I might give you is Freddie Gray. Now, again, okay. Freddie Gray was raised, are you familiar? You're not from the States, so are you familiar with redlining?
Yeah, I know what it is, yeah.
Okay, so Freddie Gray was raised in an illegal redlined apartment that was run by a slumlord, and they kept lead paint on the walls, even though it was illegal. So Freddie Gray, as a child, ate those paint chips, like many children do. And as a result, he was brain damaged. Now, as a direct result of being brain damaged, one of the symptoms of being poisoned by lead is an inability to think properly, to behave in an overly aggressive manner. And people who are poisoned by this, oftentimes they don't go to college, they can't hold down a job, etc. Now, it was proved that he was poisoned by that lead, and he even won a case. He and his sisters all won a lot of money from the Property Management Corporation based upon that poisoning as a child. But the thing is that because he was brain damaged, he was tricked out of that money by unscrupulous lawyers who tricked him into taking a smaller lump sum payment to take what was rightfully his and his sisters. And it happens every day, again, because these people are not educated, they are brain damaged. And I'm talking specifically about people like raised in that kind of environment. All of this led to the perfect storm that eventually led to him having that run-in with the cops and then eventually getting his spine severed. Similarly, like Ferguson, a great example of this is that...
You want to talk about Michael Brown? Because that was the first nonsense case.
I'm not talking... So Michael Brown is immaterial because there's a 1,000 Michael Browns.
No. Hold up. It's not immaterial because in your introduction, you used the word unarmed. Michael Brown was unarmed, but he was unarmed when he tried to grab a gun of a police officer.
That's okay. So first off,
because he was unarmed. It's still a killing.
Yeah. So first off, that's like the most basic lie police officers tell when they want to get a hold of somebody. They think they saw a gun. They think the guy's resisting.
No. He didn't say he saw a gun. He grabbed his gun. That's what he said.
He said he grabbed his gun. Now, the thing is that I have actually been arrested. I was arrested with Occupy Wall Street. And when the police officers grabbed me,
you guys, we do have to talk about BLM soon.
Yeah,
like this is
like the point here is that police officers lie all the damn time.
This isn't about police officers, so we do want to bring it back to BLM.
Okay, well, with BLM, BLM's primary core issue, beyond all of the other issues that they talk about, is police violence and police killings of Black men by officers. And Yernaz, you're taking the police officers at their word when you really can't.
No. Mm-hmm. The whole, like, I researched the Michael Brown case and it kickstarted a lot of BLM. So the fact that was a lie is very important.
No, it's actually not.
Yeah,
because
Michael Brown, we didn't set up a debate on police brutality. Mm-hmm. So now you're talking about Michael Brown, like It was Michael Brown and
All right.
BLM. We got to go back to the main subject here.
Okay, so James, I just want to recognize here that his main point against BLM is that the big cases that BLM has used, George Floyd, Freddie Gray,
Michael Brown,
Eric Garner, he's saying they're all lies, which is just not the case.
Most of them.
And so
That's helpful.
So he's saying most
in
of them
terms
are lies.
The context. So folks in the chat who are trying to make the connection, it wasn't clear to me as well, but I get what you're saying now. So Yernaz is saying that BLM has made things worse by, according to Yernaz, by allegedly basically spreading misinformation.
Basing it on cases that are,
Okay,
which
gotcha.
is
Sorry, guys.
So again,
that was my fault.
Yeah. I didn't. I agree with the Freddie Gray one, and I agree with Philando Castile.
Okay.
And I have never seen any right-winger say those two cases were great. But most of the other cases, from Michael Brown to Garner to the last one with the guy with the knife, there are so many lies surrounding it, and so much racism is being invented to make it to amplify their sound. That makes me skeptical. And I don't know why someone who has good intentions, who really wants to do something about police brutality, would go along with all these lies just because you believe their core point.
So
they're not using you.
One, I'm going to point out that they're not lies. I mean, freaking the woman in Louisville. I can't remember her name. She was shot while sleeping in her bed on a
Breonna Taylor.
Breonna Taylor. Thank you. She was shot while sleeping in her bed. How can you say that's not racist?
Okay, you want to talk about that case?
They didn't. Here's the thing: people get
her.
Yeah.
Hold on. Mm-hmm. Her boyfriend shot at the cops, and the cops shot back.
No. The cops broke into the home on a no-knock raid, and yes, he did have a gun. I do not believe that he fired at the police officers. But even if he did shoot at them, he was perfectly justified in shooting at them because it was a no-knock raid. He didn't know who they were. They didn't announce themselves. So 100%, the fact that they targeted her. No,
they targeted him. They didn't target her.
They
hit her. They didn't mean to hit her.
They did not.
Come on.
So you've got a guy shooting a gun. No, hang on. We're going to get into the weeds here on this, and I don't want to do it, especially since people haven't fully made this connection.
You're presenting it as if the cops wanted to kill her.
It doesn't matter if the cops wanted to kill her or
Brent,
not.
And then I promise we'll come back and give you a couple minutes.
Look,
You're not.
Okay.
You keep using a certain phrase called poisoning the well. And this is important here because poisoning the well is literally a fallacy. So let's take your logic that Black Lives Matter has used bad examples. Okay, let's pretend that that's the case. It's not the case. It 100% is not the case, but let's pretend it is. What you are doing here is, even if Black Lives Matter has used bad examples that you don't think personally are good examples of racism, the fact of the matter is that statistically they are still right. And therefore, it is a fallacy to say this time they were wrong, and therefore what they talk about is not important. Every single example that Black Lives Matter uses could be a lie, and they would still be correct because we have the statistical evidence to prove it.
You cannot be an effective political
organization
about
another minute.
if you lie
left.
about
hold on, you're not.
cases.
Well, we know that they're an effective political organization, though. James, we know that they're an effective political organization. I have seen things go in the United States from people equating like Black Lives Matter with the KKK to Black Lives Matter being one of the biggest and most powerful forces in American politics, to seeing politicians taking the knee here in the United States. And that is specifically because Black Lives Matter has been incredibly effective at getting this out. So even if I were to take your premise that they got it out all based on a lie, it doesn't matter, because the problem that they are pointing out is real. For instance, Black men are 7 times more likely to be falsely convicted of murder than white men, at least 7 times more likely. Again, statistical fact. So we know beyond the shadow of a doubt that the police treat Black people worse than white people. We know beyond the shadow of a doubt that the police kill more Black people out of proportion to what they to their population. And we know beyond a shadow of a doubt that the criminal justice system within the United States is set up to imprison Black people and exploit them for their labor, whether they are guilty or not.
All right,
and
so
if all of this was true,
Yernaz for about 3 minutes.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. So that is the crazy thing. Like, the crazy thing is that if you were right, they would have so many cases to choose from. There would have been like every day there would be a black guy just shot in his house by the cops. Like
Yes.
the case you're making it even worse. You're saying there are so many cases of black people being killed for no reason. That makes it worse that they picked the least good ones. Like you're
you are
even
correct,
making it look
not
worse. Like my point is there are not enough cases and that's why they're lying. You're saying there are so many cases and still they only pick the bad ones. Like,
Not saying
dude,
that.
it's the own goal. Like,
Dude, I am not saying
it's
that.
even
I'm
worse
saying they
now.
pick some of the strongest ones out there, and
are these the strongest one? So the strongest one they have is George Floyd, where we have no evidence of racism from Chauvin. Like
No
that's
evidence-
the best case they have. The
Hang on,
one
hang
where
on.
they
What would you
cannot
take
prove
as evidence of racism from Chauvin?
I don't know, maybe something in his history. Maybe he used the N-word around people. Give me something. Like,
Okay.
give me something to hang on to.
So
Don't
first
just
off,
give me the knee and have me assume that he's a racist. You gotta
Chauvin
give
was
me more.
Chauvin was known for attacking people, and particularly for attacking black people. And they tried to get rid of him. They tried to fire him like 4 different times. But the police unions in the United States are so strong, it makes it impossible to do that. That's why people talk about defund and abolish the police. It's not because they don't want someone in like patrolling their neighborhood. It's not because they don't want police. It's because it is impossible to reform the police as long as the police unions hold this stranglehold that keeps psychopathic racist people like Chauvin from ever seeing any consequences until it gets this bad.
Point of agreement. If you want to get rid of qualified immunity, I think police labor unions are way too strong. I'm a libertarian. We can agree on it. But you still really like convince me more, because I want to be convinced if it's true, because if it's true, it's the worst thing ever and we should really stop it. But like, talk to your people at BLM and ask them, please be a little bit more critical which cases you're going to bring to the forefront. Look, because the better they are, the stronger we could use it to convince people.
I don't even see how you can say that Chauvin is a case. Chauvin was convicted of murder. Like proven in a court, almost impossible to do that with a cop, except for absolutely overwhelming evidence that he murdered George Floyd for no good reason.
I think you and me can both agree that just like the OJ case, this was a very tense one. I'm not going to say they didn't think about it correctly, but like, it's going to be hard to put this
Okay,
political case.
Wait a minute. You just brought up the OJ case. I wasn't going to bring that up, but I'm going to point out that you said it would be evidence if they said the N-word. Well, freaking Mark Furman was like a freaking neo-Nazi who said the N-word.
Yeah, so you're saying that even in the OJ case, they had better evidence and everyone knew that was bullshit. He was still guilty. But even then, they had better evidence. They at least had a cop.
Hang on. The OJ case was about whether or not OJ Simpson was guilty or not.
Yeah,
he got away with it because in the United States, if you're rich, you can do whatever you want.
I got you.
Yeah, but the point is that right there was also, he was guilty and the police system was racist and was trying to set him up. Mark Furman specifically was trying to set him up and plant evidence, and we have evidence that he was racist. So this individual, So why put that as this?
Well, the point is that even in the OJ case, even though he was guilty, they had stronger evidence of police being racist than in the George Floyd case. That's crazy to me.
Again, the thing is that they did have very strong evidence that Chauvin was racist. There's two.
It didn't came up in the court case, man. It didn't came up in the court case.
There are 2 issues that you're having here. One, I think you've got a certain degree of ignorance going on about these cases, specifically because what I'm going off on, I think you're just listening to right-wing sources that are specifically trying to disprove this. Now,
honestly, man, I watch too much Young Turks than my health can handle. So I'm really into left-wing stuff because I want to know how you guys talk. So
okay, but then if you were really into left-wing stuff, how did you not know about Freddie Gray?
No, I knew about Freddie Gray, and I never argued the Freddie Gray case. I never said the cops handled correctly in that case. I'm not saying there is no police brutality. I'm not saying there are not cases that BLM could use to amplify their sound that are way better than the George Floyd and the Gardner case. Okay, that's my basic point of criticism. I don't think they use the right cases.
So essentially, you're saying that, if I'm right here, you're saying, but we already have objective evidence that the systemic murder and the systemic imprisonment of Black men by bad actors within the United States government is happening. We know that that's happening, right? So your quibble here is you don't like the cases that have specifically been elevated and dealt with by BLM. But here's the other thing. BLM isn't the only force that is elevating those cases. The media is what elevates those cases. If we look at Eric Garner, for instance, that was elevated and BLM took that on and kind of rose out of that because we had on video a guy who was nonviolent being choked to death. We saw a freaking snuff film on video recorded. We saw everything.
He didn't intend to choke him, right?
They lie about that all the time. You've got to understand that. When I was absolutely ragdoll at Occupy Wall Street being held by the freaking cops, I was kneed in the spine. I was thrown into a motorcycle, and the guy who was going after me was yelling, "Stop resisting, stop resisting, stop resisting." Cops lie.
If we go back to BLM more.
Okay, but this is important because what's happening here is he's taking cops' testimony at face value. When the fact is that they are no more, I'd say they are less likely to be honest than the average person, particularly in cases where they have been violent.
I think people are more wanting an explanation from either or both of you on how this ties back to BLM itself.
Okay, so BLM, how this ties back to BLM, the organization, and maybe we should get off of this point and move on to another one. But like BLM, the organization is they take cases that have already caught fire and they bring them to the forefront. Now, there's important stuff. For instance, with regard to the Ferguson case, there's a very good reason, even though they didn't 100% have a choice in what that was going to be about with regard to, there's so many of these, I get their names all confused. Michael Brown. The Ferguson police were found by the Trump's own Justice Department to be using dogs, like police dogs, exclusively to intimidate and terrify only Black people. Only Black people, no possible white people were threatened with a dog. And this goes back to the fact that the Ferguson Police Department was founded as a slave catching organization. And after the Civil War, moved from slave catching to general policing. This is actually how every single police precinct in the South, with maybe one or two exceptions, was founded. They were all founded as explicitly racist organizations. And one of the tactics that were used by slave patrols was to go after slaves with dogs, because they were so terrifying. And so the fact of the matter is that if you've got a police department that the only thing that they're doing is targeting Black people with dogs, you have proof that that police department is racist beyond the shadow of a doubt, whether the individual officers are or not. So how does this tie into BLM? I think Michael Brown was a really good example. And the fact of the matter is even if there are issues in that case and you don't believe that, and you believe that shooting and killing of him was justified, the fact that they focused on him, which gave national focus to Ferguson, which then led the Trump administration to investigate them and find this link that proves beyond the shadow of a doubt that they are racist. That shows me that BLM is doing a really good job of getting this stuff out into the public consciousness in a way that it simply couldn't before, because I didn't know about that stuff.
So, okay, if I could respond. Earlier on, you talked about the media. I fully agree. The media played a major role in this, but that's why if BLM is sort of a gatekeeper, or sort of like a checking organization, then they should look at what the media puts out and then judge if the media was right or wrong. And if they were a better organization, they would have said, you know what? The Michael Brown case, not really great, because it seems like all the evidence points to him attacking the cop. So yeah, he was unarmed, but we don't want to lie to the people. Let's pick a case where the guy was really unarmed and there's no evidence of him trying to steal the gun. I think we could convince way more people when we say that. So
the thing is it doesn't matter. Yeah, this is the thing.
You're right about the media.
Mm-hmm.
But
okay.
BLM should still be a better organization if they want to be trustworthy. And if you can see the national polls in the US, the support for BLM is going down.
Yes, but also that's because of the riots over the past summer. But
also, definitely. Yeah. We haven't even come to the riots. But
this is the thing, though, because you're misunderstanding. Like, have you ever been in a street protest?
I've seen them. I don't.
Okay, yeah. So you haven't been in one. Okay, this is important. So this is really key. You are acting like the riots that occurred were commanded by BLM, that every street protest was Black Lives Matter, and that Black Lives Matter had control and marching orders over these people who were in the streets who then rioted. That's not the case. Riots are almost like a natural disaster. It's like a hurricane. People don't get together and say, hey, we're going to riot. Like sometimes they'll get together and they'll try to start a riot, which is, by the way, illegal. But the fact that a riot actually happens is not something that any one person or any group can control. It just happens.
If I would take your word that BLM had no intention of there being riots in Black neighborhoods and setting people's houses on fire and their stores, okay, you know what could have happened? There could have been like one riot with Antifa stirring shit up. And then the second that happened, BLM could have said, you know what? We have nothing to do with this. We care about the police brutality. Anyone who lights something on fire, don't ever use our name. Like they could have denounced it. They could have said, arrest Antifa. Like if they were an honest organization that hated riots and didn't want to ruin Black people's property, they could have said, Antifa, get the hell out. You are a bunch of racists if you light our houses on fire. They could have.
So I will quote Martin Luther King here. A riot is the cry of the unheard.
I know the quote. Martin Luther King was maybe right then, but he ain't right now. And maybe he wouldn't have said it now.
Okay.
The riots of the unheard, the language of the unheard stuff, right?
Yeah.
I know it. Yeah.
Yeah.
So basically you're saying riots are good, right?
No.
Yeah.
I'm saying riots are. Riots exist when you take a population like that and you put them in a pressure cooker, you're going to get riots. It's just going to happen.
You know what? Yeah. You know what? As I have seen from the beginning of this debate, you are very deterministic. Like you don't seem to believe in free will. Like you keep saying stuff like, when people are poor, they're going to commit crimes. When people feel this, they're going to riot. Like stuff happens if you put this and this together. No, people make decisions. People make choices. People weigh what they want to do. Like people make choices. Come on, dude.
Yeah. For the record, I'm the furthest thing from a determinist. In fact, I've been wanting to argue against determinism on this very platform, to tell you the truth. But my point is that of all of the choices that people could make, systems will incentivize certain choices by either on purpose or by accident as externalities. When you take a population and you imprison, say, 1/3 of the men in that population, what's going to happen is there is going to be an effect from that. You have incentivized a certain number of choices for those men when they come out. So for instance, you say you're 17, like the guy in my neighborhood who got stop and frisked. You've been harassed by the police your entire life. They corner you in the alleyway. They make fun of your dad for just being a traffic cop, not being a real cop. And they tell you that they're going to break your arm for being an effing mutt. And then maybe later on they catch you with some pot and they send you to prison. And then bam, suddenly you're in prison, which means you're a convicted felon, which means you probably can't get a normal job. And if they're doing this on the national level, with programs and laws pushed by presidents specifically to do this, so that they can go into these prisons and use you for your labor and pay you pennies on the dollar to make flak jackets and electronic equipment and and American flags and whatever. Like you're going to have a population of people who are more likely to make certain choices.
Okay, one question. Mm-hmm. If BLM, after the first spontaneous riot, if BLM would have said, we have nothing to do with this, Antifa, get away, no one who riots can still join us, do you think there would have been more riots or less riots?
So first off,
please answer the question.
I think you're confusing something.
The first riot,
Okay.
If they would have said,
I don't think you know what Antifa is the point. So what I would say is
BLM would have said it.
If BLM wagged their finger and said no, well, first off, BLM did denounce rioting in the past. They've done it the entire time.
But
the second thing is,
right?
What? Well, the thing is, again, you can't control that when it gets down to the level. The riots
do you think there would have been more riots?
No, I don't think it would have had any effect whatsoever on whether or not there would have been riots. Because again, what you have here is a population in a pressure cooker. Also, I should add that over the last summer, both sides of the political aisle wanted riots. And I think that's why we saw them more often. The Biden administration wanted riots because that makes Trump look weak to their voters. And Trump wanted riots because that makes his voter base afraid. And they were both counting on the political upheaval to drive out their voters for the election. And you know
Do you
what?
think
It worked. They
BLM
were both
handled?
right.
Do you think BLM handled the riots correctly?
I would say the BLM handled the riots to the best of their ability. And it seems to me that BLM and the Biden administration, which is, BLM is not in favor of the Biden administration, but the fact is that Trump didn't win the election. The fact is that we now have, abolished the police, and that is now a major mainstream issue. And we have high-end politicians, taking the knee. That specifically shows that they did get their message out, and that those riots and everything else overall has moved the country in a position where a murderer like Derek Chauvin can actually be convicted. I guarantee you that if the case of Derek Chauvin, if he had murdered and everything had been exactly the same and it was 2012, I bet you 99% chance he would have walked free. But the fact of the matter is that BLM has done such a good job of getting this critique of the system out there, of making people aware of these issues, that finally police officers are finally, for once, beginning to suffer even a tiny amount of pushback when they, murder people.
You just brought up abolish the police. That is another thing that BLM has initiated that will do more harm than good for Black people, because who needs police the most?
Mm-hmm.
Innocent Black people need police the most.
You guys, are you purposely trying to talk at the same time? Okay, so just one second.
We're doing that thing where one guy tries to go left and the other one goes left with him. We're just stuck there.
That's a good analog.
So, yeah.
Can I go?
Yeah, go.
Innocent Black people, innocent Black people owning a store, they need police the most. Yelling, abolish the police will protect them less. So from their perspective, BLM is still doing them more harm than good.
I'm going to give you an example of the Overton window. Are you familiar with the concept of the Overton window?
I'm a political scientist.
Okay, so you are aware of that. So the fact is that in the United States in particular, radical arguments, particularly radical left arguments, were almost completely removed from the equation when it came to political speech. And when they were so far off in the unthinkable that people weren't able to judge it properly. And I'll give you a perfect example is Malcolm X versus Martin Luther King. I am going to contend that if Malcolm X had not existed and had not made that radical argument that he made, Martin Luther King would have been treated as though he was Malcolm X, and that he wouldn't. The fact is that you need that radical argument. You need that fence post to throw out there to start the conversation and pull the Overton window in the general direction. Abolish the police. Let's get this straight. Abolish the police is not going to abolish the police at best. And this is what the abolish the police are arguing for, is that we should do what was done, like, for instance, in Camden, New Jersey, where you abolish the police department, you get rid of the people who cannot be prosecuted because, like, the bad officers that they can't fire because of the police unions, and then you rebuild the police. You get a new institution that keeps the good of the, and you are actually able to reform this. That's what defund and abolish is about. It's not actually about, like, getting rid of the police and replacing them with nothing. Joke.
A little advice as a political spin doctor: why don't you say stop police brutality or reform police, and don't say
because
things
they did
you
say
don't
that. Yeah, but
really
because
mean?
but this is the thing. They did say that, and they were treated as though they were saying abolish the police. So if you've got one group of people, if you've got one group of people that's sitting there and making a very radical argument, and you have another group of people that is making a more central argument, what will happen is that the policy will naturally gravitate towards the people who are making the less radical argument. So So
you're familiar. You're familiar with the Ferguson effect, right?
I believe so. Refresh my memory with the Ferguson.
Well, I think it's the idea that after the Michael Brown case, police were more hesitant to maybe sometimes shoot or interact because they don't want to be seen as racist or whatever. And that, according to people who studied it, they say has a negative effect on the Black people living in the neighborhood because they're not going to be helped as much as before. So,
that may happen, but I would have to see the actual research on that. I'd have to see who's doing it. So if you can send me a study about that, I'll take a look at it. But again, I think it's probably for the best that police officers back off a little bit because they have our police system is incredibly militarized at this point. They are treating, because they're armed with military grade weapons and they're given freaking tanks and stuff to patrol the streets. What happens is that is setting a very occupying force feeling between them and the community.
Listen,
so
I would be I'm totally with you if this would stop crazy police officers from doing crazy stuff. I would agree with you. But if you look at the Ma'Khia Bryant case, where the officer acted perfectly and saved a black girl's life, he was still being targeted as if he killed a black girl. So I hope you're right that it would have the effect that only the crazy cops won't do crazy stuff anymore. But I'm afraid it will have the effect that good cops won't even do good things because they're still going to be branded a killer because the person they shot happened to be black, even though the person they saved is also black.
Yeah.
Do you see where I'm getting at?
So I can see people, I understand this worry of yours.
Yeah.
But I think that the problem of police imprisoning and murdering black men is so bad at this point that even if you do have the double effect where good cops are reluctant to act, overall you're going to have more of a push towards reform to deal with these bad cops, and overall you're going to see that the communities which are now over policed are going, once they get that boot off their throat, they are going to move in a more positive direction, even if there are some externalities sometimes where a good cop should have acted but didn't.
Okay, I got another question.
Sure.
Yeah, I got another question for you. Do you think that if you're a good guy in the US, and let's say you're white and you're a good guy and you want to be a cop, right? Do you think that what happened in the last year and the response to the Ma'Khia Bryant case, do you think someone like that is more or less likely to join the police force if he knows that even if I shoot a black person holding a knife trying to kill another black person, I still might get death threats, get fired, get sued? It's not attractive. You're going to get even worse cops, I'm afraid. So you're going to lose the good guys because they're it's not worth it to me. Even if I save a black life, I'm still going to be some cop killer with a badge, right? So that's what BLM should be working towards, not having that image, so it's more attractive to be a cop if you're not a psycho. Because
so hang on, you think BLM should be doing public relations for the police?
BLM should take notice of the Ma'Khia Bryant case and say unequivocally, this is good that this happened. If you have a knife and you're trying to kill someone, it's good that the cops shoot you. Also, if you're black. If they would have said that, you take a lot of tension out of the air. But if you use Ma'Khia Bryant as another slain black innocent queen, yeah, come on, you're losing me. You're losing a lot of white people. They're just going to think you're a bunch of Marxists. That doesn't help either. We haven't even gone into that one. But it's just bad marketing, man.
I mean, what I'm going to point out is, but the thing is that we can objectively look at what's happened with these issues and with the discourse over recent years. And if this is your idea of bad marketing, BLM is winning. They've been winning really big. Trump was not reelected. Chauvin was convicted. We have abolished the police out there. We have all of these issues. So clearly they are doing a really good job. Could they be doing a better job? Yeah, probably. Anybody could be doing a better job at any point in time. But it seems to me that the very fact that we're having this debate right now is evidence of what a good job they are doing.
Listen, man, almost everybody is against police brutality. If BLM would have played their cards right, they would have been at 85% approval, 90%. They're not near those numbers. So we could say that they were successful in their efforts, but
almost everyone. No, I'm sorry, not almost everyone. I would say about 25% of the country is explicitly for police brutality, and I will say that as Trump voters are for police brutality. They don't say it in those terms because when you say someone's "Do you like police brutality?" Brutality is inherently a bad thing, so you've got that there. But when you have people voting for somebody like Trump, when you've got Trump having this huge support from all of the police unions, and people celebrating the police and putting up those thin blue line flags, those people are saying, I am for police brutality. I want the police to go in and do what they've got. Yeah.
Listen, I'm from the right side
you guys, I'm just because I do know that people are going to want to talk about even though this is interesting, like the blue line, it's like a controversial,
Okay.
juicy, and related thing, but nonetheless, I think people are like,
Well, it's a direct response to Black Lives Matter. Like those flags were not being sold until after the first Black Lives Matter march.
sure, and
Like-
maybe
and you
hold on one
created
sec,
that
one sec,
vacuum.
just so we can get on like I'm not taking any stances. Like theoretically, maybe the blue line stuff is like a terrible, evil organization, but that's a different question from whether or not BLM is doing more harm than good. So just
Right.
it is juicy to hear about the riots. What are the alleged riots? I mean, Brenton, I don't know if you would say that.
Well, no.
BLM
I mean,
does
there
riots.
were riots. There were riots. Riots are when lightning hits the right spot. And like you will see, what's very interesting to me about the riots. I watched the coverage of the riots over the summer, which, and then I also remember the coverage of Occupy Wall Street. And I was even like arguing with Destiny about this, that the riot, like he was like, well, if they were just doing what Occupy Wall Street had done, I remember when we were accused of being violent rioters in just the same way, the media hit the same kind of spin on what Occupy was doing, which was almost entirely peaceful. They've got the pedal of disapproval all the way on the floor right now when it comes to riots. They had it all the way to the floor at Occupy Wall Street, and they've got it all the way to the floor with BLM over the past summer. And the thing is that over the past summer, it was much, much more violent, more property destruction. People got hit, people got killed. Nobody got killed at Occupy. But the fact is that, again, this is my point. If Malcolm X had not existed, Martin Luther King would have been treated exactly as though he were Malcolm X. And you can even see this. There's an old political cartoon from the period where Martin Luther King is standing there saying like, we plan to have another peaceful demonstration tomorrow. And behind him, the political cartoonist had drawn everything burnt down from a riot, because the response is exactly the same from the right, regardless of what actually happened. And so I think that's really, really important to note. And again, I think about 25% of this of the United States population is for police having the ability to act with impunity when it comes to enforcing the law or what they see as the law. I think there's a lot of bootlickers out there.
Yeah, like the thing about the riots is like, there's a big difference between lighting up a police station because your point is the cops that work here are racist. Like that connects to way more people than we're stealing sneakers now.
Yeah.
So in terms of how you present yourself, that's like almost the worst thing you could do. If they only took out cop cars, like people wouldn't say it's great, but people would be like, well, they did take out the police. The one organization they said was bad. They didn't like take our stuff. Like they would still be condemned, but it would have a different flavor.
Again, you're thinking about this like it's one person. Like it's not the people that, for instance, burned the police station are not the people that stole the sneakers. There's thousands and thousands of people
like, if
and
we're
different
talking
organizations involved in this.
If we're talking about BLM, I'm talking about their response and how they incentivized and cultivated those riots and kind of said, you know what, Martin Luther King, language of the unheard. Like they were basically saying, yeah, what are you going to do? And you're basically saying, yeah, what are you going to do? You know, people feel bad. They feel oppressed. Riots happen. So it's not.
I'm not saying what are you going to do. I know exactly what you're going to do about that. You're going to change the policies towards these communities. You know, again, what you need to do, and I said this before, no justice, no peace, KNOW. We need to have actual justice with regard to the Black community. We need to stop policing them so hard. We need to stop falsely imprisoning them. We need to stop, once again, if you are a Black man convicted of murder, you are 7 times more likely to be innocent than a white man convicted of murder. That is really messed up. You know, and again, that's only scratching the surface there. So if you want to see these riots not happen, what we need to do is we need to, 1, take care of the Black community financially. 2, we need to take care of the Black community politically, which means don't over police them. And 3, we need to take care of the Black community ideologically. I mean, just with the taking the knee, you saw how the country initially reacted to that. And to be clear, he took the knee because a veteran had said it would be more respectful to to the military than to simply sit or stay in the room. But they turned that taking the knee into a horrible offense, because even the tiniest bit of criticism, even if it's respectful, like taking the knee, is enough to drive some of these people absolutely insane.
Listen, it's hard for me to respond to that because it's really tied in with how you guys view the flag, and I have an opinion on it, but I'm not that culturally.
If you don't stand, the magical cloth won't freedom.
Like I can see their reasoning. Like I wouldn't kneel for like the Dutch or the Suriname flag because I respect them both, but it's kind of hard for me to get into the American flag debate.
Yeah,
as a outsider.
The point is not the American flag debate. The flag is external to this. The point in the debate is how American culture views Black people. And it seems like, and not just Americans in general, but also American institutions, the cops view Black people as a threat to life and limb, particularly Black males. I mean, that's borne out by the data. The American institutions view Black people either as the political enemies of powerful politicians like Richard Nixon, again, Ehrlichman admitted that, or the other way that they view them as a potential resource to fill that 90% guaranteed filled beds within these private prisons that operate for profit. So what you've got here is you've got the institutions viewing Black people as dangerous and as an important resource. And then that leads to where we've got, 22% of the world's prisoners with 4% of the world's population. So this is really, really important for people to understand that all of these issues are interconnected. And part of the reason why we are just now becoming aware of it is because Black Lives Matter has been so successful.
Okay, let me just say this. So a lot of the things you address, like for-profit prisons and I don't know, have people have a good lawyer when, they're arrested for having a bag of weed and all that stuff. Like, we can talk, man. Like, I'm not a lefty, but I don't want people being imprisoned if all they did was smoke weed. Like, I don't see the reasoning behind that. So like, I really think you can gain a lot of common ground with libertarians, and not all, but definitely some Republicans. And I would just advise you, I think you can do that better by, for instance, acknowledging when a good cop saves a Black life and saying, this is a good case, don't attack this cop. This is what we want to see from police officers when they come into our neighborhoods. And on the other side, when there's a case that is not up to the standard, just say, you know what, we're going to pick one where we're like 100% sure it's a bullseye because we don't want to poison the debate anymore. Like, maybe it's too idealistic, but like, that's how I view it as a Black guy in Europe, just as a political scientist, being on the right side, but still not wanting the police to have like immunity to kill people. Like, why would I? I don't like the state particularly. Like, I'm not an anarchist, but I'm, Ayn Rand minarchist, if you could say. So, not that far. So, like, maybe there's some common ground. Just think about what I said about the messaging.
I mean, I definitely will. Keep in mind, I'm not BLM. I'm not a spokesperson for them. But, personally, I have taken a variety of positions on police killing cases, including one where, I'm not even going to get into that because it's completely outside of the realm of this debate. But suffice to say, I think that we are kind of doing the armchair quarterbacking at this point. And what you've also got to remember is that no matter what case BLM picks, the right-wing media machine will poke as many holes in it as possible and present it in the worst light possible. It doesn't matter, if you've got a great example. Again, woman shot while sleeping in her bed. You blame her for it.
No, I didn't blame her. Come on, don't be.
You said the police were. But so you said so you blamed her boyfriend, who acted exactly
more than her, obviously.
Who acted exactly perfectly rational as to what happens when somebody breaks in your door in the middle of the night with weapons, and you don't know who they are. Because again, the police did not announce themselves. It was a no-knock raid. He didn't know they were police. Could have been anyone, and he was also asleep at the time.
I just want to say that on the right side, there are also a lot of people who are still critical. So if you would present me with a case where I could consider the racism or the brutality to be so evident, even if the right would go along with it, I would tell right-wingers, don't go along with this one because this one is correct. Like Philando Castile, Like I never went against Fernando Castillo. Like everyone, like from Ben Shapiro, like everyone says Fernando Castillo is terrible. So like, if your case is really convincing, you can get the biggest people on the right to agree with you. Ahmad Arbery, Ben Shapiro agrees with you too. So
I'm going to disagree with that because again, these people their positions are mostly ad hoc. Ben Shapiro may pick an occasional case, but he is not a good faith actor. I'd say just about every pundit, right or left, is not a good faith actor.
Even if we are convinced he's not a good faith actor, you cannot deny that he has influence. And if Ben Shapiro is willing to go on the Arbery case and the Freddie Gray case, I think, and the Castile case, and say, you know what, those three are really bad. Like that's a profit for BLM. Like BLM needs that to gain ground in the culture.
But also what I'm going to point out is you've got you're essentially saying that BLM needs to tailor their message to speak to the most reactionary people out there, to the absolute worst racists of the worst, like Ben Shapiro.
No. I'm saying this. I'm saying if there is an abundance of cases, as you claimed, of black men being killed for no reason, you should definitely be able to select like 5 a year that are so strong. Even Ben Shapiro and Candace Owens are like,
but even then, even if you did that, even if you did this thing exactly the way that you say, first off, there's going to be people who are going to lie about it and try to take it down in just the same way and cast as much doubt on it as possible. Candace Owens is a good example. So it will give you the impression that they're picking people that aren't good simply because the right-wing media machine has done its work and to try to convince everybody that,
But the good people on the right will not be able to withstand the pressure if the evidence is so clear. And they would say, you know what, guys, let's just attack them when they have a bad case again.
I think you think people are more rational than they actually are, especially people on the right. And I will point to the fact that, Trump, he is objectively a mass murderer in that he allowed COVID to kill hundreds of thousands of people that didn't otherwise.
Let's not get into that.
Yeah, but even with that, even with crashing the economy and even with COVID, he had a higher percentage of Republicans voting for him this time around than the last time. The fact is there are a lot of people simply BLM. Think... So now there is something that you brought up that I wanted to kind of talk about here. And this is that you brought up that BLM is a Marxist organization. Now, can you please elaborate? Because I know that there are Marxists involved with BLM because Marxists are political. They're involved in the left, in the same way that anarchists are and everybody else. And, just all the way down to like regular old liberals and progressives. So what is your beef, one, if BLM is a Marxist organization? I mean, I know objectivists aren't fond of Marxists, but like what is... So let's go into that a little bit more.
Yeah, so first off, obviously... You're free to be a Marxist, and we can still agree on police brutality. And
I'm not a Marxist, for the record.
Yeah. You're also free to tell people you're a Marxist and still want them to support your anti-police brutality thing. But I think at least 2 leading figures of BLM have admitted to being trained Marxist or like.
Yeah. So was Rosa Parks.
Patrice Coulars, I think, is one of them. So,
but again, Rosa Parks was a trained Marxist.
Okay, but as I said, if the case is correct, the case is correct. So I agree with you. If the Marxists were right on every case, I would still agree with them on this point.
Okay,
but
good.
I do not think it helps your case if you have shaky cases and you have the black fist and you allude to Marxism and you talk about taking away people's property. And then there are riots where people's property is being lit up. It doesn't really help with the messaging that you're a peaceful organization, right? You get me?
So the first thing that you need to understand is that, the communist CPUSA and a number of other communist parties, they have long time, because of what Marxists are interested in, which is protecting the most vulnerable people in society and raising them up, Marxism has been tied in with like black liberation for a really long time. Individual people who are Marxists in BLM, fine, even if they're leaders, it doesn't make BLM a Marxist organization. Yeah.
Mhm.
So I think it's unfair to characterize the organization like that. Now, there'll be some things like in one BLM website, somebody once said something like along the fact that they said that they wanted to abolish the traditional family. Now, this is not good messaging in my opinion, but this, again, just like the problem with when people hear abolish the police, they don't actually realize what it is. They just hear the slogan and go with what's in their head as opposed to what it actually is politically. Similar things happen with like phrases like abolish the family. The fact is that the nuclear family in the 1950s was a product of the nuclear age, hence nuclear. That's why they compared it to an atom, because it was the freaking 50s and everybody was up about the atom bomb. That is not the traditional family that humans have lived in. So when BLM has on their website that they want to oppose the traditional family, it specifically says that they want to go back to more extended families and clan-based families. And the thing is that is actually the more conservative position, because that's how humans have tended to live for the longest time. But these reactionaries just simply see that and they flip out and they think that these people are secret communists. Like red baiting is huge in the right, and they will tar and feather any individual they can get a hold of and call them a Marxist, whether it's freaking Obama or Bernie Sanders. Like, it doesn't matter. Well, they always say they're a Marxist.
Okay, but like this claim about saying that people are communists falsely and then mentioning Bernie Sanders as an example.
Bernie Sanders is not a communist.
No, but like, come on, like, you cannot say he's so far removed.
No, here's what Bernie Sanders is. Politically, Bernie Sanders is a SocDem. He's a social democrat. He's not even a socialist. But he's also smart enough as a politician to know that no matter what he says, if he says, I'm not a socialist, the people on the right will say, yes, you are. You're lying. So all he did was he very brilliantly got ahead of it and told everybody he was a socialist and a democratic socialist, and it's a new thing. And he pulled the discussion to the left. Now, I think that's a really good thing because I think American politics are way, way too far to the right overall. But the fact is that Bernie does not actually advance any socialist policies. He doesn't want, for instance, any worker control of the means of production. At most, he'll talk about voluntary co-ops as opposed to the government seizing like actual capital and giving it to the workers. So similarly, there's a lot of red baiting going on. And then secondly, are there Marxists involved with a leftist political organization? Absolutely, because Marxism, it's a small force, but they are very political and they're involved in a lot of organizations. And like, I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that. Rosa Parks, again, trained Marxist. Rosa Parks is also one of the greatest, humanitarians in the world who changed the way that we think about a lot of things. So, and she is rightly lionized for that. So I really feel like bringing up the Marxism in BLM is a bit of an attempt to grapple onto 1950s government propaganda related specifically to the Red Scare.
No, hold on. If people tell me they're trained Marxist, like, I'm going to believe what they tell me. I didn't make up that quote, right?
Sure. But, and I don't have a problem believing that some people who work with BLM,
the founders, not some people. Like,
even if they're the founders.
But a guy who walked along a BLM rally or something, like, come on.
Okay, so here's the thing. And this is probably because you haven't talked to a lot of Marxists. Marxists, like when you talk to them, it's a freaking Marxist really fast because they've got sticks up their butts and they talk about stuff like dialectical materialism. Like, if you understand, like, and you run in these circles on the far left, you would know that BLM is not a Marxist organization. It's not Maoist like the Black Panthers were, the original Black Panthers. And, again, Black Panthers were explicitly a Maoist organization. They were also a really effective, great organization, So the idea that BLM might be Marxist, I don't think, even if it were true, it wouldn't necessarily be a slight against them. But even if it were a slight against them, like, it's not a Marxist organization.
Okay. As a final, maybe a rebuttal, I agree with you that technically them being Marxist or their founders being Marxist does not invalidate their entire case. Mm-hmm. I'm looking at this as a political scientist and I'm looking at messaging and marketing. And if your goal was to convince everyone in the country, but it doesn't have anything to do with Marxism, I wouldn't bring up the Marxism. But that's just me.
Can I hear something as a political scientist? I'd like to hear some statistical evidence from you, or some say that proves that that BLM is not doing a good job of getting this out. Because from everything we've said in this debate, it seems like they're doing an absolutely phenomenal job of getting their message across and making political change.
I actually think the media does a lot of the work for them, and you were correct in pointing that out. I take myself as one example. Obviously, I'm not the norm, but I'm one example of a person who is actually Black, who would agree with them if I was convinced they were telling the truth. But because of the combination of the Marxism and the riots and the lying and the using Ma'Khia Bryant as another slain victim while she was guilty, I'm turned off. And I'm sure there are more Black people that don't agree with the core of what you're trying to achieve, but they're going to log out. And I'm sure there are a lot of white people who would agree to the exact same things, but are like, you know what, I want to support them, but if I keep finding out that the cop shot the guy with the knife trying to kill the girl, like, there is going to be a point where people are going to log out. And you see the numbers going down in the US. I agree with you. It's still a high number. So maybe in like a relative sense, they are successful, but maybe in a potential sense, they lost a lot of ground they could have gained. That's always hard to determine.
Yeah, but again, you have to understand, so this may be just simply because you're not an American. And so, you were not raised in a culture that was built on the extermination of one race and the enslavement of another. Like the systems of white supremacy, like from the very beginning, from America's original sin, that is built into our political structure, whether the individuals who act within that political structure are racist themselves or not. If you are a non-racist cop, for instance, and you are enforcing a drug law against a Black person, you are doing racism. Like, because those laws were put in place specifically to target them and to allow the police to attack them, to break up their meetings, to jail their leaders. So
but we have no disagreement on any of these laws. If you could point to me a law that is racist, I am not gonna object. Like I'm gonna agree with you as a libertarian. If you can find me a racist law, I'm for taking it down. And someone like Shapiro, even though you think he's bad faith, even though you might think he's a racist, believe me, it's very hard for him if it's written in law and it's racist, and you could prove it, it's going to be very hard for him to tell his audience, no, people, nothing going on. If you can apply that pressure, you're going to gain ground. Maybe I'm too idealistic. You could be correct. I'm just trying to look at the most effective way of presenting solutions.
Yeah, absolutely. But I will point out, we still haven't seen, I'm getting anecdotal stuff from you. And the most that you've done so far is you've appealed to supposedly support for BLM coming down.
Well,
slightly,
supposedly
still very high.
They researched it. It's not like someone supposed it only, right? So
well, yeah, but again, you're not giving me the study, you're not giving me the percentages. I'm just taking you at your word that this is something that's happened recently.
I think we both saw those news. We both saw the news about it, right?
No,
you didn't.
I don't watch the news.
Okay,
I specifically, I avoid the news.
I would assume that you would have heard about the national polls on BLM, like. I don't have the exact number.
No, this is the thing. There's lots of, and I believe that it did. I just, again, support for a specific policy is going to go up and down throughout as that. I mean, that's just the political process. A great example, might be gay marriage. Just back when I was in college, it was freaking outlawed and most of the country was against it. And then, through the Obama years, Obama pretended, because he's got Obama just basically, he is much more self-interested than a lot of people think. But, he pretended like he had serious spiritual issues with gay marriage until it was politically convenient. I think the only person that took longer to turn around on gay marriage was Hillary Clinton. And again, because she looked at the polls. But the polls changed, and once they changed, the whole country flipped. And by the time Donald Trump got into office, he couldn't roll back the clock, even on gay marriage. And the thing is that same process is happening with BLM. That same process is happening with, trans liberation. Any kind of civil rights will go through periods where the popularity goes up and down with regard to the news cycle and the events and what happens. It's just, that's just politics as is. So I think you might be looking at a more isolated data point. But I think the further we go, the more Black Lives Matter's position is going to make sense in much the same way that I can talk about the Black Panthers, again, literal Maoist organization, original Black Panthers, by the way, the new one's very racist. But the original Black Panthers, I can talk about them in a positive light. Whereas if I talked about the Black Panthers in a positive light when the Black Panthers were doing their stuff, I would be in danger of losing my job and all of my friends with the House of Un-American Activities Committee. And, the freaking FBI killed Fred Hampton in his bed. And by the way, said, the N-word's dead afterwards. So just like we saw the radical position of the Black Panthers in the 60s suddenly become much closer to the acceptable mainstream position now in 2020, 2021, we're going to see, as time continues, Black Lives Matter's position is going to move closer and closer to the political center.
The vibe I'm getting from you is the ends justify the means. Is that correct?
No. I'm not saying the ends justify the means. I'm saying, so like if something bad happens along the road to a better world, that bad thing still happened. But if we're judging a movement, an entire movement's success and ability, what we need to look at is all of the data as far as, the overall trend versus focusing too much on any one data point. We don't want to miss the forest for the trees.
Okay, so hold on. So if I could give you a poll that says the support for BLM has gone down to 5% of the population, it's not true. But if I were to present you with such a poll, would you then agree with me?
I would say, I don't know if I'd agree with you overall, but what I would say was if that poll was representative and if we were able to replicate that poll several times, it seemed to actually be representative of where I would say there was a serious public relations problem going on there that needed fixing, most likely.
Okay, because if that was that number would only matter in the sense of are they being successful, but it wouldn't change anything about how I think they acted.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yeah, but the debate is, are they? Yeah, but the debate is, do they do more harm than good? I suppose.
But I think there is something more than just the polls. That if you're an organization that is becoming more influential every year, we're going to assume, right? Mm-hmm. Having such a poor basis, like having lied so much in the first couple of years about the first big cases.
Again, I don't think they lied.
Yeah, but. Okay, I'm presenting you this vision. I think that's going to bite them in the future, because you saw how it bit them in the ass with the Ma'Khia Bryant case, because they were like stuck in a corner. Because either they were going to say the cop handled right, and then maybe right wingers would have said, "Oh, but hold on, Michael Brown tried to take his cop, so you're saying the Michael Brown killing was all right?" So they felt trapped. They were like, "We've been lying so much, we might as well lie now and say he just shot another innocent black girl." So now, like they're stuck in this hole. Like even if it's objectively good,
again, I would have to look at their response to that, and if there has been a follow up.
They put it on the website. They put the Ma'Khia Bryant case on the website.
This thing I'm not familiar with the Ma'Khia Bryant case.
That's the one with the knife.
Yeah,
and she was shot. Yeah.
I remember vaguely hearing about it, but like I didn't like go in. I would need to study this in depth and study their reaction to give you an informed response to whether they were in the right or in the wrong.
So my theory is, if you lie in the beginning, even if you think the ends justify the means, or even if you think you're doing more,
you're implying a lie. Hang on. You're implying a lie. So even if, let's say,
just
for
to be
instance,
sure that we do
they weren't lying, they were just wrong.
Yernaz as well. Do you guys, Brent and Yernaz, if you feel that the time has been well balanced in terms of how much you've gotten to say?
If you feel like that?
Do you guys feel good about that?
I really couldn't say.
I want to make sure you guys both
I'm
feel
fine, but Yernaz, if you want to, if I'm interrupting you too much, if you want to say something, go.
How much time do we have left still?
We've got just a few minutes before we go into the Q&A. So now is actually like a pretty good time where drawing together the threads from this discussion is good as well.
Okay, so maybe I could do like a final thing, and then is that okay?
Let's see. Yeah, that's fine with me. If you do a pithy one, and then we can do the same for Brent.
Yeah, so let's just pick it off where I left off. So this is my analysis. If an organization starts out by not telling the truth about some major cases in the beginning of their rise and their influence, it's going to box them into a corner, and there's going to come a point where they need to switch it up. They need to either say, we're done with riots and every new case is going to be totally legit and they take some accountability, or they keep on lying. And I'm afraid that's what's going to happen to BLM, that even the couple of good things they brought across are going to be drowned out, but by all the times they feel the need that they have to lie about good policemen. So I just think they poison themselves in the long run. They are somewhat effective. I can agree with you partly on that. I just think their potential is way bigger because I think way more people agree with the core of their grievances, and they don't help themselves by amplifying wrong cases.
Yeah, and what I'll say is, having watched and been involved to a small extent with BLM, from the very beginning. Like I was there at the Million Hoodies March after Trayvon Martin was murdered. I was there in the street with Occupy Wall Street. I was there in solidarity with them at the very first Black Lives Matter march ever in New York City, which is one of the biggest marches they'd had since like N17. And watching the way the culture responded to them and the reaction to all of this awful stuff coming out about the police in general. And to be very clear, the police are incredibly violent and kill a lot of white people as well for similarly bad reasons, not at the same rate, but it's there. Having watched this, and also, having watched activists, continue to mainstream these issues, and being reasonably educated on the overall problems of that the Black community faces, specifically because of their race, both political problems, social problems, and economic problems. Part of the reason I was able to tell you about what John Ehrlichman did, about what the Nixon White House did to them. Part of the reason why I was able to make the connection between the lead paint, between redlining and lead paint and Freddie Gray, to the time that Freddie Gray was killed by those police officers in the back of that van during the Rough Ride. That is in a lot of ways, most likely, I can't draw an exact line, but that's in a lot of ways because of Black Lives Matter, because they've been able to draw attention to this.
That's about the same amount of time as Yernaz had. Are you able to?
I'll wrap it up. So the point is that we are at a crossroads here where we are finally making some serious progress, probably the most progress we've seen since the Civil Rights Act of 1968. But we need to keep moving. And I think Black Lives Matter as an organization is going to continue to be a major linchpin in this particular form of the civil rights struggle. Thank you.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Our guests are linked in the description, folks, so if you want to hear more or read more, you certainly can by clicking on those links. And also, folks, if you didn't know, this is a 12-hour live stream. We have 2 more debates to go after this one, and this one we're just getting into the Q&A, so we have plenty of juicy questions coming in that we're excited to ask the speakers, but do want to let you know we'll be here. I in particular will be here all day, so I hope you peek in throughout the day. If you have to do errands or whatever else it is, don't worry, we'll still be here, and you can always tune back in throughout the day. So thanks so much for your first question. This one coming in from Logical. Oh, that's not it. Oh, you know what? Let me just get this organized. I'm realizing that it updates the thumbnail in the Creator Studio, so it makes it harder for me to see where to start. Thank you very much for your question. This one coming in from Hake of the Hake Report. Thank you very much. Says, Breonna Taylor was not shot sleeping in her bed. Police knocked and announced when they should not have.
No, that's a lie. They did not knock and announce it was a no-knock raid. It's one of the major reasons why no-knock raids are currently being repealed throughout the country. It was specifically a no-knock raid.
Gotcha. And this one coming in from Meduce NCO says, not even all Black people support BLM. That should tell everybody something. Stop resisting arrest. Why
would any group of people think with a single mind? Like nobody does that. There's always going to be disagreement with regard to as much as from what should we have for dinner to what this political organization is. Just because not all Black people support it doesn't mean they're not overall supported by the Black community.
Gotcha. And thank you very much for your question. Coming in from Hake of the Hake Report says, zero evidence that Derek Chauvin was quote unquote racist. BLM is.
Yeah. Okay. Again, this I think he's just playing with the definition of racism here, and whether the job of the court was not to find out whether he was racist or not. It was to find out if he was a murderer, and he absolutely was a murderer. And I think, to tell you the truth, that particular murder race played into such a great degree that I think they probably could not have won that case had the perception that he acted unfairly towards George Floyd not been there. So I think in a way, the murder conviction, while it wasn't officially you're racist, it was you're a murderer. And also, yeah, you're probably a racist murderer.
Gotcha. And thank you very much for this one from Hake. Says it was a no-knock raid, but they did knock and announce, and that's why the neighbor yelled at them.
Yeah. Okay. Again, even if they did knock and announce, the people were sleeping at the time. They didn't give adequate knowledge on it. And even if we do say that they're not lying, which, by the way, I think they're probably just lying about that, because, again, even if the neighbor is saying they heard something or yelled at them to be quiet, eyewitnesses don't usually remember events exactly how they happened. It's one of the least reliable things that we can have. They busted into a woman's house in like the middle of the night and shot her dead while she was in her bed. Like, that's completely unacceptable on every level, whether they happen to, hey, police, bang, or if it was just bang. Either way, like, that's not how one of those situations should ever be handled.
But hold up. If they knocked and they told him police and he shot at them, do you still blame them for shooting at him and then accidentally hitting her? Are you still going to call them killers? Like, come on.
Well, killers, yes, they literally did kill someone. So yes, if you kill someone, you are a killer regardless of the reasons beyond it. But like, if they said police and he woke up and shot at them, then I would say they were still more in the wrong than he was.
Wow.
Yeah. And here's why. Let me explain. So here's why. If you are a law enforcement organization with people who are trained to arrest people and to kill people, and you've got your officers there with their body armor and they're all backed up, it is on you to take extra precautions to make sure that something like that doesn't happen. We should always see officers should be in more danger than in the people that they are supposedly protecting. Because again, that's sort of the job there. We can't afford to have our police officers be cowardly and kill people who don't deserve it.
So you think it's aggression if the police shoot back at someone they're trying to arrest?
Again, I don't care. I don't really care about aggression. In this instance, that's not the problem. The problem is, the problem is they went to force far too quickly, and they also did not adequately announce themselves. So even if they knocked on the door, imagine you're sleeping in bed and you hear a big heavy knock at the door and a loud man yelling. You're getting up, you're groggy, you don't know, you probably can't hear that well. What was that? Was I dreaming it? Oh no, there's someone coming in my door. Bang, bang, bang.
Oh, okay,
yeah,
hold on.
So
you're conveniently leaving.
I want to do Yernaz. I promise I'll give you a chance to, you guys, for this is a related question on the same topic. Hake said, Brianna's body was in the hallway, not the bed.
Whatever. Like I said, whether she was shot in the hallway or shot in the bed, it doesn't matter. Again, these are people who were sleeping. Does. No, it doesn't. Because these are people who were sleeping.
You created the narrative that the cops were just shooting at a bed where a woman was sleeping because they wanted to kill her. And
whoa. Hang on. I didn't say anything about them wanting to kill her. I didn't say anything at all about them wanting to kill her.
Fine.
I think what happened there was you had a bunch of people who were gung-ho and thought they were soldiers. And there's a big thing to go on. Like, really, what you need to look up, like, is this guy who has been training police officers all over the country, who claims he's an expert in killology and is literally trains police officers to go for their guns first. Like, not exactly like that, but like...
Okay, but dude, listen. Yeah. You're leaving out the context that this guy is a violent drug dealer. If
No,
you
he's
are
not.
a violent drug,
He's not a
if you
violent
are-
drug dealer. Her ex-boyfriend was a drug dealer. And also keep in mind, what are you saying? You're talking about, again, a violent drug dealer. Geez, why would drugs get violent? Oh, right. The war on drugs started by Nixon
but
for
that's
racist
not
reasons.
relevant now. Like, come on.
Yes, it
We're
is.
talking about if you're a drug dealer and you hear people
But the
knocking
guy
on your
was
door,
the boyfriend
and
was
you
not a
start
drug dealer.
shooting, you know what's coming. Like, come on.
Yeah, but hang on. The guy was not a drug dealer. Okay, first off, he was not. It was her ex-boyfriend who was a drug dealer.
What was the address?
Yes, and you know what? If you're sitting there in bed with your new girlfriend, and you know that her ex-boyfriend was a drug dealer and probably was violent, and suddenly there's yelling at your door, and the door gets knocked in, you may start shooting because, hey, maybe it's that guy, maybe it's him coming back for revenge or whatever.
We do have
Like,
one from
even-
Jesse.
Yeah.
They say Brianna, her boyfriend, and her boyfriend were awake. The cops fired at them after her boyfriend reacted in self-defense. Actual Justice Warrior has the complete story.
The actual Justice Warrior is a Nazi. Screwing.
Let's not do
What
that
a
when they're
great
not here to defend
argument.
themselves.
What a great argument.
No, the thing is that, again, like, these people are liars. And that's the point. Like, they'll give you a specifically politically motivated story. An actual Justice Warrior is a propagandist. He's going to lie to you.
He's not here to defend himself. So it's very
Yeah.
seriously,
Okay.
let's not talk about him when he's not here to defend himself.
Fair enough.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question, Rising Power says, the debate was over after Brenton's intro, which was well composed and backed up by historical and statistical evidence. Future debaters raise the bar to Brenton. Well, you got a fan out there, Brenton. And,
Awesome.
I want to say thank you, huge thank you. We've got more questions, don't worry, but want to say huge thank you to our guests. We do appreciate the speakers and want to remind you, I know it's a fiery topic. Please do attack the arguments, folks, instead of the person. That means a lot. And then Medusa NCO says, all this cop hate, go live where there aren't any.
Okay, so I did that, actually. I lived both where there were a bunch of cops, and where there were not a bunch of cops. When I lived in Manhattan, New York City, full of cops, the cops were the primary threat to life and limb. Not for me as much, but still dealing with the NYPD oftentimes is like dealing with a rabid dog. Like, you really don't know what they're going to do. It gets even worse for people who are in minorities, and particularly when I was there at the height of stop and frisk. And I lived where there were no cops on the Appalachian Trail, because there's no cops freaking 40 miles out into the woods. And I was safer there than I've ever been at any other point in my life. And again, part of the reason is cops. It's very important for people to remember, everybody in the United States are really afraid of terrorists. But the fact of the matter is, you are more likely to be shot and killed by a cop than by a terrorist. You're actually, with terrorists, you're more likely to be killed by your own furniture. But the point is that the police force is a genuine threat to the health and safety of the American citizen. Not all of us, not all the time, not all of them, but yeah.
Cider and Port says too,
Stick
Yernaz.
Yeah.
They say, we don't pick
Yeah.
the people that BLM use. You do. As soon as you demonize or villainize a black person, then BLM has their back. You chose the people that BLM uses, not us. Props to Brenton.
Yeah.
Go
For
ahead,
the
This
record,
is
I don't
for
think
you,
it's
Yernaz.
Yernaz who did that.
Yeah,
individually,
like, I don't
but-
know.
You want to respond to Yernaz?
Yeah. Well, what does he mean? I'm choosing the cases? Like
He's
who am I
using you as
demonizing?
Yeah, he's using you as a stand-in for the right-wing media, for reactionary. Like, I don't think you individually chose those cases, but it's a good point that every time like a black person is
You get
killed
it,
by the
Yernaz?
police, there's that.
We don't need you
narrative
to,
that-
no offense, Brenton.
after him.
But I was just going to say, we don't need
It's
you to
fine.
add too much onto it, because I still want to give Yernaz a chance to respond to this
Yeah,
if he wants. Do you get that?
Well, I actually think I'm pretty nuanced, and I've admitted to a couple of cases where I think the evidence is quite clear, and I don't feel I need to argue with them. But yeah, I'm just going to be critical of every organization, especially if they're saying that they're representing black people, and I am black. So yeah, I think I could say something about it.
Gotcha, and thank you very much.
I think
for your-
everyone could say something about it, actually. But
Thanks for your question.
Yeah.
This comes in from Medusa and CEO. No, Rising Power. Nope. Cider and Port had the next one. Said, the moment you say, quote, they were no angel, unquote, it doesn't matter what the person has done. They don't deserve to be killed by police. Why is that controversial? Yernaz.
Yeah, so I really hate this framing where people say he did X, he didn't deserve to die. Like, if you steal one piece of candy, but then you knock a cop in his face and try to steal his gun, and you're gonna get shot. Of course, it was not the candy that made you deserve to die. You were just being stupid and took the risk of dying after stealing candy. So you're stupid. So I hate that framing. No one says they deserve it because of the crime they commit. They deserve it. They don't deserve it. It happened to them because they took an incredibly crazy risk after going against the law. So,
and you don't think because they're dead and the cop is the only one there that they just lying about them doing the incredibly crazy thing? I mean, again, great example at Occupy, the Cecily McMillan trial. Cecily was in the park when the police officers were clearing it. An officer, by the way, who's since been let go, reached around and grabbed her breast, and not knowing who it was, she went back, she elbowed him in the eye. Oops, police officer. Suddenly, she gets the crap kicked out of her, wakes up handcuffed to a bed, facing 7 years in prison for assaulting a police officer. Similarly, what happened with me. Again, I was not resisting in any way, but they still said it because that they're
not
train
black,
each other
Brendan.
to do it.
Okay, so I'm just teasing you, buddy. I'm all right. Yeah. So next up, this one coming in from Haig Report says BLM lies to people who don't know better, encouraging hatred and presume people guilty despite exoneration. BLM doesn't value their own lives.
I don't know.
Black lives, he means, maybe.
Yeah. Again, I don't really see how one relates to the other. Like, even if you're going to say that they're lying, and I don't think they're lying. I think that's you guys believing they're lying because you believe the right-wing media spin on it. But even if they were lying, the problem is still there. It's still real, statistically, objectively.
Brent, do you believe in left-wing propaganda?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Okay, also around these cases?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. Like the thing is that the left-wing media machine, there isn't nearly the power behind it than the right. Like, you can't make a career being an anarchist or a communist speaker for the most part. Like, there's occasional ones like Noam Chomsky, but like for the most part, socialists are completely shut out of the conversation from the left. Particularly in the United States, it may be different in the Netherlands, but like,
definitely.
In the United States, because of McCarthyism, because of these purges of the left that went on, during the 1950s and 1960s, the radical left voices are not represented for the most part, and they're certainly not represented with money, power, or prestige. You can make a ton of money being a radical right-wing voice in America. And, once again, Tucker Carlson is the number one most watched person in all of cable news. The right-wing media machine is so much more powerful than the left-wing one. It's not even David versus Goliath. It's Goliath versus a freaking cockroach.
We'll move in.
Okay, but you admit that left-wing news organizations are lying. Okay.
All news organizations lie or spin.
Yeah. Okay, gotcha. Thank you.
And that would include left-wing ones.
Thank you very much. Haig says murders increase after BLM gets credence from the government.
Ferguson effect, baby.
Okay, so first off, correlation is not causation. You would have to then demonstrate that it was because of that. And secondly, no, murders have not increased. We've been seeing a general downtrend in both murders and overall violent crime and overall crime for years and years. The only times you can say that murders might have gotten more likely because of BLM is situations like freaking Kyle Rittenhouse. Where people
he was defending himself, man.
He was not. He's a murderer. But anyway, we can talk about that later. But the point being is that a couple maybe like the only things that you can chalk up to BLM, the only kinds of murders you could chalk up to BLM are like when people attack marches and drive trucks through there, or if someone shoots back at one of those people or something. That kind of killing could be chalked up to them. But simply chalking up random violence, it makes no sense, and it's very bad faith.
Next up, this one from Haig says Capitol protests became the language of the unheard.
No, so again, the Capitol protest, because the Capitol protest was not really a riot in the strictest sense. That was planned specifically by Donald Trump and QAnon. They knew exactly what they were going to do. They were attempting a coup. They're just bad at it. And the fact of the matter is that I know they feel like they're unheard, so you could maybe kind of talk about that, but also, like, if you look at the socioeconomic status of a lot of the people involved in the January 6th insurrection, you find a lot of them are like, one of the women, she was like a super rich real estate agent who was flying all over the country. QAnon, that's a cult. It is a cult, and it was a cult joined with fascists.
Hake strikes again. He says, Black mothers actually beg for more police presence in their own communities, according to Heather McDonald.
Okay, I don't know who Heather McDonald is, so I don't care. I can look that up.
But it does tie into the point that I made, that innocent Black people need police the most.
That's just not true. Like, I can tell you from having watched how police treated innocent Black people in New York during the height of stop and frisk, it's just not the case. Like, cops are dangerous. I cannot stress that enough. And they are specifically dangerous to you if you are a Black man.
This one coming in from, do appreciate your question, Pancake of Destiny, like Destiny Steven. Now, they say BLM wants special treatment for Black people from police/workplaces/colleges. It is racist, and it assumes that Black people are inferior. What do you think about that, Brent?
So it in no way assumes that Black people are inferior. It assumes rightly that Black people are unfairly targeted by the system for malicious reasons, which, again, we have the proof. Richard Nixon, war on drugs, mass incarceration. These are all facts. Now, as far as, so they're not assuming that Black people, that doesn't mean that Black people would be inherently inferior in any way. What was the first part of that again? Because I did want to respond to it, but I got caught up on that. What's the first part?
They had said that BLM wants special treatment for Black people from police and workplaces and colleges.
Yeah. That was it. So special treatment. Okay, this is akin to saying, I have a broken arm, so I need to get into the hospital before the person who has a black eye. And you say, oh, that's special treatment. Special treatment for someone is only a problem when it is special treatment that is out of the bounds of reality. So if I go to the front of the line for illogical reasons, then that is a biased treatment of me. But it is very logical that we should deal with this problem with the Black community because they're being shot and killed and imprisoned at so much of a higher rate, to the point where seven innocent Black men will be put in prison to every one innocent white man put in prison. That's completely wrong.
Must move on. This one coming in from Jesse says, BLM is winning, so they are clearly correct, quote unquote. They said this might makes right mentality from Brenton is disturbing.
It had nothing to do with might makes right. We were talking about, were they an effective organization? Yernaz was saying that they were not effective, and I was saying, well, they seem to be very effective.
But you were saying the ends justify the means. I felt.
I definitely was not. No, I don't believe the ends justify. I'm a Buddhist, dude. I don't believe the ends justify the means.
This one coming in from Hake says police. Let's see. I think I had this one. Oh yeah, we did read that one, and then they did say this one. Colin Kaepernick falsely smeared cops of getting away with murder. Meanwhile, 20% of murders solved in Chicago. And then they said misleading kids is pure evil.
Again, cops have been getting away with murder for a really long time. We'll go back to Freddie Gray. All of the officers involved in that were acquitted. The cop who killed Eric Garner got away with murder. In fact, I would say the only time so far that a cop has not gotten away with murder when it came to the high-profile killing of a Black man that I can think of is most recently with Chauvin. And that was just because it was so overwhelming, nobody could deny it, except Yernaz denied it. So I would say overall, we do not have that going on, and these are not lies being told to children. You want to live in a bubble. You want to live in a world where these things don't happen. And I sympathize with that, but the fact is this is reality. It's happening.
Gotcha. And this one coming in from Hake says 13% of the population but 40% of cop killers, according to Heather McDonald.
Yeah. Okay. So first off, and by the way, you know what the biggest cop killers in the planet is? Sovereign citizens who are mostly white. So it's interesting that you just went with this 40%. You're quoting some version of 1350 there. The fact of the matter is that this is just bad statistics. I can state as a statistical fact that the average American has one breast and one testicle, because you got 50% women, 2 breasts, no testicles, 50% men, no breasts, 2 testicles, average them together. The average American has 1 breast and 1 testicles. There are liars, there are damn liars, and there are statisticians. And you're listening to a damn liar who is misusing statistics.
You got it in this one. Coming in from Hake says the NAACP was going to use a different girl, but swapped in Rosa Parks because the other girl was pregnant out of wedlock. And so they're saying that it was a setup.
I mean, it was a setup in the sense that, like Rosa Parks was not just some old lady who went in there and was like, oh, I'm just so tired. No, this was a particular political action that she took with the intent of showing that the system was cruel and unfair to Black people. And she did a phenomenal job of it. So yes, it was a setup, but it was a setup for good reason. And it had a good effect because, again, think about all of the tired old ladies who actually did just want to sit down that were treated like crap. Think about that.
Haig strikes again on the same topic, says Rosa Parks was part of a PR setup, not some spontaneous brave woman.
Yeah, I know. I just said that. That's why I said she was a trained communist. But
really?
The fact of the matter is, Rosa Parks was a Marxist. Yes. But the fact is that, again, and we said this in the debate, she was still doing a good thing because that law, forcing Black people to sit at the back of the bus was cruel. And it was an example of treating them as inferior second-class citizens. So she was absolutely right to do it. That's how political change happens a lot of the time. People think this stuff happens spontaneously. It doesn't.
Gotcha.
And it happens like that on the right and the left.
Long Nights YouTubing says, why does this country get mad at BLM for 1% of 99% of protests turning into riots, but January 6th happens and mum's the word? I think they're saying nobody does anything or nobody talks about it. They say they are protected by the GOP. What do you think of them apples, Yernaz?
Well, I think a lot of them were arrested, so they're getting their case in court, right? So I'm sure there are people in the GOP who don't want to criticize them too hard for electoral purposes, but like the law is taking care of these people. Like they're not being exempt from punishment, right? That's not what I understood.
Gotcha.
So some of them have been arrested, and it may have been that trying to take over the country, like literally attempting a coup, is the line that white privilege begins to break down at. But we really won't know until we actually see the trials and see the outcomes. I will agree with you. There was more of a response to this, but I'll tell you what, if that had been a left-wing attempt to take over Congress, holy crap, there would have been a lot more dead than just 4 people and only 1 person actually killed by the police. The fact is that we just had a violent cult join with a bunch of fascists and try to take over the country for a sundowning old fascist with holes in his brain, so to try to keep him in as the president. And I would say the level of kit gloves that they're handling them with does not even come close to the threat that they posed at that time.
Yernaz, since the question was originally for you, I'll give you the last quick and pithy word, and then we got to go to the next one.
On the January 6th thing, you mean?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess it was to him. I thought that was to me.
Yeah, I answered already. I said, some people in the GOP are not criticizing them, but I think, law enforcement did take care of them, and they're not going to get away with it. Most likely how it looks right now. But, yeah, we have to wait for it. But
next up.
I don't have they're being punished. Yeah.
You got it. And Haig says, I think this is for you, Brenton. They say BLM spreads misplaced suspicion and hate.
I mean, again, this is the standard kind of red baiting. The idea that that an organization is secretly making up bad stuff about America specifically to cause problems within America as a subversive thing. These problems that they are bringing to light are objectively real. That knee on George Floyd's neck, that was objectively real. That happened. The chokehold that killed Eric Garner, the rough ride that killed Gray. These are real problems, whether you want to face them or not. I am not a snowflake like you are, and I'm not going to pretend like the world is nicer than it actually is. I'm going to pay attention to these serious problems and them. And that's the only thing that anyone with any amount of intellectual rigor or personal values can do.
Gotcha.
So yeah.
And Get Stanfield, thanks for your question. Says, thank you for what you do, James. Thank you, Get. Appreciate your support. Says, anytime I can chat live, I'll donate. Human beings need conversations to settle different ways of looking at the world. Thanks so much, Get. That seriously means a lot. And it's true. We're not always here to solve the problem, but maybe we can at least better understand the problem. So thanks for your question. Hake says, I think I read that one earlier because I was reading some of them out of the order. Yep. And then Heinrich.
I hope Hake, no, seriously, yeah.
He's, Hake
Heinrich?
from, I don't know if you ever watch, I know, Brenton, you're a big fan of Jesse Lee Peterson. So Hake is like the Hake Report who partners with Jesse on the, but anyway. So yeah, red hair
amazing.
Fellow. Yes, but yes, we thank you for your question. Heinrich says, James, this is for support. Great job, but I'll give a sticker for your best insults of Tom's chair. Thank you for your support. I will gladly insult Tom's chair. Get Stanfield says also, thank you very much. Says, regardless of the few conflicts which have transpired within the past few years, would you agree, Yernaz, that there does exist some racism?
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, it exists in the Netherlands. I'm sure it exists in the US. I just don't think the way BLM approached it is the right way. So that's why I'm taking that approach as a political scientist. So yeah, there's definitely racism, but I just feel there's more effective ways of battling it.
You got it. Thank you very much.
Or let's say more moral ways, because it's not only about effectiveness, just
gotcha. And
truthfulness.
Spicy Road says, Brent, would Black lives be served better teaching how to fight in court rather than the police?
So here's the thing. That is also happening. You've got groups like the Lawyers Guild, for instance, and they tend to handle cases like that. Black Lives Matter does not just do the media thing. Like there's a lot that goes into trial support, and there are other organizations that are more directly focused on that as well. But yes, I would agree that overall, when it comes to dealing with police officers, you don't want to meet them with any kind of force, no matter how right you are, because you will always lose. I learned that at a very young age, So yes, they need to be battled in court, but even part of court is also the court of public opinion. And that can actually have a direct impact on how these cases turn out. And I think that the fact that public opinion was so against Chauvin is a big reason as to why Chauvin was eventually convicted. Similarly with Cecily McMillan, when she was convicted of her wayward elbow, she only got 90 days instead of 7 years. It was because of the media approach to the trial. The people in Occupy made sure that people knew about it, knew what was happening, and there was an unprecedented letter writing campaign. And so many people sent in letters in support of Cecily that the prosecutor did not feel comfortable recommending what they wanted, which was 7 years. So they gave her 90 days.
Gotcha. And want to remind you, moderators, thanks so much for all you do. I do want to remind you, moderators, we ask you to refrain from debating the issues. I know that's a new big step that we've made as we want to strive for even more neutrality, but do appreciate that. And then, thanks for your question, Bert says, thanks, Brent, for having a goodwill conversation debate towards the end. I don't know if that's supposed to...
It calmed down a bit towards the end. I would like to think it was goodwill the whole time. And I will say, the last time I argued this, it was with TJump, and I think Yernaz has been... I like TJump, but I think Yernaz has been very respectful here for the most part. And while tempers did flare at a time, I feel like we got some good stuff done.
Juicy. And Reverend Elation said, or revelation, I see what you're doing there. Founder Patricia Coolers said that, quote, spirituality is at the center, unquote, of the movement. Do her occult black magic practices help or hurt the movement?
I don't know who this person is. I can't say.
God.
She's one of the founders, right? Patrice Coulors.
And is she like a pagan or something? I mean,
I don't know if she's
spirituality.
referring to voodoo.
That
Maybe
she's
voodoo.
like does she like the earth crystals like you like, Brenton?
I don't do the earth
Power
crystals. Dude, I'm a
crystals?
Buddhist.
Oh,
No, I don't do crystals.
okay.
I know it looks like I'm the kind of guy who would do crystals. No, I chant to a Gohonzon.
I just like to tease you. I'm so sorry. Anybody out there who likes crystals. Snake was right. Thanks for your question. It says, if there are poor people, you can reasonably expect crimes. If police are getting shot at, not reasonable to fire back, according to Brenton.
I would say it depends on how and when and why you're getting shot at. If there's a warning shot, you probably should not be firing back. Again, I think what we need to do in this country is realize that because we imbue cops with so much power, we must also hold cops to a higher standard. And I think it is, if it comes down to cops accidentally shooting a person or a cop not taking action and getting shot, we should more cleave to the latter. Because again, that's sort of what happens when you sign up to be a warrior. You are there to protect people. And if a cop has to die to protect the public, they should be, as a warrior, ready to make that sacrifice. And so I think, again, they need to be held to a higher standard. That's the only reason you can ever give someone power, is if you hold them to a higher standard as a result of that.
Gotcha. And thanks very much for this question coming in from Hake, who says cops are more likely to die at the hands of the public compared to the odds of a random black person dying at the hands of police.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I don't know the actual statistics on that. I would have to look into it. But again, I would rather have cops being more likely to die at the hands of the public than to have the public being more likely to die at the hands of cops.
Well, I really think... Yeah. I really think you're going to have trouble finding any good cops if this is the position. If the position is, even if people or criminals are shooting at you, you might still not be able to pull out your gun, you're going to find exactly no one willing to take that job.
Well, then there's a lot of cowardly people out there.
It's not cowardice.
No, it absolutely is cowardice. No, it absolutely is cowardice. Look, if you're a freaking warrior, you need to be prepared to put down your life.
Hold on, they're not soldiers.
People.
They're not soldiers.
They're treated as soldiers, and
you're treating them as soldiers.
I'm not the freaking David, whatever his name is, who wrote the Killology, is the guy treating them as soldiers and telling them they're soldiers.
You can't have your cake and eat it too. It's a famous quote of Ayn Rand. So you have to choose, because if they're soldiers, they're going to kill. So you can't complain about the killing if they're soldiers. You can't be like...
You'll notice I never use the phrase soldier. I used warrior, and I chose that specifically because what I'm
going to get technical with me now? Soldier and warrior? Like,
yeah.
Go on.
Look, the fact of the matter is that the state is there to deploy violence and the threat of violence against threats to property. And that is what the police department is. They deploy violence and the threat of violence. If you are someone whose job it is to deploy violence and the threat of violence, you are a warrior. You are not necessarily a soldier in an army, but you're still a warrior.
But you want to make them into martyrs. You think they should make more risk, even if they're being shot at by criminals. They should still think more about the criminal than about their own life.
They should think more about the public than about their own life, because this is the thing. Once again, they are not interacting necessarily with criminals. They're interacting with people that they think might be criminals, but these people are actually members of the public. So what we need to do is make sure that the people that they are interacting with are more protected on average than the people with the guns and the training.
But the specific context of someone shooting straight at them takes it out
Who said
of
it's straight at
This
them?
could just be a citizen.
I'm going to give Brent the last word.
Normal citizens don't shoot at cops.
Yeah, it was just a citizen. And yes, I would agree in general, don't shoot at cops. But the point is that, again,
short and pithy here.
Yeah. Look, it is more dangerous to be a garbage man than to be a police officer. It is more dangerous to be a cab driver than to be a police officer. I think that we cannot afford to have cowardly police officers.
Okay,
we need to have brave police officers.
We must move to the next one. I know that you've got another round in the chamber ready to fire out, Yernaz. I appreciate.
No, I have to respond to the danger argument. It's not a correct argument because the danger is of a different sort. If you're working like as a garbage disposal guy and you can get your head stuck in the machine and some people die of that every year, that's something you know is a danger. If you're a cop walking around in a bad neighborhood, you can get shot any second. That is the danger of a different nature than the danger for a guy throwing in the garbage who shouldn't put his head into the machine, right?
Yeah.
It's
okay. So
so
here's what's happening. You're
I will give
blaming
Brent
the
the last word,
garbage
then we
people
must
that
go
die.
to the next one.
And you're just as likely, if not more likely, to get killed as a cab driver. Every fare could come into your cab and kill you. Should cab drivers get a license to kill? No.
Next
Well,
up,
they should be
we
able to
must move the
defend
next one.
themselves.
Thank you guys.
Everyone's able to
Appreciate
defend
it. You
themselves.
guys, sorry, but we have so many questions. I just want to get through these, and I also want to respect your guys' time. I know you guys are busy.
Cab drivers
And
don't have qualified immunity.
This one coming in from
Yeah.
Long Nights.
I agree with you on that.
Long Nights YouTube and says Ronald Green was tortured by 12 and he didn't deserve any of that, Yernaz. There are thousands of cases of these. As a black man from this country, BLM is completely necessary, and I can speak for the majority.
Okay. Again, if there are thousands of cases and the best you can provide me is Michael Brown, you're doing something wrong. You're
he
making
just
it
provided
worse.
you with another one.
One sec.
Like Michael Brown.
No,
yeah,
I mean, I
But
wanna
I'm
hear
not
from
going
Yernaz.
against this case. Like, I haven't studied this case, but I'm not going against it. If it's true what this guy says, please run with this story because this is a real good one. And I don't see the lies as yet. But
Yeah, if
why
I'm not
pick the ones with the lies? Like, I don't get it. Like,
Yeah.
if they're all around, pick the good ones. And I won't have a complaint.
If
If
I'm
it's
not
so clear.
see again, I don't believe you when you say that. Like I believe you're sincere, but again,
Yeah.
also, you say you watch a lot of Young Turks or whatever, but really keep
Definitely.
in mind all of the big Black Lives Matter cases that are going to get elevated by the right-wing media are ones that the right-wing media knows they can find and poke holes in and make it look like crap. So what you are seeing is curated in a way, and then also your brain then is selecting them more often anyway, because what is that self-serving bias that we all have? So you may just not pick up on stuff that doesn't
Give you the
enforce
last
your
word,
worldview
Yernaz.
otherwise, and that's all of us, but we should be aware of it.
The question was originally for you, Yernaz, so I'll give you this last word, and then we got to go to the next one.
Well, like, of course he didn't deserve it if what is being said is true, and I wouldn't go against it, and it's just an evidence that there are good cases to attach onto, and that's my advice. And I think if BLM would do that more than they are right now, they would be a better organization, like more moral, more truthful. They wouldn't be boxed in, and they shouldn't have to lie about Ma'Khia Bryant because they were truthful from the get-go.
Gotcha. And Cider Report says Brenton Heather McDonald is someone who did a PragerU video and unironically brought up 1350 as her primary argument.
Oh my God. Okay, I'm glad that she's worthless to listen to.
Long
Thank you
Nights
for pointing that
YouTubing
out.
says the commission for January 6th was spiked by the GOP, though.
Yeah, it definitely was spiked by the GOP, and you'll notice
This wasn't
a
for
lot of the
you.
people
This
who-
is to challenge
Oh.
Yernaz.
I'm sorry.
No, but listen, I already said I agree that there are people in the GOP who have electoral reasons not to go all out against the January 6 people. I'm saying that as long as how I understand it, people are being prosecuted and are being jailed for what happened. So to me, at least that part seems legit.
Gotcha. And Sleepy Dan says BLM also spread COVID during their protesting in the pandemic.
I mean, that was something that I was actually really concerned about, which is one of the reasons why I didn't attend any protests over the summer, because my wife is high risk and I wasn't going to risk that. I don't know how serious the COVID spread from the protests was, because it was outside and most of the protesters were masked. But that's definitely a trade-off, because again, you've got one epidemic that is COVID, and then you have the epidemic of police brutality, police murders, and the ongoing criminalization of the Black community for-profit prisons. So, cost benefit analysis, I don't like the idea that anybody should be in the streets spreading COVID, but I can see why someone might feel that they needed to take that risk to deal with a much bigger problem.
Gotcha. This juicy one from Hake, from the Hake Report says, how is it lying with statistics to acknowledge that Black Americans are much more likely to perhaps to be perpetrators against police and people in general?
Yeah. So again, it's lying with statistics because it removes it from the context, and also it's not people in general. So when you talk about like the 1350 or the other race-related statistics, what's happened is that you have presented a fact, but you presented a fact with absolutely no context, and as a result, people will draw an incorrect conclusion and inference from it. So you are essentially using the truth to tell lies.
Gotcha.
In much the same way that if I said, average American has one breast and one testicle, I would be using the truth to tell an obvious lie.
Want to remind you folks, it's coming. This coming Wednesday, as you see at the bottom right of your screen, JF will be taking on Lance from the Serfs on capitalism versus socialism. You don't want to miss that one, folks, so do hit that subscribe button if you haven't already so you can see that juicy debate that's going down this coming Wednesday. And we also have 2 more debates today, you guys. This is the most epic 12-hour debate stream of your lives, and we want to say thank you so much to Brent and to Yernaz for helping make it possible. Thank you guys so much. And folks, they're linked in the description. So if you want to hear more, you can hear more from these guys. But thank you, Brenton and Yernaz. It's been a true pleasure. I'm going to be back.
Thanks a lot.
Absolutely. I'm going to be back in just a moment, folks, as we will be in the intermission. Namely, we have the next debate coming up in about a half hour. And so I will be back in just a moment to chat with you in the old live chat, let you know about channel updates and upcoming debates. And then we'll be starting that next debate coming up in about 30 minutes or so. So thanks so much and stick around, folks. I'll be right back. And thanks so much again to our guests.
Yeah. I'm not dying. Get out of here.
Amazing. You guys, I am so pumped. Levy is like, it's all, the Zoom window is all changed up on me. Here I am. You guys, I am pumped. Do you see me over here? We have got so much awesome stuff to come. You do not want to miss it, as we have many upcoming debates. So let me just, there we go, that's a little bit better. And you guys, I've got to tell you about this. This is a little bit more zoomed in than I like, but I'm going to fix this. And I've got to let you know about several awesome upcoming things. You guys, we are so thankful that you guys are here. Want to let you know Modern Day Debate is a neutral channel hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. And you guys, We are very serious. We want everybody to feel welcome, whether they're gay, straight, black, white, Christian, atheist, politically left, politically right, you name it. We are thankful that you are here. And so pumped to have you. Let me tell you about some of the upcoming debates. I've already told you about this one on the bottom right of your screen. Right now it's a little bit scrambled. Bear with me. But you see this on the bottom right of your screen. That one is going to be juicy. And you can also see on the far right of your screen, we are pumped that we have a podcast as well as the YouTube channel and Twitch. By the way, Twitch chat, I've been so behind on saying hello to you. And so want to say thanks so much to everybody in the old Twitch chat. I see you there. I see CD Rank. Thanks for being here with us in the old Twitch chat, as well as thanks Toko Crace, Toko Kraka, Toko Krakra. Thank you for being with us. We are pumped to see you there in the old Twitch chat. And yeah, follow us on Twitch, folks. We hope that's of value to you. We really do enjoy learning about this platform, as it's still somewhat new, at least compared to YouTube for us. But we're glad that it's been useful for people. And then Scrap Jima, thanks for being with us as well. And Lilybug Asaurus, thanks for being with us. You guys, I am absolutely pumped about upcoming debates we have. Want to let you know, it is going to be an epic summer. So let me show you some of the cool stuff we've got coming up, and we are pumped. It's going to be a lot of fun. So in particular, you guys might be like, well, you know what's weird is that my camera, I swear, it's like it should be that this is the center point. Oh, you know what? I know why it is. It's because I'm so zoomed in. 2 seconds. We'll get there. Is that you guys, I am pumped, as you have maybe not heard about our crowdfund that is currently underway. And right now, it's been doing really well. We are at about 78%, which is absolutely epic. And so we do want to encourage you, if you have not already jumped in on the crowdfund, that is linked in the description. You might be like, James, what crowdfund are you talking about? Well, if you've been living in a cave on Mars with your fingers in your ears, it's coming up on June 5th. So that's about a week. Yeah, it's a week away, folks. So we really don't have that much more time for the crowdfund. If you are like, hey, you know what? This channel's been fun for me. I've enjoyed this. I want to support what you guys are doing. I like your vision of providing a neutral playing ground for this debate. And so I want to help the channel. Want to let you know this crowdfund project is absolutely epic. It's going really well. And you might be like, well, James, you know how to do this crowdfund? Like, how does this, you think you can really do it? We have done it. We've successfully pulled this off in the past. And so we are absolutely pumped. As you can see in the bottom right of the screen, it's showing in the red circle. We had 143 backers who pledged $3,100 last time. That was when we hosted New York Times bestselling author Dr. Michael Shermer and inspiring philosophy Mike Jones in our January debate this year. And it was epic, you guys. So really encouraged that one went really well. But you might be like, well, what is it on? Well, it's on this platform called Indiegogo. It's just like Kickstarter, except the branding is basically pink, purple colored. And you can just sign in so easily. You can use your Facebook, for example. A lot of different options for how you can sign in. If you want, you can create an account. You don't have to create an account, though, and you don't even have to use Facebook. So that is linked in the description, but let me grab that for you. And then I want to say hi to you in the chat as I thank you very much. Let's see. Revelation said, I wish I could super chat Hake during the debate. Live chat. What do you mean super chat Hake? Like, you mean put his name in it? But let's see. Hake says, did you tag Modern Day Debate, Floyd Visser? Oh, yeah. So, folks, want to let you know, if you happen to have a question, it's way easier for me to see the question in the live chat if you tag me with @ModernDayDebate, and then I can more easily kind of see your question, and basically you can say, then I can potentially read it if we have enough time. I do want to respect the time of the debaters. Their time is valuable, and we don't always get to read every single question, but we try. JC93013 says, James, say beta male in Jesse Lee Peterson's voice. I was listening to, yesterday I was listening to Jesse Lee Peterson, and I was listening to the beta male song. I can't get it out of my head. He's a beta male, but yes, we do use beta male or beta more broadly. You can be a beta female. It's possible. We might call you a beta female too. We use it more ironically. We're not like it's not really that serious. But we are glad to see your Revelation says you are full of grace and truth, and we appreciate you. That's really kind of you. I've got a lot of things wrong with me, so I appreciate your kind words. It means a lot. Now, the next debate is coming up in 27 minutes, folks, and that is on whether or not there's evidence for intelligent design. You don't want to miss it, folks. But also, you might be like, well, what other debates do you have today? Oh, wait, sorry, I got distracted. Let me do this really quick. I'm going to throw the old crowdfund link in the description, and that way you can hopefully, or it's already in the description, I'm going to throw it in the old live chat. And do want to encourage you, folks, we've only got 6 days or so. And so this is the time, if you want to support the channel, that really does help. And you might be like, I don't even know if I really like these religion debates. Well, keep this in mind. Even if you throw in $1, like I'm very serious. When we see more people are backing it, that gives me more confidence and motivation to try to use this strategy to get potential speakers in the future, such as like Dinesh D'Souza versus Vosh or something like that. Like, we want to have big time debates, and we think the crowdfund strategy is definitely a way to get there. Like, we really do believe it. This is absolutely, we think that this is the way of modern day debate getting to host bigger, badder events. And so I do want to encourage you folks, if you've gotten value from this channel, please do throw into the Kickstarter, and you can throw in as small of an amount as a cup of coffee. Really. I mean, like that's it. And so do want to let you know about that, as we are excited about it, folks. And it's you could say the bridge or the pathway for us being able to do bigger headline events, as a lot of speakers, it's like they're big time. And if we want to get more big time speakers, like let's say, for example, Richard Dawkins, like we really do want to host Richard Dawkins in the future, like maybe against like Dr. Fuzz Rana on like creation evolution. That would be epic, wouldn't it? And so in order to do that, though, I mean, we actually need to crowdfund. So we do appreciate your support. John W., thanks for your kind words. Said, love you, and I always come back, even if I act like a silly person. Love your content. Thank you for your kind words, John W. Seriously, that means a lot. And I'm throwing the crowdfund into the old live chat. So that is right there. Want to encourage you to check it out, folks, and join us as we crowdfund for this massive event. It's going to be a gigantic one, and that's part of why we're doing this 12-hour stream, is if you're like, yeah, I get some value out of this channel. Well, hey, if this is fun, if this is something you're like, hey, I want to see you guys do well, throw into that crowdfund, as we really do appreciate it. And it's absolutely necessary. Like the promises you can say have already been made in terms of the honorariums and all that stuff. And that's the reason we have it, though, is the honorariums of the speakers. Richard Dawkins, it might take us a while, but you might think like, oh, it's impossible to get Dawkins. Well, Dawkins allegedly $25,000 to host him. If only half of our subscribers, roughly half, put in $1, boom, we'd have it. I mean, like, really. So many hands make light work, and you can throw in as little as the price of a cup of coffee or less. So we do encourage you to join us with that Kickstarter, which is linked in the description. And Hake says, Beta Lady. Thank you for that, Hake. And then JC93013 says, ever considered doing sports debates? That would be cool. I'm open to it. It's a possibility. It depends on what it would be on, like who it would be on. So it would be kind of outside. I don't know if it would fit in politics. It'd be maybe outside our main topics, but I don't know. I'll think about it. Let me know potential ideas. And I want to say hi to you, though, in the chat, as I do appreciate you guys just hanging out here. And then Hake, let's see, saw that, Hake. Thanks for asking Floyd if they tagged me. Please do tag me if you have a question. And then Branson Gould, thanks for being with us, as well as Let's Farm. Thanks for your support. Oh, that's right. Let's Farm. I know you asked me to make YouTube Surgeon General a mod. I'm open to doing that. I do want to let you know, I'm sure you already mentioned to YouTube Surgeon General that we now have kind of the moderators. It's like kind of more involved. Like they have those meetings on Discord. And so YouTube Surgeon General, I want to let you know about that. And then Darth Revan, good to see you, as well as Haxt, good to see you again. And Haxt, I did see that PayPal contribution, so thank you so much for that. That's super encouraging. And then Human said, glad you're here with us, Human. And then let's see, Pro-Social Pessimist, glad you're here, as well as UNXN XWN, thanks for coming by. And then Revelation says, donate to him. Thank you. And that's the thing, too, is we do want to give thanks to Matt, as Matt has helped us grow immensely at the channel. And so this is a way that we can actually kind of give back and say thank you, as these honorariums, I mean, these guys do a lot of work. And like I said, these guys have brought a lot of people to the channel. So if you enjoy those Matt Dillahunty debates and you want to continue to see them, this really does help. And we do encourage you to actually throw in, as that does really make a difference. So thank you for that. And then Bo Smith, good to see you, as well as MG, thanks for coming by. And then Domo, thanks for coming by. Dave James says, amazing. I agree. And Kat, thanks for being with us, says, make the beta male song the intermission song. That's funny. That'd be pretty hip. Hannah Anderson, good to see you, as well as Pedro HM. Thanks for coming by. And Amanda, thanks for your mod work. Thank you to all the mods for all you do. Seriously, we do appreciate you. We know that sometimes people will try to trigger the mods. And so I would say that's a small percent who try to do that, to be fair. I don't want to throw everybody under the bus. And so we do appreciate you mods for all you do. And everybody, please feel free to call me out. If you think I'm being biased, let me know. As a moderator, the host of the show, you could say, I do want to be held accountable. And so I hope you feel comfortable doing that. Bob the Butcher, thanks for coming by, as well as Thanos Marvel, thanks for coming by, says, how is everyone? Thank you for coming by, Thanos Marvel. We're doing well. I'm pumped. And Brian Griffin, good to see you again. And Jenna in Hack says, Jenna survived yesterday, so Matt knows it's probably safe to come. It will be safe to come, and thank you, moderators, for doing a phenomenal job. That does mean a lot, as we really do appreciate that. And then, somebody say that I could have sworn I just saw somebody say that there's trouble with Indiegogo. But Nathan Thompson versus TJump is tonight. Bangarang. Let me show you guys this. You might be like, wait, really? Are you serious, James, that there's a flat earth debate tonight with Nathan Thompson and Tom Jump? Let me show you this. You maybe didn't know it, but it's going to be epic. So let me pull up the little, you could say, stream thing right now. It is going to be juicy. We have never hosted these fellows together on the same stream, I don't think, ever. And so that's why it's going to be especially epic. So I'm going to show you this right now. Give me a moment as I'm pulling that in. And you guys, you don't want to miss it. I am pumped for it. So let me show you this. This debate that you see on screen right now is happening tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern. And then... And Hack says, overpriced for Dawkins. I know what you mean. 25,000 is a lot. But like I said, if half the subscribers threw in $1, well, I mean, that would be a piece of cake. Like, many hands make light work. And so thank you. In the last stream, somebody donated $2. And I'm like, that helps. That really does make a difference. And again, seeing more people are down with like the strategy, we do appreciate that. Is just seeing people are like, hey, this crowdfund idea is cool. Like, that can bring in new cool stuff. Raw Nickiness, good to see you as well, and YouTube Surge in general. I'm going to mod you up, as I had let you know that there's, you could say, extra work involved with it now, but we appreciate you being willing to do it. And Bubblegum Gun says, is sports simping for men? That's juicy. I appreciate you asking that. I have no idea what you even mean, but Thanos Marvel says, I am inevitable. When are you doing a Marvel debate? That'd be fun. I'm open to it. And then also, Bellis Breckenridge, thank you for coming by. And Vinny Anderson, we're glad you're here as well, said, heck, an occasional sports episode would be great for bringing in new viewers. Even if a lot of us politics junkies don't watch as much, still good investment. I'm open to it. It depends on who would be in, but that's weird. Let's see. I've never seen a person be able to highlight their text in YouTube chat. That's interesting. Paradigm Shift Music, did you do that on purpose? And then, hold on, you guys. I'm going to be right back. 2 moments, as I am going to... I desperately have to go to the bathroom. Just let me run down the hallway. You guys, it's pretty bad, but I'm going to be right back. So hang tight, as we've got more to talk about. Amazing. Beta male. I'm almost there. Okay, I'll be right back. Beta. All right, I am back, folks. The one thing that I want to do is, I've got two things I want to do. So first, here I am, and I want to make this bigger. I always take my glasses off when I go to the bathroom. It's really important. So let me put them back on. All right, ready to go. But I am pumped, you guys. I see you in the live chat. Chris Thompson, thanks for your idea. Said sports debate would be cool. I'm open to it. I don't know what topic would be good. You guys got to let me know. I am open to ideas, though, for sure. So for real, let me know. What do you think? What would be hip? What do people like nowadays? LeBron versus Kobe or LeBron versus MJ? Like, who's better? I don't know. Is that what you're thinking of? Almost set. This is like, I'm trying to figure out, how did I like make this all funky since the last time that I put it in here? There we go. Oh, that looks okay. Now I am back, and then I'm also going to go here, and let me take away this Nathan Thompson picture. Oh, you know what I did? I put the wrong one in here. So I'm changing over, but I am keeping an eye on the chat because I always like to just know what you sickos are up to. Mr. P, good to see you, said, let's see, I have modded up YouTube Surgeon General, so thank you, Surgeon General, for your help. And Jason Daniels, thanks for being with us, as well as Badger Bush, thanks for your support. Said, hit the like, everybody. Let's show some love for the channel. Thank you so much for your support. And those, like, getting more likes does motivate me. It's like, for me, it's like, oh, people are enjoying it. They're engaging with it. That motivates me to put out more debates. And so we do appreciate that support. So please do hit that like button if you'd like more debates. And then let's see here. I am pulling in the next, you know what I should pull in is I've got to pull in the next overlay for the next debate, which is going to be, as you know, intelligent design on trial. And that is going to be a lot of fun. So let me just do that right now. But also, I'll show you this. You maybe haven't seen this, folks, that on the bottom right of your screen, we're pumped. Dr. Michael Brown will be taking on Apostate Prophet next month on June 9th. Oh, you don't want to miss it. It's going to be epic. And all of our debates are uploaded to podcasts. So we do want to encourage you folks, if you haven't checked out the Modern Day Debate podcast, oh, please do. It's amazing. I'm pumped and thrilled that people have been enjoying it. And so we do appreciate that. Now we've got 2 more debates. I am pumped for this, you guys. If you are just coming in, yes, we have been going for, 5 hours or so. And we have plenty more time to go. What would it be if we go to 9:30 tonight? So we got about 7 hours left. Oh, baby. We're not even halfway through in terms of time, but that makes me happy because I like knowing that we've got plenty more to enjoy. And let me pull in, I'm trying to think of, okay. We've got this small James, we can call it James Small. And then I'm going to put in, trying to figure this out. Window capture so you can see me, James Large. I'm going to put this in, and window capture of the Zoom meeting. Good. Then I'm going to shrink this down. And here and here. But let me know. I'm watching in chat to see what you guys are saying because you guys are such sickos. Just teasing. I don't think you're ever really sickos. Steve Coates said, will you participate in a debate on Modern Day Debate? I don't want to do it anytime in the near future. I've got old debates on here that I don't know if you've seen them. I can show them to you if you want. But the reason I don't want to now is my department, someone in my department has brought it to the chair of my department. And they were like, what is James doing hosting all these controversial debates? And I was okay. I'm thankful that I didn't get in trouble. The chair was basically like, I don't think this is a problem. But long story short, I don't want to take any sides because my department where I'm getting my PhD might actually be unhappy about that. So that's why that's one reason why I'm like, I don't know if it's time to do it anytime soon. And let me just quick click these out because they're just confusing for people. And I'm going to click this out, and then you guys will be able to see me once more, which I'm happy about. And this one we can just take out. Also in the chat, Ugra, thank you for coming by. Ugra, we're glad you're here. Said he's on 3 cameras and yet none. And that's true. Let me get this up. I will show you guys. We don't have any more tag teams today. No, we don't. That's good. This, and then I'm just rearranging the screen, figuring this out on how we should do this. I've got housekeeping, Patreon, IGG. You maybe didn't know we have a Patreon. If you like this channel and you're like, hey, I'd like to support what you guys are doing, we do have a Patreon. Highly encourage you to check that out. Now, I desperately want to eat before the next stream starts. So let me just catch up on chat, and then I'm going to grab some food. And Kim Jong-un says, hi, are you Modern Day Hysteria? We used to be Modern Day Hysteria. That was our name when we first started. So we have been around for a while. Evidence and Reason says, this is Sal. I'm here, James, just letting you know so you don't worry about me being AWOL. Thank you, Sal, for being here. I'm pumped, and it's going to be epic. And then, yeah, you can see one of my debates. I'll throw it in the chat. If you guys haven't seen this, I debated, this is my favorite probably of all time, my friend August Berkshire. This was in person, so you guys get to see me back in the day when I was young and spry. If you want to see a video of me, my hair looks just ridiculous, but nonetheless, I'm willing to show you guys this little clip. So let me find August. There it is. Okay, so this debate that I'm about to throw into the old live chat is from literally Oh my gosh, it's 7 years ago. That is insane. So this debate is from over 7 years ago now. And this is the first time it's been on YouTube. So I want to, my old debate. If you want to check that out, you can. And that was a lot of fun. I really think highly of August. He's a good friend. And then Bellis Breckenridge says, Jesse's amazing, has taken hold of James. Amazing. And then you're right. Oh, Brooke, I wish I could update the title in Twitch, but I don't know how. Because I always update it from Restream. Is there a way to update a live Twitch stream as it's going? Because you're right. It is. Yeah, that's got to be confusing. People are probably like, James, what is going on here? Evidence for intelligent design. I'm updating it on YouTube. And now I'm going to try to update it on... Let's see here. I'm going to try to update the thumbnail. That's it. Because right now the thumbnail is Black Lives Matter, and we just wrapped that up. So let me try to do this right now. And I'm pumped, you guys. I desperately want to eat some chicken. Let me grab some chicken. Amazing. Wait a minute. I've got some Caesar dressing, and it's amazing. Let me pull the chat down so I can see what you guys are saying. Let's see here. And then here I am. The Ultimate says, are you afraid to share your views on certain topics because of the university, how the university might react? Yeah, I actually am. I think that there are like some controversial topics that the university will like, it's not exactly a welcome, it's not as, some people, not to be fair, not all, but some people at the university are not as tolerant as they claim to be. And like I said, it was funny that this professor who like got mad, that I had this YouTube channel, they actually, they didn't even debate about me debating, because I hadn't debated on this channel for like 100 years. It was just that I host as a moderator. They thought it was like inappropriate. And it's like, really? Like, serious? Like, it's like, I don't see this as like such a big deal. But hey, man, that's just the nature of the beast. And then my stream, or there it is. Okay. Abdullah Ibn Iblis, thanks for being here with us. Glad you stopped by. Excited to eat the salad. I hope this isn't gross. Is this weird that I do this in front of you? Let me know. Thank you, Sideshow Nav, moderator, for blocking hate speech. I didn't even see it, so thank you for being on the ball. And then Zach Wild, thanks for your kind words. Mike Keenan says, beta! Couldn't agree more. A lot of betas out there. Thanks for your kind words, Dave Hill. Said the professor's just jealous. They're angry. I just don't understand it. I was like, wait, what? Because I'm moderating? Like, we're like trying to welcome everybody. We're like, if you're a conservative or a Republican, you're welcome here. If you're a Democrat or liberal, you're welcome here. But that, I guess, it's just like, oh, you can't do that. We're legitimately tolerant. So we're like, yeah, we'll take anything. People want to debate flat Earth, sure. It just shows you a lot of people not as tolerant as they claim. But Let's Farm is having shrimp salad. That sounds good. Good for you. And then Brian Griffin says, how do you feel about a Brexit debate? It'd be juicy. That might work. The only trick is only a small percentage of our viewers are from Great Britain. So I don't know if the U.S. audience would. Most of our, like 75 to 80% of our audience is U.S. Whoa, I just realized we're supposed to start in a few minutes. That snuck up on me. Holy moly. I gotta send. So sorry, Sal. I didn't realize how late it is. I want to eat. I'm gonna have to slam a protein shake, and this next debate might have to start just 10 minutes late. Pardon my delay, folks. It's my fault, not Sal's or RJ's. Just want to be clear on that. Thanks, Long Nights YouTube, and who said you're a necessary part of the internet. Gotta have a place to debate. Thank you. That means a lot. And Steve Coates said if someone interpreted your intent as hate, it would be a wild stretch. That's what I said. I'm like, hey, I genuinely I want people to get along. And we're gonna have the speakers come in just a moment. I can't believe it. I tried to schedule plenty of time between debates so that it would not be rushed like this, but that's all right. We'll be fine. We're thankful that they're here. This is gonna be great. Thank you to the person who just made a contribution to the Indiegogo. We really do appreciate that. Thank you for your support. I think I know who it was, but I'm not. Indiegogo says I'm not supposed to tell a person's name out loud if they give. So I do want to say thank you, though. I saw who gave, and it means a lot. Thank you. Almost up. My live chat keeps slowing down. Oh. We'll be going soon. Almost ready. I'm a little bit scattered because that time snuck up on me. Bear with me, folks. Let's see here. Okay, almost there. It's already 3. That's just crazy. It's hard to believe. John W., thank you for your question. Said, will I get the t-shirt and sweatshirt if I'm in Ontario, Canada? The shipping costs are a lot. If you really want it, I could open it up to people from outside the U.S., but the shipping costs go up a lot, so that like I'd have to add on the cost because, long story short, like when we have product that we're like shipping out and the product itself that we have to pay for, it kind of takes away from the crowdfund itself, right?
Thank you for your question.
That was an echo. 2 seconds. Our guests have entered the building. Okay, Sal and RJ, pumped that you were here for this sweet 12-hour stream. As I think I had told you guys that we are indeed doing a 12-hour stream today. So want to let you know we are already streaming. That's right. So we're already streaming. So please don't say any dirty jokes or anything that would embarrass yourselves. And but this is fun. I'm gonna be setting up, and so that's weird. Why did it freeze? But basically I've got to update the thumbnail. My computer's like really struggling. It's got too much. Right now I've got a ton going on.
I'm doing this on my laptop this time, which is what I do my show on now. So presumably it will be smooth for the circumstances. Picture and sound seem to be synced up, so that's great.
That's cool. Are you guys in a rush? I'm so sorry for our late
StreamYard
start.
is the one everybody has trouble with.
Huh? You serious?
And James's picture seems static now.
Really?
I can see you fine, Sal. You're on your screen fine.
Can you hear me okay? Nice to see you, James.
Nice to see you too, Sal.
Do you go by James or RJ?
Whatever. Hey, you will do too.
Alrighty.
Hey, you. Get your damn hands off her. If you guys know what movie that's from, I'll be impressed.
Well, there's the one from Planet of the Apes. Get your hands off me, you damn dirty ape. Something like that from Charlton Heston.
It's kind of, it's a classic like that. I hadn't thought of that. That's close.
Rod Serling wrote most of the script of Planet of the Apes, and Jerry Goldsmith wrote an 8-tonal, 12-tone serial score music for it, which is part of the reason why it has such an otherworldly weirdness to it. More than you wanted to know about that movie, I bet.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
I hope you guys can
It relates to creation evolution issue because it's definitely a parody of religious arguments because, of course, the apes have their religious dogma and they do not allow the idea that humans evolved from apes.
Who doesn't?
The apes in Planet of the Apes, they insist that apes could never have evolved from human beings, the lower form of life.
That's amazing.
Yeah. Haven't you seen a Planet of the Apes lately?
Oh, it's been a long time.
Or just
I'd like to.
I saw it in the theater when it came out, 1968. It was around the same time that 2001: A Space Odyssey was out.
Really?
Yep.
Oh.
Although I didn't get to see 2001 until December of 2008. It was snow on the ground, and it finally hit Spokane because it had been on the roadshow things, and Spokane was too small of a venue to get the heavy gun movies for a while. 2001 is the most overrated masterpiece ever made.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, do it as a double feature. Watch 2001 and also 2010, the movie that Peter Hyams made in the middle of the 1980s. They're very different in style, but that was based on the second, because Arthur C. Clarke wrote a whole series of books spurring off on it, and one of them was made into 2010. And I'm fonder of 2010. It's got Helen Mirren in it. John Lithgow. That's worth the price of admission right there.
I'm so behind. I'm embarrassed.
Well, you're a young person. See, I've had the advantage of being old, and so I saw these already. So it's not like I have to catch up on it on Netflix.
That's fine.
James, can I do a test? I have a PowerPoint and some videos.
Sure.
Yeah, sure. Make sure that the connections and all that. I have only my talking head, so I don't have to worry about any screen sharing.
Crystal clear.
So far, I see Sal
I
has
have a
started
couple
screen
more.
sharing. There we go. Ooh, is that a flagellum?
That is,
Yeah.
and I have one other video. I just need to test the audio on it.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, goody. You're going to bring up your coin analogy that you
Happens
did on
as
your
DNA
tour
unwinds
video.
during replication. As DNA unwinds, it acts like this rope.
Were you able to hear the audio on
Yeah.
that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thanks, James.
Bear
Thanks,
in mind that may
thanks,
not
RJ.
be the case when you actually try to do it. This is the world of Zoom, after all.
Yes.
You know, just because it worked the one time doesn't mean it's going to work the next time. So you just wing it.
Murphy's Law.
Yeah. Anything, or in the
actually,
past context,
while-
everything that will have gone wrong already has. So live with it.
While let's give James a little more time to digest his dinner. So could we negotiate the format, RJ?
I'm easy with whatever. All I need to do is who's going first doesn't matter. How long do we have to talk about whatever we're talking about doesn't matter. Whatever the things is, I'm okay with it.
I like the. By the way, first off, I was very impressed with your debate with John Maddox. I thought you availed yourself well, and I say that as someone on his side. And
It's a ways back.
The format that was there is. I'm going to just suggest we modify it just a little bit. Instead of a hard 10-minute opening, if we could be a little loose on that, so maybe 10 to 12 minutes, just to introduce ourselves and the topic. And then for the there'll be definitely the Q&A and the super chats or whatever. And
yeah, any time I have left over automatically goes to the Q&A, because that's, to my mind, the meat of the thing. That finds out whether or not people have got the point or not, or have interesting questions.
So in your debate with John Maddox, you did ask him a lot of questions, and he was kind of in the you interrogated him really well, and he just sat there and took it. I was wondering if it'd be okay if, like what I did with Dr. Dan when in my debate, we had like 10 minutes where I could ask him questions and he would respond, and then we kind of flipped roles. And then
yeah, questions are good. No such thing as a bad question, only adequate or inadequate answers.
So I was thinking, I'm not going to be really anal about it exact time, but I'd like to aim for equal time for both sides to be able to answer their questions, and so we'll just play it by ear. I did like your informal approach, so I felt you availed yourself very well.
You saw Erica's discussion with Gunther Beckley?
No.
Oh, she had a quite extensive discussion of him on intelligent design, and I'll be alluding to that in my presentation.
Oh, that'd be great. This will be informative. I'm so specialized in what I do, I don't actually keep track of the modern. I don't even watch.
Oh, no, absolutely nobody can keep track of everything. So that's nothing you should ever be concerned.
Brent and Ken. RJ?
So, RJ?
Maybe he's just standing really still. Let's give him a second.
Oh dear. Well, I've had my computer freeze up on me at the worst possible times, right in the middle of a debate.
No
and
worries.
I've sometimes had to shut off my camera.
The word on the streets, as RJ mentioned, was that StreamYards had legit problems yesterday.
Oh, wow. There was one time I had a live stream and it seemed like YouTube was messing up. We tried it on Restream, and then it failed. And then we did StreamYard, and it failed. So we think I just happened to run into that 1/2 hour where, or that one evening when the entire YouTube system was down.
When was that? Was that recent?
Oh, 2 weeks ago.
Wait, how did I
2
not?
weeks ago.
Was it a Friday night?
It was like a Tuesday night. So, yeah, I don't know what's going on.
I feel bad. RJ, can you hear us? I don't know what's going on. Let me check really quick. I was thinking
Check,
RJ.
yeah, say something in the chat, RJ, if you can get to it.
All right, folks, we are going to load this bad boy up. I see you there in the chat. Thanks for hanging with us as we are going to get this sweet debate on the road in just a moment. Human and Haxed Adrenochrome Slurper and Dave Hill, Invisible Ninja, Praise, Cat, and Gutsick Gibbon, my twin sister and YouTube's favorite daughter. We will be back in just a moment as we are setting up. And so thanks, folks, as I'm going to try to figure out where RJ has gone. Maybe it's some sort of tasteless joke. I don't know, but we're going to find out right now.
Yeah. I'm not dying. Get out of here.
Hey everybody, today we're debating whether or not there is evidence for intelligent design, and we are starting right now. Want to let you know, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics, and we are thrilled to have you here no matter what walk of life you're from. Christian, atheist, black, white, gay, straight, Republican, Democrat, you name it. We're glad you are here at Modern Day Debate. We are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics, and want to let you know up front, folks, we are absolutely thrilled for this debate that you'll see at the bottom right of your screen. Dr. Kenny Rose, Christian apologist and scholar, will be taking on Matt Dillahunty in a week on whether or not there is good evidence for God. You don't want to miss it, folks, and want to let you know about this crowdfund that we are doing in order to make this huge main event possible on June 5th between Dr. Kenny Rose and Matt Dillahunty. We are doing a crowdfund, folks. And so, want to let you know, if you have not already jumped in on the crowdfund, we are thrilled that we are 79% of the way there, folks. Like, we are very close. As you can see on the far right of your screen, folks, that meter there in the pink is actually showing what percent we've raised. And so I do want to show you just a couple other things. Is we're using the platform called Indiegogo, which you'll see on your screen. That's how we're doing this crowdfund. And so that is linked in the description, but I'm also going to throw that in the live chat right now, so that way you can jump in conveniently to help us as we raise funds for this epic event. And we do want to encourage you to join us as we do that. So it's going to be epic. It's going to be juicy. And you might be wondering, like, James, I don't know. I mean, are you sure you're going to be able to pull this off? Believe me, let me show you this, folks. We have already pulled this off. So we are thrilled as a community at Modern Day Debate, where we are pursuing the vision of providing a neutral platform for debates on science, religion, and politics. At the bottom right of your screen, we had 143 backers in January, in which we raised $3,100 to help make the debate possible between Dr. Michael Shermer and Mike Jones. So if you haven't seen that debate, by the way, it's in our debate library, and you don't want to miss it. We're really excited, though. So I am throwing that link into the live chat right now, as I had mentioned, and want to say, if you've ever gotten value from this channel, if you're like, yeah, I'm kind of cool, it's all right, it's not bad, want to encourage you, please join us at that crowdfund link that I just threw into the old live chat. Now, to the debate. We're thrilled to have our guests here. We're going to kick it over to Sal for his opening statement. Sal, we are thrilled to have you here. And what I'm going to do is, would you like to screen share Sal? We've lost RJ, and now I think, now RJ is back. And so we are going to go to full screen for Sal's presentation. And Sal, thanks so much. The floor is all yours.
Thank you. I'm Salvador Cordova. I run the Evidence and Reasons for the Christian Faith video channel, and I'm a molecular biophysics researcher. I will be arguing that there is evidence for intelligent design. And just a little bit of self-promotion. I was recently voted by a panel of evolutionist YouTubers as the #1 YouTube creationist. So here is a picture of the bacterial flagellum motor, and I'll be talking about why I feel this is one of the evidences of intelligent design that was provided by a PIMO program with a professor I work with in the field of protein research. So hats off to Dr. DeWeese, who's an associate professor at Lipscomb University and an adjunct professor at Vanderbilt School of Medicine for that video. The argument from intelligent design appears to have begun with Socrates, pagan philosopher. That's according to the Wikipedia entry on the teleological argument. The Christians have co-opted it, most notably William Paley in the 18th and very early 19th century. He put forward the watchmaker argument. There is the classical design argument. It's under that same Wikipedia entry on the teleological argument. The intelligent design argument is an argument for the existence of God, or more generally, that complex functionality in the natural world, which looks designed, is evidence of an intelligent creator. And I mentioned Paley, those are his books. The famous one is on natural theology, which is an intelligent design argument. And he also wrote books on evidences of Christianity. That being said, the modern day intelligent design formulation is a little different than Paley's. It avoids or minimizes the relation of intelligent design ID arguments to a deity. That may be for political reasons. Plus, there's also atheist ID and space alien ID. But today I'll be arguing mostly Paley's original argument for design, where he famously said, if we found a watch in the field, he actually used the word heat, but if we found a watch in the field, we would know that it was intelligently designed and not the product of of an undirected environment. The design is identifiable without knowing when and exactly how the watch was made. In biology today, this is from a article written by a Nobel Prize winner, Aziz Sankar, who is not an intelligent design advocate, so I'm not going to represent him as such. But he did point out, he wrote this article, The Intelligent Clock and the Rube Goldberg Clock, where he surveyed the clocks and watches that are found in biology. Some of the clocks in biology are very precise. Bat echolocation, the sonar imaging that they use, so to speak, to be able to do their, to live, requires the ability to measure time, a clock, if you will, with microsecond precision. Even if we do assume common descent, universal common ancestry, one of the evidences of that is building trees like the one you see here. I actually built this tree. That's a separate question from the elegance of design. And Darwin argued that natural selection is the mechanism of this. Richard Dawkins, attacking Paley's watchmaker argument, he attacked it with a book, The Blind Watchmaker. So I'll discuss a little bit of the pros and cons of the various viewpoints. Total aside, that smirk on his face reminds me of Emperor Palpatine. That's neither here nor there. I'd say the strongest argument against intelligent design is articulated by Darwin. He wrote what a book a devil's chaplain might write on the clumsy, wasteful, blundering, low, and horribly cruel work of nature. The devil's chaplain may be referring to an individual named Robert Taylor. That's just incidental. But in contrast to that, the biophysicist, which is the field that I'm interested in, biophysics, are arguing that life is more perfect than we imagine. That is, many of the machines found in life are operating at the extreme limit of what's possible by physics, and that's astonishing them. And this does relate a little bit to the distinction between creationism and intelligent design. Tertullian is an early church father. He's a Christian. He articulated the creationist case. William Paley's also a Christian, but he's articulating the intelligent design case. I'm just going to cover a little bit the distinction. Creationism assumes intelligent design, but the converse is not true. Colloquially, creationism says the world is intelligently designed and intelligently cursed. So creationism attempts to resolve the paradox of an intelligently designed world and a broken world. Some forms of creation devote a lot of time to the question of Noah's flood and the age of the fossil record. Young Earth creationism has a timeline of events. Intelligent design does not. So going back to Paley's watch, again, it's just focusing on whether an object is designed, kind of the criteria we would use to assess human-made designs. And it's pretty much, I'd say, a faith assumption that we can extend this to what we would call God-made designs. I don't have time to cover this article by Natalie Angier. We might be able to revisit it. Darwin's answer to the problem of design was natural selection. I will point out the fundamental theorem of natural selection, as articulated by Ronald Fisher, has been disproven and shown relatively useless. It was never biology's central theorem. There are other problems in natural selection, which we can try to address in the remainder of this debate. So if I were to describe science, I'd start with the accepted description or approximation of the laws of nature. This is a pretty good description of the major fields of physics on which most of modern technology and our understanding of the universe is built. It's not exhaustive, but it accounts for a lot. I'd like to point out the, if you could see my cursor here, this equation of quantum mechanics. It's one formulation of it, and this psi function. The psi function can be described like, say, the equation of all reality. And one way it was described by Douglas Hofstadter, a mathematician, he said, one way to think of the universal wave function of quantum physics is as the mind or brain, if you prefer, of the great novelist in the sky, God. Another quantum physicist who was in my textbook, mentioned in my textbook in statistical mechanics and thermodynamics when I was in grad school, said this: we thus see how quantum theory requires the existence of God. Of course, it does not ascribe to God, defined in this way, any of the specific additional qualities that the various existing religious doctrines ascribe to God. Acceptance of such doctrines is a matter of faith and belief. If elementary systems do not possess quantitatively determinate properties, apparently God determines these properties as we measure them. We also observe the fact, unexplainable but experimentally well established, that God in his decisions about the outcomes of our experiments shows habits so regular that we can express them in the form of statistical laws of nature. This apparent determinism in macroscopic nature has hidden God and his personal influence on the universe from the eyes of many outstanding scientists. A professor at my alma mater, Johns Hopkins University, physicist, he also echoed Belinfanti's views that the universe is immaterial, mental, and spiritual. Now, a lot of physicists will totally disagree with that characterization. I'm just putting on the table to point out the idea of God is not necessarily just something we conjured up with our imagination or philosophy. The fundamental laws of nature, interpretations of it, definitely allow it as a possibility. I will argue that this God that was described by the physicist is eternal. This eternal God that they've argued exists, omnipotent, all-powerful, has shown his fingerprints in both the fine-tuning of the universe and also in the machines of biology. And that's my opening, and I'll hand it off to RJ.
You got it. Thank you very much, Sal, for that opening statement. We want to let you know, folks, if you haven't heard, we have some juicy upcoming debates that you don't want to miss. As an example, I've already mentioned, as you see at the bottom right of your screen, Dr. Kenny Rhodes and Matt Dillahunty will be debating whether or not there is good evidence for God, but we are also excited that next month, Apostate Prophet will be debating Christian Dr. Michael Brown on whether or not God exists as well. So, folks, hit that subscribe button. You don't want to miss these upcoming debates because they're going to be epic, and we're pumped for it. With that, we're going to kick it over to RJ. Thanks for being with us, and the floor is all yours for your opening.
Yeah, and hopefully my connection, I switched, the laptop was having problems, so I'm on the PC, and hopefully that will function tolerably well for the whole thing here. The topic I had originally wanted for the debate isn't the one that we have, which is the evidence for intelligent design. I wanted to have a discussion of the intelligent design model, and do they have one? And if they don't, why don't they have one? And Sal did not want to have that as the debate topic, but I still need to address that. The presentation that Sal has done so far is classic intelligent design that kind of dangles God off in the corner somewhere, but argues that there are intrinsic features that lead to inevitably the foot in the door for the design. The problem is it's never gotten past that. I'm old enough to remember back in Michael Denton's time in the 1980s when the first little ripples and William Thaxton of the intelligent design movement were starting to come on the scene, and they're all still around now. We have a long track record of absolutely nothing from the intelligent design movement. We've got, starting off with Michael Denton in 1985, as of his latest books, he still hasn't figured out what he thinks happens on anything. He has not Darwinism, not natural selection, not this, not that, but not what he thinks happens in any case whatsoever. It hasn't got to that point. I've interacted with him personally, trying to get him to pin down on the reptile-mammal transition, which he functionally accepted. Not Michael Behe, who has now a bunch of books down the road where it's kind of moving the goalposts over to yet new examples. We still don't know what he thinks happens on anything. When were flagellum designed? How many flagella were designed? In what taxa? Is anything naturally related to anything else? Any of that systematic issue? No. And Behe has been roundly criticized again and again and again for deck stacking his arguments, for suppressing information, bypassing stuff that he doesn't want to think about. That's both in the Immapenum case that he brought up in the Dover trial in 2005, and also in the chloroquine case he went into in The Edge of Evolution, which I wrote a whole big section on in Evolution Slam Dunk, looking into the limitations of what he was doing there in regards to Thornton's work. So Behe, only one example that was in his presentation today, Sal's, was one of the examples that Behe brought up, which is the flagellum, which, by the way, wasn't even his idea. It was Michael Denton's from the 1980s. And there was a whole back and forth that goes on the intelligent design literature on that. But other areas like the Krebs cycle, Behe never claimed that was intelligently designed. Why? Because we, by that time, knew enough about it that even though you could have presented it as such, if you knew less about the subcomponents, he didn't try doing that and never tried to defend that. And so that boundary layer of what exactly is designed and what isn't, where the boundaries are, the intelligent design and irreducible complexity mantra gets used widely by people, often bringing up subjects like eyes, which Behe never claimed to be an irreducibly complex system in Darwin's black box. So you get this fog bank of debate going on, but still to this day, I think Behe was on Dan Stern Cardinale's show. We still don't know what he thinks as to what was designed when, map of time clarity of a model. Then we have Bill Dembski, the developer of irreducible complexity theory, no free lunch, complex specified information. He's a mathematician. He's got all these little formulas. He's never applied it to genetics. And he's basically walked off the field now and is writing theology books. Here you would be able to theoretically show in the genomes of actual organisms this supposed complexity and how it works out in a rigorous way at that mathematical formula level that Sal was bringing up regarding quantum theory and physics and all these other examples. The reason why they can come up with high level formulas, and by the way, mathematics is used in evolutionary theory all the time, biological systems are quite more complicated than physical systems. And yet there are even today some physical systems that we don't know the explanations for at a mechanistic level, like lightning in a thundercloud. Nobody is arguing that Zeus is doing that. And yet still there are always levels of things we don't understand. That's the boundary layer of how intelligent design approaches the problem. It's to find a thing where there's a big question mark or even a small question mark and argue that there is the doorway for our design. We don't have to identify the designer. We've established that, air quotes, there must be design, and please don't bother us with any of the model. That's where we got into with Erica Gutsick Gibbon just a week or so ago, when she had a long discussion debate with Gunter Beckley, who is their one and only paleontologist operating in the intelligent design field, where Erica was explicitly trying to pin him down on his model. The lack of a model. Why? What do you think happens? Beckley accepts common descent, common ancestry. He thinks that the fossil record is okay for that. He's okay with the reptile-mammal transition. And yet he argues that biogeography supposedly is a problem for common descent. Well, where exactly are you coming down? Is anything related to anything? What exactly is design? What isn't? What are design events? What would they look like? Beckley understands that there is a problem here that he doesn't want to wade into, and Sal may or may not want to wade into, which is if you create a boundary layer of design, doesn't that apply everywhere where that boundary layer is? And if you're looking at, for example, molecular interactions, that this is a lock and key and it must have been designed. Well, aren't all lock and keys in biology like that, including the ones that cause diseases, including the ones that create messes for things? At that point, you're in a theodicy issue of where God is having a design that's creepy. God has the parasites. God has all the weird stuff. That was what troubled Darwin way back in the 19th century. And a lot of people that they go, yeeg, that for some it was much easier not to bother about it. Beckley didn't want to bother about it either. He recognized that there was that slippery slope, which is why he deliberately wanted to avoid a meddling designer who comes in and designs stuff. What does he think happens then? Well, maybe a quantum consciousness thing is happening. That doesn't explain anything. It's a way for him to distance himself from the data field. So this is a phenomenon that we have been observing all through the intelligent design field for decades. Steve Meyer, Jonathan Wells, Ann Gauger, Douglas Axe, all of them, only a few interact at the technical level. Axe and Gauger, most notably. It's notable that Gauger is one who's collaborating with Gunter Beckley on the promised upcoming paper on whale evolution. Oh boy, am I looking forward to seeing that one. And also feathers. That's a big Michael Denton issue that he's been bringing up on feather evolution. And I want to see them interact and engage at the data floor level. But what remains over 35 years is there is no there. The reason why the Einstein formulas are there and the Newton formulas are there is because Newton worked out a rigorous testable model that worked really, really well. And eventually they noticed some anomalies in it. They couldn't explain the perihelion of Mercury. So maybe there's a planet closer to the sun, Vulcan, that's bending Mercury's orbit a little bit. And you could predict outer planets. So that's why we figured out where Neptune and Uranus were predicted purely on gravitational theory. And so there was no reason to throw Newton out the window just because the perihelion Mercury was a little wonky, until the Einstein guy came along and said, oh, according to my model, which junks standard physical notions and comes up with space-time and the bending of space-time and all of these other things, that now Newton works fine for small objects and distant from big stars and the like, but when you start getting close like Mercury, now relativity is playing a case. And we can say why precisely the perihelion of Mercury is precessing relativistically, whereas Newton can't explain it. Does that mean we junk all of Newton's data? No. Newton still works. NASA doesn't use Einstein's formulas to send probes to Jupiter. It's really complicated formulas. It's easier to use Newton because for what they needed to do still applies. So what you do when you have a paradigm shift is you have a model that is rigorous, that makes predictions that you can test, that accounts for all of your opponent's data because the data ain't going to go away, and also accounts for the new data that supposedly can't be accounted for. And so you have a testable model. Intelligent design has never got to that level. And for that matter, the young earth creationism that Sal apparently also believes, but often doesn't discuss in detail, that too theoretically has, as he mentioned, a timeline. But other than cartoons, young earth creationism has never got any farther than that either. All they've ended up with is just cartoons. We can test this out with Andrew Snelling and the various people at Institute for Creation Research and Answers in Genesis, that they can never get to the level of detail that you find in the actual geology papers and the cosmology papers. So even though there's a cartoon in principle for young earth creationism, it never gets to the model stage. And likewise, intelligent design, being creationism light, can't even get to that level. No intelligent designer can figure out how many flagella were designed, in what circumstances, in what time. Bill Dembski was challenged by Ken Miller back in a debate at Natural History Museum, I think in 2004, somewhere around there, and pleaded with him to tell him when this took place. And whoop, no, it's a fog bank. And yet design events must have taken place in time and space. There must have been a moment when there were no flagella, and at some point by some process, there must come to be flagella. All at once, separately, multiple designs, independently in different organisms, or common ancestry from a commonly designed unit. What do you think happened? When and if intelligent design ever gets to that stage, then they can work their way up to challenging the paradigm. I'll have to repeat, because we're about 11 minutes, I'm almost out of time there. Absolutely nothing we say in this debate is changing any of the facts. Nobody in the scientific community is bothering about what I say in defense of evolution or what Sal says in criticism of, or defense of intelligent design or criticism of Darwinism. It's pure schlocky entertainment. bear that in mind for what we're going to be talking about in the next times. And I believe I'm just about at 12 minutes, and we will say bye-bye. And on to the next phase.
You got it. And want to let you know, folks, this is part of a 12-hour stream. We are pumped as it has been epic so far, and it's going to become even. It's just the entire day. Phenomenal, you guys. TJump and Nathan Thompson are debating the shape of the earth tonight. That's been a long-awaited debate. You don't want to miss it. And that is showing at the bottom right of your screen. With that, we're going to jump into...
And we warn people, if they are using this as a drink moment, do not become drunken stupor from the various things you encounter along the way. This is not good for your health. Not for 12 hours.
Juicy. And we will kick it into open conversation. Thank you so much, RJ. And Sal, the floor is all yours.
Thank you, RJ. You're one of the most formidable opponents I've ever faced. Very sharp and fast mind.
And annoying, as I well know.
We agreed to have kind of like, I'll be the interrogator for 10 minutes and we'll switch. We won't be anal about time. I do want to contest a few things. The scientific community, if you say they don't pay attention, I've received words from editors that some of my papers are being accepted. They are relevant to this topic. So just to correct that.
I don't disagree with that, that theoretically some of these things, a journal of theoretical biology, various intelligent design material stuff from Sanford gets published in there.
Okay.
I'm just saying that so far they've had no impact whatsoever on what the scientific community is doing in research lines or citations as saying, yeah, we agree with that.
And then so I do want to thank James, because I said I wasn't going to argue the model, and he's correct that I'm not arguing for a model or mechanism in the sense that it's repeatable, testable, and controllable. And the irony is we're talking about coherent and workable models. Evolutionary theory does not have workable models as some of the examples that I'll be citing, and then also abiogenesis. I'll also point out it should be consistent with physics and chemistry. The arguments I'm putting forward today are not arguments of ignorance. They are arguments by contradiction, and there's an important distinction between an argument of contradiction and an argument of ignorance. It's an argument by contradiction to say a tornado passing through a junkyard is not going to assemble a 747. That's not an argument for ignorance. And
if anybody in the biogenesis was claiming that, then you would have a point. That's a straw man.
It's not, because we have experimental and physical evidence that there are disorganizing principles active in biology. So if you'll permit me my 10 minutes, I'm going to ask you questions.
Yeah. On origins or bust, as I was anticipating.
Yeah, thank you. So this is from my slideshow. This is an illustration of quarters, and
I'm so glad you're going to that one.
If we had a random, if we had a tray and we threw these are fair coins, presumably, and this is just an illustration. If we threw it on the tray, we would get what we call a random pattern like this. Now, it is astronomically improbable that we could ever repeat this pattern. So in a sense, yes, it's random and it's astronomically improbable because we're not able to repeat it. We wouldn't expect it to be repeated. However, if we looked at something a little bit more like this, we'd begin to doubt that a randomizing process is the source, and then even more so with this. So this is also astronomically improbable because we can't repeat it with a random process, but it is also improbable as a matter of principle. If we borrow language from statistics and statistical mechanics and thermodynamics, we would say this is improbable as a matter of principle because it is in a low multiplicity state. You can take the binomial distribution, and at the tails of the distribution, all heads is at the extreme tails, whereas 50% tails and 50% heads is kind of in the middle of the distribution. Why am I bringing this? Would you agree with that? So that's my question.
Oh yeah. Now let me put in a question of my own. Please
delineate. Excuse me, sir. This is my 10 minutes. If we could.
Oh, okay. I'll wait to drop the anvil after you're done.
Then you can chew me out in your 10 minutes. That's fine. Thanks, James. So do you agree that this is improbable as a matter of principle? It should stand out. Do you have a problem with that, James?
Please present your presentation. Don't ask for reactions from me because a yes or no deck stacking is not appropriate. Just present your argument.
Okay, agreed. We'll do it that way. So this is improbable as a matter of principle. The thing is we see, and then, we could also say the same of these cards. If we took the cards and just threw them randomly, we couldn't repeat it. We could say it's astronomically improbable, that particular set, but we wouldn't be astonished. We wouldn't make a design argument from that. However, we would make a design argument from a configuration like this, or a configuration like this. The configuration is improbable not only in the sense that the pattern is not repeatable by random process, but as a matter of principle. It's astonishing because it violates natural expectations of what would happen from random events, moving cards in random orientations, random speeds, random positions. And again, this is like the proverbial tornado passing through a junkyard. It's not going to assemble something like this. It might make something like that. And so this, again, I said that a term we could use is, this is in a state of low multiplicity at the tails of the distribution. We find this same pattern in biology. In fact, the Gibbs free energy profile, and that involves a little bit of thermodynamics, it would resist the formation of this in a random prebiotic soup. The Urey-Miller experiment could not make homochiral amino acids like this. James Tour who's a very fine chemist. He spoke before the United States Congress on another matter, but that's just all to say he's a top chemist. He said this problem has not been adequately solved. There may be some things that sort of suggest it for amino acids, but it's really bad for sugars and nucleotides. So we have this pattern that we've experimentally established is resisted by what we know about chemistry and physics. So at least for now, unless barring a future discovery, this is an argument by contradiction. It is not an argument by ignorance. We know that this shouldn't happen. And then also what we call the 3' to 5' connection in DNA, and I'll cover that a little bit. This is also a violation of the law of large numbers. So I've shown the reason I started out with the coins is just trying to establish the violations of law of large numbers here. It would be evidence for design. In this case, if we happened upon something like this in a room, we would assume it was intelligently designed. That's partly helped by the fact we know human designers can do this. So the outstanding question is, since God doesn't appear to most of us, whether we could extrapolate the same kind of statistics and make that inference. But still it stands. We know experimentally that this is very unnatural. We cannot duplicate it, especially for the sugars, maybe a little bit for the amino acids, but it really fails for the sugars. It's something that's created by spontaneous. The reason it deviates from that is what we call spontaneous isomerization. And we can go into that. For those interested to get really nerded out, I do talk about this on my channel at length on the chemistry. We have PhD chemists who talk about this. But back to the 3', 5' connection here. I don't know if you can see it, but you have like this little carbon here called 3', and it's connected to a phosphate group to the 5'. The 5' is actually up here. To get this to consistently connect, we have to have very special machines if we're synthesizing this from scratch. We need intelligent designers to be able to assemble a DNA when we're doing genetic engineering. And I work for genetic engineers, one of the most famous ones. And this is not easy to do. It is literally, or perhaps say figuratively, similar to arranging coins to be all heads, but this has to be done at the molecular level. So it's not just the connections. We would call this consistent linkage. And Change Tan is a molecular biologist who was encouraged to be a molecular biologist by a Nobel Prize winner, George Smith. She's a creationist and ID proponent. She was the one who pointed this out. It's one of the most difficult problems to solve for origin of life. And again, this is not argument by ignorance. This is argument by contradiction, that this does not naturally arise. It's not that we're saying we don't know how it could. It's not expected to. Neither are the ribose sugars here. This is the the beta D2 deoxyribose furanose form, this is extremely hard to synthesize and make into a nucleotide. So there are many violations of the law of large numbers. This is evidence of design. I pointed out the laws of physics can be interpreted to suggest the existence of God. The kind of what you see here with the DNA exceeds a lot of the things in DNA exceed our technology, is better than all the minds put together on planet Earth to be able to build some of the things we see in DNA. And to me, that is prima facie evidence of intelligent design. And James, RJ, thank you for your patience, and off to you.
Okay, that was about 8 minutes. That's reset my little clock here. There we go. I am glad you brought up the coin analogy. There we go. Because there's significant differences between that kind of coin analogy and the biochemistry that the origin of life researchers are doing. And I definitely encourage you on the work that you are talking about in the last slide. We're looking forward to that monograph. We're looking forward to the publication of that. We're looking forward to see what pushback it gets from other researchers. Get in there and deal with that. That will be absolutely delightful. The problem with the coin analogy is the same problem that Bill Dembski would have when he would bring up Scrabble tiles. It's divorced from the connection to actual biology. Every one of the coins that would be being generated in a prebiotic context aren't static objects not doing anything. They're biological molecules that connect, or molecules in general, that are interacting in varying ways. And there we get into complexity to where a molecule of a particular form in a wet-dry cycle is favored as opposed to other molecules that weed out precisely because they don't have those dynamics. And so a lot of the research has been going into the dynamics of how these things are actually behaving in actual prebiotic context. The wet-dry cycle issue is one that is showing up. Jason Hines done stuff on the origin of single chirality of amino acids and sugars. And then there was, let's see, I'm trying to find that other little paper in there. Trying to plow around through my notes. Anyway, that again is an origin of life issue. And so I'd like to ask you, when do you think there was the origin of these DNA systems? Was it a single event involving a single precursor organism or multiple ones? And what do you think happened? Let's I want you to think about what you think happened. Please tell us all.
Did you want me to respond?
Yeah,
RJ?
That's called a question. Yeah.
Okay, yes, sir. I have my opinions. People know that since I'm a young earth creationist, I would say that's 6,500 years, but I'm not in a position to defend that. I've actually criticized some of the young earth models, so some of that's taken on faith. So that's beyond, I mean, that's my opinion, but I'd like to point out that's not relevant to the argument that I'm making today.
That's your model, that there were individual biblical kinds that were created at a 6-day frame. Would that be correct? At a single creation week and never before or since, correct?
Yes, and I don't believe that, I know some of my colleagues in the young earth creation community will take exception to the fact that I say that I don't think the model is completely it's not defensible at this time. It's not ready for prime time. What I did lay out in my arguments against abiogenesis,
do you think a 4 billion year old independent creation of multiple organisms that are bacteria only, from which organisms developed afterwards by natural means, is that a defensible one based on the intelligent design literature?
Can you repeat the question?
That there would be multiple bacteria designed by one or more designers 4 billion years ago, from which extant organisms have developed independently by natural means. Is that defendable from a design perspective from what the material you presented so far?
For the bacteria only, not the eukaryotic organisms.
Oh, why do you draw the line there?
Eukaryotes have things like membrane-bound organelles and all sorts of transport
So you are arguing that intelligent design absolutely rules out an endosymbiotic origin for eukaryotes.
It has a flimsy explanation for the mitochondria. It does not explain the nuclear membrane.
Define flimsy for me.
I'm sorry?
Define flimsy. What do you mean flimsy argument?
Well, 85% of the genes inside that are mitochondrial, that form the mitochondria, are from the nuclear. And the alpha protobacteria that supposedly formed it would only contribute at best 15%. And
you have some documentation on that? I do hope we get, I'd love to know about that.
Yes,
we don't have to present it right here.
Yes, I'm happy to provide that.
That you can
I'm happy. In fact,
what your documents are.
Penny's The Irreducible Nature of Eukaryotes, published with 2 other researchers, actually covered that. That's where I got the statistics. So if you look up the title of the peer-reviewed paper, Irreducible Nature of Eukaryotes, and I love that title, Irreducible, he will cite those statistics and the problems of the alpha protobacteria being an origin for that. It certainly does not explain.
You mean, that's Curlin, Collins, and Penny 2006. What's their view currently? That's 15 years ago. Have any of them changed their views?
I don't know, because Koonin has come in and said the problem with eukaryotic evolution is a mystery. It's getting worse. The problem's not getting better. To be just saying that it's 2000.
So on that.
I'm sorry.
So you have not checked to find out whether Curlin, Collins, or Penny's view in 2021 it has altered from what they were writing in that 2006 piece.
That is correct, because the data is now making the case worse. In fact, I've checked more recent literature, so it's not relevant whether Curlin or others.
Their opinions,
it's relevant.
So
whether
their opinions.
One sec, just to hear the rest of the actual response from Sal. I think sometimes a question is asked to Sal and he answers part way and then he gets cut off with another question.
Well,
thanks, guys. I was saying I have read on my channel current literature on eukaryotic evolution, and it is problematic. I had 2 articles on my channel. It was just a journal club reading, so it's not really, the insinuation is I've not kept up with the literature I have.
Why did you bring up Curlin 2006 if it doesn't matter whether their views have changed, because you have different data that doesn't depend on Curlin for your argument?
I was citing where the statistics where you asked me for a reference for the statistics of the 15%. That's where I happen to know it off the top of my head. But if you'd like, we can actually do a literature search to see if that number still holds. But
we want to do that in the side thing. So, so you then would draw that there's a now intelligent design argument, which is not young Earth creationist, would have a separate design event taking place regarding the eukaryotes. Would that be the intelligent design model?
I don't believe they're intelligent design models.
Ever?
They're models that there's not one uniform model. There might be individual.
Let us hypothesize an intelligent design hypothesis here. Is it a legitimate intelligent design hypothesis to have a design event for the origin of life involving multiple bacteria, a later design event billions of years later for eukaryotes, independent from that and possibly done by a completely different designer? Is that a legitimate intelligent design hypothesis based on the available data today?
One could put forward like that. Stephen Meyer has one that is similar to that. It's not well developed, and that would be more an off-the-cuff type speculation. It's not something of deep interest to most ID proponents. So if you're complaining we don't have...
And why isn't it? Can you speculate as to why it isn't a deep interest of intelligent design proponents?
It's beyond the reach of us to figure all this out.
Even though you've got a time frame for eukaryotes, you're not arguing there's any evidence that eukaryotes date back to, say, 4 billion years, do you? I'm
sorry, I don't see... I don't see what your line of questioning is. Where it's going. I'm just saying. I just stated
what's going on in your map of time, and I'm suspecting that very little is going on.
There's a lot of times where the question is asked to Sal, and then he doesn't have it's not clear he has a full chance to respond. As long as you're not filibustering Sal, which I don't think you are, we'll want to be sure you get a chance to respond.
Yeah, let's give Sal a couple minutes to say what he thinks is the range of intelligent design argument that would be available in the repertoire that would be consistent with the data that would relate to the origin of eukaryotes.
I believe it has to be rather instantaneous. It's irrelevant whether it's billions of years ago or not, because the transition would require multiple simultaneous changes. And I'm going to show videos on that in my 10-minute segment, why it would have to be. And you'd only get maybe one shot at it. And that's why it would have to be intelligent. So
we're in perfect time because I'm about 10 minutes.
That's only 18 seconds into the 2 minutes. So do you have more?
So let's give Sal his 10-minute next and present the material on the eukaryotes. Let's dive into that.
Sure, but I do want to give him a chance to actually. I don't think he was done finishing answering that question, so I do want to give him that time as well.
Yeah.
I will have a chance to. I think maybe I'll go ahead and talk about the difficulty of the eukaryotic transition, and that might answer RJ's question. So this is at 1807. So I'll talk about this transition. It would also show why, if we assume the case for universal common ancestry, we would have to invoke miracles that are indistinguishable from special creation. So here is the difference between the eukaryote and prokaryote architecture. Probably one of the most important features is that the eukaryotes have membrane-bound organelles, and I'll highlight especially one of them, the nucleus here. So this stringy thing here in the prokaryote is the DNA. The DNA is also in the eukaryote, but for chemicals to access it, it has to go through this nuclear membrane, and the membrane has little gateways that we call the nuclear pore complex. So again, this is the eukaryotic nucleus. And the difficulty is that proteins have to go in and out through these pore complexes. So if we just create a membrane without the complexes, the creature's dead, because there's no way to access the DNA and all the proteins. Instant death. Natural selection would not be a good explanation for this. Neither would random mutation, obviously. I'm going to show a little bit of the complexity of the nuclear pore complex here. This is silent, by the way.
We can all hum music.
456 proteins of 30 different types. Membrane spanning proteins, which creates another problem. So even if we assume just even a few proteins might be too difficult in terms of random chance. So James is asking me why I think this would require intelligent design. I'm trying to depict visually why this is. Mm-hmm. And for things to go in and out of the nuclear pore complex here, it has to identify what is supposed to go in and out, because not anything can go in and out and the system would be functional. So I'm going to skip a little bit here. I hope that one made the point. Now I'm going to show how things go in and out of the nuclear pore complex. This would have to be in place for the eukaryote to exist. This is why if we accept universal common ancestry, you need miracles to make it happen. Consider all the parts that are needed to facilitate this. This is a 4-minute video.
The nuclear pore complexes are the only channels through which small polar molecules, ions, and macromolecules can travel between the nucleus and the cytoplasm. By controlling this traffic, the nuclear pore complex plays a fundamental role in the physiology of all eukaryotic cells. Most proteins and RNAs are too large to move through the complex by passive diffusion and must move by an active process in which appropriate proteins and RNAs are recognized and selectively transported in a specific direction. Let's consider proteins imported from the cytoplasm to the nucleus. Only a subset of proteins can enter the nucleus, and they are allowed in by virtue of having specific amino acid sequences called nuclear localization signals. Nuclear localization signals typically consist of one or two short segments of basic amino acids. Nuclear localization signals are recognized by nuclear transport receptors called importans, which carry the cargo proteins into the nucleus. With its cargo attached, importin binds to specific nuclear pore proteins in the cytoplasmic filaments. By sequential binding to more interior nuclear pore proteins, the complex is translocated through the nuclear pore. At the nuclear side of the pore, the complex is disrupted by the binding of a protein called RAN to importin. RAN carries a molecule of GTP. This binding changes the conformation of importin, which then releases its cargo protein into the nucleus. The importin RAN complex is then re-exported through the nuclear pore. A protein in the cytoplasm called RAN gap, for GTPase activating protein, stimulates RAN to hydrolyze its GTP to GDP, an action that triggers RAN to release importin back into the cytoplasm. RAN plays a key role in protein import and export. Note that while RAN is bound to GDP, it cannot disrupt the binding of importin to a cargo protein. In an action that prevents the depletion of RAN from the nucleus, the RAN GDP formed in the cytoplasm is transported back to the nucleus by its own import receptor, a protein called NTF2. In the nucleus, another protein called RAN-GEF, for guanine nucleotide exchange factor, stimulates RAN GDP to release its GDP and pick up GTP. In this form, RAN GTP can disrupt the binding of importin and its cargo, triggering the release of the cargo in the nucleus. By the actions of RAN-GEF, found only in the nucleus, and RAN-GAP, found only in the cytoplasm, a steep gradient of RAN GTP and RAN GDP is maintained across the nuclear membrane, with RAN GTP inside the nucleus and RAN GDP in the cytoplasm. Similar to imported proteins, proteins are targeted for export from the nucleus by specific amino acid sequences called nuclear export signals. Nuclear export signals are recognized by receptors within the nucleus called exportins, which direct protein transport through the nuclear pore complex to the cytoplasm. RAN-GTP promotes the formation of stable complexes between exportins and their cargo proteins. Note that this same form of RAN does the opposite for importins and their cargoes. The effect of RAN-GTP binding on exportins dictates the movement of proteins containing nuclear export signals from the nucleus to the cytoplasm. Following transport to the cytosolic side of the nuclear envelope, GTP hydrolysis and release of RAN-GDP leads to dissociation of the cargo protein, which is released into the cytoplasm. Exportins are then recycled through the nuclear pore complex for reuse.
So I have a few more minutes. I'd like to cover a little bit more in my time. So that was my answer why I think that's a partial answer. That also addresses the problem of the nuclear genes that have to be coded and then made to proteins and then have to enter the mitochondria. That's why the endosymbiosis problem hypothesis has these challenges. It's not going to go through just one nuclear complex. It's going to go through other complexes of transmembrane proteins. This is a disaster for the endosymbiotic theory. And what I'll usually get from evolutionists is they'll say, oh, well, we have these phylogenetic reconstructions that show that it evolved. And I'm going to criticize that. But you see, just being able to build trees of similarity does not explain how this complexity could evolve simultaneously or how it's worked around. And so that's why I believe that there had to be an intelligent design event if there's universal common ancestry, if we accept it, even with the mainstream timelines, that's going to be problematic. So I'm glad you brought that up, why you wanted to argue eukaryotic evolution. And this is only a fraction of the problems. And so, evolutionists can hand wave this away, which they usually do, and they just do these phylogenetic reconstructions in trees. And these are non sequiturs. that they're actually posing to me. From an engineering standpoint and the problems of statistics, it just doesn't agree. It's violations of natural expectations. And I showed a little illustration of that in abiogenesis as far as the chemicals. And by the way, what happens with the chemicals, you're saying that the coins don't reflect it adequately. That's correct in that the problem's worse at the chemical level. So I'll hand it off to you, James, and thank you for bearing everyone.
Yeah, let's explore more of that. Eukaryote thing. So there are lots and lots and lots of eukaryotes, tiny microscopic ones, and us, and insects, and plants, and all of these other things in there. So the Pore mechanism that you assert on intelligent design grounds is irreducibly complex and designed instantaneously. This was an instantaneous design for each organism that was done, or what? What do you think happened?
I would, that's my opinion. That's different than whether I can make that claim defensible, and I'm not in a position to do that today. But I appreciate the question. I mean, it's good you asked me. I'm not objecting. I'm just saying.
Yeah. So what would be the range of thinking on this in the intelligent design community, from a Steve Meyer to a Jonathan Wells to a Dembski and others, on origin of eukaryotes? How many origin events were there? How spaced out in time are they? Because we're a long way away from the first eukaryotes.
I don't think they've explored it. I haven't seen any literature to it. We don't talk about it.
I'll agree with you. Neither have I.
Okay.
They haven't thought about this. That's part of the no model issue. Who are some of the major researchers in that you brought up the video there on the RAND GTP and GDP export and import, and who have been some of the major researchers in that area?
I'm not familiar with the names. This is basically textbook cell biology.
Did you do any investigation on whether or not the various components have had literature working out evolutionary aspects of how those are developed?
I looked at it a little bit, and I get so short answer no, because if you'll allow me to explain why. I see the same garbage recycled all the time. I just get tired of wasting my time on it, because what they'll do is just make a phylogenetic tree, which I pointed out is not an explanation of mechanism.
So if you are asserting,
you are right to say that I maybe didn't look at it, because I get tired of seeing the recycled garbage, that they represent as scientific explanations that's no more than storytelling without any study of statistics or physics and chemistry, the probability of this emerging. Neither do they look at whether even selection is a good explanation. So
you are asserting that the various papers that have thought about the evolution of the various components of that pore system are drawing on only phylogenetic trees for their inferences and offering no biological details other than that. Just garbage.
Mostly
garbage. Mostly garbage. Okay.
For the reader's benefit, we can go through these papers, and I that's a testable prediction. It's going to be the same.
Exactly why I'm writing it down. Yes.
So we can do that on my channel or somewhere. We'll go through the papers, and we'll see it's going to be a phylogenetic reconstruction, which is tree drawing, which is not much more than first grade just drawing up trees. I mean, really, it's not a scientific
might I submit to you that they would be using phylogenetic trees as guideposts, because you need to have a sense about what is happening in what order to give a better clue as to what might be going on as the system develops and alters from one to another. Are you here's another empirical question I'd like to have nailed down. Are you contending that the pore system in eukaryotes is absolutely a universal, in that there's absolutely no variation from one organism to another on it?
No, I'm not.
Can you characterize what range of variation there are among eukaryotes on this system?
No.
Have you thought to look as to what range of variation there is among eukaryotes on this?
I've thought to look at it, but considering how many eukaryotic systems there are, that would be intractable.
Okay, I can tell you that is an issue I have not investigated, and therefore I'll be coming into it cold to see what exactly has been done or not on this matter. And anybody watching the show then can mark this down. Okay, testable hypothesis that we can work through. I think we've done this one out to death. I think it'd be nice to get Sal's next heady gun that he wants to bring up as what he would consider a really solid instance of intelligent design. And then I'll be wanting to find out more about how that fits in at all in the intelligent design framework.
Okay, thank you. It is 1821. I will show an example of where phylogenetic trees fail. It will be with the topoisomerase enzyme, which I've recently published on.
I expected you to bring that one up. That's your latest thing. By the way, when can we expect some technical work? I think you've been working with Sanford or who on this?
There was an article May 14th on my work in structural biology, bioinformatics published. It was an announcement in the FASB journal. If you go to my channel, you actually see my announcement of it. It was a team of researchers, including computer scientists, protein biologists.
And what was the abstract concept? What was the issue that was being presented in that paper?
Is this my time or yours? Because then I'm going to reset the clock to 1822.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I will remain silent.
That's cool. I appreciate.
I'm a curious guy, Sal. I like to know things.
You are. I appreciate your interest, James. So I take no offense that you asked me that. So if we'll just if you'll indulge me, I will show what the topoisomerase enzyme does. So first, I'll show the sequence. This listing here, if you see the alphabetic letters, this is a listing of the amino acids represented by English alphabetic letters for the topoisomerase. And it's relatively small, about 1,500 amino acids, 1,500 residues or so. And I'm going to show what it does. I know now. I'm criticizing phylogenetic reconstructions. So this is the human topoisomerase. And then there's the bacterial homologue of that, which is called gyrase. And I actually built this diagram from all the sequences. I used a evolutionary program to build this tree. And I'm showing that I'm going to try to argue why this is not a mechanistic explanation for the evolution of the topoisomerase going from a prokaryote to eukaryote. And I'm going to specifically highlight the problems. But first, let's learn a 2-minute video on the topoisomerase.
Let's consider what happens as DNA unwinds during replication. As DNA unwinds, it acts like this rope when we pull apart its 2 strands. As you pull the strands apart, twisting tension builds up in the rest of the coiled portion. It is actually adding 1 twist to the remaining rope for each twist pulled out of it. At some point, you can't separate the strands anymore. The remaining rope is too tightly twisted. If you relax your tension on the rope, it will twist around itself in a supercoil. It is releasing tension. If you want to keep pulling the rope apart, you have to release the tension periodically, and one way to do this is to cut the rope and splice it back together. This problem has been best characterized in small circular DNAs. There are 2 methods of dealing with this problem in DNA. One cuts only 1 strand of the DNA double helix, and the other cuts both strands. Let's look at the first. Topoisomerase I enzymes cut a single strand of the double helix, pass the other strand through the cut, and reseal the break, relaxing the overwound molecule, which now has 1 fewer twist. Topoisomerase II enzymes do the same thing but with both strands of the double helix. Topoisomerase II cuts both strands of a double-stranded DNA and passes another double strand through the break and then reseals the break. So if a molecule of DNA is supercoiled, topoisomerase II can remove the supercoiling, 2 twists at a time, to yield a relaxed circle.
So that was the topoisomerase. That's its action. I'll point out why this is problematic for natural selection, just for the topoisomerase. Then I'll point out why this is difficult to evolve going from a prokaryote to eukaryote if we assume that we have the topoisomerase inherited by common ancestry from the prokaryote, the bacteria, to the new eukaryote. I'm going to highlight the reasons why. But first off, the topoisomerase in itself, it's hard to evolve by natural selection. It cuts. Let's say you have a topoisomerase ancestor. All it can do is cut. It doesn't ligate. That is to say, it doesn't reconnect the DNA pieces together. It's going to shred the genome. So the idea of an incremental evolution of this, at least in those terms, is outrageous. It's ridiculous. This is a proof by contradiction, not an argument from ignorance. It's not going to happen. By the way, topoisomerase is a target. Disrupting it in chemotherapies. We can kill cells by disrupting topoisomerase. It's life critical. So, and then also if you have something that doesn't cut, but it ligates, that's pretty useless. Or if it cuts and ligates, but doesn't untangle, it's useless. So the idea of incremental evolution of this from either abiogenesis or some protocell, this is going to be very problematic. So neither random mutation or natural selection is an adequate explanation. But more to the point, what happens if we're trying to inherit a topoisomerase that is in a bacteria to a eukaryote? The major problem, and the reason I'm glad I showed the nuclear pore import-export, and if you'll remember in that video, some of you will remember it, the narrator mentioned the nuclear localization signal. You can find the nuclear, by the way, since RJ loves references, and I have 5 more minutes, you can get this sequence from the UniProt database. Just type in top 2A. You'll get this sequence. That's the human topoisomerase. There are other topoisomerases if you're interested in that. The nuclear localization signal was in an article called the bipartite nuclear localization in topoisomerase. You can Google it, you'll find it. And I was able to get the sequence right here. It's highlighted in red. That's the nuclear localization. That's like a password for it to go through the nuclear pore complex. So what's the point of this? The phylogenetic diagrams, let's see if I have it. The phylogenetic diagrams will just sort of gloss over that problem. But if it's not there in it whole, just like a password, if it's not spelled correctly, it doesn't work. And there's only one chance you get at this. Otherwise, the creature's dead. And so that's something that is an example where the phylogenetic reconstruction glosses over a serious problem. And let's see if there's anything else on the topi. That's all I had on the topoisomerase as far as nuclear localization. I'll point out that any other inherited proteins that come from that supposedly got inherited from the bacteria to the eukaryotic form would also have to have nuclear localization signals inserted in them for them to work. And the nuclear localization signal problem also is confronting this whole thing about endosymbiosis. So that the extent that the mitochondria has lots of the 85% of nuclear genes that are part of end up coding the proteins in the mitochondria, they need these localization signals too. And on top of that, there's localization. This is the localization signals at the amino acid level. I haven't even talked about the mRNAs. Their localization signals involved there. It might be a little easier because they may be on the poly A tails. But these are things that you ask, you're criticizing the ID community for not being interested in certain things. It's partly because we're interested in these things, which the evolutionists don't talk about because they don't have no solutions. They only pretend to have them. So I hand it off to you. If you have any questions on this, on the details.
So that the Dewees you mentioned, Dewees, that would be Joseph Dewees, the young Earth creationist, right?
I want to mention, RJ, I promise I'll give you a chance to respond. The only reason I'm jumping in is just to let people know that we'll probably go another 5 to 10 minutes, and then we'll be jumping into the Q&A.
Oh, goody. Oh, well, actually, I'm rather than beating the lay dead horse, I think it'd be perfectly fine to go into Q&A because we did start late. And they were bumping in and out and all that stuff. So if it's okay with Sal, let's go with the Q&A. I can't see any of the questions. I'm not watching the video, so I don't know what kind of live chat or who's in that. So we depend on you, James, to act as the font of communication between that window and ours.
Is my
I'd like to just finish off respond to the quick question that RJ asked. Is that Joe DeWeese, the young Earth creationist? He's an associate professor of biochemistry at Lipscomb and an adjunct professor at Vanderbilt University School of Medicine.
Oh yeah, he's public. I've got quite a few of his papers in my reference base. He's one of the body of young Earth creationists that have published in regular technical literature, often collaboratively with other people.
So I'm fine with going to the Q&A.
You got it. And folks, I want to let you know we are thrilled as up next at 8 p.m. Eastern tonight, in other words, in about an hour and a half, this debate is happening, namely TJump and Nathan Thompson are going to debate it out. We'll take a break from Flat Earth debates probably for a while after this one. It's going to be epic though, folks. You don't want to miss it. And so that's going to be right here on this stream as we are doing a 12-hour non-stop stream of debates. Debate-ageddon. And so first question, thanks so much for yours. Answers in Atheism says, I have an after show to do an autopsy on Sal after the debate. Juicy. Sal, no response.
More a comment than a question.
Bubblegum Gun, thank you
for the super chat.
Bubblegum Gun says, best masterpiece movie is Hard to Be a God, 1989. I've never heard it. Is this a real movie, RJ?
I haven't heard of it either, but there's a lot of movies I don't know about.
And Andrew Roos, thanks for your question, says James, just a reminder that you're the man. Thank you, Andrew. You are the man. We appreciate your support, seriously. And my name is Mud. Thank you for your
Of course you're a man.
sticker.
You're an endothermic vertebrate, too.
Thank you, RJ. I've never heard such a sweet thing in all my life. And John W., thank you for your question, says, do not think we do not understand Sal is a vet, in parentheses, as well as me. While he defended us, we got to learn and focus. Do not attack Sal. Do not denigrate, but educate. That's kind, John. And that's a great opportunity for me to remind you, folks, want to encourage you. Attack the arguments as maliciously and with as much malevolence as you can. However, we do want to ask that you would not attack the person, as we do appreciate them. And you guys, 99.9% of you do a fantastic job, so we appreciate that. Pancake of Destiny says, if we are designer is not intelligent, Sal. There are too many flaws in our bodies that could be fixed by the average dumb Joe. What do you say to that, Sal?
The average dumb Joe cannot fix our problems. Otherwise, we would have healed all diseases. As I said, creationism argues that the world is cursed, and it is by God's design that he makes us know that we're not God. So the flaws in our body are reminders. And there are a lot of people that think they know better than God. And so God has left reminders that we are flawed, that we are mortal, and we are diseased, and we're in need of redemption and a savior to bring us into the next life. So that's part of the intelligent design also.
Gotcha. And
although intelligent design movement tries to avoid that, just as a demographic, I'll point out the vast majority of intelligent designers are relatively conservative Protestants. There are some Jews and Catholics knocking around in there. You get quasi agnostic freethinkers like Michael Denton pops into that category that are technically non-believers, and David Berlinski. But by and large, it is a wink, wink, nudge, nudge theology thing. And I'll just say that the designer, Isaiah would have had no problem with the idea that everything bad and good is all due to God, and that would include all the nasty diseases. But it does make God kind of a sadist because they didn't realize how bad things were.
I'll give you the last word, Sal, since the question was originally targeting you.
Well, we have self-destructive designs like fireworks, and we also even have self-destructive biological designs. Monsanto built these Terminator and Trader seeds. So just the fact that something dies or self-destructs is not evidence against intelligent design. In fact, that the Terminator Trader seed self-destructing is pretty clever, honestly.
Chris Peacock, thanks for your super sticker. Do appreciate your support, as well as John W. says, I trust Sal, and I know there is something out there. We do not have faith in the same ideas, but he is a brother, even if not the same. Glad. Thanks, John, for your, what's the word? Thanks for your kindness. And Pancake of Destiny says, if we are designed, oh, we got that one. And thanks, Heinrich van Newhusen, thank you for your question, says the design argument fails. The laryngeal nerve in giraffes, human eating and breathing via the same pathway, the anus being so close to the sexual organ. These are, as I think they're trying to argue, these are bad design examples. Sal, go ahead. We'll give you a chance to respond.
We don't know that they're bad design examples. I talked about the biophysicists that say we're excellently designed. So, but even a feature of bad design, I mean, Rube Goldberg machines could be argued to be bad designs, but they are not created for the benefit of the Rube Goldberg machine. They are meant to impress the viewers of just the ingenuity that something on the verge of just collapsing actually can still work. So, and I dispute some of the claims about the laryngeal nerve. And to take this, just consider the question, is a Rube Goldberg machine designed or not? It's irrelevant whether one would classify it as good or bad. It's the improbability that's the real question. Oh, by the way, thanks to all that have been super chatting. Thank you for the question.
I'll just say from an evolutionary point of view, bad design is not quite the term I would use. Contingent design. The laryngeal nerve is a matter of where back when vertebrates were really early and didn't have long necks to worry about, that one nerve just went one way and another goes the other, and it's a nice, neat, compact thing in basal chordates. But as the system changed, there's no designer to say, well, maybe I could run it over here just as easily, not a problem. As things get longer and longer and longer, the thing still has to loop around as this system developed. And there's a lot of contingent systems in that. Jackson Wheat and I dealt with some of that in The Rocks Were There, Volume 1, book plug.
You got it, and thank you very much for your, let's see. Oh, Sal, given that I don't want to gang up on you. So given that last question was meant to challenge your position, I'll give you the last word.
I'll let RJ have the last word, so I'm done.
You got it.
Thank you for the question.
You gave exactly the response that condensed down what you would find. You could easily go to the Discovery
all right,
Institute.
Joshua, I was offering Sal another chance to respond, not you, RJ. Okay, Joshua Alec, thank you for your question. It says, Sal, sorry for interrupting, RJ. Just to jump in, you got a lot of questions. Sal says, Joshua Alex says, Sal, your coin analogy doesn't hold water because it ignores selective pressures.
What is select? Thank you for the question. I was referring specifically to abiogenesis. The selective pressure is for disorganization. That's demonstrated by the Gibbs free energy. I have a reference from it somewhere from a stereochemistry book. That's also true for the riboses and all. So the selection that the individual was posing is fantasized. It's not what's actually seen in chemistry.
You got it, and thank you very much for your question. Coming in from John W. Strikes Again says, stop RJ, as he is acting like a predator and taking over. Let Sal speak. Yeah, well, don't worry, we're good. And Gordon Fiala, thanks for your super sticker, as well as Soldier of Science, who says, Sal, is there a biological process you think isn't complex enough to be designed?
I think there's some biological processes that don't have to be designed. Thank you for the question. Or I wouldn't bother arguing for it, even if it is. There's some. And so
think of one?
I haven't really focused on those. And so sorry, I can't give a more substantive answer. It's not anything I've really thought about. So, but thank you anyway for donating to the Modern Day Debate channel.
Dr. RJ, it sounded like you had something to add. Go ahead.
No. I was just marveling at the response.
You got it. And Soldier of Science says, Sal is, got that one, standing for truth. Thanks for being here. It says, keep up the good work, James. One day I'll hopefully be able to rock that suit jacket as well as you do, brother. God bless. Thank you for your kind words, standing for truth. I promise, as a result of such a kind message, I will stop calling you standing for poop for at least 2 weeks. So thank you for that. I appreciate that. But for real, I do appreciate standing for truth. He's been
only
on
a fortnight. You're only promising a fortnight. Okay.
That's right. And okay, the Batman with a trollish super chat. Let's see. I think we've got more serious questions coming up. So let me just reload this page and we'll look at those. So want to mention in the meantime, thank you very much, folks. Our guests are linked in the description, so that way, if you want to hear more from them, well, you certainly can by clicking on those links down below. Soldier of Science with the question says, Sal, your entire argument was an intelligent designer. How do you get to a personal God after that, though?
You wouldn't get it through. Thank you, Soldier of Science, for the question. I believe the personal God has to reach out to each individual. And so it's really God finding us. I had a vision when I was very young. It's something I can't run away from. There have been certain people that have experienced miracles in their lives, and a lot of them are on my channel. It does raise the question why God would reach out to some and not others, and I covered that on my channel. I don't think that any answer to that is satisfactory, but I don't think we can go from a kind of the designer I described through quantum mechanics and the equations of physics and the arguments of Paley's watch to the personal God. That's something that God has to do for you.
Gotcha. And Joshua Alex says, Sal, selective pressures aren't limited to reproduction. A crystal forms in its shape because chemical laws select that arrangement over all others.
Thank you for the point. There is selection in crystal formation, but you can't really describe what happens in spontaneous isomerization. And I could show these diagrams of, like, say, the aldopentoses. You don't end up, even though the chemical formula is, I believe, C5H10O5 for the aldopentoses. They're like, there are at least 8 major forms, and even within those, there are other more isomers. You can't characterize that as selection, because one of those forms, the beta D2 deoxyribose or ribose, depending RNA or DNA, furanose form is the one that is selected for the nucleic acids. I mean, that appears in the nucleic acids, but there's no selection pressure for that. There's actually, if we were going to use the word selection, which is really a misnomer, it would be against that. And also for the consistent linkage. I'd like to also promote Change Tan and Rob Stadler's book that actually cover that. And thank you for the question, and sorry to disagree because we're having so much fun.
Gotcha.
Is there any discretion in those chemical bonds? In other words, could any gods decide to make oxygen not bond with stuff just by fiat?
I never thought of that. Sorry, I don't have a good answer, RJ.
Gotcha. And
food for thought.
This next question coming in from Bubblegum Gun says, watch, quote, Hard to Be God, 1989. Put it on YouTube. Gotcha. I'm thinking they're saying, like, search for it on YouTube. Sounds
movie
juicy.
Plugs.
And John W. with another question says, I am 31 and do not play Fortnite, and as well, just try and learn. Thank you, John W. We appreciate that. And thank you very much.
If anybody can make any sense out of what that meant, let me know.
I'm confused by it too. Cosmic Reach says, when it comes to observations, we are working post. The coin analogy makes an appeal to a pre-infinity. How do you fix this, Sal? Are you trying to prescribe what we are describing?
Thank you for the question and the comment. The coin analogy really is to illustrate a mathematical abstraction that we call the binomial distribution. One doesn't need to appeal to infinity to describe the binomial distribution. And the problem actually the problem it poses actually works well in finite universes. When you only have a finite amount of time to be able to mix the coins before they can be all heads. So if I misunderstood.
On that very particular point, Sal and I are in agreement.
Okay, you heard it. We're in agreement. So
yeah, binomial theorem, it doesn't depend on an infinitely long universe, that it would come up in any context. One of the problems with working out biogenesis issues is that the only things we have to look at are existing organisms that are a long way removed, and we can't even tell how many lineages have died out along the way, like the ancestor of the mitochondria.
Gotcha. And this question coming in from Nick, do appreciate it. Nick asks, if an intelligently designing personal God existed, wouldn't it be obvious to everyone instead of having to rely on God of the gaps arguments?
That's a great question, Nick. I addressed the question of the hidden God on my channel, and I'm obviously promoting this. This is why I like debates. It's a chance for free advertising. But the question of the hidden God, why would God be so hidden? Why isn't he as evident to our senses as the air we breathe? And that's a very legitimate question, and that I would say that that's one of the main causes for atheism. And my answer to that is, and this is my interpretation, and I believe it's consistent with what's taught in the Bible, is that the hidden God, mostly hidden God, it says in Proverbs 25:2, it's the glory of God to conceal a matter, the glory of kings to search it out. And Jesus also says that, I thank you, Father, heaven and earth, that you've hidden these things from the wise and learned and revealed them to little children. The mechanism, the choice of God being hidden to most, is a way that he can separate those who really want to pursue him from those that don't. He makes it really easy for those who want to close their eyes. And hence the design argument is one way. It's subtle enough that if people want to close their eyes to it, they won't see it. And that's one of the mechanisms that he uses to separate those who want to pursue the Christian God versus those who don't. And that's my answer. That's not a scientific answer. Thank you for the question.
This one from...
Yeah, and of course, all the other religions get to play too. And what evolves is that human beings make up the little fiddly bit details to fill in all of the hidden parts, which is most of it.
Sorry, next one. Tape Deck. I was just watching Sal's face. That's the only reason I'm laughing. Tape Deck says, do Sal or RJ believe an intelligent mind can exist without a brain?
I believe in the possibility of the disembodied intelligence. That was really kind of the suggestion when I showed the laws of physics, and then I quoted the physicists. The assumption is whatever that mind is, it's composed differently than the minds here. And, by way of extension, one could postulate disembodied minds too. There was a physicist, Paul Davies, that talked about this in one of his books. I actually never read it. It would be interesting read. So thank you for the question.
Yeah, we're sort of in an other rare instance of agreement. I don't rule out in principle disembodied supernatural entities as well. The question is there really good evidence that they interact? And if they are interacting in time space, then now we can potentially delineate whether or not they're doing anything here versus somewhere else. And my general position would be that based on the history of like the God of Abraham tales, is that one is not even a contender, because the narratives there don't match up with what we can see in nature. And all the other religions have the same problem.
Next up,
I had no further comment.
You got it. This one coming in from JC93013 says, Sal, provide irrefutable, indisputable proof of God.
I can't, because I'd have to be God to do that. But thank you for the question. People assent to God or no God. People assent to God through faith. It's not by direct proof. So
it is a gotcha question. And I'll give you Euler's answer. He once is alleged, I guess, to have written on the blackboard e to the pi I power plus 1 equals 0, boop, therefore God, and dared anybody to disagree with him on it. So there's all sorts of people who want to find routes to God can find them. People who don't won't.
Juicy Bubblegum Gun says, seriously, watch, quote, Hard to Be God, 1989. I've seen so many movies. This is just a masterpiece. Above all, must see before you die.
Isn't that the second plug for that?
It is. He's a really big fan. And Nick, thanks for your question, says, is a hidden God not indistinguishable from no God? I think that's for you, Sal.
Oh, thank you for the question. If it's hidden from your eyes, I guess it wouldn't be indistinguishable. But I believe that it's not completely hidden. If it were completely hidden, we'd have no chance. But I think there's evidence, and that's why we were talking here today. And then additionally, like I said, a lot of people on my channel that are Christians believe that witnessed miracles. So to them, God isn't hidden in their lives. That does pose other theological problems, but I'm just, I can only represent my experiences that I believe I've seen miracles, and I believe I've talked to people who are credible witnesses, like astronaut Charles Duke, who healed a blind girl after praying in the name of Jesus. I would consider that not so hidden. So thank you for the question, Nick.
And thank you very much, John W., for your question. Says, I am the only vet I know on here besides Sal, and who else defends their home? When did your knowledge help or else for the country and being a man for it all, not just what you were doing?
Was that a question, or could you read it?
I'll read it one more time.
If you want to shake your head and go, what? I'll shake with it.
I was hoping you guys would have gotten it, because I didn't. John W. says, I am the only vet I know on here besides Sal. And who else defends their home? Sal, you big on guns?
Now it makes sense. I wanted to say, John W., I think because you saw me in a pilot outfit, you thought I was a veteran. I apologize. I think you showed up on my channel and thanked me for being a veteran. I'm not. I worked as a defense contractor, and I also built machines to help veterans. Active duty soldiers and sailors and pilots, both here and in Kuwait. So along those lines, happy Memorial Day weekend to everybody. And I'd like to thank all the veterans who protected the United States in particular. I'd like to just say thanks to them, to the veterans. Most of them have passed away, who liberated my mother's village in World War II. She lived in the Philippines and the Japanese occupied it. And a lot of very fine young men died so that she could live and we could be here. And a blessed Memorial Day to all the families of our veterans. Thank you.
Another thing we can agree on, Sal.
Amen to that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Agreed. Anybody who has served, thank you so much for serving. We do appreciate it. And we
initially I thought he was thinking that the guy was saying that he was a veterinarian, and neither one of us are veterinarians. But then
so now it makes sense. They said, when did your knowledge? So they asked, John W. had more of a question coming from that. Said, when did your knowledge? I think they're referring to you, Sal. Help or else for the country and being a man for it all, not just what you are doing. I think maybe like they're saying what was like the broader, bigger thing for the country overall that you think you contributed. I'm not sure.
I kind of read the question a little differently, and I'll just give my take. Is that he asked, when did I get the knowledge to, or when did it start to help me? It was when I nearly left the Christian faith and I studied science. And then I've always been very patriotic for the reasons I stated. When my mom keeps telling me the story of when she was alive, of how wonderful it was to have her homeland liberated in her village. And that's why I value the freedoms we have in this country and what it's done. And it's a glorious thing that someone would lay down their lives to liberate a third world country. And I'm eternally grateful for that.
Gotcha.
Although technically at the time it was a colony of the United States.
Yes.
Next up, this one coming in from, do appreciate it, Mick Ghost Lovin'. Thanks for your awesome question, and I appreciate your question, your name. They said, did God create Mary I wanna? I don't know what Mary I wanna is, but they said merely to tempt me. Sal, what are your thoughts? I don't know what that is.
Think he might be referring to that Mary Jane stuff.
Oh, I see. You're right. That makes sense.
Increasingly legal in many states, including my own in Colorado and other places.
You live in Colorado too?
Hmm?
Wait, you don't live
I'm in Washington State.
Oh,
I'm
okay.
in Washington State.
You said and Colorado. Okay.
We passed an initiative here, and Colorado did it there. Last time I was in Denver, the place was sprouting marijuana shops like dandelions in summer.
Oh yeah. What are your thoughts, Sal?
That's a really good question. Why would God make marijuana? And I don't have an answer. I'm sorry. So I would presume all things were made prior to the fall of man for our our delight and pleasure. So
this is so there can be a high church.
Don't say that. Don't take that as an endorsement to indulge in drugs now. So
juicy.
I'm not a pot smoker, so I don't have a dog in this hunt.
You got it. And thank you for your question. Ian Chen is in the house, says, buy RJ and Jackson's book, The Rocks Were There. Do it now. Gotcha. Thank you very much, Ian Chen. And also thank you very much for your question. This one coming in from John W. says, I am Canadian. Thanks. That was the person who had just mentioned that you guys are both vets. Thank you, John W., for being with us. And that goes for everybody. Folks, as always, want to let you know, Modern Debate, neutral debate platform. We hope you feel welcome no matter what walk of life you are from.
I am not a veteran. I narrowly missed going to Vietnam in 1969, but my draft number was too high for that. But no, I'm not a veteran.
Oh, you bet. You got it. And then X Florio, thank you very much for your question, says, evolution ontologically would have to be a metaphysical mechanism. But how can a metaphysical mechanism exist in an atheist, materialist worldview?
Yeah, for either one of them, I'll take it.
Yep.
Ironically, in principle, an origins of life issue could still be a miraculous phenomenon, and then everything after that, completely naturalistic evolution. That there's all sorts of options going on in here. If you are an atheist and you don't believe in magic sparkle gods that are meddling and designing stuff, then in principle, you do indeed need to work out how life managed to originate at some point. And it's an ongoing piece of research, an interesting one. None of that will make all the evidence for evolution after that go away.
Gotcha. And thank you very much.
Thanks for the question. I have no input.
You got it. This one coming in.
Oh, Sal had a comment.
Hold on, I might have missed one. I'm going to just quick scan, see that I got it. This next one coming in from, do appreciate your question, pro-social pessimist. This isn't per se regarding the biology in terms of intelligent design, but they're asking, why would God make so many parts of the earth inhospitable?
Well, thank you for the question. I've actually never thought about that. Although, actually, one could say there are many places in the universe, in fact, most places in the universe, are inhospitable. And so I would argue that the inhospitability is a pointer that we're special. We live on a privileged planet. And I do think some parts of the earth has become inhospitable because of after the fall. But the main point of the inhospitability of the universe in general is pointing that we are a very special place in the universe. And Professor of mine, James Trefle, said, everything we've learned recently, or in the last 20 years when he wrote the book, he said, I'm not a particularly religious man, but in light of everything we've learned in the last 20 years, I'd say that we are special in God's sight.
Gotcha.
I would argue
because of the
that
inhospitability.
That everywhere is inhospitable in some way or another. There are earthquakes, floods, tornadoes, locusts, plate tectonics, all of these things are happening, so that there's very few places anywhere that are potentially idyllic and free from potential problem. The main thing is we as a species, going way back even before Homo sapiens into the Homo erectus, are extremely adaptable and diverse. And in the case, there's been several Andes in Tibet of where natural mutations have led to a greater adaptation for extreme high altitude, to where regular folk who go up there are gasping for breath because of the lack of oxygen. But the thing has evolved since then, and there's papers on the technical evolution of that. So everywhere is inhospitable unless we make it otherwise. That's the human thing.
Gotcha. And Ian Chen says, congrats, Sal, on your published paper.
Yes, it was more of a press release. It was in the FACID journal, the Federation of American Societies for Experimental Biology. May 14th, we talked about a software implementation of an algorithm that was published in 2012. And the author of that algorithm, Kirk Durston, was actually on the team. We're able to infer protein structure by doing cross-species analysis. Like say, we'll take a topoisomerase from a plant, we'll take it from a a dog or a human. We'll do a multiple sequence alignment. The evolutionary biologists know what I mean. We pump it through the algorithm. It can, various algorithms can predict the 3D protein structure. And then our algorithm also predicts possibility of chemical interactions. So that was a big deal. To be, God willing, more publications.
Yeah.
Along that
And
line.
don't be surprised if evolutionists make use of it and come up with conclusions you may not like.
Juicy Mike Q922, thanks for your question, says, what are your thoughts on theistic evolution? Could be either of you if you want to respond.
Well, I'll go if Sal doesn't, or Sal, go ahead.
I think it's, we can argue against it on scientific grounds, and then it would be, if it fails scientifically, which I've tried to argue that at the very least, it has problems that would preclude it from being accepted on the level, say, of electromagnetic theory, that then until it gains really more traction as and solved all these problems, there's no reason to accept it as truth. Certainly not, or not truth, certainly not gospel. Certainly not gospel. And I'll point out there's passages in the New Testament where Jesus turned water into wine. So to the extent that one sees problems in biology that are best solved by a miracle, then there's no need to invoke theistic evolution if one already accepts other miracles in the Bible. So those are my thoughts.
Yeah, a theistic evolution suffers from some of the same problems that intelligent design and creationism do, in that they aren't terribly good at working out a model. That if you look at Swamidas and various other people, that it starts getting foggy at the detail level. And you would like to know, well, what exactly, where was the God doing the stuff in this particular sequence? And so it's all the same map of time modeling issue. That's the difficulty. If you're comfortable, theistic evolutionists are one that will be accepting more of the standard science and attempting to incorporate it into their theological perspective. And this paleontologists, Robert Asher, various ones in that regard. If they are much more finicky about which branches of the theology that they're willing to accept, that may preclude in principle any form of evolution, theistic or otherwise.
And finally, Michael Behe might be considered, he's an intelligent design advocate. Some people would consider him a theistic evolutionist, where there's universal common ancestry, but then some sort of design along the way.
Yeah, Michael and Gunter Beckley, they're all that in principle accept a common ancestry. I will put it with the caveat, it's a meaningless concession in that they never apply it to anything. So it's just off there floating again as a thing. Oh yeah, I accept that in this case, this case, this case, and then suddenly, boop, it's gone.
Gotcha. And this question coming in from, we do appreciate, Joshua Ellick says, RJ, do you know what a protocell might have looked like, or what structures would be required for something to be called a protocell?
Ooh, very good question. I think if you look at the various researchers in the field, they need to have several things happening together as a unit, although not necessarily that each one of these things happen all at once. It's going to have a metabolic system that's bringing energy into the thing to fuel it. That probably has to have occurred first. Otherwise, anything that develops replication, which is one of the other factors, is going to eat itself out of house and home. So I'm definitely a metabolism first person if it had a naturalistic origin. The third element definitely is the membrane system, which brings up the pores and all the little things that Sal was alluding to in the videos, which is why they're useful pieces of information to do up. And I will say this as a gauntlet issue, is that it's perfectly fine for Sal and intelligent designers and creationists to be throwing down these, well, you can't explain this and you can't explain this, precisely because it acts as a prod to the scientific community to continue to do work in the field. Don't be surprised that they're going to continue to figure this out, but nonetheless, from that point of pot stirring, it's perfectly good to bring it up. So you've got membranes, you've got replication, and you have metabolism. Now, the one unanswered question that we have is, are there other answers to those systems than the ones that we know of that is inferred from the last universal common ancestor, Luca, from which all organisms developed? And we don't know the answer to that. There may have been alternate versions, which they may well be encountering in abiogenesis work experimentally, that might have been dominant systems at one time or another, first 100 million years, and then fizzled out as a new competitor that eventually becomes LUCA. So there's still an awful lot that isn't known about this. But can I conceptualize the basic boundary layers? Yeah, and I think most abiogenesis people can, at least the ballpark of what needs to be done.
Juicy. This one from Bubblegum Gun says, there are multiple gods, not just one, and other entities. So stick that in your pipe and smoke it, Sal.
Marduk.
What do you think, Sal?
I have, thank you for the comment. I do have a pipe, and I like Captain Black tobacco.
You got it. And we are pumped, you guys, as we've got maybe one more question that we can fit in. And then also want to let you know, oh, baby, you guys, this debate coming up at 8 p.m. Eastern. In other words, about 55 minutes from now, TJump and Nathan Thompson are going to collide on Flat Earth. So it's going to be juicy.
Spoiler alert, the Earth isn't flat.
It's going to be juicy. And Marshall the Meat Prophet, thank you very much for your question, says, Sal, why do so many people have experiences of gods that are not the Christian God? Does God appear as Krishna, or are those people mistaken? If so, how do you know Christians aren't mistaken?
We don't. Thank you for the question, and that is a very probing question. Can you repeat the question? I do. This is such a good one. I want to try to do it justice.
Roughly speaking, I'll summarize, paraphrase it. So people have these other experiences of other gods like Krishna or whoever, whether it be near-death experiences or maybe even just, things that experience throughout their lives. And so if you would say that they're not real, well, then how do you know that people's experiences or alleged experiences of Jesus aren't real?
I don't think anyone in the ultimate sense or absolute sense can establish one way or the other. We accept certain things by faith, like we do a lot of things in life. We have incomplete information and we make decisions on it. But I do acknowledge that other people of other faiths have experienced miracles. The Christian answer to that is that if they are legitimately supernatural, that they are not of the Christian God, they are of the devil. And that's why it was very important when Jesus was casting out demons that his miracles are better. So that's about the best response I can give. And thank you. From a
sociological point of view, I'll just say that the vast majority of people on the planet tend to believe whatever religion of their local group is. So people who are raised in a Christian environment believe in Christianity. People who come into a Hindu environment are believing in Hinduism, and so forth and so on. But the one outlier group are Buddhists, where a large proportion of Buddhists live in cultures where Buddhism is not the majority religion. Now, psychologically, individual people, some will be more attracted to the religion of the culture. Some will want to hunt. There's something that's invalid or inaccurate, or they get at the hypocrisy of it, and they settle on a religion that's an outlier group. And so there's a whole Pew Research follows these kinds of things, sociology of religion people. And it's a very interesting subject that, as a non-believer, is a fascinating thing. Why do people believe stuff, and why do they end up with the particular beliefs they do?
Gotcha. And this one coming from Steven Steen, nasty guy, says, I think this is directed toward you, RJ. Says, ooh, girl, don't you stop till you get enough. Honey, ooh, honey, honey pie, honey, honey, honey pie.
Oh, I think that is a song lyric, although I'm not familiar with it. I will counter with ooh, ah, ting, tang, walla, walla, bing, bang.
That's really hot, HAWT. So we want to let you know, folks, our guests are linked in the description. We are thrilled. Want to let you know, we really do appreciate them. I'm going to be hanging around here in between as we have our intermission leading up to the big debate tonight with Nathan Thompson and TJump, which is pictured right here on the bottom right of your screen. So, baby, it's going to be epic. Want to say thank you, RJ and Sal. It's been a true pleasure to have you guys.
I think it was a fun and informative discussion. I think it brought up an awful lot of interesting things I'm going to be looking into and all the rest. And it's fun. Doesn't matter to anything. We're just a video debate, but still, it was fun.
You got it.
And thank you, RJ, for suggesting the debate. I just got a letter from Mr. Coons here that he wanted an opponent. And so I got volunteered. And
I had a completely different understanding that he had set up a thing with you on the debate. Are you trying to edge us together, James? You know, coming along there like the person doing the movie thing, saying, "Hey, I've got this big star in here. There's all settled," and you use that as bait to bring the other person in. Are you into that thing, James?
That's funny. Believe me, I've thought about it, but no. So I can't remember. I'm trying to remember what I said to you guys. I know that I figured, I was like, have you guys debated before? Because people always love new matchups. And so
we have interacted in previous circumstances. Yeah.
I just wanted to say, I don't have your email, RJ.
Let me get if in the private chat window, I'll stick my email in there.
And the reason I'm saying that is out of courtesy. I am inviting you to my 9 p.m. show on the history of ID and creationism. I'm not arguing whether it's right or wrong. It's just the history.
What time is that?
At 9 p.m. So you can.
I may be otherwise engaged, so I might have to view it afterwards. But anyway, email once the show is done, then, because I can always comment on it in the stream afterwards.
Yeah. So just out of courtesy, I wanted to.
You see my email in there?
Yes, I'm gonna grab it right now. And so speaking of which, at 9 p.m., I'm having a show on my channel on the history of creationism, intelligent design, creation science, etc. And I did try to invite people like Gutsick Goodman and Dr. Dan.
At my own website, they'll find the tip 1.6 and 1.7 are history and commentary on creationism from its main roots in the early 20th century, and then the intelligent design movement and its interactions up to the Dover trial. So that's another shameless plug for my website.
You got it.
Thank you, everybody.
100%.
Yeah, everybody stay safe. We're still not out of the woods on COVID. The little bastards mutate.
You got it. And so we want to say thank you, Sal, and thank you, RJ. We'll be back in a moment, folks, with a post-credit scene, or you could say an intermission. And thanks so much for being with us. We're excited for this upcoming debate in 48 minutes. Be right back in just a moment.
Spoiler alert, the Earth isn't flat.
Pumped for several things. So one is, thanks for being here, guys. I do want to, now it's like, fine, it's nice. I finally have some time to say hello to everybody, as, it's been just a busy day. So we've been 4 debates today, folks. We are pumped about that. We are excited about what's going on here at Modern Day Debate, as it has been a blast, and it's always a blast to do this channel, and also to do this, like you could say, marathon stream or debate-ageddon. So want to say hello to you there in the old live chat. And you guys, this debate tonight, going to be epic. So stick around, as it's going to be fun, and you can just hang out here. We're going to chat. Just get to say hi to you is nice. Andrew Coffin, thanks for coming by, as well as Flat Earth Guy, and Hannah Anderson, thanks for your support, who says, thank you everyone for participating in today's debate, either watching or commenting in chat. We appreciate each one of you. Take a moment to hit the like button for the channel and subscribe and hit that notification bell. Thank you, Hannah, for reminding people of that. I'm pinning that to the top of the chat. Yeah, folks, please do. Hitting that like button does encourage me. You could say it motivates me to do more, because it's just encouraging. It's like more people are like, yeah, this is fun. Like, let's keep doing this. And so please do hit that like button, as that motivates me to put out more videos. And so we do appreciate you, folks. Want to say hi. And, oh, we have so many cool announcements to talk about. But Sasha G, thanks for coming by, as well as Bo Smith. Glad you're here. And Sky Out, good to see you again. As well as JC93013. 93013. That is, yes, Mitchell, good to see you again as well. And then Master Optics and Pancake of Destiny, good to see you. Badger Bush, glad you made it. As well as Marshall the Meat Puppet, thanks for saving the debate last week with Nephilim Free. That was a lot of fun. And then Chabinator, thanks for coming by. As well as Canite, pumped you made it. David Anthony, thanks for coming by as well. And H. Jasper E. says, looking good, James. Thank you, H. Jasper E. That's really kind of you. And Bob Sadler, thanks for coming by. We're glad you're here. And King of Hearts 1722, thanks for being here. I'm open to setting up the debate, because Flat Earth Aussie, if I said that we were going to, I think you're right. I do remember saying that we would host a debate between you and Leo. I think it was Leo. No, it was Dapper. So I'm open to that. We can do that. It's not like this will be the last Flat Earth debate of all time tonight. Like, I am open to hosting that, and even relatively soon. So Timo, good to see you. And Timo was right. Timo said earlier today, the reason this stream has 18 dislikes is because some of our viewers are from Australia. So we appreciate you no matter what country, no matter what location, no matter what planet, in case this is kind of being like beamed up to a different planet. We appreciate you watching Modern Day Debate. We are, by the way, as a side note, hoping to host a debate on the alien, you could say, we're hoping to host a discussion on the big alien news that's supposed to drop next month, just this June. So we are excited for that. I'm looking for people, somebody that I might be able to call and kind of say, once the news breaks, like, hey, you up for that debate still? And we're excited to have that topic. But Sigurd Bai said, which debate is next? It is still the Nathan Thompson versus TJump one, and it's going to be epic, and that'll be our last one for the night, as we've been going since, it's been 9:30 my time this morning, so that means 11:30 a.m. Eastern. So right now it's going on 7:30, so it's been a while already, and we're excited, though. Alex Shannon says, what up, James? Thanks for coming by, Alex. And thanks, John Pelosi, for your kind words. Says, thanks, James. Thanks, Modern Day Debate. We appreciate that, John. And Mitchell says, epic marathon. James, thank you for your thumbs up. Thanks for your kind words, Bo Smith. That's encouraging. Really do appreciate that. And Oliver Catwell, good to see you. Glad you made it. Says, hi, James. And then let me put a countdown on screen. I'm going to show you. I just want to put a countdown for the next debate, as that way if people pop in and they're like, what's going on? Like, what are you doing right now? Set a timer for 40 minutes. Yes. So we are going to put that countdown on screen, and that way you can see that we are pumped for this upcoming debate, and we are ready for it, as we have this little window capture. I'm just going to use a little Google timer here and pull that into OBS. So give me 2 seconds. But how are you guys doing? I always like hearing from you. I hope you're doing well, and I am pumped, you guys. I am just glad to be here. We want to say thanks, Kaz, for filling in as moderator recently. I know that StreamYards, the rumor is StreamYards, which is what most people use nowadays. I think that's probably the most common. It, I guess, was like it was kind of crashing yesterday, and so yikes, like look out for that. And oh, this is fitting quite nice. Yeah, there we go. So let me put it like this. Nice. We are excited, folks. This upcoming debate is going to be epic. I am thrilled. Nathan got back to me. He said he's ready, so he's not going to. I was waiting for it to hear back. And I was like, okay, good, he's coming. But Cosmic Breach, thanks for coming by, as well as Bobby the Butcher, and thank you so much, John W., for your kind words and being with us. Oliver Catwall, though, good to see you. I hope you're doing well over there. Hopefully it's not too warm. Let me know. I'm curious what the weather's like over there. And then thank you for your super chat from, I didn't see there were two that came in. Tim Pryor, thanks for your super chat, said, is this going to be an old debate with Nathan Thompson or a new one? This is going to be a brand new one. So this is going to be live, and that's coming up in 38 minutes. Nathan Thompson and TJump will be debating. And it'll be, you can, if you want to ask questions during it, you can. It's going to be fun, and we'll have a full 3 hours for it in case there are a lot of questions. And then JC93013 says, I listen to the channel's debates daily at work and at the gym, especially during cardio. LOL, I'm close to have listening to them all. Thanks, James. Wow, you have listened to a lot, that's for sure. If you've listened to almost all of them, we put on about 600 debates here. So thank you so much for all of your support. That's encouraging, though, that the channel's so useful to you. And folks, a lot of you maybe don't know, Modern Day Debate is available via podcast. And I'd encourage you, hey, while you're waiting for this upcoming debate, let me show you this. Whatever your favorite podcast app is, you can see on the far right of this screen, you can see up there, we've got Spotify, Apple Podcasts. We're even on Audible and Amazon Music and Pandora. So, I mean, like, pretty much every platform you can think of. Pull out your phone right now if you haven't yet, and open up your podcast app and then click on Modern Day Debate. You will see, oh baby, Modern Day Debate is available via podcast, and you don't want to miss it, folks. We're excited about that, as I've been encouraged. A lot of people are like, hey, yeah, I listen to the podcast all the time. It's really useful. People, some of them will listen while they're on a long drive. Some of them will listen to it while they are working out. All sorts of different things, cleaning the house. I hope that's useful to you, and we're encouraged that the podcast has grown a lot. In our first year, the podcast has done really well, and that's super encouraging. So I'm just excited about that it's apparently useful to people. So also, thank you for your super chat. Tim Pryor says, all right, I'm going to play a game. I'll take a shot every time he says, cool story, bro. That's juicy. I'm excited for it. You might want to be careful with that. And also, Kang024 says, James, pumped for the Flat Earth debate. Please do not edit the super chats when reading them if they are not super offensive. Yeah, that's the trick, is like, we got to be consistent, though. So it's like, if they're teasing, I mean, I can let you know what the line is, but we don't want to read insults to the guests, because the guests don't want to come back if they get trashed personally. So if it's like, oh, so-and-so is so ugly, which amazingly I see sometimes people say that, and I'm like, why? Like, people, that's an extreme case. So I know Kang024, you don't do that, but I'm just saying that, like, that's an extreme case where, like, we'd be like, no. Because think about it this way, folks. We are a debate platform. And if the debaters don't want to come back, and they're like, screw James, like, I feel like people treated me like garbage, well, then how is this a sustainable channel? It won't work. We won't exist, because if people aren't coming on a debate, I was like, well, how is that supposed to work? And so, long story short, I would just say, if you just, it's fine to, like, needle or tease, like, little things like that are okay, but genuine insults, like, I have to be consistent and treat everybody the same, whether they be flat earther, globe earther, Christian atheist, whatever. I mean, we're radicals about tolerance and equality. So a lot of people would be like, oh, you shouldn't even platform flat earthers. That's so irresponsible. And they cry. And it's very sad to see, these grown adults crying in their cornflakes over this. And I say, hey, very sad that you can't handle this. And very sad that they claim to be so tolerant. Oh, we're so tolerant. Oh, but then at the same time, they're like, oh, you shouldn't platform that person or that idea. So my thing is, hey, if we're going to say we're tolerant, if we're going to say we're really all about equality, then we're going to do everything that YouTube allows us to, for real. And you might be like, what? Why is YouTube the standard? Well, realistically, let's be practical. There are a lot of channels that started and they were big and they were on YouTube, and if they get kicked off, not very sustainable. I have to be honest, I got to thank YouTube. They recommend a lot of our videos, and that's helped us grow a lot, So if we want to keep going with the momentum that we have, yeah, we play by YouTube's terms of service. I mean, why would we want to get kicked off a platform that's helped us immensely? Because like I said, the amount of, what's the word I'm looking for? the amount of impressions, namely that how many times YouTube recommends our videos, it's astounding. And partly because you've got 600 debates or so. Partly, I mean, there's a lot of reasons, but long story short, that's why we go by YouTube standards. Kango24 says, can you really expect us to not tease Nathan Thompson? I will plead the fifth. No, I'm teasing. But Marshall the Meat Puppet says, no problemo. Thanks for being here, Marshall. And Sigurd, bye. Thank you for being with us. I'm going to catch up with the chat. It started moving on me, so give me a second. And Squatch Talk, good to see you. Thanks for coming by. Cosmic Breach says, any polls before the show? Spoiler alert, the earth is a bag of bread. No polls. That would have been cool, but it's just been so busy that I haven't gotten to it. Zodiac 13 says, so why are you still platforming Nathan? Oh, wow. That's crazy. He said the way he treated Maddie was a disgrace. So here's the thing. Zodiac 13, I got to be honest, like the worst that Nathan said to Maddie, like calling her a bookworm, it comes off as a little patronizing when you're like, oh, how dare you let a lady be exposed to that? Listen, she's a lot tougher than you give her credit for. So you're like sad, like kind of white knight stuff right now. It looks seriously so weak-kneed and pathetic. I mean, it's just like, nobody buys it. Believe me. In fact, I got to tell you, when I see people cry and they cry like this, like I said, I'm like, hey, you know what? Just makes me more motivated to do that. Sorry. I mean, some people are just like that. So I get my jollies off of triggering, people who do the white knighting stuff. I think it's so patronizing because Maddie's a tough person. I mean, like I said, Maddie can handle being called a bookworm, okay? And the funny thing is a lot of people are like, oh, but James, it was Maddie. And it's like, there have been other people that Nathan has been, calling them a bookworm or worse, and people don't say anything. And so I'm like, hey, are you doing this because you have some sort of like extra protectiveness over women? Or I'm serious. It's like, hey, if you want to be all about equality, you got to do it. And that means that if Nathan goes hardcore, he calls someone a bookworm, we got to let him do that, just like we let him do that to a guy. So, I mean, the sad thing, very sad. But Bubblegum Gun, thanks for your super chats. Only Mater debaters stick around for all debates. I don't know what that means, but we are glad you're here. And Timothy Bryce, thanks for coming by. Said TJump plus Nathan equals epic. Thank you, James. We are pumped for it, and it's going to be epic, Timothy. So thank you for your support. That means a lot. And Nicholas, Proclaimer of Messiah, thank you for coming by. Oh, that's right. I've got to change the thumbnail to the current debate. So let me change it to the upcoming debate, and that way it's up for the next half hour or so. And Toto Kaka, thank you for coming by. We are pumped you were with us, and we're catching up. Squatch Talk, thanks says, hope you're holding out well. I am. It's been a long day, but I feel surprisingly good. I've only had one cup of coffee. It's crazy. And I feel great. But Oliver Catwell says, it's winter here, quote unquote, so down in the low 50s at night. Hottest during the day is only about 75. Wow, that's crazy. That's cool, though. Good for you. No pun intended. It's cool. Bruce Wayne, thanks for coming by. And then Kango24, let's see. 2 seconds. And Pro Social Pessimist says, glad you got to my question earlier. It seems this browser won't let me link PayPal, so I can't do live chats here. Or can't do super chats. No worries. And Pancake of Destiny says, take a shot when you hear a lie. Only the strong survive. Juicy. And thanks, Benevolent Intelligence says, hey, James, love the channel. Has any debate you have moderated changed your position on any topic? And if so, what was it? Yeah, it has. I don't want to say it because I want to try to be as neutral as humanly possible. But I've definitely heard, it's more like responses to arguments where I was like, oh, I've never heard that before. And then Sam Harris's Bulldog says, will there ever be a debate about antinatalism on the channel? It's a hot topic. Yes, I want to. I've reached out to Benatar, but he's been busy every time I've gotten a hold of him. So we haven't hosted it yet, but we want to. And then Tuss Beatbox says, hey, James, thanks for coming by. Tuss says, I still love the channel community, but the new guidelines for mods is not working for me. Totally okay. I'm just refreshing this. Says, I loved having a please to chat and discuss opinions. Can you unmod me? Yes, I'm totally okay doing that. I know that. So moderators want to just quick address a few things. One, don't feel obligated. I appreciate you being so open and honest about it. Tuss Beatbox. is Tuss said, hey, and the reason is we have these new rules, and we understand, like, nobody should feel obligated to be a moderator, because some of the moderators, I understand if they don't like if you don't like the, what's the word I'm looking for? Rule that we are asking moderators to no longer take a stance. I understand how that could be like, kind of like, oh man, like I like having fun. Like, why are you doing that to me? And so I totally understand if you're kind of like turned off. Don't feel obligated, and it's totally okay. And then Nero says, James, I have some sources that say you were thicker than a Snicker. That's pretty gross, if I think you're meaning what you mean. But GC93013 is asking Natalie why he harassed school children, a personal attack. If so, I won't ask him, so I won't get banned. Yeah, I mean, so that's the kind of thing that in any other context, we would be like, pretty clearly you're trying to antagonize the speaker. So it's kind of like, I don't, it's not what we're looking for. And then, thanks, Marshall said, I sent you a copy of an email about the copy of my debate. So sorry about that, Marshall. I'll try to get back to you ASAP, and I'm sorry about being super slow. And Tim Pryor, thanks for your super chat, said, I just got going to do 5 shots right now. Then after 5 times of him saying it, I will super chat 6 shot, 7 shot, 8 shot floor. That's funny. You're a funny guy. And then thanks, Amanda, for your moderator help. And Ironclad says, you missed me too. I said hi earlier. Sorry about that, Ironclad. The chat's been moving on me. But Captain Crunch said, what do you have against weak knee people? I have surgery and I can't help it. That's funny. Thanos Marvel said, what's the 180? This morning you were completely different attitude. Guess not only are you biased, but a liar. Wow. Thanos Marvel is triggered. Well, don't worry, Thanos Marvel. We're glad you're here. I don't mind what you say. You're a stranger on the internet. So, Thanos Marvel, let's see. Lost all your good mods, dude. What a joke. You will... Wow, look, being really mad. That's funny. So the trick is, we have asked our moderators to not take a stance. And some moderators don't like that. And so it's true that some moderators are angry about that. Namely, we don't want them debating people in chat. So it's a hard thing. I mean, because I know a lot of people, they want to debate. But we are wanting to push the neutrality such that we have like full neutrality in the sense that the moderators aren't even taking a stance. And so, hey, it's totally okay if moderators are unhappy about that and they want to leave. Like, they don't have to feel obligated. That's okay. Like, we have no hard feelings. Kango24 says, TJump completely dismantled one of Nathan's victims. Wits it gets it, and a flat earth debate. This is going to be brutal. Love the channel, James. Thank you, Kango, for your support. And then Pro-Social Pessimist says, just watch the dude who is behind the Game Changers on the GRE. He shut the apologist up, and even Joe sided with him. I've never seen that. Let's see. I have no idea what you're talking about. But thank you, Marshall, for your patience. And I just caught up with chat. So what I'm going to do is looking for... Doodly doo. But yeah, it's always, we've been doing this for a couple of days. I think we announced it like a week ago that we want to ask the moderators to not debate people in the chat. So we do appreciate that. And then thank you for your kind words, Davos Holdos. Stay stoic. 100% you as well, my friend. And then what I'm going to do is I have to walk to the restroom in a moment because I desperately have to go to the bathroom. And then Pancake of Destiny says, the mods always kept the channel neutral despite their beliefs. Well, there were mods, though, that sometimes would be debating controversial topics and clearly be taking on a stance. So, like, if it's, like, let's say abortion or whatever, and a moderator is pushing really hard for the pro-life or the pro-choice position, that's where we're like, people are going to think of this as, yeah. So, but we do appreciate all of the people that are, like, letting us know. And we have no hard feelings if people are like, oh, then I'm gone. And the reason is, well... basically, we don't want people to get the idea that we're a non-neutral channel. So that's why we're looking for moderators who are going to not say their opinions, or you could say not debate people. And so we are glad you were here. Coffee Troll, good to see you. And King of Hearts, as well as Captain Crunch. Thank you Captain Crunch, appreciate your kind words. Says, all jokes aside, mad respect for keeping it fair. That's why I come here. Thank you, Captain Crunch. We appreciate that. And Squatch Talk said, I need skeptics for Squatch Talk. That sounds juicy. That might work. I mean, there are probably a lot of skeptics out there. Squatch Talk, they can't be that hard to find. But what I'm going to do is, there's like a lot of this channel, in fact, Squatch Talk. Like we host them all the time. But what I'm going to do is upload this thumbnail, and then I've got to quick use the restroom. I desperately have to use the restroom. Steven Steen in the house. Thanks for your kind words. Shane Sommer says, you've been doing a great job so far. Thank you. I appreciate that, Shane. Seriously, we're excited about the future and where the channel is going. And I'm just pumped. So I do appreciate everybody's support. It really does mean more than you guys know. And also, though, just updated the thumbnail. I'm about to use the restroom. I've got to go. I'll be back in a moment, folks. Don't worry. I might even pop in on the live chat because I'm going to bring my phone to the restroom with me. Amazing. Beta male. Amazing. I'm pumped. All right. Thank you, gang. I'm pumped. Let me see here. I've got to see if I've got this right. But it was so much. But yeah, I would say, I know that some people are like, man, I want to be able to debate. And I want to, be able to debate in the chat. And so I would say you're able to. We just don't want moderators to. Because otherwise, sometimes by random chance, what happens is we have... Let's say it's a night where we have any particular topic. By coincidence, we sometimes have like overwhelmingly all the moderators are, flat earth or globe earth or Christian or atheist, whatever it is. And then it's like, ooh, it's not good, because then people who are coming to the channel for the first time, they're like, why are these moderators arguing with me and telling me that, X is the one true position, or, whatever. And then they're like, yeah, I'm kind of turned off, and they think that it's the channel that's actually taking the stance when it's not. And so that's the reason. So Sinfinity, thanks for coming by, as well as John Pelosi says, thank you for providing this terrific forum. Thank you. That seriously means a lot. We do appreciate that. And then Rolling Rock, thanks for coming by, as well as Reverend Arno. Good to see you again. And Alan H. But yes, it is going to be a juicy one tonight. And Kango24 says, will this be RN Raw Part 2? No, it's going to be the entire debate. Believe me, it's not going to end early. EndoXD says, James, when do you pause to eat food? Dude, I had some food earlier. I might have a snack before I go to bed. In fact, I am going to have a snack. I'm going to get my chicken. Nathan R says, amazing. And Zebulon181, we are glad you're here, as well as Ironclad. And then, let's see. DJ, glad you came by. I said, all the nonsense about the earth being flat isn't really a debate. Have you added it just for a comedy interlude? It is. We're going to get to the bottom of it tonight, whether or not it is flat or a globe. And Alan H. says, can I ask if Nathan actually has evidence of the flat earth? Yes, that's fair game. And Topatzel, but the thing is, yeah. So, I mean, it is intriguing that a lot of the people who, so long story short, I want to remind you, Topatzel, thanks for being with us. Don't forget to plug the crowdfund and say hi to Twitch. You're right. Sorry about that. Vinny Anderson, thanks, said not to mention it could scare off potential new debaters. That's true, yeah. I do want to mention this crowdfund, you guys. We are excited about this. So, oh yeah, the timer went away. So there it is. Let me show you this, you guys. We are pumped as this crowdfund. It's going to be epic, folks. Let me show you this right now. So I'm loading up this page for the upcoming debate on the shape of the earth with TJump and good old Nathan Thompson. So it's going to be juicy, but I do want to show you this, namely, let me put this away, and then let me pull this up, and you're going to be amazed, as we are seriously thrilled. And this today, one of the reasons why we were doing the stream is we wanted to see how much we could raise for this epic crowdfund. We only have 6 days left. Like, it's legitimately only 6 days for reaching our goal for this epic event. And so let me find out where I put it. That's not it. There it is, meter. Okay. So, meter, we move this up. And then there we go. So, hopefully you should be able to see this meter on the far right of your screen. Folks, we are excited about this, and we want to let you know, if you have not yet joined the crowdfund, we're pumped for it, and that is for this upcoming debate. So the bottom right of your screen, Evidence for God debate between Matt Dillahunty and Dr. Kenny Rhodes. This is a way for us to basically say thank you so much to the speakers. This is going to be a huge, like, mainstream type debate, or you could say like a main event type of debate. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be absolutely epic. And so I do absolutely want to encourage you, like, folks, this is going to be awesome. And we have a crowdfund for it. So on the far right of your screen, you can see that kind of, there's that pink purple meter on the far right. We are raising funds for covering the honorariums. And this is something that we are absolutely determined to make happen, folks. It is absolutely necessary we meet the goal of which we're close to. We're at 79%, you guys. This is absolutely epic. And so we're determined to make that goal, and we need to make that goal in order for this event to happen, namely the debate between Matt Dillahunty and Dr. Kenny Rhodes. And woo, we're at 80% now, so I've got to update it. So thanks so much to the person who just gave as we jumped up by another $25. And so thank you. We do appreciate it. And we're determined, folks. We really will make this. And so we are pumped. Want to show you this. Oopsie. Let me load this back up. So now you can see it on screen. We're at 2,800, which is 80% of our goal. We are going to make it, folks. We are way beyond 50%. And let me show you. As of right now, let me tell you, this debate that you're seeing on screen, we want to have it be such that the live stream is public. But here's the trick. If not, because last time what we did is we had the live stream where the live stream was private and you had to put it into the Kickstarter, or I should say crowdfund, in order to watch it live. And this time we're like, well, we want it to be public, not just afterwards, because last time we did release it to the public a couple days after the debate. This time we're like, well, let's see if we can do it where the live show itself is being watched. But if we don't have enough people throw into the crowdfund and they're kind of like, I'm just going to watch it live and I'm not going to throw in, it's like, well, we might actually switch it to where it's like, well, we're going to actually make it such that the live viewing is private. And if you don't throw in like $1 or $3, it is like the lowest amount. But I think you can throw in even $1. And basically, we might switch it basically such that you'd have to throw into the crowdfund to watch it live. Otherwise, you'd have to wait a couple days for when it comes out, and then it's not live, obviously. So we want to encourage you, if you've been considering, you're like, I've thought about giving to it, but I'm not sure. I want to say, please, now is a great time to do it. As you guys, it's only 6 days left. Like, there's not a lot of time left. We have to make this goal. We're determined to make this goal. And so I want to say, like, believe me, it's going to be epic. You don't want to miss it. And that, as you see on the far right of your screen, is what we have to make in terms of up to that last little bit to 100%. And so even if it's like somebody put in a couple days or a couple bucks today, and I was like, thank you. Like that really helps, because it helps us to take more risks. I'm not joking. We would like to host Richard Dawkins someday. In order for that to happen, what we need is basically we need to master this crowdfunding strategy. And imagine if half of our channel, if half the subscribers put in $1, like it's like, everybody can part with $1. Nobody's worried about $1. If half of our subscribers put in $1, we could easily cover a Richard Dawkins debate. Like Richard Dawkins versus, like, let's say maybe we could get like Dr. Nathaniel Jensen, who's debated before. He's a creationist at Answers in Genesis, and I think he got his PhD at like UC Boulder. And that's Jason Lyle. So that's the type of debate we want to host, but we do need to actually make this strategy work. So let me show you more about this, because you might be new to it. So, and you guys might be like, oh, James, I'm tired of hearing about it. Well, once we kind of make it toward our goal, then there's not as much pressure on me to keep bringing it up, because some of you are like, I've heard this 8,000 times, stop. So want to show you this though. In particular, you might be like, well, James, okay, you have to raise the funds to make this event happen. And we love to see, you're probably like, we love to see Matt Dillahunty. Those are fun debates. But you might be like, but how do you know, James, that you can actually make it? Well, we've already done it successfully. Back in January, this is one that we did with 143 that jumped in on the crowdfund. And folks, with only 6 days left, I mean, hey, you don't want to miss it. We raised 3,100. So absolutely amazing. We absolutely believe we can do that and more, as this time we've only bumped it up to 3,500. So it's just a little bit more, even though we have a lot more subscribers. And also, though, you might be like, well, I don't know, what platform is it? This is confusing. Like, how does it work? Well, if you've never done this before, you guys, it's fun to jump in on a crowdfund. I've done it now for a friend, and it was just for a comic book that I don't even read comics, but I was like, oh, cool. Like, I think it's cool what you're doing. And so want to show you this. Indiegogo is just like Kickstarter. It's a crowdfunding platform. And so it's really easy, you guys. For real, it's absolutely epic. You can sign in with Facebook if you want. You don't even have to create an account. That's how easy it is, and I just absolutely love it. But more, let me show you this, because you might be like, well, what are the perks though, James? Like, how is it worth it? Well, let me show you this. So we have a lot of perks, some of which were there last time, some of which are brand new. So at the smallest amount at the very top of the page, if you throw in $3, I mean, that's the price of a cup of coffee. That helps us make this event happen. And if you throw in $6 for the second tier, that not only helps us make the event happen, but it also helps give a few extra dollars so we can help promote this event, as we want to make it huge and just a gigantic project. Next up is your name on screen. Really cool. $12. That's the third tier. That's something we had before. A lot of people have enjoyed that. Then your name read out loud at the end of the debate. We want to do that as well. That's the next tier. And then Modern Day Debate coffee mug, because someone in the live chat suggested it, and I'm glad that people found that useful. And then the embossed postcard at the next level, Modern Day Debate t-shirt. And I want to remind you, let's say you threw in, you're like, all right, I'm happy with what the channel's doing. I like the vision or the mission of kind of providing a level playing field where everything's equal for everybody. I like that. And you're like, well, okay, I'll go for that. But maybe you're like, well, I'm curious, do I just get the t-shirt? No, you don't. So let's say you put in $50. You'd get the Modern Day Debate t-shirt plus everything from all the tiers below it. So for example, you can see here, you would get the Modern Day Debate t-shirt at the bottom of the screen, plus you'd get the embossed postcard sent to you, plus the Modern Day Debate mug would be sent to you, plus your name would be read out loud at the end of the stream, plus your name would be on screen during the debate and that little ticker at the bottom. So you'd get all of those perks. And so I'm telling you folks, like, it's absolutely epic. Highly encourage you, if you haven't already, I'm going to put that crowdfund link into the description, and want to encourage you folks, if you haven't already, we only have 6 days left. So I want to tell you, absolutely, like, folks, jump in now before it's too late. And we are absolutely determined to make this event happen. So let me just be sure that I'm getting you the right link. Well, let me know. Can you guys let me know if you click on the crowdfund? Can you let me know if it actually works? Because I'm not sure if this link is what I need. And also, thank you for your super chat. Franks92 says, love the channel, James. Thanks for setting up TJump and Nathan. And the super chat is just for the wrestling fans. Thank you, Franks92. Seriously, that really does mean a lot. Pardon my delay on reading it. And then, thanks for your kind words. Skeptic, who said, I think this channel is way underrated, and Timo agreed. Thank you for your kind words. That seriously means a lot. And then, thank you, Hannah Anderson, for your huge support of the channel. Seriously, it means a lot. And then, we are open to any topic, Marshall, that won't get us kicked off of YouTube. I mean, we say, a lot of people say they're open-minded and tolerant and all that. It's like, hey, we live it out. We walk the walk. We don't just say it. And so, yeah, we will actually do anything. And then the Toaster Crumb says, is the debate in 6 days? The debate is on Saturday, June 5th. So, it's coming fast. I mean, it's going to be epic. And again, you guys, if you want, it's like, you can just throw in a few bucks. If you want, you can throw in $1, like, no joke. And that helps us because we just see that people actually support the idea, or they're kind of behind it. So we do appreciate that. And then, looking for any more in case I missed anybody in the live chat. And then I think I'm going to have a protein shake before the last debate starts. Pancake of Destiny says, I don't donate because I want to see you and TJump do a car wash. Oh, I'm crazy. I mean, we're going to make this goal, believe me. And then Ed Hack says, it would be amazing if you could raise that for Dawkins. Do you have to match it for the other speaker? I don't think we'd have to match it. If we worked it out, some speakers are okay with not getting the same honorarium. So like Mike Jones is actually pretty flexible, which is cool. And that way, we could do, Revelation. I've heard that William Lane Craig or Lennox, I don't know. I don't want to say without knowing it for sure. And then thank you for your, but I would guess that they may, if you want an actual debate, I would think that it would probably cost a good chunk of cash. And then Joshua Alec said, I clicked the link and it works. Thanks for that feedback, as well as Vinny Anderson said, link looks good. Thank you for that. And then Shane Summer said, couldn't get Darth, so Nathan was the next best option, huh? That's funny. I'm gonna basically prep, and it's going to be juicy, you guys. So thank you guys. Kylo Ken Rhodes, thanks for being with us. Says TJump in a bikini doing a car wash. That sounds pretty epic. We do appreciate it. It's like that may happen. You never know. But yeah, we are encouraged, folks. And like I said, we're determined. We're going to make this goal. And so only 6 days left, though. I mean, it's like, holy smokes. We just jumped up big time. We are absolutely pumped. So my Zoom just ended. I've got to reload my Zoom, 2 seconds. And then I've got to send the link to our guests. So give me a second. But you guys, we are now at, I've got to update it. I am so pumped. You guys, we are now at 2,966. 2,966. So watch the meter on screen as I update this, you guys. It's going to be amazing. We just jumped up to 84%. So you can see it just keeps going up, and that is phenomenal. So thank you guys so much. We're determined we're going to make this goal. And that's one of the reasons we want to do this 12-hour stream today is I was like, hey, this is a great opportunity to let people know about the upcoming event that we're pumped about. So that's unbelievable. We were at, you guys, it's crazy. We have jumped up by at least 10 percentage points today. So like this is just taken off. So we are so close to 3,000, which is only 500 away from our final amount. And last time, you guys, I was so pumped that we had a stretch goal. So we are still, I'm planning a trip for an in-person debate with Matt Dillahunty. Like, Lord willing, I don't know for sure, but that's something that I have to get permission from everybody. But once the COVID is no longer a worry for people, like maybe August, my hope is to host an in-person debate with Matt and with another speaker at Atheist Experience Studio. So it's in person, and they're a really fun, pleasant group of guys. So we are absolutely excited though. And so thank you so much for all of your support. And Kylo Kenny Rhodes says, this is Kenny Rhodes. Thank you, Dr. Rhodes, for being with us. We hope you were doing well. And so thank you for being here. It's always fun. Oliver Catwell says, if we donate above a certain level, but don't need the lower perks, can you donate the value of those back into the donation tally? Yeah, we can actually. So thanks for letting me know about that. I'm totally open to that. So thank you for letting me know, as that kind of helps. I'll explain more on what I mean by that. But so let's talk more. And then Joshua Alex says, if we contribute, but the award isn't available, can we still contribute that much? Yes, you can. You can contribute such that you're not like signed up for an award. And if you want, you can send me a message and just say like, if you wanted, you could say, I'm not worried about that. Like I don't care about the award. So like last time, yeah. So long story short, I'm available at moderndaydebate@gmail.com if you got any other questions. And the only reason I say that is because I'm about to set up this next debate, which is going to be absolutely epic. And so if we do an in-person debate with Matt, it would probably, if we do it this summer, because remember we made our stretch goal for the last fundraiser. So that's something that it wouldn't be like a crowdfund. It would just be me using that money for that stretch goal. It would probably be Evidence for God, but I've got to, I'd have to ask Matt. And then I'm going to send these links though. So thank you, Oliver Catwell, for letting me know that. I do appreciate that. And I'm going to set this up so that we can get TJump and Nathan Thompson. So I'm going to put this screen on while we prep for the debate. And 2 seconds, folks. Whoa, I just realized, yeah. So I'm a little behind. So this debate's probably going to start a little bit late. Sorry about that, guys. I just lost track of time. Upcoming, where is this? 12, there we go, 12-hour stream, and then flat, and then here, and then, so yeah, what I'm going to do is be right back as this stream is about to start, maybe in about 10 minutes. Give me about 10 or 12 minutes. Thanks, folks. Hey everybody, tonight we're debating Flat Earth versus Globe Earth, and we are starting right now. With TJump's opening statement on behalf of the globe, Tom, thanks for being with us. The floor is all yours.
Thanks, James. Thanks, Nathan, for being here. Appreciate the opportunity as always. So we know for a fact the world is a globe because we've been to space and we can see it. But that, of course, doesn't convince the flat earthers because they want something that they themselves can confirm, which we can also provide because there's this thing called radar. Radar is this magical technology that we've invented that can tell distances and speeds and locations and sizes of things that are far away. And the way it does that is it bounces radio waves, it emits them from an emitter, and it hits something and then it bounces back. And we just literally count the time it takes to go from the object it bounces off of to the receiver and back. And we know how far away it is and what shape it is based off of how the radio waves bounce off of the thing. And guess what? We can do this for things in space too. Like you yourself can go buy a ham radio, and if you spend enough money, you can buy one that can bounce radio signals off of the moon. You can communicate with people on the other side of the planet by bouncing radio signals off of the moon. We know exactly how far the way the moon is, 280 something thousand, I think was the number, miles, exactly as said by, I got an echo there. Exactly as said by NASA, which means it's in space. Like there's no dome there. We know for a fact there's no dome there because the radio waves don't bounce off it. It does bounce off the moon, doesn't bounce off anything behind the moon, doesn't bounce off anything in any direction that is not the moon. So we know it's 280,000 miles away or whatever the number is. So we can measure the size of the moon, the shape of the moon, the distance of the moon. We know it's in space. We know that the radio waves don't... Oh, I'm still hearing an echo. Are you hearing it too, James?
Yes, I am. Nathan, you don't have the watch page on, do you?
Thank you. He's muted.
No, I'm not watching, but I'll go on mute for you.
Yeah, it might be just my volume coming through his mic or his speakers and being heard by his mic because of waves.
Gotcha.
So, so we can know that the moon is in space. We know it's up there. We know the distances. All the things NASA says are correct. We can bounce radio waves off of it. Not a problem. So we know all of these facts that we as individuals can confirm that what NASA says is correct. The speed of light, for example, we can also measure the speed of light because that's literally what radio waves are, is they're using the radio waves, which move at the speed of light, to measure things. And we can prove this. It's very simple. We did this in the 1800s, the 1700s, the 1900s, and pretty much every other hundreds because it's really easy to do. And so we can measure lots of different things using these radio waves that you yourself can go build in your backyard to communicate with people on the other side of the planet. And you can know where they're located because they can tell you, or you could build one for your friend's house and your house and then calculate the distance and the shape of the planet by communicating with them in the direction you have to point the waves and the way they reflect and how they communicate with other people. You can triangulate the directions. So we know the world is a globe, and you yourself can prove this. Any human being can prove this, which is why flurfs are so dumb, because anyone can prove this. Anyone can just build their own mechanism of a radio, a ham radio. If you build a powerful enough one, you can bounce radio signals off the moon. You can know where it is. You know how far away it is. And if you rent the really, really big ones, you can bounce radio signals off the sun too. So we know how far away that is and how big that is. So this stuff is really easy to do. It's really easy to confirm. Anybody can go build these things and demonstrate that, yes, in fact, the world is round. The moon is 280, whatever, how many thousands of miles away. It is a big ball in space, and you can bounce radio waves off it and get back to Earth to talk to people on the other side of the planet. All of this stuff is easy. That is the most simplest way to demonstrate the world is in fact round, and it is irrefutable, and flurfs have no idea what they're talking about. Now I'll conclude there.
Thank you very much, Tom, for that opening statement. We are going to kick it over to Nathan for his opening as well. Want to let you know, though, folks, if it's your first time here at Modern Day Debate, we are a neutral platform hosting debates on science, religion, and politics. And so, if you haven't yet, hit that subscribe button as we have many more juicy upcoming debates. For example, Dr. Michael Brown, Christian apologist, will be taking on apostate prophet next month on June 9th. You don't want to miss it, so do hit that subscribe button and that notification bell. Nathan, thanks for being here. The floor is all yours. You're on mute.
James, I want to thank you for having me on again. I really appreciate it. TJump, thanks for joining us. Shout out Destiny Clothing for the shirt and the Tinfoil Hat Factory for the hat. I really appreciate that, guys. So starting it off with, an honest man, when proven to be wrong, must either admit that he is wrong or he no longer remains to be an honest man. The truth is incontrovertible. Churchill was famous for saying this: malice will try and attack it, calling me flurfs, we're too dumb to figure it out, and ignorance will try and deride it. But in the end, there it is. So I never wanted to be a flat earther, ladies and gentlemen. I laughed at the idea of the earth being flat when it was introduced to me. And then a mentor of mine, someone who's really intelligent, was looking into it for 7 months. And I almost dropped the phone when he told me that, because he was so intelligent. I thought, there's no way this guy could be looking into flat earth for 7 months. And here I am 5 years later. I ran a research group with 150,000 people where we asked Globers to post first-hand evidence that the earth is a spinning ball in space. TJump had no first-hand evidence. He said, we could build, you could build, you haven't done it. And he acts like it's so easy to just go build things in your backyard and bounce radar waves off the moon. Well, if it's so easy, bro, how come you haven't done it to confirm your model yet? So on top of that, massive amounts of ostracism, being a flat earther, as you saw here in TJump's opening. But also, I don't want all the world governments lying to me about the shape of the earth. I mean, that's kind of weird, right? That's spooky. But facts are facts. Now let's look at the facts. We'll start with fluid statics. Fluid statics are large bodies of water at rest, the study of them. Fluid dynamics is bodies of water in motion. So when you look at a body of water at rest, the surface of the body of water is flat and horizontal to the container, requires a container. A spinning ball is not a container. Every time you put water on a ball and spin it, the water flies off. That's observable. That's reality, okay? That's repeatable. That's testable. That's science. So also you have to hold a compass flat for it to work. The Suez Canal has 0 locks, 0 curvature, and it's over 100 miles. You've got the Statue of Liberty being observed from over 60 miles. Ladies and gentlemen, we see way too far. The horizon is flat. Even PhD astrophysicist Neil deGrasse Tyson will tell you there is no curve at 128,000 feet. Now, for years, I had to hear Globers say, have you ever been on an airplane? And I'm not kidding. I was at Disney World one time and a guy said, you can see the curve from your hotel. Just go up to about the 8th floor. Now, if the mainstream scientists, PhD astrophysicists that run observatories and have 6 million followers on Twitter say you can't see curve from 128,000 feet, and it's a fisheye lens curving the picture, and all you see in the picture is New Mexico, well, not only does that Red Bull jump prove the Earth's flat and not curving, but the Earth didn't rotate under Felix Baumgartner when he ascended for 3 hours. This is another point I have. The Earth's not rotating. I'll get to that in a second, because we have more proof the Earth is flat. Specular reflections. The incident angle of the light matches the reflection angle of the light. If you go to a house of mirrors at a circus, anytime there is distortion or curvature in the surface of a mirror, there will be some sort of distortion in the image, okay? Now, that's actually how they make glass. They actually melt the molten metal on top of, or the molten glass on top of molten metal, because all liquids at rest are flat. That's also another way they get the bubbles to rise out of the mirrors and the glass. But I'm getting off track. Gyroscopes keep their rigidity in space. Ladies and gentlemen, we would not use gyroscopes in an airplane to fly level if a gyroscope was curving around a ball. Airplanes admit in their FAA documents that the Earth's flat, non-rotating, and they do not account for gravity vector. Now, I don't know if you want to talk to a pilot who believes Earth's a ball and never tested it, great. But the people who train the pilots, the Federal Aviation Administration, says the Earth is flat, non-rotating, and they negate a gravity vector. On top of that, you've got microwave repeaters. And last but not least, we've got the black swan. If the Earth's a ball, curving in all directions, the horizon would be approximately 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Problem is, we've done observations at 1 foot where the horizon is over 10 miles out. Now, that would necessitate that the Earth's radius is about the size of the orbital path of the moon, 250,000 miles, ladies and gentlemen. So the globe Earth has been falsified already. I'm honestly here as a favor to James doing this debate. So on top of that, Earth doesn't move, ladies and gentlemen, period. Doesn't move. Mainstream science asserts the Earth has a Coriolis and objects in the air experience Earth rotating under them. Now, I don't know if you've ever seen a hummingbird or a helicopter, a hot air balloon, a drone, a ball you throw in the air, or maybe a golf ball you hit off the tee. The Earth does not rotate under anything. So the Earth does not rotate. They lied. Plain and simple. Again, the FAA asserts the Earth is non-rotating. That's why we don't have drastically different journey times when traveling west to east as opposed to traveling east to west. I thought about this when I was a kid. I would go visit my dad in Ohio, and it would be 4 hours to get there and 4 hours to get back. And I thought, that's weird. They told me the Earth was spinning. Turns out they lied. On top of that, ladies and gentlemen, can't have gas pressure without a container. High pressure systems move towards low pressure systems. It's called the second law of thermodynamics. If it didn't happen all the time, it wouldn't be a law. Now, if you put your hand on a hot stove, it will burn you 100 out of 100 times. If you pop a car tire and the tire has air in it, the air is going to escape into the space around the tire 100 out of 100 times. Okay, it's the second law of thermodynamics. So you cannot have gas pressure, which we are all breathing at the moment, 14.7 psi at the surface, without the necessary antecedent of a container of some sort. Now, very convenient for me, not so much for TJump, the sky is a map and a clock. We've got 88 constellations. Polaris never moves. We can do astroarchaeology, which I've actually filmed myself. I went to the Georgia Guidestones about 3 months ago. Go check out Be the Change before that channel disappears. It's got 2 strikes. And they deleted my last channel, Nathan Thompson. And they deleted the official Flat Earth and Globe discussion. So this topic's being heavily censored. Hats off to James for still continuing with the topic. Really appreciate it. So also, another proof the sky's a map and a clock and we don't orbit around the sun, ladies and gentlemen, at 66,600 miles an hour, is that you can lay on your back January 1st, observe the stars. 6 months later, lay on your back in the same place at night and observe the stars. Now, let's pretend for a second that my head is the sun, right? So nighttime would be over there towards the kitchen, okay? Now, 6 months later, the globe would be on this side of the sun and nighttime would be over there towards the neighbor's house. If that was happening, you would not observe the same stars every 6 months. I talked about it in my speech in Dallas. If anyone needs it, email me, flatearthflyers@gmail.com. I love you guys. On top of that, TJump said, we know, we've been to space. Then he talks about radar systems he's never built. Then he says, we can do this with things in space. Then he assumes the moon is in space, which I find hilarious because he kept repeating over and over, we can trust everything NASA says. Well, oops, TJump, I don't know if you knew this, but NASA claims that the moon isn't in space, it's in Earth's atmosphere. They just said that. Not joking. So you can Google it right now on your little oyster clam couch and check it out because everything you said in your opener just got destroyed by your priest, NASA, who asserts the moon is not in space. So you're not bouncing anything off the moon and confirming one, space is real or any of that. It's a total joke, bro. On top of that, he kept saying you yourself can build, but never did. And then he called Flurfs dumb. And then he said anyone can build one. Again, just kept repeating yourself. So that was pretty boring. That's going to close my opener. Looking forward to the question and answer. Or back and forth.
You got it. Thank you very much. And with that, we're going to jump into the open conversation, folks. Want to let you know, though, our guests are linked in the description. We do appreciate our guests. And as always, we want to ask you, 99.9% of you do a fantastic job, and we appreciate that and want to say thank you for attacking the arguments instead of the person. So with that, gentlemen, the floor is all yours.
Well, actually, I have built one of these, so I have done it personally, which is debunks all of what Nathan said.
Oh.
Yeah. I go to a college where we do this kind of stuff all the time.
You go to a college. Oh,
Yes.
okay. So the college did it. You didn't do it in your backyard.
No, who do you think builds them? They give us money, and we then use the money to buy parts, and then we put the parts together like Lego pieces. We build them. Oh my God, we do it, Nathan, and you can too. This is really easy. It's called a ham radio. Do you know what a ham radio is, Nathan?
It's a little bit of feedback.
Did you know NASA
I'll
said
give you a
the
chance to
moon-
respond, Nathan.
I don't
But
care
there's a
about-
little bit of feedback I'm hearing. So
Yeah, a little bit.
go ahead, Nathan, if you want to respond.
You said we could trust. Yeah, you said we could trust everything NASA says. TJump.
No, I didn't say that. I said we could confirm many of the things NASA says ourselves. That's what I said.
No, in your opener, you said everything NASA tells us is true.
No, I didn't say that. I said we
Right?
could confirm. No, I said we could confirm many of the
Okay,
things
so what does NASA
NASA
lie to
says.
us about?
I
What does
said we
NASA lie to us about?
Nathan, listen to the words. So I said we can confirm many of the things NASA says. We can't confirm everything because we don't have a Hubble telescope. So we can prove many of the things they're saying is true. It doesn't mean the other things are false, Nathan.
TJump. Did you know NASA claims the moon is in Earth's atmosphere?
Yes, on the very edge, which is still technically a part of space.
No, on the edge? Show me the edge.
In the edge. So yes, the
Where's the
atmosphere
edge?
contains different layers. You know, like if you pour smoke, like just heavy water smoke out, it falls, and the heavier gases, they sit in the bottom, and then the lighter gases sit on the top. Like just here on Earth, we can do this test with gases. You have any kind of gas, and if the gas is heavier or denser, it goes to the bottom of the gases, and the lighter gases go on the top of the gases. That's the atmosphere. Just a bunch of gas sitting on top of each other.
You said, TJump, that we could do this with things in space, and then talked about
space.
TJump, can you stop interrupting me, please?
Well, I'm curious. What did I say we could do in
Moderator.
space?
One thing is we do have feedback. So I think, Nathan, if you're willing to kind of sit back in your seat the way you presented your opening statement, that might help, because there's, for some reason, I can't tell where it's coming from, but it might be how close you are to the mic. I'm not sure.
James, I think it's the fact that his speakers on his laptop are projecting the sound, and his microphone on his laptop is picking up the sound. I don't think it has to do with his location.
I've done every debate this way. Every single debate on the channel I've done this exact same way.
Next, we'll go into whatever issue you wanted to address, Nathan, or I should say, Nathan, continue on. And then
And he interrupts me.
Go ahead,
yeah,
Nathan.
what I wanted to say was we can do this with things in space, is what TJump said. And then he said they bounce the radar off the moon. Now, TJump, did you know NASA says the moon is not in space?
No, they
It's
don't.
in Earth's atmosphere.
No, they don't. The atmosphere is
Yes,
also
they
in
do.
space. So
The atmosphere is space?
in space, yes. Earth, the whole thing is in space. The fact that it's in a part of the atmosphere doesn't make it not space too. Space isn't completely
Okay.
devoid of everything. There are particles in space.
We'll move on, ladies and gentlemen. Go ahead, Google what NASA says, because they just debunked everything TJump said. Where we
Well,
could
actually,
bounce
it's
things
my
off.
turn. It's my turn to ask a
TJump, are
question.
you gonna interrupt me again?
Hold on.
Yes,
Again?
it's my turn. My turn.
Let's let Nathan finish his point or
Well,
sentence.
no, he did. He asked a question. I answered the
Hold
question.
on.
So
we're
now it's my
gonna
turn.
give Nathan a chance to finish his sentence. I think he was mid-sentence, and then I promise we'll come right back to you, Tom. Nathan, what were you gonna say?
Yeah. So NASA asserts the moon isn't in space. TJump said we can bounce radar off things in space, and then says he bounces it off the moon, which NASA says isn't even in space.
Gotcha. All right, thank you. We'll kick it over to Tom in at least a couple of minutes.
Yes. So the moon is in space. Yes, that is. It is also in the atmosphere. Those are not contradictory things. This is not hard. Nathan just doesn't understand astrophysics. This is not a problem. So the moon's also in the solar system too. Wow. Oof, ugh, contradiction. No. So again, my question was, how does radar work, Nathan? Can we bounce radar off things? Is radar a pretty accurate tool we can use here on Earth?
So the moon is in space, but it's also in Earth's atmosphere. Is that what you're saying, TJump?
Yeah, it's also in the solar system. Can you answer my question, Nathan? How does radar work?
Wait, so you understand that space is a vacuum and the atmosphere is pressurized. So how are you saying that the atmosphere is space and space is the atmosphere and the moon is in space and the moon is in Earth's atmosphere? That doesn't make
Because
any
the
sense.
Space
you know?
has to do with a certain density of the atmosphere. If there's a low enough density, then you're in space. And the low enough density of the atmosphere at that rate is space. So space
You know,
isn't
space
a
is
total
totally
vacuum.
vacuum.
Space is not a 100% vacuum. That's just not the case, Nathan. It's enough of a vacuum. And there is enough of a vacuum in that area to call it space. So yes, it is still space.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it here first. The moon is in space, but it's also in Earth's atmosphere. TJump, is the horizon the geometric curve of the Earth?
I don't care. I want you to answer my question. You haven't answered.
You don't care. You want me to answer your question. What's your question?
Yeah. So is radar an accurate thing? Does it bounce off things? Is it very
I don't know. I've
accurate?
never used radar.
Okay.
So is the Earth curve geometric horizon or no?
No idea.
You don't know if the Earth curve is a geometric horizon. TJump, have you ever heard that boats go over the curve of the Earth?
Okay. So what does that have to do with my argument in my opening?
Okay, well, we're debating whether the Earth is a globe or it's flat, TJump. And if the Earth was a globe, then boats would go over the geometric curve, which would be at 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Is the horizon the geometric curve of the Earth, TJump?
Remember,
or
Nathan.
not?
Remember, Nathan, I had the positive position here. That's why you had me go first. You specifically said Tom is holding the positive that the world is a globe, which means you have to address my arguments, not the other way around, Nathan. So address my arguments. Does radar work? Do planes use radar? Can you build a radar? Is a ham radio a real thing that anyone can build in their backyard for less than $1,000? Is that a thing? Is that a thing, Nathan? Do those exist?
Yes, radar is real, TJump. I don't specialize in radar. So is it okay if we move on to another topic?
No.
Or is that all you want to talk about with radar? If you have no data for it, no evidence, any photographic evidence, you literally just said you can test it. It confirms Earth's a globe. I'm trying to get to the nitty gritty. Is the horizon that we see where the sky meets the Earth, the curve of the Earth, TJump? And you said, I don't care. I don't care if it was in your argument. I'm asking you if the horizon is the curve of the Earth. This is back and forth, TJump. You know how that works, right?
Yeah, so I presented an argument.
Okay, great. Is the horizon the geometric curve of the Earth?
So I presented an argument that proves the world is round. I didn't say anything about the horizon. I don't care about the horizon because I can prove it in this way. I don't need to prove it in every way. So in this way, with radio, we can prove the world is a globe, 100%. Now, if you don't understand radio, that's fine. You can't contest the argument. Now, if you want a video, I can provide you a video. Bouncing radio off the moon guide. Video. Okay, here we go. We got videos, bouncing radio off the moon. Hack a day. Here we go. Ham radio. Instructions on how to do it.
Hold
on. Here we go.
There's videos of King Kong climbing the Statue of Liberty with a girl in his hand, bro. So you got a video. That makes it real?
You asked for a video. I gave you a video. I'll give you a video.
You're not showing me you doing anything, TJump. Do you ever get off your clam couch?
No, I live on the clam couch.
No, you said you did it. Where's the evidence of you doing it, TJump? If this is what we're going to talk about and you don't want to talk about the horizon because you're scared of the horizon.
So Nathan, I presented an argument or evidence that it proves the world is round. So if you can't refute that evidence, then I have won the debate. I've proved the world is round.
TJump.
So saying I don't have video of me doing it personally, like I can get video of me doing it personally. Is that what you would require? If I have video of me doing it personally, does that mean I win? Because I can get it.
TJump, you haven't shown anything, period. But please don't interrupt me, okay? TJump, I'm asking you, I'm telling you, I'm not radar specialist. Never use radar. Apparently you're a radar specialist. It proves Earth's a globe. Great, I'm a dumb flirt. Let's move on to maybe the horizon. When we look at the horizon, TJump, is that the curve of the Earth? Yes or no?
Wait a minute. So remember, I have the positive position here. So I present evidence, and you have to counter that evidence. So if you're just admitting that I'm right,
we're just gonna go round and round, moderator. Are we just gonna go round and round?
Wait,
moderator.
to be fair,
Nathan, we got to
We're just going round and round.
Nathan, we do have to give Tom a chance to finish as well.
He keeps repeating himself,
Nathan,
and then I have to repeat myself.
You're interrupting me now, Nathan. We do have to give him a chance to finish. I promise we'll come right back to you for a couple minutes as well.
So Nathan, as you said in the beginning, you're the one who said TJump's going first because he's holding the positive position. So how debate works is the positive position presents evidence, and you have to address that evidence. If you say, I'm ignorant of the topic and have no idea, that means you can't counter the evidence, and my evidence wins. This holds. So you would have to present some reason to think that my evidence is false. Saying I haven't presented it, I can present it to you. There are plenty of YouTube videos and guides that literally explain this. And if you want, I can make a recording of myself doing this at the university too. That's easy to produce. So if that's what you need, I can easily provide that. But you haven't actually addressed my evidence. Are you saying that it's false because you haven't seen me do it? Are you saying I'm lying, or that all of these YouTube videos, every single one of them is lying, and every one of these guides that you can build yourself are lying? Is that your argument, Nathan? Because if it's not, and these are true, then your worldview is proven false. So why do you think this evidence doesn't prove your worldview false?
We'll give you a couple of minutes to respond, Nathan.
Yeah, can we see the evidence, TJump?
Yes.
This is going to prove the Earth's a globe?
Yes.
That's what the debate's about, right? Is the Earth
Yes.
flat or is the Earth a globe? Great, excellent.
Yes. So here it is. If James, could you pull it up and show it on screen? Bouncing radio signals off the moon. Just it's the first YouTube image you should come up with. You want a
TJump,
video?
how does that prove the Earth's a globe?
So radar works by you bounce the radio signals off things, and it gives you the shape, size, speed, location of the things, and you can bounce radio signals off of a mirror like the moon and then have it come back and hit the Earth, and it'll tell you the size and the shape and the distance of the Earth too. So you do know what radio is in general, right?
Yeah, but you're bouncing them off the moon, and then you told me it tells you the shape of the Earth?
Yes. So if you bounce radio signals off one thing and it hits another thing, it can then bounces off that other thing too, and so it can tell you the size of that thing too.
Okay, so you're bouncing them off the moon, then bouncing them off the Earth, and then catching the radar, and that's what you're doing?
Yes. So there's these things called multiple radar stations all over the world, and you can send signals between them. Like you can bounce it off the moon, and then it goes back and talks to them, and then they can send a signal, and it bounces off the moon and comes back to you, and you can send a signal to the moon, and it bounces back to yourself. So yes, you can literally measure the shape of the Earth by bouncing radio signals off the moon into yourself. That is a thing. Yes, it's like radar. It's like two ships bouncing radar off of an island. Yes, it's called triangulation.
All right, let's see the evidence.
James, did you find the video bouncing radio signals off the moon?
So it is a challenge
James
where
James has to find your evidence.
What I'm doing is, it is hard for me to pull this up without the stream buffering. If you are able to pull it up on your side, Tom, and share your screen, that makes it easier for me.
Okay.
James, can you find my evidence for me, please? It's your whole argument, bro.
Yeah, that's my whole argument. James, do a Google search, because that's literally the evidence. Sure. Let's see.
Oh, wait.
Want to remind you folks, in the meantime, our guests are linked in the description, and we are excited for many juicy upcoming debates, and that screen share is ready right now.
So here's a guide of guys teaching you how to bounce radio signals off the moon with exactly the metrics and how to do it, the equipment to build it. Here's their device. They build it in front of you, and they bounce it off things and talk to people with this thing, and they can measure the distance to the moon and back very simply. This is super easy. Anybody can do this. This is not like super expensive equipment. This is stuff you can do with car batteries, and it's a computer parts, and super easy. So they bounce the signals off the moon somewhere around the end. So they do it. They get the numbers back on their computer thingy right there, showing that they did, in fact, bounce the radio signals off the moon with the time it takes, how far the moon away is, 250,000 miles. They got the numbers right. Woohoo. They did it. They proved it, that the moon is 250,000 miles away. It is the correct size and shape. And they communicated with people on the other side of the planet and got the numbers right, so they know the planet is round too. This is really, really simple stuff. Anybody can do this. You can build this in your backyard. It costs less than 10 grand. Go for it. There you go. You got your proof, Nathan. Somebody literally did this.
Okay, I don't know if anyone was actually impressed by that. TJump obviously hasn't tested the Earth himself or done any of this. He just keeps saying you can do it. Where was the evidence Earth's a globe in that video, bro?
It was the numbers. So how radio signals work.
What were the numbers?
Wait, Nathan. So slow down. So how a radio signal works is it bounces a signal, it sends a signal out, it hits an object, and it comes back, and then a computer gives you a number. And the number tells you how far away the object is, what the speed of the object is, where the signal is coming from, those kinds of things. So the evidence is the numbers, Nathan. That's how science works. It's not like they're going to show you a picture of everything. What they do is they show you the numbers, the math, because that's what science is. It's math. And the math is the evidence. So yes, this is literally bouncing radio signals off of the moon. So we know exactly how far away it is. We know exactly the size and shape of it. We know exactly where the signals are going, and we can transmit and receive signals and triangulate the shape of the Earth doing this. This is very simple. Like which part of this isn't making sense to you? I'm not getting it.
TJump, what were the numbers?
What were the exact numbers? Like I could go back and check them. Like what? Why do you need to know the exact
This is
numbers?
supposed to be your proof. This is super easy to do. Anyone
Yes.
can do this, and
Yes.
you don't know the numbers?
Why would I need to know the numbers to build a ham radio and to bounce signals off the moon? Like, you want the exact numbers that you should get when you build this? Like, this is not hard to find.
I thought this was your evidence, TJump. What was the numbers that prove the Earth is a globe, bro? Like, you have probably 400 people watching. Surely you've got some numbers.
No, I don't need any numbers. That's not how arguments work. You don't need numbers, Nathan. Like, you can do the numbers on your own. I'm literally telling you how to do the experiment for yourself to find the numbers yourself. I don't need to give you the exact numbers. Like, who cares what the numbers are? I'm literally telling you, here's exactly how you prove the Earth is round. It's easy to do. You can do it in your backyard. You can do all the math yourself and find the numbers, and you're going to get the results that the world is round. Like, I don't need to provide you the numbers, Nathan. I just gave you the entire method and how to prove the world is round for yourself. Like, is there a problem with that method, Nathan? Do radio waves not work? Does triangulation not work? Where is the problem in this chain of reasoning, Nathan? Go ahead.
Okay, are you done asking questions? Because you asked like 10 questions at once, and I don't know when you're done. So are you done?
Sure.
Great. Moderator, are you familiar with what a burden of proof reversal fallacy is?
You're asking me.
Yes. Are you familiar with a burden of proof reversal fallacy?
I think people often overuse the term fallacy, and it's not what I'm into, but I understand like flipping the burden of proof. Like,
okay, so when he says you can do the test, that is a perfect poster child stereotype example for burden of proof reversal fallacy, where TJump, he blindly believes people on YouTube he doesn't have any of the numbers for, hasn't verified it, and then tells me, Nate, it's super easy. It costs less than $10,000. You can go do it, as if everyone just has under $10,000 laying around to go shoot radar waves off the moon and somehow confirm Earth's a globe. I mean, are we going to spend the entire day on radar that he hasn't tested, or can we move to a topic that I've tested for the last 5 years?
Well, I have tested it. As I told you before, that's just something I have done. I don't have, if you want, I can make a YouTube video of doing it too. But remember, the reason I'm using this example is because the flurfs, I don't mean that as a pejorative. If it is, I apologize. The flat earthers claim that they want an example of something that they themselves can do. So I'm giving you an example of something you yourself can do, because that's what you ask for in every single debate. You want something that you can do. So I'm giving you something that you can do that's relatively cheap. You can rent one for a lot less than $10,000 if you need money. You can ask Red's Rhetoric. He will give you the money to test this for yourself. So the reason I'm giving you something that you can do is because that's what you ask for in every debate, Nathan. I'm not trying to shift the burden of proof here. I've given you the evidence. I've given you the methodology. I've given you the external evidence, the videos where you can literally see the calculations and how they do this themselves. They have it available. But that's not what you care about. You never care about those things because you don't trust them. You want something you can test yourself, and that's what I provided you.
Called a burden of proof reversal fallacy. You can't show me any evidence of you testing it, but you keep saying how easy it is for everyone to test it and you can go do it. Literally a burden of proof reversal fallacy. So we're going to move on from that burden of proof reversal fallacy that TJump doesn't know the numbers for, because I can't test it live in front of 400 people for you to confirm with the moon that the floor we walk on is curving in all directions. So we're going to move on to the next topic, TJump. Are you ready?
I didn't present any other evidence, so I don't know why you're bringing up other evidence. Like, you have to refute what I said. Like, if there is
I'm not allowed to bring up evidence?
Right, because I did, remember, I'm the one bringing up the positive case. As you said in my intro, you said TJump's doing the opening because he has the positive position that the Earth is round. So I presented my evidence the Earth is round. You saying you don't like that isn't a counter argument. So you'd have to show there's some philosophical error in the methodology I used here. Saying that I didn't present the numbers, Red's rhetoric is present the numbers to you a number of times. You don't accept the numbers. So it's a waste of time for me to present the numbers to you. But what I can do is I can tell you how you can test this for yourself, which is literally what you asked for in every video. So unless you can show there's some philosophical problem with using radar to measure the distance of the moon and then to triangulate the size of the Earth and the shape of the Earth, if you think that's impossible, or you think there's some kind of problem with that, then that would be a good counter argument to present. If radar works exactly how we think radar works, and we can use radar off the moon, which is demonstrably true, then it's pretty easy to know you could calculate the shape of the Earth doing this, because it's how radar works. Like, do you think radar doesn't work?
Can you hear us, Nathan?
Are you done, bro?
What?
I think he said
Hey,
he's
he
done,
just keeps
bro.
asking me if I don't think radar works. James, Jay Tolan, who has 20,000 subscribers, said he became a flat earther looking at data from radar because he was getting information working for the government that would debunk the globe model, guys. Very sensitive information. He literally couldn't even put on his YouTube. But so radar doesn't prove you live on a globe. You have no evidence. First, you said you didn't know the numbers. You didn't need to give them to me. Then you said Red Rhetoric has given them to me numerous times. I just dismissed the numbers. Okay, so you don't know the numbers. So don't say I dismissed the numbers. I'm asking you what the numbers are, and you still haven't given any numbers. You say you can go do the test. I don't know if you know this, TJump, but we're in the middle of a debate with 400 people watching. I'm not just going to go build a $10,000 radar system in the backyard for the next 3 days while everyone's waiting on the debate. So, James, can we move to another topic, please?
I'm open.
Otherwise, I'm done. I'm done.
If you guys want to move to another topic, we can.
Well, again, my topic.
Great. I got 10 more.
So my
I got
argument
10 more.
isn't about the numbers. It's about the philosophical methodology here. Are you saying that radar doesn't work? Because if radar works, if we can bounce radar off the moon.
Moderator, he's going back to the same topic. I told you I'm not talking about the anymore.
Let's give him a chance. Let's give him a chance, and we'll talk about that later. We can switch into the other topic, but I do want to give him a chance to finish this, and then we can move on to the next one if you want.
So my argument is that if radar works in the way that we know it works, and if we can bounce radar off the moon, and if triangulation works, we can then use those three things to calculate the shape of the Earth accurately, and we've done so. Here's a method that you can test it too. The question is do you think any of those methodologies, radar, bouncing radar off the moon, or triangulation, are any of those false? Are any of those, because if they're not, then we've already proven that the world is round, and you can confirm this yourself. So the question is do you think any of those are false? Yes or no?
James, are we moving on to the next topic now?
Well, I'd like you to answer the question, then sure.
I've already answered it 10 times. James, are we moving on to the next topic now? This is not your turn to talk, TJump.
If you don't want to answer, that's okay. We can go to the next topic.
I've already answered it 10 times, bro.
I'm not moving forward until
yes, radar works. You haven't given us any numbers that prove bouncing radar off the moon proves the surface of Earth curves in all directions. So, since this is a flat versus globe debate, I'd like to talk after 45 minutes about the surface of Earth. Can we talk about the surface of Earth? James?
Sure. Wait. So my question was,
it's not TJump. It's not your turn.
Hold on.
All right. So
hold on. Nathan, quiet. So, Tom, he asked for your numbers. If you don't have the numbers, that's what his response is apparently. So,
well, he answered the first part of my question. So I asked if radar works. He said, yes, that's great. I'm happy with that. Can we bounce radar off the moon? If he doesn't know, that's fine too. And does triangulation work? So those are the three parts of my question. I want those are the last two are the things I'm looking for. Can we bounce radar off the moon, or does he think we can't? And does radar triangulation work? Those are the two things I'm looking for here.
It's literally a broken record. So next topic, James.
That's up to you.
Yeah, great. I want to talk about the surface of Earth because he asserts it's curving in all directions. And when I was young, they said boats go over the curve of the Earth. Now, I have a very simple question for you. Doesn't take a $10,000 thingamajiggy in the backyard that you don't have and you don't have any numbers for. Is the horizon the curve of the Earth? Yes or no?
I don't know what that means. Is the horizon the curve of the Earth? Those are two different things. The horizon is where the atmosphere in the sky meets the Earth when you can see it. The curve of the Earth is something significantly more complicated than that.
Okay, so what you're saying is when we look at the horizon, that's not the geometric curve of the Earth.
Right. It's just your eyes. It's the way your eyes
Great.
interpret stuff.
Excellent. Boats don't go over the curve. Excellent. So can I ask why stars twinkle on the heliocentric model?
Stars twinkle?
Yeah. Why do they twinkle on the heliocentric model? Do you know?
What do you mean by twinkle?
I mean, when you look at them, they're twinkling. Twinkle, twinkle, little star. Have you ever heard of that song?
You mean like getting brighter and dimmer? Is that what you mean by twinkle?
You don't know what twinkle means. Do I need to look up the definition of twinkle for you live in front of 400 people?
Please, I would appreciate it. What do you mean by twinkle? Is that just...
No problem. I'll get you the definition with my iPhone.
So is that what you mean? That it's just getting brighter and dimmer? Is that what you mean by twinkle?
I'll get you the definition, TJump, so there's no confusion here, okay?
Okay.
Define twinkle for TJump. Okay, it's shine with a gleam that varies repeatedly between bright and faint. So, TJump, I'll ask again, why do stars twinkle on your model?
Lots of different reasons. Some of them change density, and so the amount of energy they're releasing is increasing and decreasing. Some of them get blocked by gas clouds, so it decreases the amount of light that they receive. Some of them get blocked by like eclipses, like when the moon passes in front of the sun, it becomes dimmer. There's lots of different reasons.
Okay, so did you know that mainstream science asserts it's turbulence in the atmos?
That would be one of the reasons, yes. Different air densities can block amounts of the light, yes.
Excellent, excellent, TJump. So turbulence in the atmos causes lights in the distance to flicker or twinkle, right?
Yes.
All right, great. How come Jupiter doesn't twinkle?
Jupiter isn't emitting light?
Jupiter isn't emitting light. I mean, when I look at it with my P1000, it sure looks like a light. Is the ISS emitting light? Because the ISS doesn't twinkle. Is the sun emitting light? Because the sun definitely doesn't twinkle, TJump.
The sun does twinkle, like when the moon comes in front of it, it dims. And when the moon moves away from it, it brightens. That's what twinkle means. The reason that stars are so far away, the twinkle is barely noticeable, is because of how far away they are. Jupiter does twinkle in the fact that, yes, things pass in front of it and decrease the amount of brightness that it emits or reflects from the sun. And so it does decrease in brightness. Jupiter does twinkle, but not like something doesn't pass in front of the entire thing to make it look like it's dimming enough for you to notice it.
Can you show me the sun twinkling?
Yes, it's called an eclipse.
That's the sun being blocked by the moon. Okay, I don't know if you know this, but every night the stars twinkle all the time. If the sun twinkles, you don't need the moon to block it in order for it to twinkle. So can you show me the sun twinkling show me twinkling during eclipse. When does it twinkle during eclipse? I watch eclipses.
So the definition of twinkle you just read is that there are changes in brightness and intensity of the light. When the sun is blocked by the moon, that's a changeness in brightness and intensity of the lights. That would be twinkling. That's the same kind of twinkling.
Yep, but TJump, we already asserted that turbulence in the atmos causes the twinkling of the stars. Now, the atmos is always moving around above your head. It's inhomogeneous and anisotropic. It's always changing and moving in all directions. So why doesn't the sun twinkle all the time? Because you asserted earlier, things twinkle because of turbulent atmos above our head. Well, the sun always has turbulent atmos between you and it. You don't need an eclipse for turbulent atmos. Okay, introducing an eclipse is a new reason.
No, I started with that. So I started with there's lots of reasons. Literally what I said first. There are lots of reasons, and then you brought up the turbulence, which is one reason too. So if there is something with not a lot of light, and different air densities can reflect the not a lot of light very easily, it can make it twinkle. Yes. So like a flashlight in the distance, if you get fog or something, it'll make the flashlight look like it's going to twinkle. If you have a big lighthouse, a lot of fog isn't going to make it look like it's going to twinkle because it's not enough to reflect enough of the light to dim it so that your eyes don't see it anymore. So it's just pretty simple. Like there's not as much light coming from stars, and so it takes less to cause them to dim. There's a lot of light coming from the sun, so it takes more to cause it to dim.
Okay, great. So you know what local light illumination is?
Nope.
Okay, when you see a city off in the distance at night, the entire horizon isn't illuminated. There's a local light illumination. If you ever drive to Vegas at night, you can see Vegas all lit up. It doesn't light up the entire horizon. Now, I'm curious, TJump, when we observe a sunset, does the sun light up the entire horizon, or is the light from the sun small and localized, like Las Vegas?
The entire horizon, I would imagine.
Oh, really? The entire horizon is lit up after the sun sets. That's interesting.
After the sun sets?
Or during a sunset. You think the sun illuminates the entire horizon left to right equally? Are you serious? Have you ever looked at a sunset, bro? Do you ever leave that couch?
Yes. So the sunset is literally the shadow of the sun where it stops emitting light is the entire point of the horizon. So obviously, like where you're standing could affect the shape of the sunset. Like if you're standing on the horizon, you could actually watch it move. Like the shadow could come and pass you. But it would, if you were standing perpendicular to it, yeah, it would light up the whole horizon.
Okay, well, that's not what we observe. Anyone can observe that. It's local light illumination, similar to Vegas off in the distance. When the sun sets, it doesn't illuminate the entire horizon. The sun is not bigger than Earth. It's small and localized. That's why we have crepuscular rays. TJump, I'm curious, are sun rays parallel or are they converging?
What do you mean?
When the sun rays hit the Earth, are they parallel to one another or are they converging?
It's a wave. It's light. So they're waves.
They're waves. Are they traveling in straight lines parallel to one another, like Aristophanes said with his well experiment?
Waves.
Or are they converging?
So they're waves. They don't.
Waves don't travel in straight lines.
Yes.
Okay, so light from the sun is not parallel. Aristophanes didn't prove the Earth's a ball. Is that what you're saying?
I have no idea what you're asking.
Because he says they were parallel. Aristophanes asserted sun rays are parallel.
Okay, I don't understand how this is relevant to the topic. Like what? Why are you saying that? Like, yes, you
he
can
allegedly measured.
Go ahead.
He allegedly measured the Earth 2,000 years ago. You haven't heard of Aristophanes?
Yes. What does this have to do with light being a wave or a particle?
You're the one talking about waves and particles, bro. I just asked you if they're parallel or converging. TJump, and you keep changing the topic, diverting, rambling, asking 10 questions at a time without stopping and letting me answer, and then interrupting me. Brilliant, bro. Good job. Bravo.
I haven't asked any questions yet. I don't think so. By parallel and converging, what I interpret you to mean is that, like, are they straight lines like particles, or do they converge like waves and interact with each other? And so that's how I interpreted the question. Did you mean something different by that question?
Did you just say, are they straight lines like particles? Particles are straight lines?
Particles move in straight lines. Like if you have just a particle, there's just like a rock and you throw it, it can travel in a straight line in space. Yes.
A rock is a particle?
A rock is an object made of particles. If you take a single particle.
Okay, listen real carefully, okay? When the sun comes onto Earth, do the rays go like this or do they go like this? Do they go like this, parallel? This is parallel, right? Parallel to one another? Or do the sun rays go like this, not parallel, intersecting, converging?
It's a wave. Like if you drop a rock in water and you see a wave. It's wave. So I don't understand your question. So light is a wave. It moves like water.
Are the waves parallel or are they converging?
I don't know how you could have parallel waves. I don't understand what that means. It's like water. If you drop rock in water,
Aristophanes didn't prove anything. All right, cool. Aristophanes didn't prove anything. Are you familiar with Ken Wheeler, Mr. Magnetism?
I don't understand what you're saying there. So whether or not light is a wait,
hold on. There's too much interrupting. Too much interrupting. All right. So we're gonna give Tom a chance to respond, a minute or two, and then we'll do the same for you, Nathan.
So whether or not light is a wave or a particle doesn't change the effectiveness of Aristophanes' experiment. So I don't know why you think that matters. I'm not following what you're saying here. You just keep saying, is light converging or parallel, and then somehow assuming that this matters to the Eratosthenes tests. I just don't think you understand how light works. It's a wave. It doesn't, it's like water. It moves everywhere. So I don't understand how, like, could you explain your connection to Eratosthenes and the light being straight or parallel thing? I don't get it.
I know you don't get it. Audience, I want you to get this, okay? I'm asking TJump if the rays from the sun go like this and are parallel, or if they go like this and are converging, and we've spent like 5 minutes on it and he's still confused. Okay, so we'll just move on. Did you know how hot's the thermosphere, according to your religion?
Outside layer of the sun above the sun? That it's hotter than the surface of the sun?
The thermosphere, you don't know what that is?
Nope. What is the thermosphere?
It's hotter than the surface of the sun.
What is the thermosphere? Is that what you're asking? The layer of the outside of the sun? Is that what it is? Or is this, what's the thermosphere?
According to your religion, we have Earth, the air allegedly layers out, okay? And we have something called the thermosphere. I was asking you if you know how hot it is in the thermosphere, Fahrenheit or Celsius. Either one works.
Nope, no idea. What is the temperature?
Oh, okay, roughly 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit. So you were talking about we can send satellites, anyone can do this, they have satellites in space. Do you know what metals they use in satellites?
Aluminum.
That's one of them. Good guess.
And steel.
You don't know any other ones? Well, titanium, gold, copper. So do you know the melting temperature for aluminum, TJump?
100 and something degrees.
Do you know the melting temperature for aluminum, TJump?
100 and something degrees.
The melting temperature for aluminum is 100 and something degrees?
Celsius? Yeah, I think so.
Are you serious?
Is that not right? What is the melting temperature for
Okay,
aluminum?
Well, you just told...
You're breaking up. I can't hear
I think
you.
it's a lot higher than that, but TJump, the thermosphere is 4,000 degrees. They can't send metal that melts at 100 and something degrees Celsius through a 4,000 degree medium.
Yeah, so they do it during when this planet is blocking the rays from the sun, so it's not that hot.
So you're saying they launch them at night so the thermosphere is not hot?
Yeah, so it's only hot if it's being exposed to radiation from the sun. If it's not being exposed from radiation from the sun, it's not hot. So they go to the areas that are not hot, where it's being blocked by the electromagnetic radiation from the Earth. The electromagnetic field, yes.
Did you know that thermosphere is a layer of Earth's atmosphere, bro? Did you know that? And it goes all the way around the Earth?
Sure, and it has different temperatures at different
Okay,
locations.
and it's a specific temperature. It ranges from like 3,000 to 4,000 degrees.
No, so if the sun is being blocked by the Earth, then the temperature drops significantly.
TJump, you didn't even know what the temperature was, bro.
Sure.
I asked you and you didn't even know.
Sure, but I know
Now
the
you're gonna
temperature
tell
is
me how it
caused by
works
the
and teach
sun.
me?
Yes, heat is generated by the sun. Sun emits heat. Sun heats things up. If blocked by the sun, gets cooled down. Very simple.
Very simple, right, TJump? Okay, I got a very simple question for you. When you move away from a fire, which is hot, does it get hotter or colder?
Colder.
Colder, right? Excellent. Now the sun's above our heads. When you fly in an airplane, you're between the sun and someone on the ground, right, TJump?
Sure.
Okay, let's say it's roughly 90, 100 degrees on the ground. Do you have any idea how cold it is in the airplane?
Very cold. Around
Very cold. Now, interesting, TJump. You just told me when you move away from a fire, it gets colder and that the sun is hot.
Yes.
But the airplane moved closer to the sun and the airplane got cold.
Yes.
Do you notice a contradiction there, TJump, or do I need to explain it?
Nope, there's
Yeah,
no
it's a big
contradiction there. No, because heat is maintained when it hits something and warms something up. There's this thing called the ground, which gets heated up like an oven. And so like if you're in an oven and you're close to the thing that's trapping all of the heat, it's going to be hot like the fire. So the fire is actually like the ground because it's absorbing the heat. The atmosphere, there's nothing there to get hot, so there's nothing there to radiate heat, so it's cold.
Okay, you just said there's nothing in the atmosphere. I don't know if you know this, but the atmosphere is full of gas, so that definitely can heat up.
Yeah.
You agree gas can heat up, right, TJump?
Yes.
Okay, great. So
gas
if you
doesn't
move
trap.
up in the gas,
Gas doesn't heat up like cement
You
does.
scared of
Cement makes things
Are you
harder.
scared of the
So the sun hits cement heats up like an oven, and it stores the heat. And the air does not store the heat. It's a very bad conductor for heat. So cement is hotter than gases when it's exposed to the sun.
Okay, but TJump, you just told me when you move away from heat, it gets colder.
Yes, unless there is something trapping the heat, like cement, which is going to make it hotter. So if you're near something
Okay,
trapping the heat,
so-
it'll be warm. And if you're not near something trapping the heat, it will be cold. So cement traps heat. So if you're near the ground, it's warm. Go ahead.
So you're saying that the heat comes from the ground, not the sun?
Yes. Well, the rays come from the sun, and then the rays hit the earth, and then the earth stores the heat. So it traps the heat. It gets heated up, whereas the air does not get heated up as much. And so it's easier to store the heat in the cement and the ground, which can maintain the heat. And so it's warmer on the ground than it is high in the air because the air doesn't have anything to store the heat.
Oh, interesting. Because you said earlier that the sun was hot, and then I asked you, when you move away from something that's hot, do you get hotter or colder? And you said colder. Then when I said, when you go in the airplane, how hot or cold is it? And you said very cold when it's 100 degrees on the surface of the earth, TJump. I find that very interesting. It kind of sounds like you're agreeing with me that the heat isn't actually coming from the sun, it's coming from the earth.
So if you put a rock in a fire, it gets hot, right? And then if you take the rock out and put it over to the side, it's still hot. So if you walk from the fire to the rock, you'll actually get colder because you're moving away from the fire, and then you'll get hotter because you're moving closer to the rock because there's another source of heat. It's trapped the heat from the fire. So if you're moving away from the fire, you get colder, but then you move closer to the rock, you get hotter. So if the big rock is floating in space and it's hot, and you move away from the hot rock, it gets colder, even though you're moving a tiny, tiny bit closer to the fire.
Okay. Are you done?
Yes.
All right, cool. Have you heard of Ken Wheeler, Mr. Magnetism? He's got 200,000 subs.
No.
Okay, well, he did a test with a FLIR. Do you know what a FLIR is?
No.
Okay, it picks up a heat signature, like kind of how Terminator, when he looks through his glasses, he can pick up heat signatures and tell when bad guys are like behind walls and behind bushes and stuff. So check this out, TJump. He tested moonlight with a FLIR, which picks up a heat signature, and verified. Now, this guy's a globehead. He verified moonlight is measurably cold, colder than the shade. Did you know that?
No.
Yeah, I've tested it too. You can do it for $30 with a laser thermometer. Moonlight's measurably 4 to 10 degrees colder than the sun, depending on what time of year it is, how close it is, and like what phase it's in. So yeah, you should test that sometime. Cold moonlight.
I don't know what that even means. So.
Okay. Do you know what a sun analemma is?
Nope. Don't understand how your previous argument is in any way relevant to anything we've said so far. So let's say that this like it's dumb to say that the moonlight itself is colder. Like, no, the moonlight itself is not colder. The moonlight is just light, and it can heat things up if it has energy, and if it doesn't have energy, it can't heat things up. So, but it's obviously going to heat things up more than the shade is for sure. So, but I don't understand how this is relevant to anything I said or that you've said at all.
You just said it's going to heat things up more than the shade, and I just told you the shade is hotter than the moonlight. Moonlight is cold. You could test it with the FLIR, which you didn't even know what it was, or you could do a laser thermometer, which I've done. It's $30. You have no idea what you're talking about. Let's move on to sun analemma. Do you know what a sun analemma is?
No, let's move on to what this has to do with the topic.
You just said that the shade is going to be colder than the moonlight. It's the opposite. You haven't tested it. I was just letting you know you should go test it. Do you know what a sun analemma is?
Wait, I'm still not seeing how this is relevant to the topic. Is this just random fact week? Like, would you like some random facts that you don't know, Nathan? Because I have plenty of them. But is that
okay? Let me clue you in on why this is relevant. Let me clue you in real
please,
quick
please
because you're
do.
confused. Okay. So, on your model, the moon, allegedly 2,160 miles in diameter, which is 6 times 6 times 60, observed from the Earth, which has a circumference in statute miles of 21,600, which is 6 times 6 times 600. They say that ball, which back in the Old Testament was a false god they used to sacrifice children to, they say that ball in space is reflecting sunlight. Now, we just talked forever about how hot the sun is and how it heats things up, and that it's not actually the sun that's hot, but the rays hit the concrete and heat the concrete up, right? Well, if the rays are hitting the moon and heating the moon up, moonlight wouldn't be measurably cold. You could test it with a FLIR or a laser thermometer. Ken Wheeler's a globe head, and he verified this for us. I've also tested it myself. It was on my old YouTube channel that got deleted. If I find the video, I'll make sure I get it right back up. I'll probably just do the test again. That'd probably be easier. But yeah, do you understand now, TJump? Are you not confused?
Nope, because this was pretty easily explained on Google. Like you can find that, yeah, air contains heat. It measures heat more than the light itself does. Like, I don't understand why this is relevant to the Earth being a globe or flat. Like, yes, this is an explained phenomenon that we know about in science. That's very easy to explain. What does this have to do with?
That's right. You're still confused. So we'll move on. Do you know what you're still confused, TJump. I tried to explain it.
I'm still confused because you haven't explained how this is in any way relevant to the world being flat. Like, I've already disproved your argument. Like, you can't in any way address the evidence I presented, which proves the world is round, and that you yourself can test to show the world is round, and you're just bringing up random facts that don't have anything to do with the topic. Like, okay.
Well, that was a cool burden of proof reversal fallacy. Again, telling me I can go test your evidence. Why are you talking in the middle of me talking, bro? Again.
Well, there's no such thing as a burden of proof reversal fallacy. There's a burden of proof fallacy, as I think is what you mean to say.
TJump, do you know what a sun analemma is?
Nope.
No, you don't? Okay, well, if you track the sun for a year, it makes a loop, a figure-8 loop. It's actually got a smaller loop in the north and a larger loop in the south, and the points in the north are not equidistant to the points in the south. Now, the reason that is because we live on a flat Earth with the sun rotating around polar center, moving between the tropics, alternating every 6 months. That's why we have seasons. That's why we have sun analemmas. That's why the fauna and the flora is drastically different in the north than it is in the south. In the south, it's pretty much just ice and penguins. In the north, that's where the reindeer are. You get trees and all sorts of other vegetation and plants and animal life. Not happening in Antarctica. Also, on average, Antarctica is 50 degrees colder than the north. Now, if we were tilted 23.4, which if you subtract that from 90, it's 66.6. We were on a ball tilted in space. The heat would distribute rather evenly 93 million miles away from the sun. That's so hot, according to TJump. But we would also have equal fauna and flora on each side and pretty much the same temperature variations, but we don't. I'm sorry you didn't know what a sun analemma was, TJump. Did you have any other arguments we could go over?
Mostly what you just said is just delusional. Like, there's a magnetic field around the Earth which changes the way the sun heats the Earth. So obviously it's not going to heat equally. That's dumb. But anyway, that still doesn't in any way disprove my evidence that does prove the world is round with radio waves. Like, anyone can do this. You making a bunch of nonsense arguments that
anyone can do it. Here we go. You can go do it. So easy. Interrupting
Nathan.
You're a broken robot, dude. You're a broken robot.
So again, like, I presented evidence. You just said you're ignorant of it. You can't prove it. You're not an expert.
All right, Nathan, you got to let him finish.
So you, if you don't understand it, that's up to you. You should go research it and understand it, since it proves your worldview false. And you bringing up random facts that don't in any way have anything to do with what I said isn't evidence against what I said. And yeah, I literally explained all these things to you. So if you don't understand them, that's your problem. Like, I don't care. Like, yeah, magnetic radiation and magnetic fields explains the differences in heats of certain areas of the Earth. Very simple, not hard to understand. Yes, moving further away from a fire gets colder unless you're moving closer to a rock, which is hotter. Very simple to understand. Like, none of this is really complicated, and none of it in any way is evidence for the world being flat, and none of it refutes the proof that I gave that the world is round. So I don't know why you're bringing any of this random stuff up. It's just like random dictionary facts. Like, okay.
Yeah, I know you're confused. All right, well, let's just move on to question and answer, because TJump's too confused to have a conversation with.
We can jump into the Q&A. And folks, we also want to remind you that our guests are linked in the description. We appreciate our guests. And as always, want to ask that you would attack the arguments instead of the person, which 99.9% of you, I have to give you a high five for doing that so well already. And we're going to jump into those questions right now. So thank you very much. This question coming in from 2 moments. Since we have the 12-hour stream today, it's hard for me to see like where the new questions come in and where the old questions are out, or I should say from the last debate stop. So this one coming in from Timothy Bryce says TJump plus Nathan equals epic. Thanks, James. Appreciate that. Our pleasure. Bubblegum Gun says, let's see, we got that one. Tim Pryor, thanks for your question, said, all right, I'm going to play a game. We got that one. That was from the last debate. Hold on there. Sam Harris's Bulldog, thanks for your super chat, said, great win for T-Jump. Eliminative versus reductive materialism. What are your thoughts, T-Jump? I'm really curious about your opinion on this topic.
I don't really have a position on eliminative versus reduction of materialism. Like, I think that it's pretty much up to the person. It's just a philosophical position. I think that until you make testable predictions one way or the other, it's just kind of philosophical meandering. I prefer reductionism because it's worked more scientifically, but I don't think like we should eliminate like consciousness, or eliminate the idea that consciousness just doesn't exist and it's a misconception of some kind. So
gotcha.
I wouldn't say that I have a strong position one way or the other.
Jordan Gerard, thanks for your question, says, my daughter calls you Poopy Jump. Is that
Hilarious.
An inside joke?
Can I get that on my shirt?
Next up, Tim Pryor, thank you very much, says, I like how he says, we say flat earthers are too dumb to figure it out, like it's an insult. But flat earthers claim billions and all of science are too dumb to figure it out. Nathan, response?
No, that's not true at all, dude. Lots of people are waking up. I've been sharing flat earth for 5 years. When I used to go out and do activism, 1 out of 100 people would even listen to what the hell I'm saying. Now it's like 1 in 5 people, 1 in 10 people are already flat earthers. My buddy Trevor went out in Miami. First 8 people he shared flat earth with already knew the earth was flat. So I don't know what that guy's talking about at all.
Gotcha. This one coming in from Kango24 says, Nathan, please explain the data from satellite oceanography. It clearly shows the oceans are not flat. Please try better than saying cool story.
Well, that is a cool story, but we have abyssal plains, which cover half the ocean sea floor. And I don't know why we're talking about the sea floor when the surface of the ocean is not curving in any directions. We have frozen lakes, specular reflections, Suez Canal. We can see the Statue of Liberty from 60 miles away. I mean, did you hear the opener, bro? Come on.
This one coming in from Pancake of Destiny says, your fellow flat earther proved the rotation of the earth, Nathan. Why do you disagree? Hashtag thanks, Bob.
Well, that's interesting that like it's 2021 and Globers think the only evidence of a rotating earth came from a flat earther who's still a flat earther, and they didn't detect or measure earth rotating. They actually detected light deviation. Now, Sagnac, who invented the Sagnac interferometer, that's why his name's in the Sagnac interferometer, he said it was actually the vortex of the ether causing the deviation in the light. Now, if you're going to claim you know more than the guy who invented the interferometer, that's a cool story, bro. But I'm going to go with Sagnac. Also, Bob doesn't claim he proved rotation. Bob knows what's up. You're literally just making stuff up. And you're scientifically illiterate.
This one from Kang024 says, Nathan, and by the way, we do want to, in both directions, we want to ask that the audience as well as the speakers, you, Nathan, and Tom, not insult each other. Kang024 says, Nathan, please give a detailed explanation of what electromagnetic wake is. Please try better than, quote, Google is your friend, bruh.
Yeah, of course. Well, this is in relation to why hurricanes spin in opposite directions. Now, all you got to do is like take a beer that shall have foam on the top and you pour it down the side of your glass and the foam will spin in opposite directions. It's a property of fluid dynamics. Now, as the sun traverses around the equator, above the equator, between the tropics, it obviously affects particles in the air and the ground, heats it up. So there would be sort of a wake behind the sun, similar to how when a boat is traveling through water and one side of the wake goes to the left and the other side of the wake goes to the right. Now, hopefully you're happy with that. And all you globeheads that don't understand electromagnetic waves can stop asking me about it.
This
You're
one
welcome.
coming in from Tim Pryor says, imagine that. No flat earth proof once again. Just talking about the globe and cherry picking quotes from people that don't claim that the earth is flat. Nathan, any thoughts?
I don't know if you missed the opener, but we had the Statue of Liberty visible from 60 miles out. We have a geographic range table from the U.S. Coast Guard. The FAA states, which is why we use gyroscopes, they keep their rigidity in space, that airplanes are flying level over a non-rotating Earth. You can look at a specular reflection. You can look at laser observations. But ladies and gentlemen, globers don't want evidence or facts. They just want to blindly believe someone else did the science. You can do it too, which was TJump's entire argument, this entire debate, a burden of proof reversal for some YouTube video he wanted James to pull up.
Next up, Sleepy Dan says, yes, we experience Coriolis effects all the time. It's called wind. That's when the air moves at a different speed/direction than the earth.
I don't know if that person's confused about what Coriolis is. It's not the wind, okay, just so you know.
Next up, Tim Pryor says, kind of like the floorboard of your car does not move under a drone if you flew one inside of it. Oh, let me read the
Yeah,
first
if
one.
the car's not moving, the drone also doesn't move. So that works on both models. It's not an argument for both.
Question the answer says, there is still no curvature measured anywhere ever. TJump, your thoughts?
There's curvature measured in lots of places. The surface of the ocean curves, proven. The bottom of the ocean curves. The surface of the earth curves. We can measure curvature in pretty much everywhere. You just have to use real equipment and real numbers and not make up numbers.
Gotcha. This one coming in from Tim Pryor says, except that our star charts have shown Polaris to move, Nathan. They say love how he's been told this, but keeps repeating the same stuff.
What are you talking about, bro? I went and filmed Polaris through a hole in the Georgia Guidestones, which they built 40 years ago. And the stars still line up to the pyramids, which were built 2,000 years ago, Orion's belt. So you have no clue what you're talking about, bro. You're literally just making stuff up. Our star charts, our religious doctrine, our paper says, look, Polaris moves. No, it doesn't. I've been doing time lapses for 5 years, stationary to all the other stars, which are also constellations. Don't forget, according to your religion, all the stars move. So you have to deny not only Polaris is stationary, but that we have constellations. So welcome to the clown world. That's the globe Earth.
This one from Kango24 says, so Nathan cannot use the genetic fallacy as TJump has done stuff. Earth's atmosphere is not adjacent to a vacuum. We have a gradient. Moderator.
And where that gradient ends, it would be adjacent to a vacuum, and you can't demonstrate that. It's literally just a dumb belief that you have. Not only has NASA been caught thousands of times faking space, it violates the second law of thermodynamics, but the sky is a map and a clock. Polaris, astroarchaeology, 88 constellations. I mean, you want to blindly believe that we're blasting through the Milky Way universe at 500,000 miles an hour while gravity pulls everything together, and you can't prove that we have stellar parallax, this constellations, and a pole star that lines up with rocks in Georgia. I mean, give me a break, guys. You just got to have eyes to see and ears to hear. Honestly, the truth isn't for everyone. It's just people who have eyes to see and ears to hear. So
this one coming in from Tim Pryor says, that's a lie. NASA does not say the moon is in our atmosphere. They say the same of our atmosphere reaches to the moon. Stop cherry picking the article and read the whole thing, Nathan.
All right, I'll look it up, James. Go ahead with the next question.
This next question coming in from Question the Answers says, this is for you, Tom. $6.3 million a day and $265,000 an hour NASA gets from us. That alone is disgusting. Anyone who stops ridiculing and seeks truth sees this.
Not really. So scientific institutions should get more money from us. What's disgusting is the fact that CEOs and companies get significantly more than that. Like NASA only gets like 2% of the federal budget or something very small. So, or 0.2%. 0.2% of the federal budget. So it's really not like we should give more money to science because that's why everything works. If we were using flat earth logic, we would still be in the Stone Age. So the whole point here is that we should be giving money to science, and it's disgusting that we don't give more, not that we are giving some to it.
The Batman says, okay, yeah, I think that one's just trolling, not going to read that. Tim Pryor says, claims the earth is flat, has not measured it himself and shown the measurements. What a hypocrite. So much for you, must do it yourself argument.
Yeah, I've done it at the Salton Sea, the salt flats in Utah. I tested at Chicago. It was on my old channel that just got deleted. Sorry, I'm battling censorship. And then also, I tested in Florida from 12-foot observer height. I saw water hitting the shore of the ocean 5 miles out when the horizon should be 4 miles out. So, dude, you just don't even know what you're talking about. I have better evidence than the stuff I've done, like specular reflections, gyroscopes keep their rigidity in space. The way they make glass is according to fluid statics. You just have to redefine level and say level means curve when the definition of level is free of bends, curves, and irregularities. Synonyms are flat, plumb, flush, straight. So you don't even have straight on your model. No wonder so many Globers can't figure out whether they like boys or girls. It's very apparent.
Next up, King024 says, let's see, Tim Pryor says, except, oh, we got that. And we got this one. Soldier of Science says, Nathan, please claim this $10 from Modern Day Debate only if you invested into your first share of VACQ, not NASA, but the Rocket Lab merge stock.
Cool story, bro. Hey, James, can we share my screen real quick?
Sure.
Great. So to the globe fundies that say the Earth's atmosphere doesn't extend beyond the moon, well, here from the ESA, Earth's atmosphere stretches out to the moon. Earth's atmosphere stretches out to the moon and beyond. That's the ESA, European Space Agency, guys. Space.com. Surprise, Earth's atmosphere extends far beyond the moon. Physics.org. Earth's atmosphere stretches out to the moon and beyond. Newsweek. Earth's atmosphere extends far beyond the moon. So in the opener, go back and watch it when TJump says, we can bounce radar off things in space like the moon. He has no freaking clue what he's talking about. Period.
Gotcha. And moving on to this next question, do appreciate it, coming in from King024 says, Nathan, TJump is correct. A simple Google search debunks the last 5 years of your claims. Not particularly addressing a argument of yours, but Bubblegum Gun says, Nathan, if Earth is flat as is water, why not make a tower 1 mile high, use a large telescope, and spot Europe? Nathan, just change. It's human to be wrong.
I don't know what that guy's talking about, because Jay Tolan takes infrared way higher than 1 mile up. He gets in airplanes, and he can observe over 1,000 miles from the airplane. So again, shout out Jay Tolan, go check him out. That guy has no idea what he's talking about. Again, bro, Globers are so sad.
Next up, question the answer says the radio signals work on a flat Earth too. Fact, TJump.
What?
They say that the radio signals work on a flat Earth just as well. Fact.
No. So triangulation literally doesn't work. So as Nathan said in his intro, he said that the moon was not 250,000 miles away. That's ridiculous based off of what he said. And you can literally bounce radio waves off the moon and just count the time it takes, and you can know it's 250,000 miles away. So it doesn't work on any of the flat Earth models demonstrably. And you can also use triangulation to show the world's round using it. It can't be explained on the flat Earth unless you use magic leprechauns or something.
You got it. This one coming in from Josh Wayner says, Nathan, you ran a research group of 125,000 people, yet have no basic knowledge of radar.
I just said I'm not a specialist. I'm not an expert at radar. The largest radar system in Russia, my buddy went on tour there, and the lady giving the tour says you can hit the east coast of the U.S. with this. They do that, bouncing the radar waves off the sky if you think Earth's a ball. Literally just said, if you believe Earth's a ball, that's how they do it. They just bounce it off a non-existent barrier in the sky, and then it goes down to the U.S. Now, I'm sorry, but they're just traveling laterally. That's how the radar waves work.
Gotcha. And this one coming Coming in from Mike Billar says, did Nathan find out what an electromagnetic wake is yet? Nathan, Google it. We'll wait. They want to know if you can define electromagnetic wake.
You already did that like 10 questions ago.
Tim Pryor says, where's the evidence of you physically measuring Earth is flat, Nathan? Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
Yeah, if you watch the Clown World Tour, when I was in Florida, I was 12 feet off the ground and I saw water splashing against the shore 4.9 miles out. Well, according to the globe Earth, which says we're 24,901 miles in circumference, you do the math for the geometric horizon, that would be 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Should have been 4 miles out. So just go watch the video, bro. It's on my Clown World Tour video. And I've done it in like 9 states for the last 5 years. You guys just refuse to test it. And even if I showed you, you'd just be like refraction. It's just refraction. It's the cloudiness and the particles in the atmosphere lifting up the image, which I don't know if you guys know this, but when there's stuff in the air, it's harder to see. You don't see farther. That's an inversion of reality. Just like everything with them, they don't know what's up and what's down, because up is down according to people in Australia, and down's up according to people in America for people in Australia. It's literally an upside down world. They've inverted everything.
I just wanted to add real quick. I found NASA's definition of space, which is 12 miles below the Kármán line, 62 miles above sea level, which means the moon is in space.
Next up, thank you very much for your question. This one coming in from Tim Pryor says, where's the evidence? No, we got that. Michael Dresden says, all right, I guess technically they're not personally attacking. They say TJump with the reversal of burden of proof fallacy.
Yeah, so there is no such thing as the reversal of burden of proof fallacy. There is a burden of proof fallacy, which is when you're reversing the burden of proof. But there's no such thing as a reversing the burden of proof fallacy. That's not a thing. I think Nathan's just confused on the terminology there. So there is a burden of proof fallacy, which is when you're changing the burden of proof that you have to say that the other person has to prove you wrong or whatever. And that is a burden of proof fallacy. And I was not doing that. I was literally just providing the method that has already been demonstrated with a video where they have demonstrated it. And so that is the real evidence. So I've met my burden of proof. And then I also said, you can do this too. That was kind of the point here, is that because Nathan and the flat earthers always say, we want something we can do, here is an example of this. So it's not a burden of proof fallacy. I've met it by already providing the examples.
Gotcha. And thank you very much for your question. Mike Billar says, Nate, why are you always so mad? Calm down. It's just a YouTube discussion, bruh. You'll be all right, bruh.
I don't know if I seem mad. I don't know. I wasn't. I just think it's goofy how Globers have to redefine flat and say it means curved, and redefine level and say it means curved, because that's literally what McToon did in his argument with my friend Flatter Day Saints. TJump will literally say the moon's in space, but then say the moon's in the atmosphere also, like at the same time, in the same breath. So it's just kind of frustrating when you're just debating liars, like blatant liars that can't say 2 sentences without the second one contradicting the first. It's pathetic.
Next up, thank you very much for your question coming in from Mike Billars. We got that one. This one coming in from Tim Pryor says, flat earthers are trying to convince people that billions and all of science are wrong, that they're the only ones smart enough to figure it out. Burden of proof is always on them.
Yeah, cool. And you can go outside and test it yourself. Everything I've talked about, fluid statics, we see too far, the Statue of Liberty, Suez Canal, specular reflections. I don't know if you guys have ever seen a reflection off a body of water, but if you do, get back to me and let me know if you think it's curving. That's funny.
Juicy. Tim Pryor says, Nathan and all flat earthers demand proof that Earth is a globe when all the information is at their fingertips. Simply ask for measurements of flatness and you'll hear crickets. Nathan, is this true?
No, I already talked about the black swan, the fact that we see too far, specular reflections, a geographic range table from the U.S. Coast Guard. The FAA says they fly over flat, non-rotating Earths. I've seen Chicago skyline, which should have been completely hidden from New Buffalo, 49 miles away. So, I mean, glass, how they make glass. Guys, what are you talking about? You guys don't listen to anything. This is sad.
Mike Billar says, Nathan, did you steal the P1000? What is a P1000?
P1000 is a handy dandy camera, but no, I mean, I don't really steal anything. Never got charged for stealing anything. Don't have a record of stealing anything. No one has any evidence I've ever stolen anything. Honestly, everything I need, the Creator freely gives me, as long as I try and do His will. Psalm 1 says, blessed is the man who walks not in the path of the unrighteous, who doesn't stand with sinners or sit with the scornful. He'll be like a tree planted by the waters. He will bear forth fruit in its season, but it will not be so for the unjust. Their life's going to be full of calamity. So, yeah, I mean, I've had 2 P900s and a P1000, been a full-time flat earther for like 2 years. It's pretty cool. I like what I do. So,
Gotcha.
Why would I steal a camera?
Andrew Roos says, Nathan, fallacy this, fallacy that, reverse underhand, forward eyelid, leg bone fallacy, listening, and so they don't approve of your use of the word fallacy, I think. Now, Mike Billar says, I want to see James twinkle. I don't know what that means, but Mike Billar says, also, Nathan, Polaris declines 1 degree for every 111 kilometers south that you go. This is a necessary and sufficient, this is necessary and sufficient for a globe. Prove it wrong, and we'll believe you.
Well, that's a perfect, spoken like a true Glober. We'll believe you. Well, I don't know if you knew this, Glober, but things also descend towards the horizon as they move away from you on a flat Earth. I don't know if you've ever been on a really long street and looked at the street lights, but the street lights in the distance appear smaller and lower than the street lights that are right next to you and above your head. So congratulations. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Gotcha. And Caleb Bad Faith says, TJump, isn't Nathan right about stars twinkling because of turbulence in the atmosphere, especially after you factor in Alden's number?
Alden's number isn't a real thing, but technically, yes, much of this twinkling in the stars is caused by air density changes in the atmosphere. That is true. It's not the only reason. There's lots of other reasons.
Next up, Kang024 says, twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. You are a big ball of hydrogen. Moderator. Then Tim Pryor says, have you measured the Earth yourself, Nathan? Have you? Other people have done it.
James?
Have you? Hold on 1 second. Have you done it yourself? Have you done it yourself? Nathan's entire argument.
Okay, cool. Can we screen share again?
Yeah.
Great. As light from a star races through our atmosphere, which is a begging question fallacy, gas has no inherent shape, it bounces and bumps through the different layers, bending the light before you see it. Since hot and cold layers of air keep moving, the bending of light changes too, which causes stars' appearance to wobble or twinkle. Now, none of that is the moon moving in front of things. None of that is lots of reasons star twinkle. Ladies and gentlemen, there is one reason, according to Globe Earth priests, that stars twinkle. It's turbulence in our atmosphere. Now, I don't know if you guys know this, the sun, well, not anymore, the moon's in Earth's atmosphere, but, well, then the ISS. Great. So what holds the gas to Earth's atmosphere, the gas to Earth's surface, TJump?
Gravity.
Oh, really? Did you know on the ISS they experience almost zero gravity?
Because they're in space.
But the moon is not in space, it's in Earth's atmosphere. It extends far beyond the moon. Did you see all those articles I just quoted and pointed out 5 minutes ago?
I just pulled up the NASA definition of space, which is 12 miles below the Kármán line, which is 62 miles above the surface of sea level, which is space. So that's, even though that's also a part of the atmosphere, it's also a part of space, which is also a part of the solar system. So those aren't contradictions, Nathan. You can be in the atmosphere and still be in space. Those are not the contradictory terms. A part of the Earth's atmosphere is in space. Yes.
Yeah, but the people in the ISS experience zero gravity. They float around and they show you how the microphone spins with zero gravity. But you just said that the atmosphere is held to Earth by gravity.
Yeah.
And the atmosphere extends beyond the moon.
Yeah. So they experience near zero gravity. They don't experience zero gravity.
Near zero gravity.
Near zero gravity. And so
So they're slightly pulled towards the Earth or slightly pulled towards the sun. How's it work, TJump?
Right, they're slightly pulled.
It looks to me like they're floating.
Which is why the ISS has to orbit the Earth, because it's pulled towards the Earth. And if it didn't orbit, it would just fall straight in. So yes, they do experience gravity.
So there's gravity on the ISS. They're not free floating.
There's gravity on the ISS, but it's not enough to cause them to be pulled towards the ground of the ISS.
Oh, okay. So it's negligible. It's enough to hold the gas to Earth's surface, but not pull down astronauts, which have way more mass than gas particles, right?
Yeah. So it can hold things that are lighter in from further away because there's less gravity. So if something's further away, it takes less gravity to hold it if it's lighter. If it's heavier, it takes more gravity to hold it. So if holding air in at a long distance is very easy because it's very light. So the lighter it is, the easier it is to hold in with gravity because it takes less force.
Gravity's not a force.
Literally,
even according to your religion, it's not a force.
Gravity is literally one of the 4 fundamental forces.
It was superseded by Einstein. He says it was the bending of space-time in a pseudo-Riemannian space-time, bro. Made up, imaginary.
So gravity is the curvature of space-time. Those are both forces. I don't understand what your problem here is.
Oh, okay. The curving of space-time. How do you curve space-time, TJump? Space is nothing, and time is a concept. So you're telling me you curve a nothing concept?
No. Space is a physical thing. Space-time is a physical thing. It exists. It is a single kind of thing, and there are different ways to manipulate it, like there are with any fields, like the electromagnetic field or the strong field. Yes. Space-time.
So space has no physical properties. You know that, right?
What? Space-time is a physical thing. Yes. Has no physical properties. It bends. It does have physical properties.
The vacuum of space. What physical properties does the vacuum of space have?
So space-time is one thing. Space is just a generic human term to refer to the things outside of our atmosphere or close to the edge of our atmosphere. Space-time is the actual thing that causes gravity. It's the actual thing that exists, and it is a physical thing. So type in, is space-time physical?
So adding the word time, which is a concept, makes space a vacuum physical.
No, adding the word time to the word space to make it a single word, space-time, is physical.
Okay, TJump, right on, bro.
Yeah, it's Forbes.
Any
Go
more
down to
questions,
science. Go down to the science ones that are right below you.
Oh, the science ones.
Yeah.
Wikipedia is your alma mater right here. Space-time.
Well, I was going to the one above that, the physics exchange. So yeah, it does. The Wikipedia says it's a physical phenomenon too. So yeah, that space-time is a physical law. Yes, 4 vectors and a physical
really
law.
Not physical.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it.
Is space-time really not physical? It doesn't sound like it's going to help your argument.
Let's find out.
Because this is saying it's really not physical. Great. Do you know this is literally just a concept?
It was what?
Never been verified. Never been observed.
Space-time bending. Yes, it
something
has.
you can make up in your mind. Okay, where do you observe space-time?
You observe it bending by looking at the light curvature around galaxies.
So you observe space-time by looking at light curvature from galaxies. That's not looking at space-time. That's looking at light curvature from galaxies. You're asserting it's because of space-time. So you don't ever actually observe space-time. You just see things and assert that the cause is space-time.
Yeah, so you see what space-time does to things. That's how you see space-time. So like I literally can't see
so
you.
We can't see
No, we can. So like I see you because I can see the light reflect off your electrons. Does that mean I'm seeing not you? Am I not seeing you? No, I'm seeing you because the thing that makes you up causes an effect which has a demonstrable result, which I can observe. So I'm seeing you just like I'm seeing space-time when I see the curvature of light passing through it. If you see light curve, you're observing space-time.
Smart, bro. Like, that is the dumbest crap I've ever heard. I see you, the light bouncing off you, so that means space-time is real because I see you. Like, cool story, TJump. Do we have any more questions, James? Because I was done debating this guy like an hour ago. I actually started celebrating in my mind that I didn't have to talk to him anymore.
We do have more questions and want to say thank you very much for those questions. So hang in there. Let's see. We have this one from... Two seconds. This is loading for me, so I'm going to read one of the more recent ones that just came in.
Take your time, bro.
Tapatzel, listen, Nathan. Tapatzel says, Nathan, did you allude to how glass is made, proving the Earth is flat / disproves globe Earth? If so, how does it?
Yeah, so the glass or the mirrors that they're making, they melt it on molten metal, and that's not only how they make them flat on both sides, but how they get all the bubbles to rise up out of the glass. So fluid statics. That's how they make them flat, because fluids at rest are flat. That's why I'm a flat earther.
Gotcha. And Tim Pryor, coming strong, says, I want to debate Nathan, but in our debate, I'm going to demand the same evidence for flat Earth that he demands for the globe. He brings up the globe once he loses.
Cool story. You want to debate me. I want to go on a date with supermodels. Cool story. Nobody cares.
Next up, AF Katie says, so it sounds like you don't want to debate him, or you do?
Who is him? I don't know that guy. No, I don't want to debate him. If he wants to debate me, he can pay my fee. It's $250. And that's it. Straight up.
AF Katie says, Nathan, what is the motive for a flat Earth conspiracy? Why are all the governments in on it?
Well, unfortunately, I'm not one of the people lying to you like TJump. I'm one of the people telling the truth that the Earth is flat and stationary. So, like, why they would lie, I'm not sure. Maybe it's because they're collecting $52 million a day with NASA. I mean, $52 million a day, that seems like a pretty good reason to lie, but maybe it's deeper. Maybe they're trying to convince you that God isn't real, that Genesis 1 isn't true. Then they can create schism in the church, divide the Christians. Divide and conquer has always been their plan. But hey, I don't know. I'm just speculating. I'm not one of the people lying to you and stealing $52 million a day.
Gotcha. This one coming in from Tim Pryor, who says, ha ha, Nathan says he blindly believes people on YouTube, which is the entire reason Flat Earth exists, because it started off as a joke on YouTube. Nathan,
I got this, bro. I've been testing Earth for 5 years. Literally, the only people here blindly believing people on YouTube are my opponent, who asked you to look up a video on YouTube because he doesn't have any evidence.
Next up.
Such projection.
This one coming in from Question the Answer says, gyroscopes hold rigidity in space. Globe busted. Fact.
Yep. True that. Check out
I'm
Edward
going to
Henry.
have
He
to
wrote
prove how that actually follows.
Banned for
So
life. Thanks for your
gyroscope-
super. Thanks for your super sticker. Banned for life. And Nathan's Tinder date says, Nathan, do you want your AirPods and Apple Pencil back? You left them here in Florida. Who's your Tinder date?
Oh, thanks, babe. Super. Well, which one? I don't know.
Apple Pencil? Next up, Shane Sommer, thanks for your question, says, okay, looking for more serious questions. Tim Pryor says, nah. Or, oh, it's nah. I don't remember. Did you say nah tonight, Nathan? I don't know. But this one coming in from, do appreciate your question. Tim Pryor says, Nathan, where are your numbers? Where's the math showing your measurements like you asked for from Tom? Earth is flat? What about your double standard?
Yeah. It's okay. So we've done laser tests at the Salton Sea, 17 miles. There should be about 200 feet of curve. The Chicago skyline is visible from the other side of Lake Michigan. So that should be completely hidden. We also caught from Kenosha on infrared the Chicago skyline, which was 59 miles away, and we were roughly 100 or 200 feet above the ground because we had just gotten above the tree line. So, guys, I mean, I got to pull up all my videos and just talk about all that, or I can just talk about fluid statics. The surface of water is level and horizontal to its container. Globers have to redefine the word level and say it doesn't mean what it means, flat. It means curve. That's stupid.
Gotcha. And Sheeple's Phoenix says, no one in Flat Earth can explain what cast the shadow onto the moon during the recent total lunar eclipse. Can Nathan explain, if not the Earth, then what did cast the shadow onto the moon during the eclipse?
I mean, not only did the alleged shadow change directions mid-eclipse, it came in at 3 o'clock and left at like noon, which happens on almost every single eclipse. Well, you can't predict eclipses on a heliocentric model because they say the redness caused on the moon, because everyone knows shadows are dark. They got to have an explanation for why the moon is glowing red. And you're asking me about the shadow which is glowing red. Okay, they say the light bends around the Earth and refracts through the atmosphere. We'll have news for you, ladies and gentlemen. The atmosphere changes hour to hour and day to day. You would never be able to predict eclipses months in advance on a heliocentric model. Newsflash, they don't. They use the Soros cycle. You could check out NASA's website. They admit they use the Soros cycle on their website, which was hijacked from flat earthers. So I don't need to explain anything about eclipses. You need to explain why you think shadows are red and they can predict eclipses months in advance. That's goofy. That's dumb. And why it changed directions mid-eclipse. Did the Earth change directions in the middle of an eclipse? No.
Next
so
up.
How do you explain that on your model?
Wait, so what caused the shadow on the moon?
I'm not talking to you anymore. This is question and answer, TJump. If no one has questions for you, then you got to keep quiet.
Well, but to be fair, that was their original question. They said, what cast a shadow onto the moon during the recent total lunar eclipse? If not the Earth, what did do it? So they're asking, like, do you have an alternative that they're looking for?
Yeah, it's not a shadow. Duh, they hijacked the Soros cycle. NASA admits it's a Soros cycle. You can't predict on the heliocentric model. Yeah,
you reject the shadow altogether, so you don't give an explanation for the shadow because you don't.
The moon. It's not that I reject anything. It's not I reject anything. I've tested the moon. Moonlight is measurably cold. It is its own light source. There are no shadows on the moon.
Gotcha. I was just saying that you don't concede that there was a shadow. I wasn't saying you necessarily reject it. But Andrew Rouse says, whenever Nathan is stumped, he always says with a pause, "Are you done?" Then proceeds to know he's screwed, but will say it's some sort of begging the question fallacy or something. Nathan, is this true? Is this your strategy?
No, we're gonna have to let the audience decide.
And Tim Pryor says, "Oh great, Nathan got that. Is the horizon the curve of the Earth bug?" No, Nathan. The horizon is not the curve of the Earth. It is caused by the curve. Only, Nathan, one sec. He said the horizon is not the curve of the Earth. It is caused by the curve. Only you guys think we claim it is the curve. Nathan?
Okay, cool story. No question for me. Just wants to talk.
You don't have any sort of disagreement with this? Or I'm sorry. Well, let us know if this is your view. Is this your view that, namely, do you claim that the horizon is the horizon the curve of the Earth? Do you claim that the horizon is the curve of the Earth?
Well, that's what the question he asked me earlier in the beginning, is the horizon the curve of the Earth, which I think is what he was implying, that they are the same.
Gotcha.
That's what your model says. Boats go over the curve. Boats go over the horizon. The horizon is the curve of the Earth.
Okay, and this one from Andrew Rouse. Is it Roos or Rouse? Let me know, friend. Andrew says, Nathan, if you've done 10,000 debates, you would have done one debate every day for nearly 30 years. So you must be making that up. Were you debating when you were 2?
No, the thing is that I don't have like scheduled hour-long debates. Sometimes I'll just debate people in person. Like I ran into a NASA employee at the airport, completely shattered him in a debate. I ran into PhD Danny Faulkner, asked him some questions about his heliocentric model. He wouldn't even answer. I talked to Aaron Ron here for like 15 minutes and he ran away. So obviously I can do multiple debates, more than one in a day, if people are just running away from the questions. So.
Gotcha. This one coming in from Kango24 says, Nathan, as a truth seeker, aren't you keen to go and do TJump radar experiment?
It's not an experiment. It's man-made. Experiments are observations in nature, and then you manipulate the cause to determine the effect. So everything he said was not an experiment at all whatsoever. And whoever asked that question doesn't know what science is. You are scientifically illiterate.
All right, Nathan, we want you to refrain from calling people scientifically illiterate, because I have been, to be fair, Nathan, I have been telling people that we won't read their super chat if it's an insult. So you have to do the same in terms of not insulting the people that do send in a question. Next, Tim Pryor says, Nathan, are you going to give proof of flat Earth, or are you just going to keep talking about the globe? Nathan.
I got to be real careful. I don't call someone scientifically illiterate and make James upset again, because people don't know what experiments are, James. I have to educate them so they are illiterate to the top.
Next up, let's see. For some reason, that seems a little bit more innocuous than scientifically illiterate. But John W. says, can you send the link again for any items we need to fund and know about? Oh, yeah, thanks. I will send the link for the crowdfund. I'll drop that in the chat now, also in the description. Southbound Patcherderm says, I'm a flat earther, but TJump hands down won that debate. You got a fan out there, Tom. And Tim Pryor says, appreciate it, says, why is Nathan only one not to expected to give any evidence of his claim in the same demand that he expects his opponent to? Nathan, is this true? Is there a double standard here?
Not even true. Go rewatch the debate.
Next up, JC93013 says, Nathan, is that an Aztec calendar behind you on the wall or something like it? I'm just wondering.
No, it's way cooler than that.
That's very beautiful. Did you make that? Next up.
No, I definitely have the timer expert.
What is it like? Is it actually like a calendar, like the Mayan calendar? Or is it just art? Oh, it's a face of the sun. I got it. Cool.
That's really beautiful, Nathan. And King024 says, Nathan, as a truth seeker, oh, we got that one. Revelation says, if the story was in the frigid atmosphere, would it be a cooler story, Nathan, bro?
Yeah, there are cool stories and there are cooler stories.
That was a good
That one
pun.
was kind of boring.
It was a good dad joke. Shane Sommer, let's see, says Tom's chair claims another one. And question the answer says, we measured the curve where TJump with what? Get real.
Measure it with lots of different things. Like, what do you want to know about? We can measure it with light. We can measure it with radio waves. We can measure it with sound waves. We can measure it with visuals. We can literally go to space and see it, even though Nathan doesn't believe that. We can measure it with tons of different things. Vibrations in the earth. We can measure it with vibrations in the earth. Earthquakes. Like, pick your force. We can measure the curvature of the earth with it.
Gotcha. And this one coming in from Nathan R. says, Mr. Thompson, the moon is either a hologram or a spiritual manifestation. Why do you keep talking as though it's a solid object?
I don't think it's a solid object or know that it's a solid object. So I just know that moonlight is cold and sunlight is hot. Moonlight is putrefying. Sunlight is preserving. That's how you make beef jerky. Also, sunlight dries things. Moonlight is the reason you have dew on your grass in the morning. And moonlight is not even golden yellow like the sun. It's bluish silver. So they're not the same thing at all whatsoever. They're separate and unique.
Gotcha. And thank you very much for this question coming in from Tim Pryor. Says, Nathan doesn't understand heat transfer. Touch an oven when it's on and you get burnt. Stick your hand in that same oven without touching anything. You don't get burnt. Class over. Nathan, is there some sort of, did you talk about heat transfer? I'm trying to remember when you did.
Fire, he said if you move away from a fire source, you get colder. That's the part of the conversation.
Yeah, and then we talked about how you move closer to the sun and it gets colder, which is opposite to what TJump just said. Remember?
Nope. So if you're standing next...
Hold on, you gotta let him respond.
So if you're standing next to an oven and you move further away from the oven, it gets colder. But even if you're moving closer to the sun, so you're getting closer to the sun, but it's getting colder because you're moving further away from the oven.
Next up, thank you very much for your question. Let's see. Or to be fair, Nathan, that super chat was originally directed toward you. So if you want the last word, I'll give it to you.
Yeah, TJump just said you move away from the earth. The earth is the oven. So heat doesn't come from the sun. It comes from the earth. Cool story, bro. You said earlier in the debate the sun was hot. You just debunked yourself. Next question, James.
Jordan Gerard, thanks for your question, said Nathan and Wotan together versus Vosh and Jangles. Come on. Well, that might happen. I don't know. But Potso, thanks for your question, says, Nathan, did you allude to how glass is made, proving the earth is flat or disproving the globe earth? If so, how does glass being made that way help you?
We already answered this question, James. You want me to answer it again?
Just briefly. I think they might have come in late.
Yeah, they melt the glass on top of molten metal, and that not only makes the glass flat, but makes it free of bubbles. There you go.
But I think that people are curious if you could draw together the threads or kind of connect the dots for them and how that suggests a flat earth.
Yeah, all fluids at rest, the surface is level and horizontal to its container. So when you melt the metal, it flattens out. You put the glass on top, it flattens out. When you go to the ocean, look at the water, there's not a ton of waves. It's flat. Frozen lakes, flat. Airplane level flight, flat. According to the FAA target generation facility, flat, non-rotating, not accounting for gravity. I mean, there's over 40 NASA and Air Force and documents where they tell you the Earth is flat, it's not rotating, but they show you cartoons before every Universal Pictures movie, and you go, that's where I live? Cool story. No, the Truman Show was literally a true man show. You live in a staged world, a domed world. Everyone around you is an actor. Don't trust politicians. Don't trust journalists. Don't trust mainstream scientists. They're all goofballs.
Gotcha. And thank you very much for your question. This one coming in from Marshall the Meat Puppet says, why did you tell Aaron that you had a map and model? Nathan, do you have one now? They're asking. And why did you tell Nathan and Aaron that you did?
Hey, James, do you want to answer that question? Because I was very clear with you that I didn't have a map and a model. When you asked me, do you remember when you called me and said, Aaron Raw wants a map and a model? And I said, those are straw man arguments. I never claim a map or claim a model. Large bodies of water don't curve. We have no Coriolis effect, which mainstream science asserts that we do. You can't have gas pressure without a container. Aaron didn't want to talk about any of the evidence or science that refutes his model. He just wanted to straw man an argument claiming I claimed to have a map and a model, which I never did. You clearly remember that, James. I said I don't have a map and I don't have a model.
No, I don't. I actually thought you said that you did have at least, I don't remember the map part. I thought you said you had a model, but I would have to go back and look at the emails. But thank you very much for your question. John W. says, sorry, TJ Trump. I should do this as I can do it myself, but so happy I do not need to. Tom, is that a friend? Someone you know?
Nope.
And
what's his name? What was his name?
John W.
Don't recognize it.
Next, but thank you, John W. And Lockbeard says, blasphemer, Ken Wheeler destroys flat Earth like a god. Nathan, is this true? Do you know this Ken Wheeler fellow?
Yeah, he proved moonlight's cold, which debunks the whole religion. That's one of the reasons I started looking into flat Earth. I was like, what? Moonlight's cold? That wouldn't work on the heliocentric model. But hey, we're at about 2 hours, James. This is getting pretty boring. So
we do have more questions, Nathan. If you can hang in there. We don't have that many more. I would say maybe another half hour.
Cool.
Can you bear with us?
Cool. Let's do it.
This one coming in from Sigifredo Sarabia said, I've heard a lot of philosophers of science conclude science doesn't answer anything. Is this true, TJump, despite your use in philosophical arguments?
Maybe he means with absolute certainty. Science doesn't answer anything with absolute certainty, but it doesn't need to. It still gives answers just fine.
Next up, Locke. We got that one. Philosopher Tiger says, planets round, Earth round, Nathan wrong. Gotcha. And the Batman says, Nathan, WYT. Oh, what do you think of the recent fraud among Glober YouTubers?
I don't even know what he's talking about.
Next up, Mike Billar says, Tom, you got to do some more research, dude. Don't make up reasons if you don't know the answer. ISS, International Space Station, is in free fall, not 0G.
Right, I said that. I said it. Gravity still applies to it. It's near 0G because it's not as affected as gravity as it would be on the ground level, which is why they have to put it in orbit, because if it was stationary, it would fall straight to Earth because it is affected by gravity. So I said that.
Gotcha. Thank you very much for your question. Coming in from Eric Vinicius Gomez Almeida, thank you, says, Nathan said Earth isn't spinning because of balloons. If you throw a ball upwards inside a moving car, it'll fall straight down. Inertia, first law. Nathan?
If you throw a ball upward inside a car that's not moving, it also comes straight down. That's not an argument for globe. It works on both models. I'm sorry to inform you of that. Get back to me next week.
Gotcha. This next question coming in from Tim Pryor says, we got that one. Silver Harlow, thanks for your question, said, adding the word cleaner, which is a kind of thing, to the word vacuum is an empty space, which is, sorry, I butchered that. Silver said, adding the word cleaner, which is a kind of thing, to the word vacuum, which is an empty space, changes it to an object you can use to clean the rug.
Not analogous to vacuum of space. Person's just trolling, dude.
Next up, Bubblegum Gun says gravity is measurement of time bending into space.
Gravity is a measurement of the curvature of space-time.
Gotcha. Nathan, are you in agreement?
Space has no physical properties. Time's a concept. If you think you can bend that, I'm not going to say it, James.
Silly. Next up, Silver Harlow says that's
retarded. You're scientifically illiterate. You're numbnuts. If you think nothing and time causes things to happen, okay? Literally devoid of any type of wisdom, original thought process, or free thinking whatsoever. That's the dumbest thing anyone could ever make up.
Next
Dunning
up,
Kruger.
Silver Harlow says that's how compound words work. The combination has a separate meaning, which can be a different kind of thing than the parts themselves. That's referring to the vacuum cleaner.
No, I think it's about when he brought up the word space, like he showed the picture of the word space, and I said it's space-time, because the word space refers to something differently than space-time. Space-time is a specific thing in physics. I think that's what it was referencing.
Gotcha. Nathan, what are your thoughts?
So adding time, which is a concept, to a vacuum devoid of physical properties makes it curve things. Cool story, bro. I just told you that's the dumbest thing I've ever heard.
I think the point was that the words together aren't literally just taking the individual words and what those individual words mean and just smishing them together. I think the two words put together mean a physical thing that actually exists. It's not just taking the concept of space and the concept of time and just taking those two concepts and just smushing them together like it does with the words. The words, when put together, mean a specific kind of thing in physics represented by the Lambda equation in general special relativity, which is a physical force. It's not the concepts of space and time. Those are different things.
Next up, unless you have thoughts on that, Nathan. Silver Harlow says, we got that. Bubblegum Gun says, God says the earth is a globe. Flat earthers are CIA. Are you working for any sort of government agency like CIA, NASA, Nathan? Gotcha. And this one coming in from, do appreciate your question. We don't have too many more, Nathan. We're almost there. You look you look tired almost. But this is coming in from Philosopher Tiger.
5 years, bro. 5 years, dude. Jeez Louise, how pathetic, bro. 5 years of, James, can you look up a YouTube video?
Thomas, he's making fun of you. Next up.
Irony is beautiful. I love it.
Philosopher Tiger says, Nathan, I understand you may be convinced that the earth is flat. Thank you for taking the time to debate. You are wrong. Minecraft globe is the truth. Nathan?
Cool.
I think it was supposed to be a playful one. I don't know what Minecraft globe is. Is that the game? Pancake of Destiny says, TJump's facial expressions won the debate. It's a fact. Oh.
Yep.
Tim Pryor, thanks for your question, says, that's a lie. Bob did it 3 times. Even isolated the gyroscope. Still picked up the drift. Nathan, I think it's about your friend Bob.
The drift, a deviation in light. Yeah, it's a deviation in light. So you can do it 100 times. The deviation will be in the light. Sagnac, who invented the interferometer, not Bob. Bob didn't invent the interferometer. The guy who made the technology said it was the vortex of the ether. So you can blindly believe a Netflix documentary by a bunch of people who aren't scientists put it together. Or you could go with the guy who invented the technology. Bob was just using it and then got words taken out of his mouth.
Gotcha.
There's no ether.
Shut up, TJump. No one's even talking to you right now. Is there another question?
Wait, one sec. Is Minecraft Globe a game like Minecraft? What the heck is Minecraft Globe?
I think it's just a joke that's like saying that there's a globe in the Minecraft world or something. It's not really flat. So like in Minecraft, everything is flat. It's just a flat plane. But he's saying that in the game, it's the real world is in the game is actually a globe. It's not really flat. I think
this is how funny Globers are.
Next up, Sigifredo Sarabia says, Nathan, how is moonlight colder? where do you draw the line of temperature of a shadow at night and the moonlight without a sun that would obviously heat?
Okay, I don't know if you've ever been out during a full moon, but there's an obvious difference or discrepancy where the shade is and where the moonlight is. So if you test where the moonlight is, it's cold. If you test where the shade is, that's hot. That's actually the opposite of what happens when the sun's out. So if light from the moon was being reflected by the sun, then the sunlight would be hot, not cold. Moonlight is cold, not hot. They are obviously two different lights. That's why the moon is bluish silver. Dude, I just went over all this. Like, they keep asking the same questions over and over, James. Do you understand like how that gets super boring?
No. Eric Vinicius Gomez Almeida says, Nathan, can you show us any math on how far we're supposed to see on a flat Earth? Provide a formula that would match flat Earth model, but not the globe.
How far we can see? Well, I can tell you how far we should see on a globe. It would be 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet, and we see way too far. For example, the black swan, 10 times farther than that. That would make the radius of the Earth equal to the orbital path of the moon. We actually falsified the radius of the Earth. Earth's not a globe, 24,901 miles around. Cheers.
Gotcha. This one coming in from Tim Pryor says, I've done an essay on Egypt. No, the stars do not line up with the pyramids anymore. Cool story, bro.
Wow. Okay,
Nathan?
cool. Well, I just at the Georgia Guidestones, and the Polaris did line up with the hole they drilled in it, and they made that 40 years ago. Now, I haven't been to Egypt and confirmed it, so I don't know, maybe you're right. But Polaris definitely matches up. I confirmed that, and you probably haven't confirmed anything about what you're talking about. You're literally just saying it, because that's the globe religion, ladies and gentlemen.
Next.
I found an article that says that they don't match up anymore.
Question the answers. Says TJump, with what device can you detect curve?
Any of the devices to measure any of the forces that you want. I would say pick the ham radio waves that I actually presented in the YouTube video. Ham radio waves can be used to bounce radio signals off the moon and detect the curve. That's the easiest and cheapest one that anyone can afford and do in their home to do this. It's very simple.
Gotcha. This one coming in from Tim Pryor says, okay, you tested it. Where's the measurements and the numbers? Saying you tested the salt flats doesn't mean anything, Nathan.
Yeah, okay. Cool story. My YouTube got deleted, guys. I had 850 videos that just got erased with 20,000 subscribers. Like, what are you talking about? Of course, I have videos that were gone. I didn't have like an external hard drive with all my videos packed up on like over the last 5 years. So,
Gotcha.
Sorry, I'm sure they're out there.
Andrew Rouse, thanks for your question. Said, Nathan, why is there a pressure gradient? It's Rouse, like house. Thank you for letting me know that, Andrew Rouse.
Yeah, because there's heat being introduced. So obviously that makes the gas inhomogeneous and anisotropic because there's energy being introduced. It's not a static system. It's a dynamic system. You just have to go look up what that means.
Next up, Mike Billars says 15 psi on the Earth's surface, 5 psi on top of Mount Everest. Extrapolate, please, for both TJump and Nathan.
What was the question?
I'll give you a chance to respond
It
first.
talks
Nathan.
about how we have the gradient. Yeah, no problem. He was wondering about the gradient, which was literally the last question I answered. Necessary antecedent to any pressure whatsoever is a container. Welcome to Flat Earth, pressure gradient guy. Go ahead, TJump.
What was the question?
Question was, and I quote, 15 psi on the Earth's surface, 5 psi on top of Mount Everest. Extrapolate, please, in parentheses, for both to respond to.
Yeah, so the density of the air gets lighter as you go higher because there's less stuff pushing on it to compress it because there's less oxygen above it, and so caused by gravity, that means that as the pressure, psi, will go down the higher in the atmosphere you go until it reaches zero, and you're in space.
Gotcha, and thank you very much for your question. This one coming in from, do appreciate it. Philosopher Tiger says, thank you for understanding my joke, TJump. Nathan, are you sure you're not part of the CIA, though? Nathan, are you secretly a brilliant spy from the CIA? Okay.
If I would.
Nathan, no sense of humor. All right, Mike Billar says Nathan's. Oh, let's see. Looking for more questions. Tim Pryor says, "Yup, still try to pick the article. Funny how Nathan didn't read the part where it says the distance to the moon." Nathan, is that true? Did you not read that part?
I guess I didn't.
Yeah, the article he pulled up about the moon being in the atmosphere, I think it's the one that he's talking about.
Oh, well, I guess that means the moon's a ball and the Earth's a ball then, because that article said that how far the moon was. That's a good one.
Okay.
Wow, bro.
This is what it's devolving into. Tim Pryor says, "Those are words, not measurements, Nathan." Nathan, they're words, not measurements. Tim Pryor says, "What do you think?"
I think he's wrong.
Okay. Well, okay. Well, we want, you're quite the intellectual over there. All right. So next up, I'm teasing you. This one coming in from, we got maybe one more. I saw a standard question that I picked out of chat, and let's see. This one coming in from Colossus says, "Will Nathan team up with G-Man again?"
Maybe I like G-Man. He was cool.
You got it. And Silver Harlow says, so maybe G-Man and Nathan pairing up again. Silver Harlow says, "Yes, I meant, quote, space-time, unquote, is like, quote, vacuum cleaner, unquote. The compound word or phrase means something different than the parts." Nathan?
I don't care. Like that person literally made another super chat about their other super chat talking about a vacuum cleaner.
But are you trying to understand their point, Nathan?
Nathan, they're talking about vacuum cleaner.
Yeah, but nonetheless, if it's an analog that's true, like that is, illustrates a principle well, then it's an analogy, big deal. So, are you trying to understand it?
I've seen a vacuum cleaner. I've never seen space-time.
Okay, that's, I guess, why you disagree. And, that other question. This one coming in from, this is interesting, because, no, I want to press you on this question. This one was asked already, but someone else asked it as a standard question as well. What's the motivation for a globe Earth conspiracy? I think you had mentioned that they get paid an incredible amount of money. But I think they're not clear on why would they get paid significantly less if they just admitted that it was a flat Earth? It just seems like an arbitrary difference. Why would that make it such that if they said okay, we admit it's a flat Earth, are you saying because no, this is one maybe you're thinking maybe it's that if they were to go back on it now, they would look like fools and they would get their funding cut. So now they could never go back and say, "Oh, we were wrong this whole time. It's actually been flat," because they'd lose all their funding. Is that what you were saying, Nathan?
No, they stole all the money. It's not funding. They are thieves. They stole all the money. It's not that we got it wrong and the Earth was flat. You wouldn't have a space agency unless you're on a ball in space. So the entire thing was a fraud. They stole trillions of dollars from the American people. All of you guys sat there every Friday watching Star Wars and Spaceballs and all these stupid movies about space, wasting your time, not growing food, not hanging out with your family, not exercising. It's ridiculous. So enjoy the Matrix. It's truth isn't for everyone.
The motivation, I think I get it. So I think his motivation is that the reason they invented the globe theory was because by doing that they could get funding from the government to make NASA. Is that?
No, my answer is I'm not lying to you. I don't know why all you guys want me to speculate on why a bunch of evil people steal $50 million a day. Go ask them. I'm not lying to you, bro. Okay, so you want me to conjure? I don't have a crystal ball that I could just rub. It's why are the elite telling us Earth's a globe? Oh, look, it's this. Okay, go figure it out for yourself, bro. Maybe they're going to launch an alien invasion and you don't get aliens on a flat earth because we live in a dome firmament. So maybe the reason they lied hasn't even happened yet. And you're over here going, why would they lie? Tell me why they lie. And it hasn't even happened yet. So just take a chill pill on the why they would lie. Who cares? They lied. Get over it. When you meet one of the top 1% of the 1% who's lying to you about the earth, ask them, why are you lying to me about the shape of the earth? I don't know for sure, but I know $52 million a day is a pretty good reason to lie.
Just so I understand right, and I'm being sincere, I'm not being like facetious, because I didn't know that this is like, so would you take the position that the Earth isn't in space, that it is like kind of like on the ultimate foundation of reality, that is it's not extended in space?
If space is a vacuum, it violates the second law of thermodynamics. We wouldn't have gas pressure on Earth if the space was a vacuum that they tell us is, which is why there's hundreds, if not thousands of videos of NASA faking space with harnesses, green screens, wires, hairspray, augmented reality, bubbles in the pool. One of the astronauts actually said he was drowning during a live feed. Now, I don't know if you know this, but space is a vacuum. You shouldn't drown in space, okay? And I asked 3 different NASA employees why that happened. I got 3 different answers. One said spit, one said it was sweat, and another one said it was a malfunction in the suit. So they can't literally keep their lies straight at all. Some astronauts say you can't see stars in space. Some astronauts say you can see stars in space, and planets, and moons, and Magellanic Clouds. Astronauts can't even get their story straight. There's only 550 of them. Like, how pathetic is that? So yes, space is fake, James. On the flat Earth, the sky's a firmament, and above that would be heaven.
Gotcha. And Tim Pryor says that didn't show numbers for those measurements, namely when they had asked about numbers. And they said, I want numbers, Nathan. Numbers isn't what you demanded. And I think they're saying, like, you asked the same from Tom.
Yeah. I gave plenty of numbers. The black swan, we observed from 10 miles out the horizon. The horizon should be 1.225 times, those are numbers, 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So if it's 1, that's another number. Then you would multiply it by 1. That's another number. So we take 1.225, another number, multiply it by 1, another number. You have a horizon at 1.225 miles out. We've observed it at over 10. 10, that's another number, miles out. We falsified the globe model with numbers, and I gave them to you just now. Welcome to Flat Earth.
Gotcha. This one from Revelation, last one that I have here on the list, says, is the candy horizon is where your eye line meets the end of the fruit roll-up? Next up, want to say thank you so much to our guests. We really do appreciate them, folks. As always, we want to encourage you to attack the arguments instead of the person. And folks, this is the last debate of our 12-hour stream. I don't know if you guys know this. If you have scrolled back on the timer, my dear friends, you will see that if you go all the way back to the very start, that was 10 hours and 39 minutes ago. As our first debate was on veganism, it was a tag team debate. Then we had a debate on Black Lives Matter. Then we had a debate on whether or not there's evidence for intelligent design. So, folks, if you have not already enjoyed this whole stream, highly encourage you to do so, as this has been a huge group effort in terms of all the debaters who were thankful for coming on the show in order to make this happen, and want to encourage you, hey, folks, we are pumped about this future. As I'm going to just mention this really quick, folks, we are thrilled. We're at 90% for the fundraiser that you see on the far right side of the screen. We are absolutely thrilled, and we want to encourage you, if you have not already done so, I am going to throw the crowdfund link in the description. We have gotten up to where we're almost at the end, folks. We only have 6 days left, and we're at 90%, which is absolutely phenomenal. So I do want you to check this out. It is going to be absolutely epic. The crowd fund, I am putting in the old live chat. And so we absolutely want to encourage you to join in that crowd fund with us, as we are going to get that remaining 10% and make this debate that you were seeing on the bottom right of your screen between Christian apologist Dr. Kenny Rhodes and Matt Dillahunty, as they will be debating on June 5th, and we are going to make it happen, folks. So want to encourage you to join in that crowdfund with us. You can give as little as $1 if you want, and that helps us take bigger risks in terms of getting bigger headliner debates as we are striving to build this channel and provide a neutral playing field for everybody to make their case. So thank you one last time, Tom and Nathan. I'll be back in just a moment, folks, with a post-credit scene, but want to say again, Tom and Nathan, it's been a pleasure to have you.
Thanks, guys. Thanks Nathan,
James.
for showing up.
Absolutely. Thank you, guys. And folks, as mentioned, I'll be back in just a moment. So stick around. Amazing. My dear friends, we are absolutely excited. Let me just switch over. I've got to change my picture so that it shows the right one. All right, there it is. And then, as you can see, folks, we're absolutely pumped as this Kickstarter effort, it is absolutely going to, you could say, make it to the ultimate goal. And that's one of the reasons why we have been doing this stream. So we started at 11:30 in the morning Eastern time. So we've still got about an hour to go. And we are thrilled to do that, as I've got a lot of channel updates, a lot of upcoming debates I can tell you about. I do have to use the restroom in a second, and that's something that I have to get up for because it just wouldn't be appropriate to do it here. But we are pumped, you guys, and we want to say thank you so much for all of your support, as today was a wild one. 4 debates in 12 hours, and this, I want to encourage you folks, if you have enjoyed this channel, if you're like, man, I enjoy this is a fun time, and this is actually a channel that I enjoy watching, want to say, my dear friends, we want to grow, and we want to keep providing you with more epic content. And so, want to highly encourage you folks, the epic fundraiser crowdfund that I have linked in the description, and it's pinned at the top of the live chat. I want to show you some of the details for this, as we're at 90%, guys. You can see on the far right side of your screen, all the way over there, you can see that pink meter is almost to the top. We're going to make it, folks, so we're pumped. And let me show you. First, this upcoming debate is going to be epic. It's going to be on whether or not there is good evidence for God between Dr. and scholar and Christian apologist Kenny Rhodes and Matt Dillahunty. And we have to make it to the 100% of our goal in order for this event to happen. I've already made the promises, and so all of that is set. But we're determined, folks. And you might be like, boy, James, are you sure you can do it? I don't know about that. What do you know, how do you know you can do it? We've already done it, folks. In January, we did something very similar to this. Namely, we did a crowdfund on Kickstarter. This time we're using Indiegogo as the platform. And on this platform, we, with 143 people, raised $3,100. We are absolutely determined we are going to get there this time. We've already demonstrated we can do it, folks. I'm determined, and I don't care if it's me and TJump and Steven Steen that have to do a car wash in the middle of May or late May in Colorado where it's still chilly. We're going to make this goal. We've already done it, and we've got the experience to do it again. Also, it is so easy to sign in. So let me show you. On screen, Indiegogo that you see on the top left, that is the web page for the crowdfund that we are using. And so it's kind of like GoFundMe, except better. And here's why. One, it's so easy to sign in. You don't even have to create like a full account. You can do kind of like a guest sign in, or you can sign in with Facebook, whatever you want. Easy peasy. And I want to show you this as well. We have these perks. So unlike GoFundMe, we are trying to fundraise for this debate for the honorariums for the guests. But the trick is we're absolutely pumped. And here's why. As you see, there are different levels of perks, or kind of like tier levels. One is like, for the price of a cup of coffee, if you throw a few bucks in, that helps make the debate happen. So we are pumped about that, and we're determined, folks. We are absolutely determined. And so join us, be a part of this project for only, like, if you want, just throw $1 in. How easy is that? And like, $1, like, who cares? And if everybody on the stream was willing to, let's say if you haven't already, if you throw in $1, that helps immensely. I mean, that right there would honestly probably get us to our goal. So if you've ever thought like, this channel gives me value, this strategy of using the crowdfund will allow us to take bigger risks. If you ever want to see a debate on here with, like, let's say Bill Nye and, I don't know, maybe Dr. Fuzz Rana on creation evolution or something like that. Well, let me tell you, friends, this Kickstarter, I think this Kickstarter strategy or this crowdfund strategy is the way that we're going to be able to do that. And so even if you throw in $1, it just shows us that you're behind the strategy or behind the idea. So we want to encourage you to do that. And we only have 6 days. The crowdfund ends in 6 days. So it's going fast, folks. But don't worry, we're at 90% and we're going to get over 100%, believe me. So the next tier is, throw in a few extra dollars. That helps us make the event huge. Your name on screen is the next one at the very top of the screen now. So that's where we would put your name in the ticker during the debate. Your name being read out loud, that's something where we would read everybody's name out loud at the end of the debate. A modern day debate coffee mug is the next tier, as you can see, as well as an embossed postcard, a modern day debate t-shirt, which is epic. And you might be wondering, well, James, do I just get the perk that I sign up for? Well, here, it's better. You not only get that perk, you get all of the perks that are below it. So let me give you an example. Let's say you put in $50 for a modern day debate t-shirt and to help make this project actually happen. You not only get the t-shirt, but you'd get the embossed postcard plus the modern day debate coffee mug in the mail, plus your name read out loud at the end of the debate, plus your name on screen. So that's how it works. So you would get all the things that are at your tier or below it. And so we're pumped, you guys. Let me show you some of the other tiers as we've got some new ones on here. One, the coffee mug is new, as I've mentioned, but also new, the modern day debate hoodie is the next tier after the t-shirt, and then Zoom chat with James, and then meet and greet with guests. Now, some of these are limited, so do want to let you know that they are close to running out. So for example, Zoom chat with James, that's actually, there's only one left. I'm surprised. And then meet and greet with guests, I think there's maybe 2 left. So that's out of 5. So most of them for each of those categories have already been claimed. So do want to let you know that. And we appreciate your support more than you know. As like I said, if you want to see a debate someday where we have like Matt, let's say maybe someday we go for like Richard Dawkins and Dr. Nathaniel Jensen, a creationist. He got his PhD at like UC Boulder. I can't remember exactly. No, his was actually Brown. So if you wanted to see a debate between 2 people like that, which I would think would be absolutely awesome, that's something we want to get a hold of this crowdfund strategy so we can keep doing it better each time. And so, as you see, far side of your screen, look, we're at 90%, only 6 days left. So now is the time to throw in if you haven't already. And thank you so much for those of you who have already thrown in. We do appreciate that so much. Seriously. Thanks for your support of the channel. And Tim Pryor, thanks for your super chat. Said, haha, once he realized I want to demand the same evidence of him, he doesn't want to debate. Epic. Well, we hope, thanks for your support, Tim, seriously. And thank you very much, John W. We do appreciate your support of the channel. Want to say hi to you in chat. And I'm going to do that right now, as we do appreciate you just hanging out here. And it's fun for me to get to hang out with you. So Mark Reed, thanks for being here, as well as True Rex Gaming and MacGyver Institute of Ninja Technology. Thanks for coming by, as well as Earthrise. Sideshow Nav, thanks for your help. And I will give an update on the mod stuff. I have to go to the bathroom in just a couple minutes, but I want to say hi to more people first, and then I'll be right back, as I will have to use the restroom at some point. And then Kevin Brown, good to see you. Thanks for being here at the old channel. And if it's your first time here and you're like, I'm new to this, hey, hit that subscribe button. We've got a lot of juicy upcoming debates, and we do a lot of science debates. So if you enjoy topics on science like creation, evolution, as well as flat earth, Bigfoot sometimes, whether or not there is a Bigfoot and whether the evidence is compelling, all that stuff, Want to let you know we've got a lot of juicy upcoming debates, so hit that subscribe button. Hulk and Break, thanks for coming by. Said thanks, James. Appreciate that support. Seriously. Bo Smith, thanks for your support as well. Says thanks, James. Thank you, Bo. That seriously means a lot. We do appreciate it. And then Rev Elation, glad you're here. And then Hannah Anderson says, James, could you explain the crowdfunding efforts and what the money is used for? Yes, thanks for asking. So let me give you the gist of it. By far the majority of the funds are used for the honorariums for the speakers. So as we keep growing, the next one we're hoping to go kind of like with a big, you might say a Hail Mary. Like we want to go for like some big name people. Because don't get me wrong, Dr. Kenny Rhodes is a very respected scholar and Matt Dillahunty is a very respected debater. But there are a lot of talented people we haven't had on yet. And so this is going to potentially open the door. And the vast majority of the money goes to the honorariums. The rest of the money, here's how the rest of it works, is the rest of the funds go toward usually three things. One, Kickstarter fees. So I do build the fees in. Two, I do build in the expenses for taxes. So that way that's covered as well, because the money will be taxed. And so it's kind of like built in to cover it. Three, if we have enough funds, we want to do promotion. In other words, advertisements to get the word out, as we really do want to make these events huge so that they are epic projects. And so that's, you could say, the main things. Normally what I would do, and I forgot to do it this time, is I should have, we might, instead of it being used for ads this time, we might not be able to do that as much, is I've got to cover the costs of all the merchandise. Because that's something I didn't do the math on like an idiot. I looked at the total we had to raise, and I didn't factor in the cost of like the materials, because we have to pay for the t-shirts being made and then being mailed out. That's actually covered. That's part of the fees. But nonetheless, a t-shirt from Teespring is $10. A sweatshirt, a hoodie is $30, which is like, ooh, it's kind of a lot. So a coffee mug is $10. And so long story short, we might not be able to use much money for advertising because I've got to cover the expenses for those. So that's one of the other expenses, though. So in other words, like the perks, I'm not getting the perks for free. Those are something that we got to get from Teespring. But thanks for that question. Let me know if you have any other questions. And then I want to let you know, at the crowdfund page, there is a graph that shows what percentage goes where. Just so in case nobody saw it, if you go to the About page, I put in a pie graph that shows what proportion of the funds raised is going to which purpose. And so do want to, if anybody hasn't seen that, Preacher's Angry Truth says, great job, Modern Day Debate. Thank you for your kind words. That really does mean a lot. We appreciate that support. And thank you for your super chat. This one coming in from Tim Pryor says, Nathan should not be allowed to talk about science. No science backs up flat earth. Thank you for letting me know your thoughts on that. And Singularity, thank you for being here with us. We might take a break from flat earthers, actually, Tim Pryor. Not forever, but we might just for a while. And so it's really only because we think the audience might be getting tired out. But Amanda, thanks for being with us at 90% of the way there. It is epic that we are absolutely determined we're going to make it. And so we're 91% now. So let me update the page really quick, as it has jumped even more. So we're pumped about that. 215. And then you probably won't be able to see it. It's a 1% jump, but nonetheless, it is awesome that we have made another jump. So we're at, as you can see on screen, we're at 3215. So we are so close to having this completely wrapped up, as I'm excited for it. I'm excited for the debate with Matt and Kenny. You guys, this is going to be epic. And so we want to have it such that last time, quick side note, last time you had to put into the crowdfund, even just a few bucks. If you put $3 in, you'd get to watch the event live. This time we were like, you know what? I think most people, they're not doing it because they want to watch the event live. They're doing it because they just support the channel and they want to see us do bigger events. So this time, the cool thing is, as of now, we plan on showing, because last time what we did is you had to put it in the crowdfund to watch it live. And if you didn't put it in the crowdfund, we'd still show it to the public, but it was put on the channel a couple days later. This time, what we want to do is we want people to not only be able to watch it a couple days later, but also watch it live. And so as long as we keep getting closer to that 100%, we'll be able to do that. And so thank you so much, Takyan, who said, "Gotcha, modern day debate, $10 in the pot." Thank you for your support. Seriously, that means a lot. I'm really excited about this. As a strategy, I think this is going to seriously really unlock doors for us in terms of bigger, epic, more awesome events. And so, long story short, though, if we see it like where it's like, ooh, we're not anywhere close, because we usually have about 2,000 people watch Matt live. And so if you enjoy watching Matt, want to say, hey, like throw a few bucks in there, as this is a great way for us to also say thank you to Matt, as we really do appreciate Matt. He's helped the channel grow immensely. A lot of our subscribers have come from people who have seen Matt Dillahunty debates. And so if there aren't enough people, or we're like, maybe we get to like Tuesday or Wednesday and we're like, we're not, we haven't moved, we're not increasing in terms of getting to that 100%. We might go back to the old way where we have it such that if you want to watch it live, you have to throw into the crowd fund, but we're kind of like not sure. So it depends on how well it goes between now and then. And then Flat Earth Guy said, great job. Thanks for your kind words. John Howe said, where is the James and TJump Bikini Car Wash, Colorado? That's funny. No deal. I mean, hey, I'll do it if I have to, though. And I'll make Tom do it, too. So thanks so much for being here. Singularity, appreciate your kind words, saying good job. And then also, 444 Truth, thanks for being with us, as well as Hannah Anderson. Thank you so much for all of your support. And yeah, thank you so much to those of you who have thrown into the Kickstarter. You have no idea how much we appreciate that. Like, even a person who throws in $1, it's like, seriously, thanks for your support of the channel. Like, that just shows us that you're excited for us to move into kind of the bigger debates world, as we've had big debates, don't get me wrong, but we know we can do even bigger, badder events. Thanks, John W., who said I gave already. Thank you, John W., for having given. We really do appreciate it. And then let me just catch up with chat as it's moving fast. Thanks, Darth Revan said, I still think you should reach out to Vlad Jaffe for the communism socialism debate. The guy would be awesome on the against it side. You can reach out to him. I'm just saying, it's like I mean to, but it's so busy that it's not that I'm turning down the idea. Sometimes it's just so busy that I'm like, if you want to reach out for real, like, and you find out that they want to come on, like, I'm totally open to hosting. But right now, I'm not joking. I've got a list of about 50 people that people have told me I should reach out to, and it's hard to keep up with it. I hate to say that, but it's just between the channel and then the doctorate. So I'm working on the doctorate. It's just really hard. And so let's see. I appreciate your idea, but I got to be honest. I've got a list of 50 people to reach out to, and so otherwise it's going to be a long time before I do. Mark Reed, thanks for your kind words. Said, good to be here. Appreciate that. Top Dog Shattuck said, we need to get Neil deGrasse Tyson. And I'm very serious when I say, like, that might be a real possibility. Like, that's the kind of thing we want to do in the future. And so thanks. Melanese Pam says, props to James for making this amazing stream possible. Keep it up. Thank you so much for your support. Seriously, 12 hours. We're almost there, and we do appreciate you. We've got channel updates and upcoming debates to talk about. So I am pumped to do my first ever 12-hour stream. And then the George said, was it a big dumpster fire? No, it was actually pretty chill tonight. Thank you. Kevin Brown said, thanks, James. Thank you, Kevin. Appreciate that. And then let's see. I'm almost caught up. Sleepless Sam, thanks for coming by. And Ghostlight, thanks for donating to the cause. We really do appreciate that. So it means a lot. And then Nathan R says, Mr. Thompson is not a real flat earther. I don't know about that. You'd have to ask him. But Mr. P says, James, our Patreon would prefer their shirts sweat-free. Although depending on whose sweat it is, you could consider raising the price. That's funny. Yeah, we have to figure out about, we used to have it where the lowest Patreon tier was like, you'd get to watch the show for free. But if we have it live, I've got to think of a new, what's the word I'm looking for? I've got to think of a new way to do it because we got to offer a new perk. And the George said, 12 hours, aren't you tired? Don't you need to pee? I do need to pee. I have peed several times throughout the day, but I'm not tired yet, but surprisingly, I'm not as tired as I thought I would be. Reswood, of course, is wonderful stuff, James. Can you zoom in on the thermometer as it gets closer to 100%? That's a good idea. I like that. Thank you for saying that. And then that's funny. Amanda says, can you film the car wash for those of us who can't get there? That's funny. Let's see. Tom, good old Tom. Thanks for your support, though. And Darth Revan says, I understand I'm just a terrible person terrible in person type when getting a hold of people. I have a huge family and we don't even talk. We live 6 minutes away from each other. I keep trying though. I totally understand that, my friend. And we're in the same boat for real. And then Stripper Liquor said today on his channel, Shermer said he will not debate anymore. Wow. That's juicy. And the George said, I didn't know about that, by the way. And the George said, we'll have 1 million subs before you know it. We're excited about the future, folks. We really do. We think that this is going to keep growing, and we're excited about that. And thanks for reminding me, Brooke, who said, hey, the Twitch is wanting to say hello. Oh, you're right. Thanks for reminding me. Twitch chat. I'm sorry I've been behind. Tapazzo, good to see you, as well as Brooke Sparrow. And thanks for coming by. Everybody in Twitch. Is it Calswens? Let me know how it's pronounced. We're glad you're here. Thanks for hanging out with us. And the More Perfect Union, thanks for coming by as well. And yeah, we're excited though, you guys. It's just really, it's so fun. And want to let you know, if you didn't know, if you're hanging out in Twitch and you're watching, one, want to remind you to hit that follow button, but also want to remind you that we actually have we stream simultaneously on YouTube. Our YouTube, I'm going to throw that into the chat right now. And so if you want to click on that, you can hop on over to our YouTube channel where we're streaming live too, as I am about to quick run to the restroom. Whew. But yes, thank you guys. I'm going to be right back. I'm just going to use the restroom, and then I will tell you about more epic upcoming debates, as well as talk about some moderator stuff. So moderators, if you have any questions, I know there have been a lot of changes recently. Please let me know, and I will be keeping an eye on the chat as I go to the bathroom. Yeah. Amazing. Beta meal. Amazing. Beta male. Okay. My dear friends, I am pumped to be back. Thank you so much for hanging out. Want to let you know about some sweet stuff. Linguisti, good to see you back. Thanks for coming back. And yes, you got a lot to catch up with. Whew. This has been a long stream, so let me tell you, are we at 11 hours and 5 minutes? So we have 55 more minutes. That's all right. I thought it was a half hour, but nonetheless, we're going to make it. In fact, that actually makes sense that it would be 55 minutes because we started pretty late. So what we'll do is I want to give you channel updates as well as talk about upcoming debates. And I also want to go over mod stuff. So moderators, I know that I want to say first, thank you so much. Seriously, you guys honestly rock. You have no idea how much I appreciate you. Seriously, and I never say it enough. I really don't. So seriously, thank you moderators for doing a great job. And I want to say first, I made a mistake on, I think it was last Friday. I was painting with broad brush strokes and I accidentally said the moderators are biased. And I did not mean it to be a way of throwing you under the bus. It was more to say like everybody has a bias. I have a bias as a moderator, as a host, and I have like multiple biases. It's here. Let me just tell you, this isn't my way of like being like, wow, James, you're hard on everybody, including yourself. It's like, well, no, let me tell you. So like, I'm working on my doctorate in psychology. I teach college students psychology, like general psychology is like what I do. That's my like job. Like get my PhD. It is true that everybody has confirmation bias and pretty much in like every domain. So those who are like, oh no, I'm neutral. Like when I hear that, I'm like, they're like, I'm unbiased. I'm like, well, psychology would suggest like you're like, unless you're inhuman, like you have confirmation bias among other biases that we have. But nonetheless, the point is this. I did not mean to throw you under the bus, and so I sincerely apologize. I should have been more careful with how I spoke. I'm sorry, moderators, because it wasn't meant to beat up on you, and I'm sorry that what I should have said is, like I should have explained it better in terms of what I meant. And also, and if there are cases where we see me where I might, if I did say something where it's like, James, I was clearly biased, I would be like, okay, call it out. Like, let me know, hold me accountable. That's what we need is accountability, like transparency. Like you guys just hope it's a safe place to say, James, like, I think you were totally letting that person talk more than the other person or whatever. The other thing is, likewise, like it's good for everybody to have accountability. And so Tim Pryor, thanks for your super chat as well, said words taken out of his mouth, except you could hear him saying it. I don't remember who you're talking about. Nathan? Yes, Brian Griffin, we are still going. This is our 12-hour stream, and we have 55 more minutes, and I am going over channel updates and talking about upcoming debates. Darth Revan says, well, I reached out. Hope Mr. Jaff responds. I think he will be a great addition to the show, so fingers crossed. Thank you, Darth, seriously, for doing that. That's really kind of you. I do appreciate it. I know that, like, taking your time and energy to do that, I seriously appreciate it. So, thank you. And Louis Giles, thank you for coming by. We are glad you're here, as well as Rabid Raccoon. We're glad you're here. And Third Finger from the Right, good to see you again. And Coffee Troll, thanks for coming by. Coffee Troll, thanks for understanding. Said, I assume that's what you meant, James, namely that we're all just human. Yeah, thanks so much. I appreciate you saying that. And then also, I know there was some confusion on what is okay to moderate versus like what do we want to leave alone. And I'll just clarify this in case there's confusion and anybody can ask. If a person attacks somebody who's a speaker, they say, oh, this person's a bad person. You remember last time we had Matt on, somebody called him Nazi. And it was like, okay, why are people in the chat saying that? Because he's not that. Now, pardon my burp. Basically, my thing here is I'm saying that obviously is not okay. Same with if they say somebody is, they make fun of somebody's appearance. Or if they're malevolent, they're trying to, let's say, hurt somebody's feelings. And so, for example, they're saying, oh, so-and-so, that debater is just like, let's say it's a trans person, and they say, that's just a guy in a dress. It's like, you're trying to go for the throat. Like, you're really trying to hurt their feelings. And it's like, that's not what we want. Like, So in that case, if it's malevolent like that, then we'll say like, we're gonna give them a timeout, and we're gonna say, hey, if you do anything like that anymore, we're gonna have to ban you, because that's not cool. Like, you're trying to hurt that person's feelings on purpose. The other thing is, some people are like, well, what about if they disagree on, like, for example, last time there was confusion on what does it mean if somebody says, let's say they say my definition of gender or a woman is, I would say that it includes both like women more broadly, as well as it means trans women as well. That like trans women, you could say, fall under the umbrella of women. If they say that, don't ban them. You know, they're giving their opinion on what definition is which, right? And likewise, the door swings both ways. If they were to say, well, I don't actually think that trans women would be under the umbrella of the definition of women, like I think they're separate categories, then I would say, don't ban them either. Like, it is that people are going to disagree on definitions and what falls under what conceptual umbrella and all sorts of stuff like that. And so just want to let you know, it's like, don't ban them. That's not a reason to ban them. And so long story short, thanks for your patience, is hopefully that makes it clear in case there's any confusion yet. Here's where it gets a little bit tricky. I don't like the stuff that attacks a group. Now, everybody is on the same page. Obviously, everybody would say, we're not going to let people say something like, let's say they said people of this race are evil. It's like, that's not what we want at the channel. But likewise, I don't want people to say that about atheists or Christians either. Because sometimes people, atheists, they're always evil or whatever, or Christians are evil and they ruin the world. I'm like, geez, like, by the way, those are protected classes. I mean, it doesn't mean that you can't use your freedom of speech in America to say that if you want. But I'm just saying, like, if you think of like the 1964 Civil Rights Act, things like that, those are both race and religion or lack thereof are protected classes. So I'm kind of like, geez, this is kind of like an important demographic type of thing that people are attacking. So that's where I would say we want to give them a warning again, where if it's funny that if it's about race, it seems more clearly people recognize that that's hate speech. If they said it about a race, it's like, yeah, that's hate speech. Like, why are you saying that the X group is evil? But likewise, like, people are kind of slow to realize, like, it's also really bad and unfair to say, atheists are evil or Christians are evil. Like, that's really bad for real. I think a lot of people are like, oh no, it's fine if you're talking about a religious group. Like, you could say you can say that the Muslims or the Christians are evil. And it's like, let's not. So that's my thing, is attack the arguments. That's one thing is like, by the way, when you see people who are attacking the people or the group, it's pretty clear they probably aren't doing well handling the argument. So it just goes to show a lot. But Vinny Anderson says, is there more leeway for borderline insulting rhetoric when it's on topic? Like when I said I felt bad for Nathan's middle school teachers earlier. Oh, I didn't even see you saying that. I would say, pardon my yawn. I would rather people not do that. I mean, it's all on a spectrum. So the mods are probably going to be more patient with you if it's something like that. But nonetheless, yeah, it's not really like, it's like kind of like, why don't you just attack their arguments? Now, there's such a thing as playful needling, and we want to still okay that, like teasing, because I tease Nathan sometimes, and I tease like everybody sometimes. Like whenever JF comes on and I say, oh, your brother Destiny, like I say that as a joke because they hate each other. Like, so like there's like leniency where I don't want people to feel like they're walking on eggshells, but we do want to like have it a little bit more like, we want our guests to feel appreciated. And I think they're fine with having their arguments attacked. Nobody minds that. That's what they expected. But when people like attack their appearance and stuff, that's the worst. But anyway, thank you. Coffee Troll says, all good, James. Good luck with the channel always. Thank you for that, Coffee Troll. And then Darth Revan says, does that apply to ideologies? Because lots of people, myself included, the chat's moving on me. I do specify about the actions such as Christian burning pagans in Europe for religious dominance is evil. And so, but here's the thing, Darth Revan, you're saying that Christians who, like alleged Christians who do this alleged burning are bad. That's one thing. But to say Christians are evil, that I would still say is like, I'm amazed. Like, so here, do it this way. If you can put in the name of, like, let's say a particular race, like let's say Asians, and it would be, if it would be okay to say it, then it's like, that's a decent litmus test. But if it was something where it's like, ooh, yeah, you shouldn't say that about Asians. Like one time I remember I heard a person say, this is in real life, and that's why I was so surprised. I was like, wow, is they said, I'm done with religious people. And I'm like, that's pretty painting with broad brushstrokes, isn't it? Like, because it's kind of like if you were to say, I'm done with Asian people, it'd be like, everybody would be like, oh my gosh, like that's clearly, it would just sound terrible. And so for me, I would say, I don't think writing off any group in that way is good. And so if you want to point out like bad things that have been done by different groups. So for example, we've had the debate, is Christianity dangerous? That's fair game. We'll host it again, I'm sure. That's okay. And, you know, people bring up cases of like, well, hey, look, here was when, you know, these people professing to be Christians did X, Y, and Z, which is bad. That's okay. That's fair game. So yeah, there's a little gray, and you know, it's like a conceptual analysis, folks. It's like defining a chair. Like, I think you guys have probably already seen that enough. You know, it comes up in debates. Is like, oh gosh, it's so hard to define a chair. Maybe you haven't, but the point is, like, you have all these cases where it's like, well, is a stool a chair? Because usually we define a chair, a lot of times people would be like, well, I don't know, it's got 4 legs, you can sit on it. Like, well, no, a stool is not, because it doesn't have a back. It has to have a back. And it's like, well, what if it has half a back? Like, is it a chair then? Or what if it, like what we call a beanbag chair, like it doesn't have a back at all? Like, just these like things where it's like, conceptual analysis, you can always find some sort of counter example to where it's like, you can find something that you'd usually call a chair, but it doesn't fit your definition. So long story short, we'll work through each time. We'll have new things that come up over the years. But WY7CH, thanks for coming by. We're glad you're here. And also, Bad Times, thanks for coming by. We are pumped you're with us. And here, you might be thinking like, oh, are you trying to make a safe space like Bad Times? No, we're not trying to create a safe space where it's like, oh, it's like nice and happy. We don't want anybody to possibly be offended. I mean, we know we offend people. Believe me, I get tweets all the time about how you shouldn't platform this person or that idea. The thing here is, it's not an intelligent strategy. So at Bad Times, if you're like, oh, I would let people, let's say Bad Times, let's say said, I would let people trash the guests. They could say whatever they want about the guests. And it's like, all right, good luck, because now the guests aren't going to come back to your channel, and it's not a sustainable strategy because you weren't thinking ahead, because you weren't very clever in that case. And you now have a bunch of guests who don't want to come back because they've been trashed in the live chat. It's not a sustainable way to run a debate channel. It just doesn't even make sense. Even if you were completely cold to anybody's feelings, it's just more practical. So that's the reason. And so when you say like feelings, safe space, kind of a straw man, like that's not the reason for why we want to have these rules. And then Danny3648, good to see you back. And then funny stripper liquor says, James teases all of us with those eyes. And then Dan Karan, thanks, glad you made it. And thanks for your support from Mark Reed, who said, give a like for this amazing stream. Thank you for your support. And so is there any confusion on the rules for mods, though? Let me know. Oliver Catwell said, would it be okay if I asked Tom, if a ham radio proves the shape of the earth, does a Ken ham radio prove the age of the earth? It definitely does. That's definitely fair game. Anything that has a pun. But Linguisti says, has your opinion changed on anything by being a moderator? Yeah, I think I've certainly changed my opinion on arguments. I don't know if I've changed my mind on whole positions. Like, have I gone from being like a Democrat to a Republican, or a Republican to a Democrat, whatever? No, I'm about where I was roughly. I've maybe like slowly moved one way or another. Because usually there's sometimes where it's like, oh, I thought that argument was a bad argument because of this objection, but then I just heard this response to that objection, and it kind of saves the argument, where I'm like, that argument's not bad. So, but yeah, good question. And then Linguisti says, has your opinion changed? Oh yeah, I got that. And then I'm almost caught up. Thanks for your patience. Fox Vlogs plus modern day debate. I would love to be on another debate again if you need someone to debate for biology of evolution or atheism. Thank you, Fox. I appreciate you offering that. And I got to be honest, Fox, one thing that helps us a ton, shoot me an email and we can talk about it if you want, but I'll give you more deets, is we're becoming a little bit more, it's not as easy as it used to be. For you, this one of the conditions wouldn't be a problem at all. Namely, we're really pushing hard for people to wear or to be on camera during the debate. And I know that you were on camera last time, so don't worry about that. But that's something we're becoming more strict on because we just feel like it increases the value of the show. And then thanks, Darth Revan. I agree. Sometimes things do come off as improper in the depending on the context. Linguisti says, are atheist arguments ever convincing to you? How are you still a Christian with so much TJump? That's funny. And I mean this in the most loving way, but there are, believe it or not, in the peer-reviewed literature, I'm shocked sometimes that some people don't know that they don't. I'm not saying that this is you, but I do want to mention, and I know that you're joking there, but there's peer-reviewed literature from atheists, as well as, I've got to renew my Zoom stream. Give me a second. There's peer-reviewed literature from atheists as well as Christians in philosophy who have talked about like philosophy of religion type arguments for and against God's existence. And that's primarily like what my beliefs have been shaped on, such that I would highly recommend when people tell me like, man, I can't believe you still believe. And it's like, after you watch all these debates, it's like, no, I'm not offending anybody, but like, so I got my master's in philosophy and I got a bachelor's in philosophy. And so for probably 3 or 4, I'd say probably frankly more like 5 or maybe close to like 10, if you include all my informal studies as well, I had read like a lot of peer reviewed work. And so I do learn things at the channel still, but I just want to mention that sometimes when people are like, man, I've been at this channel and it's totally changed my beliefs, I'm like, well, be careful. Like, you might want to read there's a lot of peer-reviewed work out there that's good. And we do sometimes have world-class scholars. Like we're trying to schedule a debate with Graham Oppie and Liz Jackson. And Graham Oppie is like maybe the most respected atheist philosopher that there is today. So we do get some high-level speakers on here, no doubt. And not just the ones with a lot of formal education. There are great debaters from all walks of life. However, I would say like the peer-reviewed arguments are the ones that have been through the crucible the most. They are the best arguments, whether they be arguments for atheism or religion, And so just want to mention that. Hannah Anderson, thanks for coming by. And the mods. I know that some mods are turned off by the fact that we've asked the moderators if they would be willing to not debate people in the live chat. And the reason is just because we want modern day debate to be beyond reproach when it comes to being neutral. And what would happen sometimes is people will come to the channel for the first time and they were like, ooh, James, all of your moderators are politically to the right or politically to the left or Christian or atheist, whatever it is. And so what they would do is they would say, this looks like James, I'm starting to think that these people, I'm starting to think this channel is biased in favor of this position or that position. And so I would have to tell them like, no, we're not. It's just that we have moderators from all walks of life, but they were basically, not all of them were here tonight. And they just so happened to be by random chance, all of them were atheist or all of them were Christian. So long story short, I just want to mention that that's the reason, is we just don't want people to get the wrong idea about the channel. And so want to remind you, if you haven't hit like, please do hit that like button, as that does help the stream, folks. Seriously, that does motivate me to do more streams as we see like, hey, people are interacting with this. They're excited about this. And so we really do appreciate all of that. And so, but yeah, moderators, please let me know if you've heard about that, or maybe you haven't heard about that. Namely that we have this kind of new rule where we want to ask moderators if they'd be so kind as to not debate in the chat. And not that they weren't kind before they were, but we just want to be super neutral, you could say. And then pumped, you guys. Thanks so much, as we had a new donation come in. And so I'm updating the stream ticker right now. So as you can see on screen, we are rocking it with 3241, which is higher than our last Kickstarter. So that's awesome, you guys. And we're at 92%. We only have 8% to go. It's going to be amazing. We're going to crush this goal. Believe me, we've got only 6 days left, folks. So thank you guys so much for your support. And then YouTube Surgeon General says, engaging in friendly conversation is okay. I've got to think about it. I know that it's like, well, what if I'm trying to persuade people? It's like, well, because like, let's say you're like, I noticed somebody saying this, and I want to try to persuade them out of it. I got to be honest. As of now, I'm open to persuasion, but I don't think it's not what we really want from the moderators. I know that's hard because it's like, it makes the moderators, it's like, well, I'm just totally an observer. I can't debate anybody or even try to persuade them to a new position. But yeah, that is kind of what it would mean, is that we wouldn't even want people to, in a friendly conversation, try to persuade people. And so Fox Vlogs, thanks. I saw your chat. I think I mentioned if you shoot me an email or a DM on Twitter, I might be able to share more info on like what might work for possible debates. And then thanks for your support. Christopher Hatch said, James, would you ever bring on Nick Fuentes? I'm open to it. I know that YouTube, I think he's banned or something, but I do want to mention that we are willing to roll the dice. So if he wanted to come on, I'd be willing to host. I don't know if he's actually banned, so I don't mean to spread that rumor if it's not true. And then I would say friendly conversation is good, YouTube Surgeon General. But so for example, we want mods. If you see a new person, we want people to feel welcome and to be like greeted. And so that's why I would encourage mods. I really do want to encourage mods, if you'd be willing to say hello, especially to new faces, and say like, hey, we're glad you're here, Earthrise or Baron Von G, thanks for coming by. That is totally cool. So if you mean friendly conversation to mean that, 100% it's okay. If you mean friendly conversation as in trying to persuade them of a particular view of any kind, I'm like, they might think that you're kind of representative of where the channel stands. And so I'm like not super big on it. So that's, it's that the mods, basically we want it to be fair for everybody. And so, yeah. Thanks for your super chat, Alex Stein. Good to see you. Glad you made it. And then, yeah, we are pumped though. I want to tell you that for a number of reasons, amazing. Let me show you. Let's see. Thank you so much for those of you who are jumping in on that crowdfund, which is pinned at the top of the chat. It is on fire, you guys. I am excited. We are pumped to make it to this goal, and I can tell it's coming soon. I am very confident of that. And so back into the old Twitch chat, want to say hi. Brooke Sparrow, thanks for coming by. And GGNX, or is it GGNX? Thanks for coming by. And then, let's see. Said all those philosophers are dumb. Sometimes I'm surprised. I don't know if you're being serious or joking, but like I try to tell, like there are some people, not all, I don't want to generalize because that wouldn't be fair, but there are some people where I try to tell them like, hey, there are PhD level philosophers who are atheists who give arguments, let's say against God, and they say, no, I don't like those. I like the ones on YouTube. And it's like, well, wait, when it comes to flat earth, you say, oh, you're silly if you use YouTube as your main source of learning about something. And you should definitely use like the top level people, namely scientists. And they usually mean scientists, people with a PhD in science. and one of the scientific fields, and who maybe are actively doing research in science. And so they're like, that's who you should go with, and maybe the peer-reviewed ones. But when it comes to philosophy, I'm amazed that some people, and I know you might be joking in the Twitch chat, GGNX. This may not be you, and I think you were joking. But some people, when it comes to philosophy, they go, no, those philosophers, and I'm like, well, they're not philosophers that disagree with you. They agree with your position. Like let's say they're atheists. I'm like, they're atheist philosophers who are like peer-reviewed, published philosophers, and they're like, no, that's dumb. That's like, no, I prefer my YouTube atheists, or it might be YouTube Christians or whatever it is. And I'm like, don't get me wrong. It's not wrong. It's not like it's immoral to like listen to anybody on YouTube that I can think of in terms of this context. But I would encourage, like, I'm not downing that. I think you can learn a lot, and I still learn a lot at this channel. But I would say it is a little bit scary to me that some people are like, I purposely reject peer-reviewed like philosophers. When it comes to philosophy, they just think that like anybody's opinion is just as good as anybody else's. And I'm like, I mean, hey, that's just not true. It's just not. Whether it be atheists or Christians, whoever it is, like the arguments get better and stronger the further up you go in terms of like the peer-reviewed level, let's say. Or so I'm just amazed though that some people do that. There's like this purposeful disconnect between themselves and the scholarly world where they're like, nope, I want to rely on YouTube. And it's like, it's fine to watch YouTube, but I highly recommend you also have additional. But thanks, Mr. P says, after modding for 2 years, it's nice to see refreshing faces at Modern Day Debate. James brings us more Brian and Anna's, and definitely more. Please bring more of Erica as well. I will totally do that. We always enjoy those annoying vegans, as they like to be called, and we do appreciate Brian and Anna, and then as well as Erica. Yeah, I got nothing against her. She's all right. But yeah, no, we do love Erica. Like, she's awesome. She's like my little sister, my little buddy. She's just funny. But let's see. Chemo Maki, thanks for being here, as well as Daryl Frost said, let mods friendly debate. Yeah, I've already thought about it, but I appreciate that idea. McToon, my boy, as he likes to be called, McToon. Actually, it's MC Toon that he likes to be called. Thanks for making it. We are glad you are here. Michael, my boy. I don't know if you guys know this, but MC Toon, he lives down in like the Miami area. And so when it's stinking hot, when he is not doing his YouTube stuff, MC Toon is usually walking around in his Speedo. I don't know if you guys see, like in Miami, that's just his default. He just gets out of bed. He's already wearing a Speedo. And so that's, if he has to leave the house, he might put something on, but maybe like a hat with his Speedo. But Tapatzel says, I haven't heard anything about the podcast all stream. You're right. I haven't done a good job of mentioning that. Folks, if you didn't know, Modern Day Debate does have a podcast, and we are thrilled about that. So, my dear friends, if you have not checked it out yet, I encourage you, pull out your phone, folks, as no joke, Modern Day Debate is on podcast, and I think that you guys would love it, for real. We do appreciate it, as a lot of people have given us ratings, which we appreciate. So I encourage you, open up your favorite podcast app like I have done right now. Don't make me do it on my own here and, pull it out. Like, nobody knows, nobody's watching. Basically, you can find Modern Day Debate, which I just clicked on, and every single Modern Day Debate since last June we have uploaded, and we're a little bit behind. So sometimes we get a little behind. We have a lot of debates. So for example, like, yeah, it's probably about a week behind right now in terms of like these debates that you see today will probably be uploaded onto the podcast in a week. And so I want you to check those out. But let's see. Reswat of Gore, I agree. It's cool we want to greet people. I've been encouraged that some people have said Modern Day Debate feels like a community to them. And I really feel encouraged by that, as we really do want people to feel like, hey, this is awesome. And then Tapatzel says, oh yeah, but yeah, thanks for reminding me of the podcast, Tapatzel. Hannah Anderson says, James, how close are we to 47,000 subs? We're close, but here's what's weird. This is bizarre to me. On the main page for our channel, it says we're at 46,900, right? That's what you guys are all seeing. For me, in the Creator Studio, this is weird, but it does this once in a while. I think it's usually that it needs to update. It shows 46,744, which is weird because just yesterday I could have sworn I opened it and it was at 46,800, in between the middle. So I'm baffled. I think what it is that YouTube, sometimes they will like take away subscribers, and I think that they're like checking to see if they're bots or something. I don't exactly know, but I think like I noticed that sometimes in my stats, the subscriber count will go down by like 50 or 100, and I'm like, what the heck happened? Like, did I upset somebody? Did somebody trash us on Twitter? Like some big name person. And then I look a day later, they're back, and usually extra. So I am baffled by that, but we do want to encourage you folks, do hit that subscribe button, as we are excited about the future and you won't regret it. And MC Toon says, how's your hair perfect after 10 hours? I wish, man. It's greasy right now. That's funny. And then Fox Vlog said, I really appreciate you bringing on Dr. Jeffrey Meldrum. I agree. He is awesome. I love him, and Erica loves him too. He's a great guy, and Maddie loved him. He's phenomenal. We really do appreciate him, and it's fun to listen to him. I mean, no matter what you think about Bigfoot. The Master says, James, I love you. Thank you, Master. The Master, I love you as well. Thank you. And then Darth Revan says, have a good day. Stay well and safe. Thank you, Darth Revan. Seriously, that means a lot. You too. And seriously, thanks for reaching out to that person. I do appreciate it. And then Daryl Frost says, James was clean shaved when he started. That's funny. That is really funny. Not quite. I haven't shaved for like a week. And so, yeah, this is where usually it's like, it's fluffiest. Fox Vlogs, thanks for your kind words. Said, how do you go for 12 hours straight? That is dedication. Much respect. Man, I love doing this. Seriously, I enjoy it so much. So I'm happy to do it. So thanks for saying that. It's just fun for me. Like, this is a way that I get to have fun. My life is pretty boring otherwise. I pretty much tomorrow, and I kind of like it, but tomorrow up until our stream, all day I will be just doing reading and writing. But I like that too. I really do. I know that maybe sounds bored, but I actually enjoy it. And then Mr. P said, I don't know, Hannah, but James has taken a blood oath to return to the debate hot seat once he reaches 50,000. If he doesn't, we'll be adding his amaze balls as discount Patreon perks. What does that even mean? But that's funny. I might, it's honestly, it's probably going to be a while before I do more debates. Have you guys not seen, Linguisti says, I'm waiting for your debate against TJump. I've had 2 little friendly debates with TJump. I've even done an interview or 2 with Pine Creek, and then he's been here on Modern Day Debate. I get along with Doug. Like, I like Doug. I'm thankful for him. And because he actually, one time he showed me how to do like OBS stuff a long time ago. It was something like that. I remember us picking his brain, and I appreciated that he took the time. And then, we're buffering. That's weird. I don't know why, because my connection should be okay. Thanks for your kind words. Sideshow Nav says, Matt, most excellent today. Enjoyed it greatly. Thank you. And then Amanda said you should grow a full beard and somehow turn that into a crowdfunding event. Oh, that's true. That would be cool. I'm surprised we're buffering. This is weird. Oh, you know why? I don't know if you guys are able to hear, but if you guys are watching, it's because YouTube at the 12-hour mark, YouTube usually like starts converting the video into an upload. So what's going to probably happen is, I think I've heard that at 12 hours in, YouTube stops the live stream and it just turns into an upload, and they start a new one where you're live streaming there. That's what I've heard. I've never done this before, so we'll see. Bye, everyone. Mark Reed says, I'm still here for another 20 minutes or so. Mark Reed says, bye, everyone. Thanks, Modern Day Debate. Thanks to the debaters, and thanks to all the mods for their hard work and dedication. I agree. We do appreciate you mods so much. So thank you for your help. And yeah, we might buffer eventually because the stream, like I said, I don't know if Twitch is the same, but I know that basically YouTube basically, what's the word I'm looking for? YouTube, I think they cut off at 12 hours. So GGen X says it's not a disconnect, quite the opposite. GGen X, I'm sorry, but that really is the way. I mean, maybe for you it's different, but I can tell you for a lot of people, for them, they've done nothing. Like, and don't get me wrong, it's cool to watch YouTube. It's okay. I'm not shaming that. But they've done like nothing other than like the YouTube stuff, or, you know, maybe they read like popular level books, and they haven't read peer-reviewed stuff, and they're like, oh, and peer-reviewed stuff, like, it's just silly. And so GGen X, like, what peer-reviewed philosophers have you read? Like, what are your favorite atheist philosophers that are peer-reviewed that you've read the papers of? Like, and so this is the kind of stuff that I got to be honest, I just can't take it seriously. And not because they're an atheist. Like, I respect people who are atheists, but when they say things like this, where they say, so in terms of me saying, hey, it's a great idea to check out the peer-reviewed literature, they say this: I think people don't want to think for themselves and figure out how the world functions. And you think you're going to get a better picture of that through YouTube than peer-reviewed scholarly literature? Like, or more importantly, you seem to think that you don't need, like, that you'd be better off with YouTube than scholarly literature. And so they go, so they look for easy solutions, people who give them a way out. Well, wait a minute. How is it an easy solution to read peer-reviewed literature compared to watching YouTube? Peer-reviewed literature, reading that is way harder than YouTube. So it sounds like you're doing the easy solution. Like, you refuse to jump into the peer-reviewed literature, and you're just accusing others of, like, you're taking the easy way out. And it's like, wait, what? You're the person that's like basically downing the peer-reviewed literature because you want to learn about philosophy through YouTube only. Then they say, this is the funniest thing. People who give them a way out because it's easier to believe in a flying wizard that face, I think they meant then face reality. So, I mean, is this seriously, like, I can't tell if you're being like, you're trying to be like an ironic type of atheist or you're being serious. But so basically, I'm telling them to read the peer-reviewed literature of atheists and Christians, and you say people give them a way out because it's easier to believe in a flying wizard than face reality. I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm talking about the peer-reviewed literature. You're not engaging with what I'm saying. Honestly, are you trying to be a parody of an atheist? Like, for real? But, and don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that atheists aren't clever. Like, some of my kindest friends have been atheists, and some of my most intelligent friends have been atheists. Like, I don't have anything against atheists, but when people say things like that, I'm like, all I'm doing is encouraging you to read peer-reviewed literature by atheists. I'm like, but hey, it's valuable to read peer-reviewed literature by atheists, and you're still kind of pushing back and like saying stuff about magic sky daddies and stuff. I'm like, what? Are you a parody? You got to be a parody. I'm not falling for this anymore. I just don't take it serious. That's funny though. Linguisti said, do you play computer games ever? I once in a while will play old Nintendo 64 games. I figured I kept this out because I figured I might start playing during the stream if I ran out of things to talk about. But so far we've had a lot to talk about. And Silver Harlow, thanks for your super chat, said, when Nathan didn't understand quote unquote space-time isn't a kind of vacuum, and quote unquote vacuum cleaner is another example of compound words changing the type of thing. My next examples were, quote, space heater and dumb ass. But that's mean of me. Well, no worries. I honestly, I don't think Nathan was trying really hard to understand what you were saying there, and that, so no worries at all. We appreciate you asking the question, Silver. And I think Nathan said something like, I can't remember what they said, but yeah, don't take anything personal from Nathan. Sometimes he's cranky. And A Name said, James, what is debate juice? Oh, we've got a lot of debate juice yet, as we've got a lot of upcoming juicy debates. And so thank you guys. Thank you, Silver, who said, I said that mostly to give James more money as support for his work here. Thank you, Silver, for your support. Seriously, that means more than you know. I really do appreciate it. And so, Danny, thanks for being here. And I'm, like I said, I'm not trying, in that little rant that I just gave, I'm not trying to put down atheists at all. And likewise, I mean, there are critiques I could give to Christians where I think that, you know, if a Christian said the same thing, I would give the same response. So I'm not trying to be harder on any group here. I'm just saying within little subgroups. There are sometimes people that I'm like, are you being serious? And Manic Pandas, thanks for coming by. He says, respect, James. Thank you, Manic Pandas. I appreciate that. And yeah, I think that Magic Sky Daddy stuff is like people use it as a humor thing now. Like they use it in an ironic way. So that's why I was thinking this person's trolling me. I'm not engaging with it anymore because they're just trying to troll me. But Patelli, like it is, thank you for being here. Says, I love the debates you host. I think keeping the platform neutral and holding your moderators to the standard of not engaging in debates in the chat is great. Professionalism is a lost art in the online debate scene. Thank you for your kind words. Seriously, that means a lot. Patelli, like it is. That I really do appreciate your support of the channel. That is super encouraging. And then, yeah, I get it. GGNX was trolling me. That was pretty good. You got me. Let's see. MC Toon says, find an anti-5G person. I'll debate them. I'm open to it. I don't know who's anti-5G, but if you want to debate it, I mean, we can see who we can find. And I'm not bringing... I don't know. We'll see. And then A Name says, what a great dodge. Everyone knows debate juice is people. I didn't know that. Debate juice. And let's see. MC Toon, McToon as he likes to be called. We're glad you're here. But yeah, like I said, I told you guys, one time I met MC Toon and I was like, it was at the airport. And again, I don't know if I guess they don't have rules at the airport. You can wear anything. I mean, I've seen people wearing weird stuff at the airport. MC Toon, because he was in Miami, he was in his Speedo. And I was like, are you serious? And he's like, hey, it's hot here. It's Miami. And I was like, oh, but it's air conditioning inside. It's kind of cold in here. And he's like, it's Miami. And I was like, okay. I made that up. I'm not trying. I made that up. I've never seen MC Toon in a Speedo. I just love teasing this guy. MC Toon's one of my favorite guys. Seriously, he's funny. I appreciate him. And so we are excited about the future, though. You guys, I want to share with you some of the upcoming debates before the stream potentially gets cut off. Because like I said, I think YouTube actually cuts it off. We've got about 13 minutes, and then we'll be at the 12-hour mark. It's almost like the countdown for the... MC Toon says a mesh Speedo. That is funny. Nasty guy. He's always like talking about that kind of stuff. Sedani says, appreciate you, man. Love how neutral you are in these discussions. God bless you. Thank you for your kind words, Sedani. Seriously, that means more than you know. I really do appreciate it. And then Mr. P says, remember to press the like button. Don't smash it. Modern day debate doesn't have insurance. That's true. Be easy on that like button. Just a gentle tap. You know, like, what is it? One of the people says, gently caress it. If you would caress that like button, we do appreciate that. As that motivates me. I'm telling you guys, that positive engagement and people who are positive and excited about what we're doing, like, that motivates me. Like, that makes me like, hey, like, this is cool. And then, yeah, I got to tell you, I am so pumped. So thank you guys. It's pumped to see we're at 436, you guys. We can get to 440. I know we can. We can totally get to 440. We're only 4 likes away from it. And I am pumped as our guests are linked in the description. Nathan, I guess, doesn't have... I got something in my nose. That's embarrassing. I guess Nathan doesn't have a link. I don't know how you're going to find him because I don't have a YouTube link for him. And he didn't actually insist on me putting any link. He didn't even give me one. So I don't know what to put. If you want to find Nathan, ask MC Toon if you want to talk to Nathan. He is... they're best buddies. The MC Toon and Nathan usually hang out often in mesh Speedos together. And so if you want to talk to Nathan, talk to him. And then my nose is so itchy. Man, Raw Nakedness, aka Stupid Whore Energy, aka Human Girl, has apparently like 500 accounts because now she's saying that she was the Gen X person who was trolling me in the other chat. And let's see. Nasty woman. Such a nasty woman. But nasty guy, MC Toon. Yeah, he's always like, that's what he does in Miami. That's like what they do. He told me that. I don't know a lot about Miami, but he's like, yeah, man. Let me tell you about upcoming debates, though. Stripper Liquor is right. Lick that like button. Lick it good. You won't regret it. And 444 The Truth. thanks for coming by. We're glad you're here. As well as Andrew Kroll, good to see you again. And so thank you guys. I am so excited though, you guys. I'm honestly so pumped with how fun this whole stream went. And thank you guys so much for all of your likes, and sharing is cool too. That helps the channel, and we do appreciate that. So feel free to always share our content, especially as some of our content, YouTube, I think, doesn't recommend it necessarily, because sometimes our content is controversial and all that. And so just letting you know that it helps if you do share our content, as we are trying to get the word out about modern day debate. And I'm excited though, you guys. It's hard for me to say just how pumped up I am. Human girls being a beta again. I have to warn you guys. And then Stripper Liquor says, where'd you go? Lick the like button. Please do. Let me tell you about some of the upcoming debates, you soy boys and soy girls. So, upcoming debates. 1, tomorrow, I haven't even announced it yet because we just got it confirmed. Randolph will be debating CJ, the Synageek. You don't want to miss it. It's going to be a good one on whether or not God exists. So a classic topic that we enjoy. That's going to be cool. Randolph is the president of Canadian Atheists. Really pleasant fellow. I really do enjoy Randolph. I owe Randolph. Randolph's been really good to us. Then Monday, I've got to talk to Steve McRae. We're hoping to have a discussion with Steve McRae, and maybe it was going to be a panel, but yes, Stupid Whore Energy's dad, Steve McRae, will probably be here. That'll be epic. Tuesday, we're hoping to have a debate on whether or not Noah's Ark could have worked. Could it have gotten the job done, with Kent Hovind and Mark Reed. That's the hope. Wednesday, have you guys heard about this? I don't know if you guys know about this. JF is supposed to debate Lance from Surfs TV. That is going to be a big one on Wednesday, so we're excited about that one. We might do a late night debate on Thursday the 3rd, but that's in addition to the debate that Converse is supposed to hold. So that's going to be a busy night that night. We might have 2 debates that night, and then maybe a debate with Erica on the flood, but I'm confirming her opponent, you could say. So that's still up in the air. And holy smokes, are you serious? And Haxt said Indiegogo was at 95%. Are you serious? Because we were at 92% the last time I checked. That was a funny, tasteless joke, man. Oh, that's funny. Let's see. You got it. It's still at 92, but nonetheless, still cool. And then Human Girl says, Stripper Liquor James is being super cheeky. Fake news. And Mr. P says, Steve is Tom's dad, James. You're forgetting your own lore. You're right. That's right. I forgot about that. Reswat of Gore is right. The spider eggs in my nose have hatched, as I've been itching my nose like crazy. And then, yes, Friday. So we're hoping to have a debate with Friday, Erica, and on the topic of the flood, but that's not confirmed yet. I've still got to ask Erica about that date. Then, Saturday, June 5th, so 1 week from today, Matt Dillahunty and Dr. Kenny Rhodes, who you are seeing right here, right there, see? They are going to debate. It's going to be epic. You don't want to miss it. Folks, believe me, I'm telling you. I'm going to change this. There we go. A little bit less light. It's getting close to my bedtime, so I don't want to be up too late. Or I don't want to have too much light in my face. But let me show you this other one. So I think I have shown you this on screen, which is cool. But let me show you this debate. So it's going to be epic. Dr. Michael Brown, Christian apologist and apostate prophet, who is an atheist, will be debating whether or not there's a God. That's going to be on June 9th, so that's going to be epic. And then Brian Stevens, good to see you, says, who is Kent Hovind? You know, your uncle.